Eventually, they gave up and just hoped to trade with the fish tribe for Xiaobai. The fish tribe can brew wine? Changxia was very curious. Muqin explained, yes, they know how to make wine. The beast tribes tried to use wild fruit like the monkeys, but rarely succeeded. And when they did, it was drunk up right away. Wine was a luxury for the beast tribes, mainly because it was so rare and they didn't know how to make it themselves or have any way to trade for it. Occasionally, traveling merchants from the western lands would bring some of their beer, but the beast tribes found it undrinkable, too bitter and unpleasant. Other grain wines were even more expensive, pricier than Xiaobai, so the poor beast tribes could only look on in envy. Monkeys in their wine. Changxia's eyes lit up, eager to try some. Monkeys are clever and vengeful. Finding monkey wine is even harder than gathering honey, Shifeng said, smacking his lips in regret. Who among the beast tribes in the Twilight Forest hadn't tried to find monkey wine? But those who actually succeeded were few and far between. Anbian chimed in, that's right. Last time, I finally found a treehouse where monkeys had brewed wine, but before I could celebrate, I realized it was abandoned. Thinking about it, Anbian still felt annoyed. Monkeys were smart and had some intelligence. They knew the beast tribes would steal their wine, so they always picked the most hidden spots for their brewing treehouses. It was rare for anyone to find one with wine inside. Eating and drinking, everyone was completely satisfied. Not a drop of soup or sauce was left in any bowl or dish on the long table. Everyone had used the pastries to mop up every last bit. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought Changxia had served them empty bowls and dishes. Anbian, trade 5,000 jin of chili peppers to my bear tribe, Shifeng said. Anbian gave Shifeng a sidelong look. What will you trade for my chili peppers? The lion tribe doesn't need animal skins or bones, I want seaweed. He already knew the bear tribe could make sugar from seaweed. Anbian wasn't stupid. Of course he wanted to trade chili for something worthwhile. No way, I need the seaweed to make sugar. But if the lion tribe is willing to wait, I can trade you some of the sugar once it's made, Shifeng replied. He wasn't foolish enough to trade the raw seaweed directly. Trading the sugar made from it would be much more worthwhile. Jen, meanwhile, chose to stay out of it. Whether it was chili or seaweed, the Heluo tribe could get it for free. All thanks to Changxia. Thinking of this, Jen looked at Changxia with deep affection. No wonder the shaman valued her so much, she really was special. Beside them, Changxia listened quietly, not interrupting. After all, this was a matter between the lion and bear tribes, and had nothing to do with the Black Panther clan of the Heluo tribe. Besides, just as Jen had thought, no matter how the two tribes traded, the Heluo tribe wouldn't suffer any losses. On the riverbank, Anbian and Shifeng went back and forth, probing each other's bottom lines. In the end, Anbian had no choice but to agree to trade the bear tribe's seaweed sugar for chili peppers from the lion tribe. Of course, it was only chili peppers. After all, Changxia had promised to teach the lion tribe how to make chili powder and chili oil. The lion tribe knew how to dry chili peppers, but they hadn't figured out how to grind them into chili powder. Since both tribes lived far from the Heluo tribe, they would stay overnight in the Heluo tribe and set off for home at dawn the next day. During this time, Changxia needed to teach the lion tribe how to make chili powder and chili oil. Similarly, she had to show the bear tribe how to make seaweed sugar. After dinner, Nanfeng and Wan Chun helped clean up the mess on the long table. Changxia, with maple honey in tow, began grinding dried chili peppers and preparing to make chili oil. The lion tribe had brought over 3,000 jin of fresh chili peppers, and the only dried chili peppers had already been a third eaten at lunch. This actually saved Changxia a lot of work. There weren't many dried chili peppers left. Changxia planned to grind half into chili powder and use the other half to make chili oil. Since the amount wasn't large, the work would be much easier. As for making seaweed sugar, Changxia planned to have Muqin take the several thousand jin of seaweed the bear tribe brought to the tribe's plaza and have the tribe members help out. After a busy day and night yesterday, Changxia still hadn't fully recovered her energy. The rain stopped in the afternoon. If Elder Yami hadn't known how busy Changxia was, he probably would have sent Shan Ke over to call for help already. After sorting the dried chili peppers, Chang Xia planned to build a stove by the wooden shed in the courtyard of the cave dwelling to make chili oil. Grinding chili powder wouldn't take much time. Meanwhile, Jen and Mu Qin led Chief Shifeng and several bear tribe members toward the tribe's plaza. They would make seaweed sugar there. Chief Anbian was very interested in the process and asked Jen and Shifeng if he could watch. Since neither refused, he joined them. Before leaving, Anbian repeatedly told Honey and Jia to stay with Chang Xia and learn how to make chili oil properly. He would check on them when he got back. After that, he took the other 2 tribe members straight to the plaza. Seaweed sugar. Sugar. No beastman could resist that temptation. Honey, don't you want to go watch them make seaweed sugar? Chang Xia asked curiously. At noon, following Jen's suggestion, Chang Xia had brought out a bucket of red maple sap to treat Chiefs Anbian and Shifeng and their guests. Jen promised that when he returned to the tribe, he'd have someone send Chang Xia another bucket. Entertaining the lion and bear tribes was the Heluo tribe's responsibility, so any supplies used should be covered by the tribe. Chang Xia shouldn't have to bear the cost herself. Honey paused, then replied, "Of course I want to. No beastman can resist sugar. But chili oil and chili powder are important too. The mountains where the lion tribe lives have unpredictable weather. We don't dare venture too deep into the forests. Red fruit, chili peppers, are the lion tribe's most precious resource. The chief asked Jia and me to stay and learn from you because he values us." Beastmen were simple. At least, the ones Chang Xia had met were. They might have their own little schemes, but when it came to important matters, they never made mistakes. This made Chang Xia feel they were genuine. Even saints have their favorites. Let alone us ordinary people. "Honey, you're really something," Nan Feng praised. Before, she'd thought Honey was just a shallow female who judged others by their looks, only caring about handsome males. She hadn't expected Honey to say something like that. Nan Feng's opinion of her changed drastically. Honey puffed out her chest, gave Nan Feng a sly look, and teased, "Nan Feng, I really am pretty great. You are just a bit lacking." Nan Feng immediately trembled with anger. Damn me. She'd just wasted her compliment. Honey really was a shameless female. Nearby, Chang Xia and the others glanced at Honey's ample chest. To be honest, Honey really was impressive. At least, no female in the Heluo tribe had a bust as big as hers. Wasn't that at least an F cup? In the twilight forest, where there were no bras, did Honey ever feel weighed down and inconvenienced by her chest? Chang Xia's thoughts started to wander, not knowing where her mind was going. But the one most upset by Honey's words wasn't Nan Feng, but Maple. For no particular reason, mainly because hers was the smallest. Not far away, Shen Rong, Jia, and the others building the stove all had shaky hands. Are they really talking about this so openly? They immediately lowered their heads, exchanging awkward glances out of the corners of their eyes. Seeing the embarrassment and awkwardness in each other's eyes, they all smiled wryly. But they couldn't help pricking up their ears, wanting to hear more. They weren't perverts, just curious. Yes, just curious. After all, female bodies were different from males, so it was only natural to be a little curious. Their throats felt a little itchy, and they wanted to cough to ease the awkwardness. But just then, Honey met Maple's deathly glare and swallowed all her words back down. So scary. Once Maple looked away, Honey muttered softly. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, patted Honey's arm, and replied, "She's even scarier when she fights." The Thorn Rose of the Heluo Tribe, who in the Twilight Forest's Beastman tribes doesn't know that name? There were thousands of Beastman tribes. To gain recognition from the others, you needed absolute strength. Maple Leaf, as a female, stood above all the young generation leaders of the Beast tribes. What she relied on, of course, was absolute strength. My Lion tribe has quite a few totem warriors who admire Maple Leaf. Does she really have a mate? Honeydew didn't dare gossip about Maple Leaf anymore, afraid of getting beaten up. Instead, she asked about Maple Leaf's mate. Admiring strength is an instinct for every beast. Maple Leaf was strong enough to naturally attract countless males to pursue her. Yet, up until now, no male had managed to win Maple Leaf's heart. This time, coming to the Heluo tribe, Honeydew suddenly heard that Maple Leaf had found a mate. She was sure that once this news reached the Heavenly Lion Tribe, plenty of males would go crazy. South Wind pursed her lips at Kongshan and said, Maple Leaf chose Kongshan as her mate. If you don't believe it, you can go try your luck. Although Maple Leaf was still dragging things out and hadn't officially bonded with Kongshan, she was already living in Kongshan's cave. What was there left to be confused about? So, when Honeydew asked if Kongshan was Maple Leaf's mate, South Wind nodded directly. Rather than letting an outsider benefit, the Heluo Tribe was naturally happy for Maple Leaf to bond with Kongshan. Try my luck, Honeydew twitched her lips. If Maple Leaf had chosen Kongshan, he definitely wasn't weak. Was South Wind trying to get her killed by suggesting she try? People always said the Black Panther tribe was black-hearted. Today she saw it firsthand. Noticing Honeydew's odd look, South Wind frowned. Why are you looking at me? I'm not Maple Leaf's mate. Put some muscle into it and hurry up and grind those dried chilies, or you'll choke to death. That's right, the two of them were grinding dried chilies. Jen and Muchin had left, so the courtyard of the cave was filled with young beasts. Chatting and working, everything felt much more relaxed and casual. Didn't Changxia say we'd make half into chili powder and half into chili oil? Why are we grinding all the dried chilies? Honeydew sneezed, her eyes red from the chili fumes. Changxia was using a rattan sieve to sun-dry the chilies, with Maple Leaf helping her carry the sieves. Shen Rong and a few others were called over by Changxia to snip off chili stems. She planned to sun-dry the fresh chilies for a couple of days, and then use different types to make different chili sauces. Before, she hadn't taught the Lion Tribe how to make chili sauce, mainly because she hadn't thought of it. Now, as she was drying the fresh chilies, Changxia suddenly remembered that fresh chilies couldn't be used for chili oil, but they could be made into chili sauce. Bell peppers, also called sweet peppers or lantern peppers, are round, not very spicy, but have a sweet and slightly peppery flavor. In contrast, facing heaven peppers are extremely spicy, small, and usually red or purple. Speaking of which, Changxia was really curious about the Heavenly Lion Tribe. What kind of mountains could produce such a variety and quantity of chilies? Every chili Changxia could recognize, the Heavenly Lion Tribe had. Even the ones she couldn't recognize, they had too. It was honestly unbelievable. Honeydew, you need chili powder to make chili oil, South Wind said. Are you planning to fry whole dried chilies in oil? EW. Actually, now that you mention it, I kind of want to try. As she spoke, South Wind looked eager to give it a go. Who said chili oil had to be made with chili powder? Can't you just fry whole dried chilies? Or does it taste bad? Suddenly, South Wind felt a sense of mission. She glanced at the dried chilies in the stone grinder and called out to Changxia, Changxia, the stove is ready, can we start making chili oil? Changxia paused, then poured the chilies Shen Rong and the others had stemmed into the rattan sieve. She spread them out to dry. Did you and Honeydew finish grinding the chilies? Changxia asked. She'd told them earlier that the dried chilies for chili oil didn't need to be ground too fine. But it hadn't been that long, were they already done? Nope, South Wind replied bluntly. Changxia was speechless as she looked at South Wind. The chilies weren't even ground yet, so where did South Wind get the nerve to ask about making chili oil? Seeing Changxia's silence, South Wind added, I want to try making chili oil with whole dried chilies. Maybe it'll taste even better than with chili powder. Can't you make chili oil with whole dried chilies? The answer is, you can. But the dried chilies the Heavenly Lion Tribe sent this time weren't suitable. To make chili oil directly from dried chilies, you need the small kind. This batch was too big. If you don't grind them, you won't get any heat out. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and grind the chilies. Sensing Changxia's exasperation, Maple Leaf waved her fist at South Wind, the meaning clear, keep talking and I'll beat you up. Seeing this, South Wind slumped her shoulders and muttered, Maple Leaf is always bullying me. Honeydew puffed out her chest in response. Arguing back? Not a chance. The two of them buried their heads and kept turning the stone grinder, crushing the dried chilies. The spicy scent in the cave courtyard never faded. Changxia, it could rain at any time during the rainy season. If the chilies are left out to dry, they might rot, Maple Leaf said worriedly. Nearby, Warm Spring put her twin cubs down and helped arrange the rattan sieves. Maple Leaf's right. These chilies might not have time to dry out. Warm Spring echoed her concern. It wasn't that she wanted to eat the chilies the lion tribe had brought for Changxia, but it would be a shame if thousands of pounds of chilies spoiled. Changxia waved her hand and said calmly, "You're overthinking it. I'm not planning to dry all these chilies completely. I just want to get some of the moisture out, then chop them up into chili sauce in the evening. After that, we'll sun them a bit more and store them in clay jars to eat slowly." At first, Changxia had wanted to share the chilies with the tribe, so everyone could taste dishes cooked with them. But just now, she thought of chopped chili and decided it would be better to make chili sauce before distributing it. That way, even if some people didn't know how to cook, they could still enjoy the delicious chilies. Chili sauce. In the distance, Honeydew and Jia's ears perked up. Their eyes burned as they stared at Changxia. It seemed she hadn't mentioned this earlier. Sensing their eager gazes, Changxia said, "Chop up the fresh chilies, then add some minced garlic. Of course, you can also add minced ginger and Sichuan peppercorns for an even richer flavor." But Changxia's household is running low on ginger, scallions, and garlic, so she could only mention adding minced garlic for now. She'd have to check the cellar later. If there isn't much garlic left either, she might just skip all the extras. Pure chopped chili tastes great on its own. There's really no need to force anything else in. Ahem. It's really not that Changxia is being stingy. But honestly, she's not miserly. She still told Milu and Jia about the minced ginger and Sichuan peppercorns. Seasonings like ginger, scallions, and garlic grow everywhere, so the Tian lion tribe probably has them. As for Sichuan peppercorns, that's less certain. If the Tian lion tribe doesn't have it, the Earth tribe definitely does. Earlier, Milu mentioned something that might have been Sichuan peppercorn or black pepper. Maybe it really was Sichuan peppercorn. Come to think of it, the mountains are full of plants that perfectly suit the needs of the beast tribes. For example, the lion and bear tribes live in damp environments, so of course there are plants that help dispel moisture. The Heluo tribe, with its distinct 4 seasons, doesn't have such uniquely adapted plants. If they want to grow them, it'll take some effort. With the Tian lion tribe's promise, Changxia no longer felt the need to cultivate chili seedlings herself. She'd tried several times, but the chili seeds still hadn't sprouted. She figured maybe the seeds just weren't suited to the local soil and water. She couldn't think of any other reason. "Changxia, you're amazing!" Milu exclaimed. If she hadn't kept her wits about her, knowing Si was just sitting in the corridor sunbathing, Milu almost blurted out that Changxia was even more impressive than the shaman. Luckily, she managed to stop herself in time. Changxia just smiled and said nothing. At noon, the Heluo tribe didn't serve anaconda meat to the guests from the Riverside and Shifings group. Changxia guessed they'd probably treat the lion and bear tribes to anaconda meat at dinner instead. After all, Jen hadn't hidden the fact that the Heluo tribe had hunted an anaconda. At lunch, no one brought up the topic of wanderers entering the misty forest either. That signaled to Changxia that there might be trouble ahead. It seemed something big was about to happen in the misty forest. She just didn't know how the beast tribes would deal with the wanderers. As she thought about it, Changxia kept sneaking glances at Suyi. Baiqing hadn't come to help in the courtyard, but was sitting quietly beside Suyi, as if doing homework. Of course, it might also be because Milu and Jia were here, so Baiqing was putting on airs. She took her status as the shaman's heir very seriously and was quite strong-willed. Suyi noticed Changxia's furtive glances and couldn't help but smile. What's this little one thinking about now? But in her heart, she was seriously considering the news Yadong and the others had brought back from the Kana Holy Mountains Shaman Hall today. Wanderers might have entered the misty forest and set their sights on the Moon-Watching Mountains, home of the Snake Tribe. Since the Normandy Grand Market ended, the Snake Mountain Tribe hadn't visited the Kana Holy Mountains Shaman Hall even once. Could something have happened to the Snake Tribe? With their strength, how could mere wanderers threaten the Snake Mountain Tribe? Still, after the Lion and Bear Tribes' matters were settled, they'd have to send someone to investigate the Moon-Watching Mountains. Speaking of the Snake Tribe, Siyu had to admit, anaconda meat really was delicious. It's a pity they couldn't eat it often. Maybe it was because she'd gotten close to Changxia, but even Si found herself craving it. She'd almost forgotten what an important place anacondas held in the snake tribe's heart. What a sin. After drying the chilies, Changxia and the other females stayed in the courtyard to make chili oil. Shen Rong took Yadong and a few others and headed for the wilderness south of White Lake. Now that the rain had stopped, some tribe members had already gone out early. Besides worrying that the smell of blood might attract wild beasts, they were also eyeing that huge patch of kogong grass in the wilderness. If they dug it up, they'd definitely find lots of kogong grass roots. When it came to sugar, everyone was highly motivated. In the afternoon, a beautiful rainbow appeared over White Lake. Changxia, are Shen Rong and the others going hunting again this afternoon? Milu asked in surprise. Changxia gazed quietly at the rainbow over White Lake, the blue sky, white clouds, shimmering water, and the rainbow arching across the sky. She wished she could capture the scene, but it was impossible. They made a lot of noise hunting the anaconda yesterday, so they're basically patrolling near the tribe today, Changxia explained. The lion and bear tribes knew about the anaconda hunt, so she didn't hide it. She just didn't mention that Shen Rong and the others were also digging for kogong grass roots. Anaconda, Mila licked her lips and looked at Changxia expectantly, envy written all over her face. I heard from the elders that anaconda meat is incredibly delicious. Once you've tried it, you'll never forget it. It's a shame the snake tribe is crazy and other beast tribes can't just wander into their territory. Nearby, Jia was tending the fire. He didn't say anything, but from the way he swallowed, it was obvious he was thinking about anaconda meat too. Just like with sugar. No beast tribe could resist the temptation of anaconda meat. The snake tribe was the only exception. Anaconda meat is delicious. Changxia nodded. Maple smacked her lips, savoring the memory. It's so tender, when you bite into it, the juices just burst in your mouth. Milo, did you know? Anaconda meat has a special aroma that lingers and makes you want to keep eating more, Nanfeng said, swallowing hard. It's like marbled beef, just sprinkle some salt on it and roast it over the fire. The fat sizzles, and the aroma goes straight to your nose. In the corridor, Su Yu and Baiqing listened to Nanfeng and Maple's descriptions, and both were left speechless. Anaconda meat was delicious, sure, but wasn't this a bit much? Meanwhile, Milu and Jia were practically drooling dry. If the chili oil had been ready, they'd probably have drunk 2 bowls of it straight. Changxia, I know anacondas are huge. Would the Heluo Tribe be willing to trade some with the Lion Tribe? The Lion Tribe might not have much else, but we have mountains of chilies. If not chilies, you can ask for animal skins or bones, whatever you want, Mila said, full of enthusiasm. She was practically saying that as long as she could get some anaconda meat, the Lion Tribe would meet any condition Changxia named. Jia still didn't say anything, but his eager expression made it clear he was just as excited. Obviously, he had the same idea as Milu. As long as they could trade for the meat of the anaconda, losing a few animal hides and bones was a cost the Lion Tribe could easily afford. Given how much the Snake Tribe valued the anaconda, it was nearly impossible for the Beast Tribes to find an opportunity to hunt one. Rather than hoping to hunt an anaconda somewhere outside the Twilight Forest or the Muwatch Mountains, it would be more realistic to set their sights on hunting stone elephants or octopuses. Anacondas, after all, could be honored as snake spirits by the Snake Tribe, which meant they were highly intelligent and usually lived deep in hot, humid forests. Such places were often crawling with countless venomous snakes, insects, and ants, dangerous in the extreme. This, you'll have to talk to my tribe's chief. I can't make that decision, Changxia said, spreading her hands in explanation. Maple Leaf stroked her chin, looked at Milu and Jay, and said, the chief didn't hide the fact that our tribe hunted an anaconda from me. I think tonight you'll probably be treated to a feast of anaconda meat, but as for trading any, that's unlikely. If we did, the Snake Tribe would definitely be furious. The Snake Tribe could forgive the Heluo Tribe for killing an anaconda. After all, the anaconda was at fault for entering Heluo territory first. But if the Heluo Tribe traded anaconda meat to other beast tribes, the Heluo tribe would absolutely come knocking, causing trouble for the Black Panther tribe. In the first case, the Snake tribe would be in the wrong. In the second, they'd be justified. Even if C stepped in, the Heluo tribe would still have to give the Heluo tribe an explanation and would have to go out of their way to appease them, and even then, it might not be enough. Really? Jay said excitedly. He exchanged a quick glance with Milu. Coming to the Heluo tribe with the chief this time had really paid off. Anaconda meat. That was anaconda meat. It's possible, Maple Leaf replied. The Heluo tribe wasn't stingy. They might not be able to trade the meat, but inviting the lion and bear tribes to a feast was certainly doable. Don't worry, Nanfeng added, you'll definitely get to eat anaconda meat tonight. Yadong and the others had even brought Wu and Baiqing along, so there was no way they'd be stingy with the feast. Lunch was probably too soon, and besides, the lion tribe had brought chili peppers. Changxia could use them to cook up a big meal, which would be even more meaningful than the anaconda feast. With the promise of anaconda meat, Milu and Jay were full of energy. Soon, the chili oil was ready. Changxia found some small clay jars and filled 7 of them. She gave one to Milu on the spot to take back to the Sky Lion tribe. She didn't divide up the rest any further. 2 jars she set aside for Suyi and Baiqing. The remaining 4 she kept at home. If Maple Leaf or Nanfeng wanted some, they could come over. Before long, the Sky Lion tribe would send over tens of thousands of pounds of chili peppers, enough for everyone in the tribe. After all, chili peppers weren't like ginkgo nuts. You couldn't live on them alone. Milu was overjoyed, hugging her jar of chili peppers, and looked excitedly at the chili powder in the wooden jar beside her. Changxia, are we starting to chop up the chilies now? As she spoke, Milu and Jay rolled up their sleeves, eager to get started. They'd always had this treasure, but never knew how to use it. Before, they'd only thought to roast chilies with meat or stew them together, never imagining there were so many ways to prepare them. With Changxia's guidance, Milu and Jay felt that when they returned to their tribe, their people would definitely discover a whole new world. Next time they visited the Heluo tribe, they'd be sure to bring Changxia a special surprise. All right, you can start. But remember, don't mix the chopped chilies together, otherwise, the flavors might blend, Changxia reminded them. With so many types of chilies, they couldn't possibly make chopped chili out of all of them. Changxia picked a few varieties, spicy, sweet, and aromatic, and made a bit of each. Later, they could see which tasted best and make more of that kind. Actually, Changxia herself didn't really like the sweet, spicy type. But she figured someone in the tribe would. Luckily, the Sky Lion tribe had brought plenty of chilies, enough for Changxia to experiment with. Soon, the spicy aroma spread through the courtyard again. This time more of a raw heat, a bit better than the pungent smell from making chili oil. But for the animals living near White Lake, today must have felt like dancing with death. After all, it wasn't easy to get used to such a spicy scent. As dusk approached, brilliant clouds of sunset lit up the sky. Changxia and the others finished chopping chilies, carried their wooden chairs to the porch, leaned against the railing, and quietly gazed at the sunset over White Lake, enjoying the peace of the moment. Changxia. A voice called from outside the courtyard. A moment later, Muqin came in, carrying a wicker basket, her face beaming with a wide smile. Along with her came a special sweet scent. Muqin Amu, is the seaweed candy ready? Changxia asked playfully. Muqin paused, raised her eyebrows at Changxia, and teased, you really do have a sharp nose. You guessed it. I made the seaweed candy just like you said, and it turned out even sweeter and more fragrant than maple sugar. Seaweed candy didn't have the grassy aroma of sugar made from thatch roots. It was just pure sweetness, not grainy, but truly fragrant and sweet. Especially the seaweed syrup, it was incredibly aromatic. The scent drifted out, and even the young sparrows training in the yard were drawn over, gathering by the square, waiting to taste the first bite of seaweed candy. Cuckoo. In an instant, everyone resting on the porch stood up, craning their necks to stare at the basket in Muqin's hands. Clearly, they'd caught the scent too. Milu and Jia were the most pitiful and the most gluttonous. Recently, Changxia and the others had been eating a lot of sweets, maple sugar, maple syrup, and thatch root sugar. They were greedy, sure, but not to the extent of Milu and Jia. So this is seaweed sugar, boiled down from seaweed? It smells even better than honey, Milu said, swallowing hungrily. The longing in her eyes was almost tangible, like she was silently begging. Jia didn't say a word, but this 2-meter-tall male was hanging his head, looking like he wanted to bury it in the vine basket in Mucken's hands. The sight was comical, no matter how you looked at it. Mucken walked up the corridor and handed the vine basket to Sui. Which, you should try it first, Mucken said. Nanfeng, always the quickest, dashed to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks, then zipped back to the corridor. Which, give us some too. Nanfeng said sweetly, holding out a wooden bowl. Sui shot Nanfeng a mock glare and set the basket on the square table beside her. She pulled out a clay jar from the basket, which was filled to the brim with seaweed syrup. At this point, the seaweed sugar hadn't solidified yet. The reddish-brown syrup gave off a rich, sweet aroma. Since it hadn't been bleached, the color was quite dark. Normally, things like beets could be refined into white or soft brown sugar. But the Heluo tribe didn't have bleaching techniques, and Changxia didn't really know how to do it either. Besides, for the beast folk, this kind of sugar was already more than enough to satisfy their cravings. Bleaching would only make the seaweed sugar seem more refined. If the bear tribe wanted to improve the taste of their seaweed sugar, it would be up to the earth tribe to figure out the next steps. The Heluo tribe wasn't the earth tribe, they couldn't grow seaweed on a large scale. It was just like the Tian lion tribe. The lions wouldn't give up growing chili peppers just because seaweed could be turned into sugar. That simply wasn't realistic. Sui stirred the syrup with wooden chopsticks and poured a small half bowl for each person. Changxia and the others took their bowls and dipped their chopsticks in, tasting the seaweed sugar in small sips. It was very sweet, with a rich, fragrant flavor. The taste was different from maple sugar or thatch root sugar. If Changxia had to pick a favorite, she still preferred thatch root sugar. Mainly, it was that unique sandy, glutinous texture of thatch root sugar that she couldn't resist. The only thing that could compare was brown sugar made from sugarcane. If you bleached and crystallized seaweed sugar, all you'd get would be white or soft brown sugar. But that texture was totally different from the sandy texture of thatch root sugar. They were worlds apart. The bear tribe is really in for a treat now. Milu sighed. Jia's eyes sparkled, and suddenly he said, Milu, what do you think if I found a bear tribe female to be my mate? Everyone turned to look at Jia. This male's ideas were something else. Was this lion cub eyeing the bear tribe seaweed sugar, or the bear tribe seaweed sugar, or the seaweed sugar? No matter how you looked at it, it was all about the sugar. Using the excuse of finding a mate just to satisfy his sweet tooth, what a scheming male. Jia, I really underestimated you. Nanfeng clicked her tongue. She'd always heard Changxia say that the prettier a female was, the more you had to watch out for her. But right now, Nanfeng just wanted to say, the more honest a male looks, the more shameless he actually is. He had such an honest, simple face, but his thoughts ran deep. Maybe she should remind Chief Shifeng to warn the young males and females of the bear tribe to watch out for greedy outsiders trying to lure them away. Mucken's eyes lit up at Jia's words. She lifted her head and gave Jia a serious once-over. Over 2 meters tall, strong and sturdy. If he'd been brought to the Heluo tribe by the riverbank, he must be quite capable. If he liked sweets so much, he didn't necessarily have to go to the Earth tribe. The Heluo tribe had plenty of sugar too. Nanfeng noticed Mucken's strange, appraising gaze and couldn't help shivering. Was her mother coming up with some terrifying idea again? Jia, do you like sweets? Mucken asked gently. In that instant, not only did Nanfeng's danger radar go off, but even Changxia, Maple Leaf, and the others sensed something was up. They all gave Jia odd looks. Height, check. Looks, handsome, honest, reliable. Tribe, lion totem warrior. Well. Jia seemed to fit all of Mucken's criteria for a mate for Nanfeng. Suddenly, the air felt tense. Jia looked around, bewildered. He'd just made a casual comment. Had he said something wrong? Milu was just as confused, not understanding why Changxia and the others had suddenly turned so serious. Mom, if you dare say it. I'll dare to leave the tribe and travel tomorrow, Nanfeng said coldly. Mucken froze at that, then let out a long sigh and swallowed her words. But the look she gave Nanfeng was anything but friendly. Next year, at the Normandy Grand Market, if you're still single, just wait and see. Mucken gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. Nanfeng covered her mouth. She really shouldn't have threatened her mom just now. As soon as Mucken left, Nanfeng collapsed onto a wooden chair, looking utterly defeated. She wasn't Changxia, so why was she being pushed to get married? Even if she didn't marry, she could still support herself, couldn't she? Changxia, if I ever disappear from the tribe one day, remember to miss me, Nanfeng said weakly. At that moment, Milu and Jia finally caught on. Their impression of the Heluo tribe rose even higher. The Black Panther tribe really was something else. Their words were so deep, if you didn't pay attention, you might not understand at all. Sui raised her hand and gave Nanfeng a smack on the back of the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Sui said. If you make your mother so angry she leaves, watch out, your father will give you a beating. Nanfeng's words had cut Mucken off before she could even finish. But she'd probably be back soon. Sure enough, Mucken returned, rubbing her forehead and glaring fiercely at Nanfeng. Look at me, I almost forgot what I came to say because Nanfeng made me so mad. Milu, Jia, you two come to the tribe later, come to my house for dinner tonight. Wu, you come over with Changxia in a bit. Nanfeng, hurry back and get to work. With that, before anyone could react, Dada left again. This time, Muqin didn't come back. Changxia, you two chat, said Nanfeng. She quickly got up and hurried back to the tribe. From what Muqin said, tonight the tribe would be hosting the chiefs from the Riverside and Shifeng tribes, and the main dish would probably be anaconda meat. Maple Leaf thought for a moment, then followed after her. Wanchuan, holding her twin cubs, didn't go along. She still had to take care of them, and the tribe wasn't short on people to help out. Milu and Jia exchanged glances, hesitating. Should we go too? If you want to watch the sugar making at the tribe square, you can head over now. I'll go a bit later, so I'm not going for now, Changxia explained, pointing at the chili peppers drying in the vine sieve and the chopped chili in the wooden basin. Soon, all of this would need to be brought into the cave dwelling. With the rainy season, you couldn't just leave the chilies out in the cave courtyard. Milu and Jia looked at each other. Sugar making sounded tempting. Changxia, I'll go ahead. As soon as she finished, Milu and Jia quickly chased after Nanfeng and Maple Leaf. Sui watched the scene with a smile. The fact that the various beast tribes could get along peacefully was something truly wonderful to Sui as the tribe's shaman. Granny Sui, aren't you curious? Changxia asked with a smile. Sui shook her head, closed the white leaf book in front of her, and said with a gentle laugh, I've already seen maple sugar and thatch root sugar before. I doubt seaweed sugar is much different. I like thatch root sugar best, Baiqing said. Comparing the different kinds of sugar, Baiqing found that thatch root sugar tasted the best. That fresh fragrance was something maple sugar and seaweed sugar just didn't have. I actually like seaweed sugar more, it's so sweet and fragrant, Nuanchuan said. Changxia always said the cubs shouldn't eat too much sugar. They were too young, and sugar wasn't good for their health. Sui agreed with Changxia. Just now, Nuanchuan had dipped her chopsticks into the seaweed syrup and let the twins have a tiny taste, but didn't let them eat more. I like the caramel flavor of maple sugar, Sui said. Clearly, everyone had their own preferences. People's tastes in sugar were different. In the past, there was no choice, but now that the tribe was prosperous, it was only natural for people to have their own likes and dislikes. Changxia listened with a grin, absent-mindedly stroking the twin cubs. The sunset is so vivid today. Tomorrow should be a nice day, Changxia said happily. During the rainy season, every sunny day was precious. Perfect, you can get in some more training at the tribe, Nuanchuan teased. At the mention of training, Changxia immediately wilted. Changxia, you've missed too much. You need to catch up on the basics. It could save your life in the forest one day, Sui said seriously. She understood Changxia's thoughts. The Heluo tribe couldn't keep her forever. Since that was the case, she shouldn't slack off on her training. Better to be prepared than to get hurt out there. I know, Changxia nodded. As the sunset lit up the sky, Shen Rong and his group returned from digging thatch roots in the wild south of White Lake. Entering the cave courtyard, Shen Rong glanced at Changxia and the others chatting in the corridor. He took the vine baskets to the woodshed. Since they'd gone out late in the afternoon, they'd only managed to dig up 2 baskets of thatch roots. The roots had already been washed clean at White Lake. Besides digging, Shen Rong had also walked along the small river, remembering Changxia's idea of bringing running water into the cave dwellings. With the lay of the land by the river, it wouldn't be hard to divert water here. The only tricky part was how to dig the channel and what method to use. By channel, he meant a watercourse to bring in the water. Since the water would be for drinking, it couldn't be easily polluted. The channel would need to be covered to prevent contamination. Milu and Jia went to the tribe square too. Shen Rong squatted by the water jar to wash his hands. Smelling the lingering sweetness in the air, he figured the seaweed sugar must have turned out well. Yeah, they just left, Changxia said. Come try the seaweed syrup, I saved half a bowl just for you. Once Shen Rong had washed his hands, Changxia waved him over. She brought out the half bowl of seaweed syrup she'd hidden nearby and handed it to him. Changxia, so that's why you drank so fast, you were saving it for Shen Rong and didn't have any yourself. Nuanchuan teased, her eyes full of laughter. Si, of course, had noticed Changxia's little gesture. But she didn't stop her. Changxia was an adult now, with her own ideas. Even though Si worried she might get hurt if she never let go, the cub would never grow up. Other than adding coptis to the herbal soup, Si had no other objections to Shen Rong. No matter what happened in the future, she would always stand behind Changxia as her support. TCH. Baiqing rolled his eyes and shot a glare at Shen Rong. What did this male do to deserve such treatment? He couldn't help it. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Even though he and Shen Rong shared the same blood, Baiqing still felt a little resentful. After all, he used to get this kind of special treatment himself. Now that Shen Rong was getting it, Baiqing couldn't help feeling a bit sour. Changxia turned, reached out, and gave Baiqing's head a good rub, smiling, "You little brat, what are you grumbling about? Just now, Granny Si poured you more than half a bowl, and none of us said a word." With that, Baiqing's face turned bright red. So everyone had noticed the shaman giving him special treatment earlier. Ugh. How embarrassing. Nuanchuan covered her mouth and laughed. It's fine, Baiqing. You're the youngest here. It's not favoritism from the shaman. Upon hearing this, Baiqing only felt even more embarrassed. Do you want more? Shen Rong immediately followed up, handing the bowl to Baiqing with a big grin on his face. He was clearly teasing Baiqing and showing off at the same time. You, go away. Baiqing glared at Shen Rong and slapped his hand away. This petty, scheming male, if he really wanted to give him the seaweed syrup, couldn't he have moved a little closer? Passing it from so far away, there wasn't a shred of sincerity. Changxia, it's getting dark. Gather up the chili peppers, we should head over to Jen's place in the tribe. You can help out in the kitchen too. Si spoke up, stopping Changxia and the others from teasing Baiqing any further. If they really made Baiqing angry, he'd be hard to coax. Hearing this, Changxia and the others just smiled and didn't tease Baiqing anymore. Changxia, when will the chili sauce be ready to eat? Wan Chun asked. Changxia had added some ginger and garlic to the chili sauce, making it smell absolutely delicious. If Changxia hadn't said she wanted to test the flavor of the chili sauce first, Wan Chun and Feng Yi would have already traded some chili peppers with her to take back to their own cave dwellings and make their own chopped chili. This time, the chili peppers and seaweed brought by the lion and bear tribes were all for Changxia. Everyone in the tribe understood this, without needing any explanation. So, some tribe members went to the riverbank to talk with Shifeng and the others, hoping to discuss possible trades. However, the two tribes had already promised to give the Heluo Tribe a batch of chili peppers and seaweed syrup. The trade would probably be postponed. After all, tens of thousands of pounds of chili peppers and thousands of pounds of seaweed syrup were no small amount. It would be enough for the tribe to eat for over half a year, maybe even longer. If you want to eat it, you can have some right now, Changxia said, stirring the chili sauce in the wooden basin with chopsticks to help it dry out faster. She planned to sun-dry it for another day tomorrow. Changxia didn't store the chili sauce in clay jars yet. Instead, she kept it in the wooden basin. Nuan Chun licked her lips and said, "Give me half a bowl, I'll take it back to my cave and eat it with roast meat tonight." "Want some chili oil too?" Changxia asked. "Yes, give me a bit of everything," Nuan Chun replied quickly. With twins to care for, it was hard for her to do much, and even if Shan Kun came back, they'd probably just throw together some roast meat for a quick meal. Changxia went inside to get a bowl and some chili powder as well. She packed a small half bowl of each for Nuan Chun. Judging by how eager Nuan Chun looked, she'd probably finish all the chili sauce and such tonight. That's why Changxia didn't give her more. Eating too much chili can cause inflammation, and if she got constipated, that would be trouble. After seeing off Nuan Chun and her twins, Shen Rong and Bai Qing gathered up all the chili peppers drying in the courtyard and stored them in the wooden shed. If it didn't rain tomorrow, they'd bring them out to dry again. "Let's go," Siyu called out. If they delayed any longer, it would be dark. The four of them left the courtyard, closed the door, and headed toward the tribe. As they walked through the tribe's plaza, they could still faintly smell the sweet scent of seaweed syrup. But by now, there were no tribe members in sight. The seaweed syrup had finished cooking, and everyone had dispersed. The finished syrup was set out in the wooden shed on the plaza. Just like with the maple sugar and grass root sugar before, the seaweed syrup was poured into ironwood molds. Once it cooled completely, it would be unmolded and become solid seaweed sugar. Pieces of reddish-brown seaweed sugar lay flat in the ironwood molds. The tempting aroma wafted from the molds. Compared to the sugar yield from beets, the Bear Tribe had brought several thousand pounds of seaweed this time, which would yield at least several hundred pounds of seaweed sugar. A 40% yield was not low. If the seaweed roots were sweeter, the yield could be even higher. Thinking of this, Changxia walked with a spring in her step. From now on, the tribe wouldn't have to worry about running out of sugar. How wonderful! They walked through the plaza and deeper into the tribe. Jen and Muqin's cave dwellings were built in the center of the tribe. With some tribe members having moved to White Lake, the tribe felt much more spacious. The neat and orderly cave dwellings lined up in rows. The eaves weren't decorated with carvings, but the cool gray ironwood gave them a sense of dignity. Clearly, the tribe members had been influenced by Changxia. All the cave dwellings now had eaves and corridors, and even the courtyard gates looked about 70 to 80% similar to Changxia's home. "The whole tribe has changed," Sui exclaimed. Every time she came to the Heluo Tribe, she could feel something different. That difference was full of vitality. And all of it was thanks to Changxia. "It just keeps getting better," Changxia said confidently. "Hardworking and kind beast folk shouldn't have to live in poverty or go hungry. It smells so good. Looks like you don't need my help today. I just need to bring my mouth and eat," Changxia joked, opening the door and letting Si go in first. Then she and Shen Rong brought Bai Qing inside. The house was a bit smaller than Changxia's, but otherwise almost identical. Even the placement of the water jar was exactly the same. "Woo!" Jen hurried over to welcome Si inside. At that moment, Shifeng was sitting by the stove in the courtyard, carefully turning some roast meat. His expression was so focused and solemn, it looked less like he was roasting meat and more like he was performing a ritual or prayer. Changxia and the others twitched their noses. They caught a familiar scent of rosemary. They immediately understood. So, he was roasting anaconda meat. No wonder he looked so serious. "Changxia, you're so slow," Nanfeng complained. They'd almost finished preparing dinner, and Changxia was only just arriving. She must be doing it on purpose. Changxia handed the vine basket she was carrying to Muqin, ignoring Nanfeng's complaints. "Aunt Muqin, there's a jar of chili sauce in the basket, along with some chili oil and chili powder." Muqin happily took the basket from Changxia. After tasting a few chili dishes, Muqin had become a fan of spicy food. Before, when the tribe had no chili, she'd always been thinking about it. Now, with the tribe having reached a trade agreement with the Lion Tribe, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of chili anymore. Chang Xia kept coming up with new ways to cook with chili, which made Muqin even happier. It meant there would be more and more delicious food. Chili sauce. Anvian suddenly stood up by the riverbank, excitedly asking, Changxia, can I try some? That evening, Mila came to the tribe. As soon as chili sauce was mentioned, Anvian had been craving to try it ever since. But Changxia still hadn't shown up. Anvian waited so long, she felt like the flowers were about to wilt. Shifeng walked over, curious. Is chili sauce really that tasty? He'd eaten raw chili peppers before and hadn't found them very good. Milu explained that chili sauce was made by chopping up chili peppers and mixing them with salt, ginger, and garlic, supposedly making them taste better. Shifeng found this hard to believe. He'd tried dipping raw chilies in salt before, and it didn't improve the flavor at all. Chiefs, please wait a moment. I'll go get some bowls and chopsticks. Changxia, a little embarrassed, hurried into the kitchen. After all, they couldn't just eat straight from the clay jar with their hands. That would be too dirty and unhygienic. Soon, Changxia returned with bowls and chopsticks. She poured out half a bowl of chili sauce and handed the wooden chopsticks to Chiefs Anvian and Shifeng. Of course, Jen and Muqin weren't left out either. So, the group used their chopsticks to try the chili sauce. Huh? Shifeng was the first to exclaim in surprise. I've eaten raw chili peppers with salt before, and they weren't good at all. Why does chopping them up and adding salt make such a huge difference? It was the same salt. How could the taste be so drastically different? Raw chili with salt. Was Chief Shifeng really that hardcore? Impressive, truly impressive. Muqin's eyes lit up, and she praised, Changxia, this chili sauce is wonderful. Changxia, if you ever need help from the Heavenly Lion tribe in the future, just say the word, Anvian said simply, without making any grand promises. Yet that simple statement moved everyone in the courtyard. Chief Anvian, you're too kind. Changxia was startled and quickly insisted there was no need to be so formal. The promise left her feeling both honored and a little overwhelmed. Milu and Jia didn't say anything. They knew very well how important the appearance of chili sauce, chili oil, and chili powder was for the Heavenly Lion tribe. For years, the Lion tribe had wanted to popularize chili peppers, but other beast tribes had always rejected them, making it impossible to spread the idea. But now, Changxia had given them hope. After a bit of polite back and forth, the matter was settled. Tonight's main dish was python meat. Muqin hadn't prepared anything else. She simmered python bones for soup and made some fruit flour cakes. After marinating the python meat, the rest was left for Anvian and Shifeng to cook themselves. It seemed like a simple dinner, but everyone ate with great satisfaction. Grilled python meat paired with chili sauce, chili oil, or chili powder brought a fresh, spicy flavor, a brand new taste that was utterly addictive. Everyone gathered around the stove, grilling python meat and chatting. The atmosphere was warm and friendly, and before long, the conversation naturally turned to the topic of the wanderers. Those endless vultures. Lu Xiangqing. The rest of the bonus chapters will be up tomorrow. End of this chapter. The Snake Mountain tribe's snake people haven't visited the Kana Holy Mountains Shaman Hall in a long time. That's not normal. Now that the lion and bear tribes are both here, I want your 3 tribes to send people to the Muwatch Mountains to meet with the snake people. Suya's expression was serious as she looked at the 3 chiefs, one by one. If the matter with the python hadn't come up, Xi would have gone to the Moonwatch Mountains herself. But the Heluo Tribe had hunted an injured python, which made Xi sense that something was wrong. It was very likely that wanderers had invaded the Moonwatch Mountains. The Snake Mountain Tribe's snake people might be facing some kind of crisis. For beast tribes near the Kana Holy Mountain, it was customary to visit the Shaman Hall at least once a month to see Suyu. Some of the closer and stronger tribes would even send people several times a month. But last month and this month, the Snake Mountain Tribe hadn't sent anyone to the Holy Mountain. That was highly unusual. Something must have happened to the Snake Tribe. Shaman, do you suspect the Wanderers have invaded the Snake Mountain Tribe? The Snake people are crazy, aren't the Wanderers afraid of dying? Among the Beast Tribes, few dared to provoke the Snake people. The snake tribe was a powerful force, and their strength was no joke. They'd earned their reputation through real battles. Siyu narrowed her eyes and said seriously, "The python was injured. That's already strange. The snake tribe values pythons highly. There's no way they'd just let one be hurt without helping. If they didn't help, it means the Snake Mountain tribe itself is in trouble, serious enough that they can't spare anyone to help." At these words, everyone present felt a heavy weight settle over them. "Maple Leaf, you'll lead a team to the Snake Mountain tribe in the Muwatch Mountains and find out if the snake people have been attacked by wanderers," Jen said gravely. If the wanderers dared attack the Snake Mountain tribe, it was only a matter of time before they targeted the Heluo Tribe as well. Even if it seemed unlikely, they couldn't afford to take chances. Likewise, Chiefs Onbien and Shifeng both nodded, agreeing to send their own totem warriors to the Muwatch Mountains to investigate the situation. After dinner, Muqin arranged for the lion and bear tribes to rest. Near the tribe's main square, not far from the wooden sheds, there was a row of connected cave dwellings. These were specially built for guests from other tribes. The caves were simple, with Kong beds taking up half the space. Changxia had once joked that these weren't Kong beds, they were more like giant communal bunks. It felt a bit much for everyday living, but they were perfect for hosting guests. Now that the Heluo tribe was in the warm season, there was no need to heat the beds anymore. Once the lion and bear tribes were settled in, everyone dispersed. "Grandma Suyi, is the snake tribe situation really that dangerous?" Changxia asked quietly. She hadn't spoken at dinner, just listened quietly. Seeing how serious everyone looked, she couldn't help but feel worried. Si shook her head lightly and replied, "It's not exactly dangerous. With the power of the snake tribe, the wanderers aren't a real threat. What worries me is if someone is plotting in secret. The snake tribe still hasn't come to Kana Sacred Mountain, and I'm concerned something unexpected might have happened. A hidden plot." That meant the wanderers had come to the Twilight Forest with a clear goal in mind. They were targeting the boa snakes of the Muwatch Mountains. Since the snake tribe hadn't let any word slip, it suggested the wanderers might have found a way to threaten the very lifeblood of the Heluo tribe, forcing the snake tribe to submit. This was what Siyu feared most. And it was also the most troublesome part. In the past, when the wanderers entered the Twilight Forest, they would at most attack some weaker beast tribes, kidnapping beast women, but never committing wholesale slaughter. They knew that if they truly angered the snake tribe, they'd pay a heavy price and even provoke a hunt by all the beast tribes. That's why neither Si nor the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest had ever considered hunting them down. The Twilight Forest was extremely dangerous. That danger came from the forest itself. The beast tribes lived by the law of survival of the fittest. The wanderers were just one of many dangers. But if the threat they posed ever grew too great, Siyu would no longer show them any mercy. "I don't understand," Changxia said, shaking her head. Si smiled and said, "You don't need to understand. Maple will take care of it." For now, it was enough for Changxia to focus on her basic training. "Changxia, just wait in the tribe for me to bring back some specialties from the snake tribe," Maple said boldly. Bathed in the moonlight, Maple's heroic figure made Changxia look on with envy. Sigh. Her awakened bloodline ability had nothing to do with strength. The only consolation was that her bloodline ability allowed her physical fitness to keep improving, narrowing the gap between the Chinchilla tribe and the stronger beast tribes. Otherwise, Changxia would never have been able to leave the territory of the Heluo tribe in her lifetime. Dreaming of going to the Twilight Forest or other beast tribe territories would have been pure fantasy. "Maple, how many people are you planning to take to the Muwatch Mountains this time?" Changxia asked curiously. This kind of mission was more like support, so she guessed they wouldn't bring many people. It was the rainy season, and traveling outside was dangerous. "Around 3 to 5 people," Maple replied. She was sure Kongshan would go, and the rest would be arranged by the chief. Who exactly would go would be decided tomorrow. Changxia nodded, half understanding, and didn't ask further. Soon, the group parted ways by the shore of White Lake, each heading home. "Changxia, prepare some chili peppers for me and Baiqing. We'll be returning to the Kana Sacred Mountain Witch Hall early tomorrow morning," Si said directly. Changxia was stunned. Grandma Suyi, aren't you going to stay a few more days? Not this time, I'm afraid. The rainy season. Things are unsettled in the Twilight Forest. I need to stay at the Witch Hall on Kana Sacred Mountain, Suyi explained. The Heluo Tribe was close to Kana Sacred Mountain, so things were always peaceful here. But it was different for those beast tribes farther away from the mountain. Every rainy season, they might face floods or other disasters. At times like this, Suyi had to stay at Kana Sacred Mountain to shelter beast folk who became wanderers when disaster struck their tribes. At the foot of Kana Sacred Mountain, there were all kinds of strange buildings, some caves, some hide tents, and so on. These were left by different beast tribes, and Suyi had deliberately kept them. That way, when beast folk fled to Kana Sacred Mountain, they'd have somewhere to stay. After seeing the cave dwellings of the Heluo Tribe, Suyi was already planning to recruit some beast folk to build similar dwellings at the foot of Kana Sacred Mountain after the rainy season. Compared to caves or hide tents, cave dwellings were much more to Suyi's liking. Besides, the geology of Kana Sacred Mountain was similar to that of the Heluo Tribe. It was suitable for building cave dwellings without the risk of collapse. Floods, Changxia said nervously. Suyi gently stroked Changxia's hair and said softly, "Don't worry. The Heluo Tribe is right next to Kana Sacred Mountain, and with the protection of the witches, nothing will happen." The unspoken meaning was that the farther you were from Kana Sacred Mountain, the greater the danger. That's one reason why the stronger beast tribes all wanted to live close to Kana Sacred Mountain. The power of the witches was strong and mysterious. "Changxia, it's time for the witch to wash up," Shen Rong called from the kitchen. Back at the cave dwelling, Shen Rong had gone straight to the kitchen to start a fire and boil water. Bai Qing had followed, and the two were quietly chatting. Changxia clung to Suyi, asking her all sorts of questions. When the hot water was ready, Shen Rong called them to wash up, interrupting their conversation. End of this chapter. I'm going to wash up. You should keep up with your tribe training. Once you finish your basic training, Jen and the others won't stop you from going out. Suya's voice drifted gently through the night. She wanted Changxia to live a smooth and peaceful life. But she knew that a fledgling eagle must eventually soar. She couldn't keep Changxia sheltered forever. This child longed for freedom and the world beyond. Luckily, she had good judgment and found an excellent partner. With Shen Rong by her side, Suyi no longer objected to Changxia entering the forest. Changxia stood there, clenching her fists, her eyes full of joy. Suyi had finally relaxed and no longer opposed her going out. It was all thanks to Changxia's recent efforts that Suyi now had confidence in her. "What are you thinking about, so lost in thought?" Shen Rong asked softly. He had come up behind her without her noticing. Changxia turned and gave Shen Rong a bright smile, whispering excitedly, "Shen Rong, Grandma Suyi said that as long as I finish my basic training, I'll be allowed to go out." "Congratulations," Shen Rong said. This silly girl could be so happy just to be allowed outside. Truly, the simpler one's life, the easier it is to feel content. On the other hand, those who are greedy can never fill the bottomless pit of their desires, no matter how much power or wealth they have. "I'm really busy. I want to go out, but I just can't find any free time right now," Changxia sighed. Before leaving tonight, Muqin gave her a beast pouch. She said it contained something Changxia wanted. Changxia had been chatting happily with Suyi just now and hadn't opened the pouch yet. The wild grass roots in the southern wilderness of White Lake still hadn't been fully dug up, and she also needed to divert fresh water into the cave dwellings. Then there was the matter of Qingshan's green oil, and Jen would probably come looking for Changxia as well. On top of all that, there were countless other little things to take care of. When Changxia said she had no free time, she really wasn't exaggerating. Shen Rong thought about it and realized it was true. First off, the matter of the dry powder still hadn't been resolved. She was trying to figure out how to bring water into the cave dwellings. The small river wasn't far from White Lake's caves, at least, not far if you were walking. But if you wanted to dig a canal or build an aqueduct, that was a whole different story. It would definitely take a lot of time, especially since it was the rainy season. You couldn't dig a canal when it was raining. With all the mud, how could you get anything done? Actually, digging the canal itself was the easy part. The real challenge was how to turn it into a proper waterway using pipes. Should they do it like the drainage ditches in the caves? Using resin to glue wooden boards together or hollowing out logs? Shen Rong rubbed his aching forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He'd seen green bamboo in the western lands. It's naturally hollow and perfect for channeling water, and you don't have to worry about contamination. But unfortunately, there was no green bamboo in the Heluo Tribe. He'd already asked Lily and Jia about it. Apparently, there was no green bamboo in the mountains of the Lion and Bear tribes either. So the shortcut was completely blocked. Meanwhile, Chang Xia was sitting at the square table in the corridor. A luminous stone was set into the wall, shining brightly. She untied the beast pouch Muqin had given her. The pouch wasn't big, about the size of an adult beastfolk's palm. But when she opened it and tipped it out, to her surprise, a pile of small items spilled out. Soon, her gaze landed on a few short, finger-length wooden sticks. They were pitch black and looked rather unremarkable, but when she hefted them in her hand, they were surprisingly heavy. No wonder the pouch felt so weighty. Turned out, Muqin had put a few pieces of ironwood inside. These black ironwood sticks had to be 10,000-year-old ironwood. And those tiny, fingernail-sized pebbles must be fragments of cornerstone. Chang Xia had wanted to carve jade ornaments from jadeite. She hadn't mentioned it to Jen or Muqin, but Maple Leaf and Nanfeng knew. Muqin had probably prepared these things for her because Maple Leaf or Nanfeng had told Jen and Muqin about it. There weren't many items, but each one was precious. While ironwood wasn't rare in the Twilight Forest, 10,000-year-old ironwood was extremely scarce, definitely a treasure. Chang Xia guessed these little ironwood sticks were probably leftover scraps from when Elder Senda forged the Black Blade. 1,000-year-old ironwood was easy to find, but 10,000-year-old ironwood was as rare as phoenix feathers. 1,000 years and 10,000 years might sound like just a difference in time, but their value was worlds apart. The ironwood knives at Chang Xia's home were only 100 years old. The 1,000-year-old ironwood was kept by the tribe for making weapons. The ironwood used to build the cave dwellings was mostly just a few decades old. No one would waste 1,000-year-old ironwood. On the other hand, the rosewood Chang Xia loved was often 100 years old or more. The beast folk didn't have a particular preference for these woods, so they wouldn't cut them down recklessly. Living in the forest, no one loved it more than they did. 10,000-year-old ironwood and cornerstone, Shen Rong murmured. Chang Xia stroked the little wooden sticks in her hand, a smile on her lips. Happily, she said, Shen Rong, do we still have any snowflake stone at home? I want to try my hand at it. We do, it's all stacked in the corner, Shen Rong replied. As he spoke, Shen Rong walked over to the corner to pick out a suitable stone for Chang Xia to practice with. Chang Xia, try embedding the cornerstone fragments into these 10,000-year-old ironwood sticks. That way, it'll be easier when you grind the stones, Bai Qing suggested from the side as Shen Rong went to get the rocks. Bai Qing had heard Chang Xia talk about making jade ornaments. Who wouldn't want the bird tribe's ice crystal grass? Unfortunately, the bird tribe was extremely stingy. They would occasionally trade ice fruit, but as for ice crystal grass, they'd never traded it to anyone. This time, the bird tribe had invited Siyu to the Qinghai Plateau and, in a rare show of generosity, gave her some ice fruit as a gift. But as for ice crystal grass, they wouldn't even let Suyi or Bai Qing see it. They guarded it like a treasure. Embedding them? That's not easy, Chang Xia complained. 10,000-year-old ironwood was so hard that Chang Xia's little beast paws couldn't even make a dent in it. As for the cornerstone fragments, forget it, she couldn't work those either. So how was she supposed to combine the two? Bai Qing moved closer to the table and tried to use his shamanic power to embed the fragments into the ironwood. Unfortunately, his power was still too weak. Maybe you could ask a shaman to help, Bai Qing suggested. He wasn't an adult yet, so his powers were limited. But if it were Su Yi, she could probably embed the cornerstone fragments into the ironwood sticks. Just then, Shen Rong came back carrying a few fist-sized pieces of snowflake stone. He tried as well. But like Bai Qing, he couldn't embed the fragments into the ironwood. If it were 1,000-year-old ironwood, I could probably do it. But 10,000-year-old ironwood is just too hard, Even if you could embed the fragments, it would take a long time. The three of them gathered around the table and tried several more times. But every attempt ended in failure. In the end, Chang Xia gave up. Forget it. I'll just use these little sticks to practice for now. When I get some 1,000-year-old ironwood, I'll embed the fragments then. Chang Xia settled for second best. The 10,000-year-old ironwood sticks were sharp enough for carving stone. Even without the cornerstone fragments, they would work just fine. Si came out of the bathroom, drying her hair. Embed what? Seeing Si come out, Chang Xia explained her idea. Si picked up the 10,000-year-old ironwood sticks and cornerstone fragments from the table, looked them over, and agreed with Chang Xia's plan. The ironwood sticks were sharp enough, there was no need to embed the fragments. If it were 1,000-year-old ironwood, embedding the fragments would make them more durable for carving jadeite. Previous page, next page, last page, top. End of this chapter. These few pieces of foundation stone gravel, you keep them for now. The Witch Hall of the Kana Sacred Mountain has living 1,000-year ironwood. Next time I come by, I'll bring you some, Si said, picking out the foundation stone gravel and setting them aside. Then she reached for a small stick of 10,000-year ironwood. Muqin had put 4 finger-length sticks of 10,000-year ironwood into Chang Xia's beast pouch. Each one was small. I can help you shape these ironwood sticks. Think about what kind of shapes you need. In other people's hands, 10,000-year ironwood was incredibly tough. But in Suye's hands, she could easily mold it into different shapes. This was related to a witch's power, not just strength. Thin and pointed, grooved, like a scraper. Chang Xia gestured as she spoke. She wasn't familiar with jade carving tools, so she simply described them like carpenter's tools and let Si help her make them. The jade ornaments she was preparing for the bird tribe were simple things like necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. As for more complicated things like jade pendants, she figured she'd wait and see if anyone in the tribe was skilled at that in the future. She herself, honestly, wasn't up for it. In terms of hands-on skills, Chang Xia thought Shen Rong was much better than her. Instead of hoping she could carve exquisite jade ornaments, she felt Shen Rong would have a much better chance. Soon, Xiu had reshaped the 4 sticks of 10,000-year ironwood. Chang Xia held the small, pitch-black stick Si handed her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The witch's power was truly amazing. She took one of the sticks and carefully scratched it against the snowflake stone. It easily left marks on the stone, without much effort at all. Before she could keep testing, Shen Rong said, Chang Xia, you should go wash up. Tomorrow you still have to go to the tribe's training grounds. If you delay again, Elder Yami might get angry. He wasn't just trying to scare her, training had to be consistent. You couldn't be half-hearted about it. If she couldn't even complete the basic training, how could Shen Rong dare to take her into the forest? Hearing this, Chang Xia had no choice but to put down the stick. She packed up her things and handed them to Shen Rong to put away in the room. She'd find time to practice when she was free. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Chang Xia lay tossing and turning on the heated brick bed, unable to sleep. Clearly, something was on her mind. Chang Xia, if you don't go to sleep, we might as well do something fun. Shen Rong leaned in, lowering his voice, his warm breath brushing over the top of Chang Xia's head. It tickled, sending shivers down her spine. Chang Xia froze, grinning foolishly. Shen Rong still needed 10 days or so to recover. How could they do anything fun? I'm going to sleep, Chang Xia said dryly. She was thinking about the little tool set in her beast pouch, considering whether to wear the pouch at her waist and carry it with her. Besides, 10,000-year ironwood was heavy, carrying it around could count as exercise. So, Chang Xia secretly wondered, should she get up and take the beast pouch out of the wardrobe? But just then, Shen Rong suddenly leaned in and said, Are you really asleep? Shen Rong chuckled softly, his low, husky voice echoing in the room. It was so sexy, Chang Xia felt like she was about to melt. Damn me. Shen Rong's face was already stunning enough. Now he was deliberately lowering his voice. What was he trying to do? Holding her breath, Chang Xia turned over and bit Shen Rong's neck, growling, Male, are you looking for trouble? Shen Rong stiffened slightly, feeling Chang Xia's breath so close. The warm air on his neck nearly drove him crazy. This was exactly the kind of thing Changxia would do. After all, she was bold enough to look for a mate at the Normandy market. Changxia was definitely not some meek, easy-to-bully female. This fiery, peppery temper, Shen Rong really liked it. Scared yet? Changxia bit him twice and asked. Shen Rong hugged her tightly and whispered, terrified. Why don't you bite me a few more times? Changxia was speechless. She must have done something wrong. This damn male wasn't afraid of her at all. Before Changxia could react, Shen Rong pinned her down and gave her a good lesson. The next morning, Changxia got up to help Siyi and Bai Qing pack their things. Her lips were badly swollen, but she had no way to explain it, so she could only say she'd been bitten by a little bug. Bai Qing looked confused, while Siyi just smiled quietly. Chili oil, chili sauce, chili powder, and fresh chilies. Changxia packed some of each for Siyi and Bai Qing. She also gave them plenty of seaweed candy and reed root candy. The seaweed candy had been delivered that morning by Muqin and the others. The tribe had given some to the beast cubs, and the rest Muqin brought all to Changxia. The seaweed itself had been brought by the bear tribe for Changxia, so naturally the tribe wouldn't take advantage. The clan folk had maple sugar and reed root candy. They weren't short on sweets. Changxia stored the seaweed candy in a clay jar and put it in the cellar for safekeeping. With several hundred pounds of seaweed candy, it would last a long time. Changxia joked that the cellar was getting so full of sweets, it was about to turn into a candy store. Luckily, there was still plenty of python meat at the bottom, plus fruit powder and other odds and ends. The cellar, once empty, was now quite well stocked. Changxia, what happened to your lips? Nanfeng frowned in surprise. Changxia shot a glare at Shen Rong out of the corner of her eye and smiled. Oh, I got bitten by a little bug. Come help me out. Just like last time, so you didn't plan to eat breakfast this time either. As soon as everything was packed, they'd set out. Bitten by a little bug, Nuanchun teased, circling around Changxia and Shen Rong. Worried Changxia would get embarrassed and angry, Nuanchun didn't dare say too much. Even so, Changxia's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She kept cursing Shen Rong in her heart. Infrastructure texts. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. Damn that Shen Rong. If he hadn't gone so far last night, would I be the laughingstock today? Maple Leaf left? Changxia quickly changed the subject, not daring to let Nuanchuan continue. Nanfeng didn't understand, but Nuanchuan probably did. That's the difference between being married and not. She left for the Muwatch Mountains before dawn, Nanfeng said. So Maple Leaf had already left the tribe. So early, Changxia exclaimed. Besides Kongshan, who else went with her? Elder Senda, plus Hesin and Wanmu. 5 people in total, Nanfeng replied. Nuanchuan was surprised. With Maple Leaf and the others, why did Elder Senda go too? Elders were important. Could something serious have happened at the Heluo Tribe? Even when the Twilight Forest flooded before, the tribe only sent a few elders. But this time, was the Muwatch Mountain incident so serious that the tribe had to send an elder? Nanfeng shook her head slightly, not explaining. It was a decision made by the tribal council. How could Nanfeng know what they were thinking? Soon, Siyi and Bai Qing set off for Mount Kana. But this time, the Heluo Tribe didn't send anyone to escort them. Instead, members of the Lion and Bear tribes would do it. They'd escort Siyi and Bai Qing back to Mount Kana, then return to their own tribes from there. Both tribes had gained a lot from this trip, and even the news about wanderers in the Muwatch Mountains didn't dampen their good mood. Changxia, are you going to the tribe's training today? Nanfeng asked. I am, Changxia replied. I need to finish my basic training early so I can go hunting and foraging in the forest sooner. If you're going to train, I'll go dig thatch roots in the wilds south of Lake Bai, Nanfeng said after thinking a moment. There was plenty of python meat stored in the cave, so there was no rush to hunt. I'll go too, Nuanchuan chimed in. Shen Rong glanced at Shankuan. Shankuan, Yadong, come with me to check the terrain and prepare to divert the water. End of this chapter. Morning dew still clung to the grass. Changxia watched Siyi and Bai Qing leave. After a quick breakfast, she split up with Shen Rong and the others. Leaving the cave, Changxia headed for the tribe's training grounds, while Shen Rong's group went straight to the wilds south of Lake Bai. Changxia, you're up so early? Muqin said in surprise. Changxia waved and smiled. It's not early. Shen Rong and the others are already busy south of Lake Bai. I need to hurry and finish my basic training. Then good luck, Changxia. Muqin encouraged her. She had a basket on her back. She was probably heading to the wilds to dig thatch roots too. Lately, as long as it didn't rain, most of the tribe would go there. Digging thatch roots, picking wild vegetables, maybe even hunting wild chickens or rabbits. You could accomplish a lot at once. With all the python meat stored up, the tribe didn't even need to go out hunting much these days. So, Jen led some people to Green Mountain to collect green oil. Some people rested in the caves, others went to dig thatch roots in the wilds south of the lake. The tribe was enjoying another period of leisure and ease. Today, Elder Yami was in charge of training Shanjue and the other beast cubs. Previously, Elder Pukong had done it, but now Elder Yami had taken over, probably worried that Pukong's methods would spoil the cubs. Not bad, Elder Yami praised, and had Changxia start running laps. Shanjue and the other cubs hadn't arrived yet, they were probably still sleeping in. The tribe wasn't strict with the cubs. As long as they finished their basic training each day, they had no other tasks. After age 10, training would get tougher and they'd start going out with the adults for real-life lessons. Training wouldn't be so easy then. Changxia was an exception in the tribe. Elder Yami only required her to finish the basics, nothing more. After all, adult beast folk thought differently from cubs, and you couldn't expect the same things from them. Their minds were already set. The main point of Changxia's basic training was to teach her the essentials. Building physical strength and endurance, and how to respond to danger. Especially transforming between human and beast forms, this was a must. Changxia was still clumsy switching between the two forms. If she ran into danger and couldn't beastify in time, it would be a big problem. In beast form, all physical abilities, strength, speed, endurance, were greatly enhanced. Compared to her first training session, Changxia was starting to get the hang of it. She could run more laps now, and maybe because the cubs weren't around, she found it much easier. Soon, she finished 10 laps with no trouble. Then she started the second round of training. Once she finished her basic training, Elder Yami had her practice switching between human and beast forms, personally playing the villain role. Huff, huff. Changxia was breathing hard. She hadn't expected basic training to be so exhausting. But it was working. She could feel herself getting stronger, and switching between forms was becoming smoother and more natural. It didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable anymore. Walking upright, running on all fours. Changxia could do both perfectly now. Changxiajia. The sun was rising and the temperature was climbing. Shanjue's voice came from far away, followed by the chatter of the other beast cubs. Hearing them, Changxia quickly climbed onto Elder Yami's back, her beautiful eyes wide and alert. Today, she wasn't going to let Shanjue and the others carry her home. Changxiajia. Shanjue looked up at her, longing in his eyes. Every time he saw Changxia's beast form, he couldn't help drooling. Her fur was just too beautiful. Long and soft, it felt amazing to touch. What a pity Sister Changxia is just too shy. She always keeps her distance from them. Luyu, Wulu, and the others all looked at Changxia, their faces full of longing, as if they wanted to give her a hug. But Changxia just looked aloof and cold, gazing down at the others like Shan Ke from above. She purred, her tail draped over Elder Yami's shoulder, the little tuft of gold at the tip sparkling dazzlingly in the sunlight. Elder Yami, I'll head back to the White Lake Cave now, Changxia said. Her fluffy head rubbed gently against Elder Yami's cheek, purring adorably, clearly in a great mood. Sure enough, coming to the training ground early had paid off. At least she didn't have to train with Shan Ke and the others. Thinking of this, Changxia grinned happily. With that, she grabbed the vine basket in her mouth and quickly left the training ground. Elder Yami, Shan Ke and the others looked confused, not understanding why Sister Changxia had just left like that. Yami explained. Changxia finished today's basic training, so she can go back early. Hearing this, Shan Ke and the others were stunned. So fast. They had just arrived at the training ground, and Changxia was already done. It hadn't been like this just the day before yesterday. Meanwhile, Changxia trotted out of the training ground, carrying the vine basket as she strolled leisurely around the tribe. Most of the tribe members were out digging for wild grass roots, so the place was pretty empty. Changxia walked along at a relaxed pace, taking her time. She swayed with every step, leaving the tribe and heading back to White Lake. She used to run into wild pheasants along the way, but lately, the tribe had developed a taste for chicken soup. Now, there were no wild pheasants to be found near the tribe. If any did appear, the tribe would catch them, clip their wings, and toss them into the pen that Changxia had fenced off. Unfortunately, chicken feathers couldn't be used to make down jackets. Still, Changxia had made several feather dusters out of them, which were quite handy for dusting. She pushed open the door and stepped into her own courtyard. In a flash, Changxia darted back inside, shifted to her human form, got dressed, and came out of the cave again. First, she moved the bamboo sieves from the wooden shed to dry chili peppers in the sun. She busied herself, bringing out all the chili peppers to dry, then fetched the leftover chopped chilies from the kitchen and used wooden chopsticks to stir them around a bit. After that, she went back to the cave and opened all the doors and windows. The cave had just been built, and all the furniture was new, so there was still some dampness inside. It was a rare, cloudless day, so Changxia decided she might as well tidy up the cave. She opened the doors and windows, then took the clothes from the wardrobe and hung them over the corridor railing to air out. She still had a few bolts of blue cloth at home, but she wasn't in a hurry to sew new clothes. She had enough to wear herself and was thinking of making a couple of outfits for the twin cubs. But since the twins couldn't take human form yet, there was no rush. With no one else at home, Changxia went about her chores at her own pace. After a while, she finally took a break. She took out the beast pouch from the wardrobe and placed the snowflake stone that Shen Rong had picked up last night on the square table. She planned to practice her skills a bit, not intending to go dig wild grass roots in the wilderness south of White Lake today. Actually, she had thought about grinding flour. But grinding flour was hard work, so Changxia decided to wait until Shen Rong was home to do it together. Granny C's little wooden stick is really handy, Changxia said, applying a bit of pressure and easily scratching a line into the snowflake stone. She started by slicing the snowflake stone. A bracelet shouldn't be too thick or too thin. Changxia just fiddled around, using the little wooden stick to grind it in circles. Honestly, it was hard to control as a beginner. The first piece of snowflake stone ended up shattered by Changxia. But she didn't mind. She just pushed the broken pieces to the corner of the table and kept going. She sat there for over an hour. Changxia put down the ugly snowflake stone bracelet in her hands. Up, down, left, right. She turned it over in her hands, examining it from every angle. Totoro paws were just too delicate, nothing like Shen Rong's wolf claws, so it was hard to grind the stone. Changxia could only use her little paws to slowly work at it, using the small wooden stick as a file. In the end, she finally managed to make a bracelet. TSK. So ugly, Changxia complained. Even though she'd made the snowflake stone bracelet herself, she didn't go easy on her criticism. She put down the bracelet and rubbed her sore neck. Getting up, she decided to take a walk around the cave courtyard, and while she was at it, turn over the chili peppers and stir the chopped chilies. So Changxia wandered around the cave courtyard. By now, it was almost noon. Changxia went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. But she wasn't sure if Shen Rong would be back for lunch. As she pondered this, her hands didn't slow down at all. The tribe had given her plenty of python bones. Changxia had already deep-fried 2/3 of them at low temperature to extend their shelf life, leaving a small portion fresh. She lit the fire and added water to the pot. Then she went to the cellar to get python bones for soup. She planned to stir-fry some python meat for a topping and have python soup noodles for lunch. She could make extra noodles, store them in a clay pot in a basin of water, about the simplest way to preserve them. That way, if Shen Rong came home for lunch, there'd be enough for him too. She brought up the python bones from the cellar, washed them, and put them in the pot to simmer. Changxia started mixing flour paste to steam noodle sheets. She planned to finish the noodles first, then stir-fry the python meat topping. Since she was alone in the cave, there was no need to rush. She slowly mixed the flour paste, washed the bone pot, and started steaming the noodle sheets. Thinking of Shen Rong's appetite, Changxia deliberately made extra noodles. The rice noodles were steamed to perfection, and the aroma of the python bone broth was wafting through the air, making mouths water. Changxia minced the python meat, added salt, scallions, garlic, and other seasonings, heated up the wok, and started to stir-fry. Very soon, the delicious smell spread throughout the house. Changxia. Shen Rong's voice called out from the courtyard outside the cave dwelling. Changxia was slightly startled. She poked her head out of the kitchen to look. She saw Shen Rong carrying a large rattan basket into the wooden shed next door. "I was just wondering if you'd be back for lunch. Good thing I made extra rice noodles," Changxia said with a smile, then asked, "What about Nuanchuan and Nanfeng?" "They didn't come back. They're staying out on the wildlands for lunch and plan to return in the evening," Shen Rong replied. He'd come back to find Changxia and ask about the water diversion project. "So, what are they planning to eat for lunch?" Changxia asked with concern. They'd gone to the wildlands south of Bai Lake this morning, but she hadn't seen them prepare any food. Were they planning to catch fish from the stream or go hunting? "Don't worry, they brought food with them," Shen Rong reassured her. He set down the basket and squatted by the water jar to wash his face and hands. The sun was blazing, and Shen Rong's face was a little sunburned. "Shen Rong, your face is sunburned. Go put some jade cream on it," Changxia said, pointing at his face. Such a handsome face, she couldn't let it get hurt. Shen Rong's mouth twitched. Changxia. So, she really did marry him for his looks. Every time Shen Rong gave Changxia a little smile, she'd get lost in a daze. "All right," Shen Rong replied with a smile and a nod. He sighed inwardly, but didn't refuse Changxia's concern. After washing his face, he obediently went inside to find the ointment and apply it, then returned to the kitchen. Changxia ladled the stir-fried python meat topping into a bowl. She took a bowl, added rice noodles, scooped in the python bone broth, and topped it with some of the stir-fried python meat. A bowl of python meat noodle soup was ready. The courtyard in front of the cave was too hot, so the two of them carried their bowls to sit at the square table under the kitchen eaves, sipping the python bone broth and slowly slurping the noodles. "It's so fresh, better than fish noodle soup," Shen Rong said. Changxia smiled and replied, "Python is a rare delicacy from the Twilight Forest. Comparing it to fish noodle soup is just unfair." "You're right," Shen Rong agreed after a moment's thought. The two were worlds apart. Python noodle soup was a rare treat. But fish noodle soup could be made any time you wanted. Once the python meat was gone, you'd have to rely on luck to eat it again. Some people might go their whole lives without tasting it even once. "Shen Rong, how's the water diversion project coming along?" Changxia asked. She cared a lot about this. It was a big deal for the cave dwellings. If they could bring water directly to the caves, they'd never have to haul water again. "I've already planned out the water channel, but the pipes are a bit tricky," Shen Rong said helplessly. After all, they couldn't just dig a stream straight to the caves. There were dozens of households around Bai Lake, each cave at a different elevation. They had to use pipes, not only for easier water flow, but also to keep the water clean. "Can't we build it like the drainage ditches for the caves?" Changxia frowned. The drainage pipes were made by gluing wooden planks together with resin. Aside from being square, they worked pretty well. Shen Rong shook his head. "There's not enough resin." All the resin the tribe stockpiled was used up building the caves, Changxia realized. She tried to think of alternatives, but couldn't come up with anything. The Heluo Tribe didn't have any bamboo, so hollowing out trees would be a massive project. "If we really can't find another way, we'll just dig a channel and divert the stream water over," Shen Rong said after thinking for a moment. Changxia thought about it and agreed there wasn't a better solution. She told Shen Rong about her idea of hollowing out one side of a log and covering it with a plank. That would make it easier to direct water along a slope, though it would need more maintenance later on. As they chatted, Shen Rong ate a few more bowls. Changxia only managed a bowl and a half before she slowed down and just sipped the broth. Her eyes fell on the ugly bracelet on the table. No matter how many times she looked at it, it was still an eyesore. Changxia prided herself on her handiwork, so why did the snowflake stone bracelet she carved look so awful? Shen Rong followed her gaze and saw the snowflake stone bracelet on the table. You made that? Yeah, Changxia sighed. I spent ages on it, and this is all I got. I think it looks nice, Shen Rong said. Changxia didn't have much strength, so the bracelet was a bit uneven. But honestly, for her to carve it this well was already impressive. Don't just try to make me feel better. I'm just not strong enough. My little paws aren't up to the task. Changxia waved her right hand, using her beast claws to grab the bracelet and rub it. She found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't smooth out the bumps. When she'd watched Shen Rong and the others polish stone pots, they made it look so quick and easy. She'd thought maybe the stone was just soft, but when she tried it herself, she realized the truth. It wasn't that the stone was fragile, Shen Rong was just superhuman. Even among beast folk, Shen Rong showed her that there were big differences in strength. Otherwise, there wouldn't be strong and weak clans. Innate bloodlines, no amount of effort could make up for them. Luckily, Changxia had her own cheat. End of this chapter. Your little paws are really cute, Shen Rong said seriously. Honestly, he wanted to grab them and knead them in his hands. The little pads must be so soft and squishy. But with Changxia giving him that half-smiling, half-threatening look, Shen Rong didn't dare move. The difference in beast forms was obvious. Changxia's beast claws were different from the others, more delicate and refined, fluffy and round. Just looking at them made you want to pick them up and play with them. If even her little paws were this cute, then her full beast form must be even more. Ahem. Shut up. Changxia snapped. She shifted back to her human form and slumped lazily at the table. How long will it take to finish digging the canal? Changxia asked. Diverting water from the stream to the cave dwellings would solve the daily problem of fetching water. It would save them a lot of trouble. Shen Rong replied, We can finish digging by this afternoon. But if we want to bring the water all the way to the caves, we'll need pipes. If nothing else works, we can do what you suggested, hollow out the middle of some trees to make wooden pipes, then cover them with planks. All right, I'll leave it to you, Changxia nodded. After lunch, the two of them lay on the corridor, chewing on some wild grass roots. A cool breeze drifted by, making them feel a bit drowsy. I need to find time to make the dried powder. Thanks to the promotion by the shamans of Mount Kana, the method of eating white nuts had spread, and now the beast tribes finally had a true staple food. Changxia wanted to hurry and make the dried powder. If another tribe figured it out first, she'd feel embarrassed. When the canal is done, I'll help you, said Shen Rong. Making the powder was hard work, and Shen Rong didn't want Changxia to tire herself out. Changxia tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, This afternoon I'll go to the tribe and talk to Elder Yami. Maybe the tribe can help with the powder making. The lion tribe had chili peppers, the bear tribe had seaweed candy. As for the Luo River tribe's wild grass root candy, the clan's folk probably wouldn't want to trade it away. If powder making could become a skill unique to the Black Panther tribe, the clan's folk would be delighted. The more Changxia thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Besides, she wouldn't have to rack her brains alone over the process. Just as Shen Rong said, making powder was exhausting. Shen Rong didn't want Changxia to work too hard, and Changxia felt the same about him. If the clan folk joined in, things would be much easier. After all, many hands make light work, and if the steps were divided up, it would be far less tiring. Are you sure? Shen Rong hesitated. He wasn't worried about the powder-making method leaking out. He just wondered if Changxia was willing. Yeah, I think it'll be easier if the tribe helps. Sooner or later, powder making will be passed on to the tribe anyway. I'm just letting everyone join in a bit earlier. Changxia said cheerfully. She was a little frustrated after being protected by the tribe for over 10 years. Her thinking had become sluggish. She always acted on impulse, without much planning or organization, and that just wouldn't do. Changxia wasn't thinking about the rich helping the poor, but about making the whole tribe prosperous. In the twilight forest, Everything revolved around one's tribe and race. No beastman could survive alone, not even wanderers. If you've decided, that's fine, Shen Rong said. Do you need my help this afternoon? No need. You take Yadong and Shankuin to finish the canal. That's the real priority. Carrying water every day is such a hassle. I also want to build a pond and keep some pretty fish. As for the powder, I'll leave it to the tribe. With everyone's skills, it'll be done in no time, Chang Xia said happily. As they chatted, the two of them went back to their rooms for a short nap. In the afternoon, Shen Rong headed south of White Lake again. Chang Xia strolled leisurely toward the tribe. Passing the White Lake wall, she stopped to chat with Elder Dalai. Muqin AMU. Crossing the tribe's plaza, Chang Xia headed straight for the Chief Gen's house. She knocked on the gate, calling out for Muqin AMU to see if she was home. That morning, Muqin had also gone to the wilderness south of White Lake to dig wild grass roots. But she'd come back to the tribe around noon, so when Chang Xia called, she quickly answered, Chang Xia, do you need something? It was rare for Chang Xia to come to the tribe on her own, so Muqin was a bit surprised. I want to ask the clan folk to help make powder. The Heavenly Lion tribe has chili peppers, the Earth tribe has seaweed candy, our Luo River tribe can't fall behind, Chang Xia said. Making powder is hard work, I can't do it alone. So I thought I'd ask you to help organize everyone. Chang Xia pushed aside her embarrassment and voiced her thoughts. As soon as she finished, Muqin broke into a smile. You, Muqin said. We've all been waiting for you to ask. You've finally come around. Making powder is hard work, but that's nothing to the beast folk. When Chang Xia had everyone taste the freshly pressed rice noodles, the tribe had already started thinking about how to preserve them. But Chang Xia hadn't found a way, and when the clan's folk tried on their own, the pressed noodles spoiled quickly. Now that Chang Xia had come to ask for help, Muqin was overjoyed. I was thinking I'd wait until the dried powder was ready, Chang Xia said, a little embarrassed. You're just too kind-hearted, Muqin replied. She pulled Chang Xia inside, and the two of them discussed how to make the powder and who should help. They needed to prepare a few things, but there was no need to worry about the white nut powder. The tribe had plenty stored in the caves. This year, the tribe had organized everyone to gather all the white nuts from the area and bring them back. Only a small portion had been ground, the rest were stored in baskets, stacked in the caves. If it weren't for the new ways to eat them, powder cakes, noodles, and so on, the white nuts in storage would be enough to feed the Luo River tribe for a year or two. After their discussion, Muqin led Chang Xia to the tribe's plaza. I tried using a press to make the dough into fine powder, then cooking and drying it. But the fine powder doesn't keep well and breaks easily, Muqin said. The clan folk had made quite a bit of fine powder, but the results weren't great. Chang Xia thought for a moment, recalling the steps Muqin described. It's probably because of the dough. If you want to preserve dried powder, it's different from the fresh pressed noodles we made before. The dough needs to be steamed and then pounded until it's stickier. After that, you use the press to make fine powder. Once it's cooked, you have to rinse it twice in cold water, then dry it. Having made powder countless times herself, Chang Xia had picked up some experience. After hearing Muqin's description, she quickly figured it out. Still, whether it would work or not would only be clear once they tried. White nut powder is made from white nuts, which is different from rice powder. At least the first step, soaking the rice, could be skipped. When they reached the tribe's plaza, Chang Xia stopped Muqin from calling everyone over. Note, the last paragraph about 52 and website links is just a promotional message and not part of the story, so I've omitted it in the translation. She wanted to first soak a bucket of fruit starch, filter out the water with a blue cloth, let it settle for a while, then put the damp starch into a sieve to air dry until evening. Next, she would take the damp starch, shape it into dough balls, and cook them in a stone pot until half done. Then take them out and pound them in a stone mortar to increase their stickiness. After that, she would use a press to squeeze the dough into vermicelli. The following steps were to cook the vermicelli, rinse it in cold water twice, and finally set it out to dry. There were many steps, and the process was time-consuming. That was also why Chang Xia stopped Muqin from calling for more people. If it was just a small experiment, she and Muqin could handle it themselves. Besides, for now, all they needed to do was simply soak the fruit starch, filter out the water and let it settle, then pour the damp starch into a sieve to dry. Everything was simple. Having Muqin help was really just because Changxia wanted to slack off in the future. End of this chapter. Afternoon. The Heluo tribe was gradually becoming lively. In the morning, the hunters and gatherers had gone out, and now they were returning home one after another. As people passed through the tribal square, they saw Changxia and Muqin moving wooden buckets, pouring fruit starch into them, and adding water. It wasn't long before some of the tribe members with free time gathered around. In small groups, the previously quiet square became bustling. Muqin, what are you soaking the fruit starch for? Heluo asked. She set down her basket, squatted by the water jar to wash her hands, and curiously watched what Changxia and Muqin were doing. Muqin replied, Changxia wants to try making dried starch. Dried starch? Then why are you soaking the fruit starch? Tianluo came over. She had returned early today and already eaten lunch. Seeing the lively square, she came to see what was going on. The wet starch we made before broke easily when dried and didn't keep well. Changxia and I are trying a different method. If you're interested, stick around and watch, Muqin explained. If they really succeeded in making dried starch, chances were they'd need Heluo and the others to help. So, Muqin decisively kept everyone there. Upon hearing this, Tianluo stepped forward and took the bucket from Changxia, starting to soak the fruit starch. Heluo hadn't eaten lunch yet, so Muqin told her to go home and eat first, then come back. Other nearby tribe members either helped out or watched, gathering around. Changxia simply picked a shady spot to sit and quietly watched the tribe members chatting in the square. It was really lively. Unfortunately, it was the rainy season, and rain was frequent. No one knew what the weather would be like tomorrow. All afternoon, the square was never quiet. Since the fruit starch still needed to soak and dry, they couldn't start making the starch yet. So, the tribe members began boiling thatch root syrup. The sweet aroma lifted everyone's spirits. No one fought over it, they took turns making syrup, and no one tried to slack off. Changxia, Muqin called out. Changxia got up, still sucking on a piece of thatch root candy someone had given her earlier. Muqin amu, the damp fruit starch is almost ready. We can start kneading it into dough balls. At Changxia's words, Muqin and Heluo got to work. Not far away, the water in the stone pot was already boiling, and a bucket of cold water stood nearby. Except for the tribe members who were going to help, everyone else just watched curiously from a distance. Muqin said that if they succeeded in making dried starch, from now on, the tribe would be able to produce starch, and then trade it with other tribes. Dried starch, just like the lion tribe's chili peppers or the bear tribe's seaweed candy, would become something unique to the Black Panther tribe of the Heluo. Thinking about it, everyone was excited. Even though the Heluo tribe was already prosperous, who would complain about having more good things? Changxia, how big should the dough balls be? Heluo asked. Changxia thought for a moment and said, about the size of 2 fists, not too big, or it'll be hard to cook. Actually, they could also be steamed, but steaming was much slower than boiling, so boiling was better. Muqin and Heluo kneaded the dough balls, while Tianluo was in charge of pressing the starch. The cooking was handled by an elderly woman in the tribe, Granny Wu, who was also in charge of firing the tribe's kiln. Previously, when the tribe boiled red maple sap, she was the one who managed the fire. Washing the starch was done by a male tribe member named Mudo. Changxia had originally planned to dry the washed starch herself, but Mudo refused. So, Changxia just stood by and watched, ready to point out any mistakes in the process. Since it was their first time making starch, everyone was a bit nervous. Soon, the dough balls kneaded by Muqin and Heluo were put into the stone pot to cook. Once they were half-cooked, they were taken out and pounded in the stone mortar. This part was handled by the onlookers. The half-cooked dough was pounded repeatedly to increase its stickiness, then kneaded into dough balls again, and handed to Tianluo for pressing. The pressed vermicelli dropped straight into the boiling stone pot. As the water boiled, the vermicelli began to change color. Granny Wu was quick and nimble. Before Mudo could get up, she had already scooped out the cooked vermicelli and dumped it into a bucket of cold water. Mudo quickly got up and started washing the vermicelli in a sieve, repeating the process several times. Mudo, are the vermicelli strands breaking? Muchin came over to ask. Mudo replied, some are, but not many. Hearing this, everyone broke into smiles. In the distance, the sun was setting, leaving only the last rays of light on the horizon. The tribal square was bustling. Tribe members returning home gathered in the square, all eyes eagerly fixed on the corner where the vermicelli was drying. Some of the vermicelli was rolled into balls, some just laid out randomly. All shapes and sizes, but nothing could dampen the tribe's excitement. Changxia, did you make dried starch? Nanfeng asked excitedly. She and Nuan Chun squeezed in, faces alight as they looked at the sieves of vermicelli drying. There weren't many sieves, but there were still dozens. Luckily, Changxia hadn't soaked too much fruit starch today, or there wouldn't have been enough sieves for the whole tribe. Changxia smiled and explained, it looks like it worked, but we'll have to wait until it's completely dry to be sure. This saying, Nanfeng and the others understood that the dry starch had probably succeeded. Changxia, should we soak some more fruit starch tonight? Muchin walked over happily, glanced at Nanfeng, but didn't say anything. Tonight? Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow morning to see how the vermicelli turns out before soaking more fruit starch? Changxia preferred to play it safe, but Muchin waved her hand decisively. Changxia, your method is definitely going to work for making dry starch, Muchin said confidently. If it weren't the rainy season, Muchin would have loved to grind up all the white fruit stored in the cave, soak it, and turn it all into dry starch for storage. All right then. Changxia nodded, leaving the decision to Muchin about how much fruit starch to soak. It might rain tomorrow, so I can't really estimate how much we'll need. Muchin, you decide. Hearing this, Muchin turned to discuss it with Heyun. Nearby, the tribe members were circling around the racks where the vermicelli was drying, unable to contain their excitement. As night fell, Changxia told Muchin she was heading back, packed half a basket of vermicelli in a rattan basket, and prepared to return to her cave. After a busy day, she really didn't feel like cooking dinner. She planned to just take some vermicelli back from the tribe square, eat it with the leftover python bone soup from lunch, and call it a day. Shen Rong hadn't come to the square. She wondered if he'd gone home yet. Nuan Chun, where's Shankuin? Changxia asked. Nuan Chun, holding her twin cubs, replied, he's with Shen Rong, digging out the tree roots for the water pipes. Wow, they've already started? Changxia exclaimed in surprise. Shen Rong said the sooner the water channel is finished, the sooner everyone living in the White Lake caves won't have to haul water anymore. Shankuin, Yadong, and the others are all excited, just hoping to bring the river water over as soon as possible, Nuan Chun said. Listening to Shen Rong's plans, they were all just as excited. Where are they now? Changxia asked again. Nanfeng pursed her lips and said, they're all in your cave's courtyard. Shen Rong saw you hadn't come home so late and asked us to go to the tribe square to look for you. Hearing this, Changxia felt a little embarrassed, a faint blush appearing on her face. End of this chapter. The sun was setting in the west. A light mist hovered over White Lake. In the dusk, it looked beautiful, tranquil, and mysterious. Even the reeds by the lakeshore seemed to have a touch of romantic charm. Nothing happened out in the wild, right? Changxia asked, not following up on Nanfeng's mention of Shen Rong. Knowing someone was thinking of her put her in a great mood. No, nothing, Nuan Chun replied. It was very peaceful. The cubs were having so much fun they didn't want to come home. The twin cubs were rolling and playing in the wild, covered in grass and dirt, not wanting to leave. They were so filthy that Nuan Chun would have to boil water to bathe them before bed, otherwise, she really wouldn't dare let them into bed. Beast tribe cubs usually get their names when they can shapeshift at about a year old. Normally, people just call them so-and-so's cubs, or simply the cubs. The twins didn't have names yet, and there hadn't been any new beast cubs born in the tribe recently, so they were the youngest. Everyone doted on them and let them run wild. In a few months, they'd probably get even more rambunctious. Thinking of this, Nuan Chun felt a headache coming on. The elders have personally cleared the area around the wilds, and there are totem warriors patrolling every day. Nothing will happen, Nianfeng said. It looked like the tribe would probably send people into Weishan soon. But Nianfeng wasn't sure when. Better safe than sorry, Changxia said seriously. Nianfeng and Wanchun nodded earnestly. They understood this better than Changxia, since they often went out hunting and gathering and had faced plenty of dangers. They knew exactly what kind of mindset was needed. Shankuan, time to go home. Entering the cave courtyard, Wanchun called out. Nianfeng went into the kitchen, scooped out half a bowl of chili paste and chili oil, smiled at Changxia, and dashed off. Yadong, not to be outdone, also took some chili paste and oil home. The once busy courtyard fell quiet. I brought some rice noodles from the tribe. Is it okay if we just have noodle soup for dinner? Changxia asked softly. Yesterday's meal had been greasy, and Changxia hadn't had much appetite all day. After being busy, she just wanted to lie down and rest, not cook. Sure, Shen Rong said, taking the rattan basket. You don't look so well. Did you overdo it this afternoon? A little, Changxia replied with a yawn. She'd been tired from training in the morning and hadn't helped much with making starch in the afternoon. Her body was still a bit weak. Just rest. I'll make dinner, Shen Rong said. After we eat, you should take a bath. When you're in bed, I'll give you a massage. Okay, Changxia said excitedly. Shen Rong was really good at massages. She always felt great afterward. They had a simple dinner. Changxia took her clothes and went to bathe. After soaking in the tub, she returned to her room. Fiddling with her luminous stone, Changxia continued polishing her snowflake stone bracelet while waiting for Shen Rong to finish his bath and return. A short while later, Shen Rong came back, towel-drying his dripping hair. Shen Rong, why didn't you dry your hair? Changxia asked with concern. There are blue cloth towels in the wardrobe. Do you want to use one? It's fine, it'll dry quickly, Shen Rong replied. His hair was thick and usually dried fast after washing. Thinking Changxia was waiting for him, Shen Rong didn't bother drying his hair thoroughly before coming back. Changxia was skeptical. She got up and reached out to touch his hair. It was stiff and a bit prickly. Just as Shen Rong said, it really did dry quickly. That's amazing, Changxia said, running her hand through his hair a couple more times. It was a bit prickly, but the texture was nice, different from the cub's soft hair, and kind of fun. Shen Rong was speechless. His head seemed to have become Changxia's toy. Lie down, Shen Rong cleared his throat, telling Changxia to lie down so he could give her a massage. Don't forget, you have training at the tribe tomorrow. Once the basic training is done, we'll head into the forest. Tell me, if you could leave the tribe, where would you want to go? Changxia lay sprawled on the Kang bed, eyes half closed, enjoying Shen Rong's attentive care. She had to admit, it felt wonderful. Where do you want to go? Shen Rong asked. I'm easy, anywhere's fine, Changxia replied. Truthfully, she didn't have any particular place in mind. In the past, she'd thought about leaving mostly to improve her meals and to do what she could to help the tribe. But now, with the tribe running smoothly, she no longer needed to follow her old plans. This left her feeling a bit lost. Let's wander around the tribe's territory first, Shen Rong suggested. The image of the Sirius tribe flashed through his mind, but he knew it was far from the Heluo Tribe. Without an invitation from the Wolf clan, barging into their lands would only make them wary. After some thought, Shen Rong gave up on that tempting idea. Sounds good, Changxia said happily. The Heluo tribe's territory was vast. She'd heard Nianfeng and Maple Leaf talk about all sorts of hunting adventures. Once she finished her basic training, Changxia wanted to see for herself. As they chatted, Changxia gradually quieted down. Shen Rong looked down and saw that she'd fallen asleep, lying on her stomach. Her long lashes covered her bright eyes, and her breathing was soft and even. Shen Rong leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Good night, Changxia, he whispered, then gently rolled her onto her back and covered her with a fur blanket. The next few days, it rained nonstop. But Changxia's training didn't stop. She continued to practice basic hunting skills with Elder Yami. Likewise, the tribe didn't halt their starch making just because of the rain. Under the wooden shelters in the tribal square, racks were lined up, each stacked with freshly made noodles. Since the rain kept people from hunting or foraging, everyone took turns making starch. The white nuts stored in the caves were steadily transformed into noodles right before their eyes. The finished noodles were packed in leather bags and stored back in the caves. Judging by the time, the first rainy season was about to end. Afterward, although it would still rain in the twilight forest, it wouldn't be as frequent. This also meant the beast folk would soon enter the hunting season. One day, after finishing her training, Elder Yami told Chang Xia she'd passed her basic training. She didn't need to come anymore. This meant Chang Xia could now apply to join the hunting party and go out hunting and gathering with the other totem warriors. When Chang Xia returned to her cave dwelling, the first thing she did was head to the bathroom to wash up. Shen Rong, along with Yadong and Shankuan, had dug a water channel and gradually brought water into each family's cave. Of course, each household was responsible for installing their own water pipes. Shen Rong taught everyone how, and Chang Xia's and Warm Springs families were among the first to get their wooden pipes connected. Now, no one in the Baihu caves needed to fetch water from the lake anymore. In the spacious, sunlit courtyard, fresh water flowed through the pool. 5 brightly colored fish swam happily in the water, and the pebbles gleamed in the sunlight. Nanfeng, is there any news from the Heluo Tribe yet? Chang Xia asked, drying her wet hair as she stepped out of the bathroom. Nanfeng was sitting at the square table in the corridor, fiddling with a snowflake stone bracelet that Chang Xia had carved in her spare time. After much practice, Chang Xia's skills had improved rapidly. Father hasn't said anything. Nanfeng frowned and shook her head. Maple Leaf and the others had been gone from the Heluo Tribe for 7 or 8 days now. With no news, the tribe was starting to get worried. Any word from the sacred mountain Kana's shaman hall? Chang Xia asked, using a blue cloth towel to dry her hair as she sat in the sun. Now that she'd finished her basic training, she naturally wanted to explore the forest. But with Maple Leaf and the others gone for so long without any news, Chang Xia couldn't help but worry that something big had happened in the Wangwei Mountains. No news. Don't overthink it, Chang Xia. Elder Senda went with them this time. Who could possibly cause trouble under Elder Senda's nose? Besides, Maple Leaf, Kongshan, and the others are all totem warriors. A few wanderers wouldn't be able to do anything to them, Nanfeng said confidently. She slipped the snowflake stone bracelet onto her left wrist and raised her arm. Chang Xia, can I have this bracelet you carved? What's the rush? Once I get a bit more practice, I'll carve you one from jade. It'll be prettier and sturdier, Chang Xia replied. Snowflake stone made nice bowls and plates, but as jewelry, it was a bit lacking. While making starch, Chang Xia had chatted with Granny Wu about pottery. She'd mentioned porcelain, and with Granny Wu's skills, maybe the tribe could fire something even more beautiful than pottery. Most of the bowls and plates in Chang Xia's home were wooden, but if the tribe could make porcelain, she'd be happy to trade for it. No one could resist thin, beautiful porcelain. Maybe they could even trade with the bird and fish clans and bring some wealth to the tribe. Jade? Weren't you planning to trade that with the bird clan? Nanfeng asked hesitantly. She wasn't much into jewelry, but she had to admit, glassy jade was beautiful. You're right, Nanfeng said excitedly. There was no shortage of rocks at the rocky beach. Maybe she'd find something even more beautiful than jade. The thought made her eager to rush out and start searching right away. By the pool, Nuan Chun kept a close eye on her twin toddlers, making sure they didn't tumble into the water. Listening to Chang Xia and Nanfeng chatting, she couldn't help but smile. Nanfeng, didn't Aunt Muqin ask you to go back to the tribe to help with the flour making? Lately, everyone in the tribe had been busy processing flour. Don't even mention it. Nanfeng's mouth twitched in exasperation. Her mother had been acting almost possessed recently, grabbing anyone she could and sending them off to the tribe's square. It was as if she wanted to turn every last white fruit stored in the cave into vermicelli. With that, Nanfeng immediately gave up the idea of going to the rocky beach. If she passed through the tribe and got caught by her mother, she could forget about leaving today. 2/3 of the white fruit stored in the tribe's caves has already been used up, Chang Xia explained. Aunt Muqin should be stopping soon. The next round of processing will probably wait until the second harvest of white fruit. The tribe has stockpiled a lot of dried flour. Once the lion and bear tribes deliver the first batch of chili peppers and seaweed sugar, Chief Jen might let them try some of the dried flour. Of course, the tribe's large stockpile of dried flour might also be preparation for next year's Normandy Grand Market. Chang Xia guessed that, besides the Heluo Tribe, the Sky Lion and Great Earth tribes were probably thinking the same thing. The Beast tribes had been weak for a long time. Now that they finally had something worth showing off, naturally they wanted to impress the bird and fish tribes in any way possible. This was, in a way, a display of the Beast tribe's strength. The shaman would definitely support this. With the rainy season over and the twilight forest officially entering the warm season, Chang Xia could imagine the tribe soon becoming lively, with more beast tribes coming to visit Heluo. Actually, Chang Xia couldn't figure out why the Normandy Grand Market was only held once a year and why it was scheduled at the turn of the cold and warm seasons. At that time, the snow and ice melted, and the fierce beasts that had slept through the cold season were just waking up. By all accounts, the twilight forest should be extremely dangerous then, so why did the beast, bird, and fish tribes choose that time for the market? Chang Xia had asked Su Yi and Jen, but neither gave her an answer. They just told her to see for herself. Have you finished harvesting the white fruit from your vegetable garden behind the house? Wan Chun asked. She was referring to the little hollow behind Chang Xia's cave cellar. That spot was truly magical. If you didn't look for it on purpose, it was hard to even find the way in. Chang Xia had asked Shen Rong to tidy up the garden there, planting ginger, scallions, garlic, and some wild greens she'd transplanted. To her surprise, everything was growing beautifully. Chang Xia pointed to the white fruit drying on a bamboo sieve in the courtyard. Shen Rong finished harvesting everything a couple of days ago. Half is already dried and stored in the cellar. The rest just needs another day of drying before we can put it away too. I've cleared a few plots near my cave for vegetables, Nanfeng said, but the ginger, scallions, and garlic are all wilting and even the wild greens look lifeless. She couldn't understand it. She'd done everything exactly as Chang Xia had taught her. Yet, Nuan Chun's garden was thriving, while hers was the worst in the tribe. The others had been teasing her about it lately. Chang Xia shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I can do about that. After all, I still haven't managed to grow chili peppers myself. If she wanted to plant chilies, she'd have to wait for news from the Sky Lion tribe. Nanfeng, why don't you ask Aunt Muqin for help? Nuan Chun suggested. She's the one who helped plant all the tribe's vegetable gardens, and they're all doing great. She even managed to grow some rare wild greens. Chang Xia sometimes goes to chat with her and exchange tips. Feeling the changes in the Heluo tribe, Chang Xia felt that in another year or two, they might truly enter the age of agriculture. Forget it. Nanfeng waved her hand, not wanting to continue the topic. Her mother was busy with flour making and, for once, not nagging her about marriage. Why go looking for trouble? Besides, if she couldn't grow vegetables, she could always find wild greens in the nearby forests. I hear footsteps. Shen Rong and the others must be back from hunting, Nuan Chun said, scooping up her twins and looking toward the courtyard gate. At her words, Chang Xia and Nanfeng jumped to their feet. With plenty of python meat stockpiled, most of the tribe had been too lazy to hunt, spending their days making flour or digging for grass roots. It had been a leisurely time. Just yesterday, Chang Xia had complained about being tired of the food stored in the cellar. So Shen Rong decided to go hunting for something fresh. He took Shan Kuan and Yadong, left White Lake, and headed upstream along the Wei River. Jen hadn't said anything about it, which was another reason Chang Xia and the others suspected the tribe was planning to return to Wei Mountain. End of this chapter. Father didn't say anything. Nanfeng frowned and shook her head. By now, it had been 7 or 8 days since Maple Leaf and the others left the Heluo tribe. With no news at all, the clansmen were starting to feel uneasy. Has there been any word from the Sorcerer's Hall on Mount Kana? Chang Xia asked, drying her wet hair with a blue cloth towel as she sat in the sun. She'd finished her basic training and naturally wanted to go explore the forest next. But Maple Leaf and the others had been gone for 7 or 8 days. Still, not a single message had come back. Chang Xia was starting to worry. Had something really happened in the Wangwei Mountains? No news. Don't overthink it, Chang Xia. Elder Senda went with them this time. Who could possibly cause trouble under Elder Senda's nose? Besides, Maple Leaf, Kong Shan, and the others are all totem warriors. How could a few wanderers possibly threaten them? Nanfeng was full of confidence. She slipped the snowflake stone bracelet she'd been playing with onto her left wrist and raised her arm. Chang Xia, can I have this snowflake stone bracelet you carved? What's the rush? Wait until I get a bit more skilled and I'll carve you one out of jade. It'll be prettier and sturdier. Chang Xia replied. Snowflake stone made for nice bowls and plates. But as jewelry, it was a bit lacking. When Chang Xia was grinding flour, she'd had a good chat with Granny Wu. They talked about pottery and Chang Xia mentioned porcelain. With Granny Wu's skills, perhaps the tribe could fire porcelain even more beautiful than their pottery. Most of Chang Xia's bowls and plates at home were still wooden. If the tribe could make porcelain, Chang Xia would be happy to trade for it. Light, beautiful porcelain, who could resist? Maybe they could even trade with the bird and fish tribes and bring in some wealth for the tribe. Jade? Weren't you planning to use that to trade with the bird tribe? Nanfeng hesitated. Nanfeng wasn't really into jewelry. But she had to admit, glassy jade was truly beautiful. Just go look for more jade at the Rocky Shoals. If you find a few more pieces, I'll make you one. Besides, with all those rocks, you might find something even prettier. Chang Xia wasn't just brushing Nanfeng off. There were all kinds of stones, and jade wasn't limited to just one type. There was white jade, red jade, yellow jade, all of them were nice. You're right, Nanfeng said excitedly. There was no shortage of rocks at the Rocky Shoals. Maybe if she looked harder, she'd find something even prettier than jade. The thought made Nanfeng itch to run off and start searching right away. By the pool, Nuan Chun watched her twin cubs, making sure they didn't fall in. Listening to Chang Xia and Nanfeng's conversation, she couldn't help but laugh. Nanfeng, didn't Aunt Muqin ask you to help grind flour back at the tribe? Lately, everyone in the tribe had been busy making flour. Don't mention it. Nanfeng grimaced helplessly. Her mother had been obsessed lately, grabbing anyone she could find and sending them to the tribe's square. She seemed determined to turn every last white fruit stored in the caves into vermicelli. At this, Nanfeng immediately gave up on the idea of going to the Rocky Shoals. If she passed through the tribe and got caught by her mother, she'd never get out today. 2/3 of the white fruit stockpiled in the caves has been used up. Aunt Muqin will probably stop soon. Next time she starts up again, it'll likely be after the second harvest of white fruit. Chang Xia explained. The tribe had stockpiled a large batch of dried flour. Once the lion and bear tribes delivered the first batch of chilies and seaweed candy, Chief Zhen would probably let them try the dried flour. Of course, the tribe was stockpiling so much dried flour. They were probably also preparing for next year's Normandy Grand Market. Chang Xia guessed that besides the Heluo Tribe, the Sky Lion and Earth Tribes were likely thinking the same thing. The Beast Tribes had been weak for a long time. It was rare for them to have something worth showing off. Naturally, they'd want to show off to the bird and fish tribes in any way they could. This was a way to demonstrate the Beast Tribe's strength. The shamans would definitely make sure this happened. With the rainy season over and the twilight forest entering the warm season, Chang Xia could imagine the tribe soon becoming lively, with more and more beast folk coming to Heluo. Actually, Chang Xia couldn't figure it out. Why was the Normandy Grand Market only held once a year? And why was it always timed at the transition between the cold and warm seasons? At that time, the snow and ice melted, and the fierce beasts that had slept through the cold season were just waking up. By rights, the twilight forest should be extremely dangerous then, so why did the beast, bird, and fish tribes choose that time for the market? Chang Xia had asked Su Yi and also Zhen. They hadn't given her an answer, only told her to see for herself. Did you finish harvesting the white fruit from your garden behind the house? Nuan Chun asked. She meant the little valley behind Chang Xia's cave cellar. That spot was truly magical. If you didn't look for it on purpose, it was hard to find from outside. Chang Xia had asked Shen Rong to tidy up the garden, planting ginger, scallions, garlic, and some wild vegetables she'd transplanted. And the vegetables were all growing well. Changxia pointed to the white fruit drying on a bamboo sieve in the courtyard. Shen Rong finished harvesting everything 2 days ago. Half is dried and stored in the cellar, and the rest just needs one more day in the sun before we can put it away. I also cleared a few plots near my cave for vegetables, but the ginger, scallions, and garlic are all wilting, and the wild veggies look lifeless too, Nanfeng said. She couldn't understand it. She'd done everything just as Changxia had taught. But Nguyen Chun's garden was thriving, while Nanfeng's was the worst of all. Lately, the clansmen had been teasing Nanfeng about her vegetable patch. Changxia shrugged. There was nothing she could do. After all, she still hadn't managed to grow chilies herself. If she wanted to plant chilies, she'd have to wait for news from the Sky Lion tribe. Nanfeng, why not ask Aunt Muqin for help? Nguyen Chun suggested. Aunt Muqin had helped with all the tribe's vegetable patches, and they were all thriving. Even some rare wild vegetables had survived under Aunt Muqin's care. Changxia would sometimes visit her to chat and exchange tips. Feeling the changes in Heluo, Changxia thought that in another year or two, the tribe might truly enter the agricultural age. Forget it. Nanfeng waved her hand, not wanting to talk about it anymore. Her mother was busy making flour and not pestering her about marriage for once. Why go looking for trouble? Besides, if her veggies didn't grow, she could always forage in the nearby forests. It wasn't like she'd go hungry. I hear footsteps. Shen Rong and the others are back from hunting. Nguyen Chun picked up her twin cubs and looked toward the courtyard gate. At her words, Changxia and Nanfeng jumped to their feet. The tribe had plenty of python meat stored up, so most people had been too lazy to go hunting, preferring to stay in and make flour or dig up grass roots. Life was pretty relaxed. Yesterday, Changxia had complained about being sick of the food in the cellar. So Shen Rong decided to go hunting for something fresh. He took Shan Kuan and Yadong and headed upstream along the Wei River. Jen hadn't said anything about it. This was also why Changxia and the others suspected the tribe was planning to return to Mount Wei Creek. The courtyard gate of the cave house swung open. Shen Rong entered first, carrying a wild mountain goat over his shoulder. Behind him, Shan Kuan and Yadong each held a lamb in their arms. Changxia had often talked about wanting to raise some small animals. The number of chickens and ducks in the pen by White Lake was growing, while the wild rabbits had held steady at around 30 or 40. The chickens and ducks didn't need special feeding, they foraged among the reeds. But the wild rabbits were different. They needed to be fed grass and wild greens. Changxia didn't want too much extra work, so she kept their numbers stable. Besides the pen by White Lake, the tribe had fenced off a larger area near the lake wall. Like the smaller pen, it was divided into sections with wooden fences, used to keep small animals caught during hunts. At first, the tribe had no experience and tried penning up adult animals like wild boars and black-horned cattle. The result? The fences were all smashed and knocked down by the animals. Luckily, the pen was right next to Elder Dalai's cave. When the fence was broken, Elder Dalai rushed over and killed the troublesome wild boar and black-horned cow on the spot. Afterwards, he gave the tribe members who'd put them in the pen a good scolding. After this incident, the clan members finally understood why Changxia had repeatedly reminded them to catch small animals or animal cubs. Adult wild boars and black-horned cattle are extremely difficult to tame. But cubs are a different story. With proper care, there's still a chance they can be domesticated. Besides, even if the cubs are a bit unruly, they're not strong enough to break through or damage the fences. A sheep! Changxia exclaimed in delight. Shen Rong said, "We found them upstream of the small river, caught one big one and 2 little ones." The big one, is it dead? Changxia quickly walked over to Shen Rong. The 2 lambs were bleeding and bouncing around energetically. Only the big sheep slung over Shen Rong's shoulders was motionless. From a distance, Changxia couldn't tell if it was male or female. "It's dead," Shen Rong replied. He'd used a bit too much force, he'd meant to keep it alive. Changxia glanced regretfully at the big sheep Shen Rong had laid on the ground. Its udder was hanging down, it was a ewe. If it were still alive, they could have milked it. What a pity it was already dead. Since it was dead, they might as well eat mutton. There were chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and cinnamon in the cave dwelling, perfect for a hot pot lunch. The 2 lambs would be sent to the fenced enclosure by White Lake. Every day, clan members who went out would bring back fresh wild grass and vegetables to feed them. There were already a dozen or so cubs being kept there. At first, these animal cubs were quite rowdy. But after a few days, perhaps realizing they couldn't escape, and with fresh food provided daily, they gradually quieted down. It looked as if they'd accepted their fate. Chang Xia knew that meant they were close to being fully tamed. It's a bit of a shame, Chang Xia said. Nanfeng blinked and asked, "What's there to be sorry about? Boiled sheep's milk is delicious once the smell is gone. The children and elders in the tribe often drink it. It's good for their health," Chang Xia explained. And not just sheep's milk, cow's milk works too. She wondered if there were any dairy cows in the Twilight Forest. She'd never heard Suyi or the others mention them, so probably not. Dairy products are good for the body if consumed regularly. It's good for the children and elders, Shan Kuan. When you go hunting, pay attention. If you come across a mother animal with young or one that's pregnant, try to bring it back alive, Nuan Chun said. Watching the lively cubs on the ground, she thought of the tribe's injured elders and felt even more motivated. Shan Kuan nodded earnestly. There's a grassland upstream of the small river, even bigger than the wildlands. There's a whole herd of wild sheep there, and probably quite a few ewes with lambs or pregnant ones, Yadong said. Over the years, the tribe had deliberately avoided the Wei Mountain area, so there was plenty of game nearby. With abundant water and fertile soil supporting lush vegetation, the area could sustain a lot of wildlife. That grassland was right where the Wei River and the small river met, plenty of water and thriving plants everywhere. There were sheep, birds, and probably cattle and deer herds as well. Wei Mountain was dangerous, but only within the poisonous zone inside the mountain. Outside the mists, at the foot of the mountain, ancient trees towered and many animals lived there too. Only inside the mists did their numbers decrease. Chang Xia listened quietly. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart. The territory of the Heluo Tribe's Black Panther clan was probably as large as an entire province in her previous life, maybe even bigger. Otherwise, how could there be so much game and such complex terrain and mountains? Thinking of this, Chang Xia remembered a joke she'd heard in her previous life. A foreign friend came to China, wanting to try all the food in the country. But after 3 years, he still hadn't finished exploring the cuisine of just one city in a single province. Chang Xia wanted to explore the whole Twilight Forest. But considering the size of the Heluo tribe's territory, she hesitated. Was this dream too ambitious? Grassland Nanfeng's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Did you see any black-horned cattle?" "Last time, after eating the beef stew made, Chang Xia, I've been craving it again." Herbivorous animals usually live near grasslands. Hearing that there was a grassland upstream of the small river, Nanfeng was naturally excited. Recently, the tribe had plenty of food. No one had gone out hunting much. They'd all been busy grinding flour and digging up thatch roots. "We didn't see any black-horned cattle today, but there were sheep." "There should be herds of black-horned cattle on that grassland," Yadong said. That was just common sense. Nanfeng could guess it, and Yadong knew it too. "I'll go check it out tomorrow," Nanfeng said. After chatting, Shen Rong started skinning the sheep. The hide could be tanned for clothes and shoes. The 2 lambs were sent by Yadong and Shan Kuan to the enclosure by White Lake, and for lunch, Chang Xia began preparing the hot pot seasonings. This meal was also a celebration for Chang Xia successfully completing her basic training. With running water now in the cave dwelling, they no longer had to go all the way to White Lake to process game, much more convenient. When Yadong and Shan Kuan returned, they brought back a few fish, clearly planning to grill them. By my count, the lion and bear tribes should be arriving soon. The other tribes haven't made a move. Maybe they're planning to come together with the lion and bear tribes. Shen Rong, do you want to go out and have some fun? Yadong squatted beside Shen Rong, cleaning the fish, thinking about when Maple Leaf and the others would leave. He missed the lion and bear tribe's chili peppers and seaweed candy. Shen Rong hadn't decided how to bring it up. From the corridor, Chang Xia's excited voice called out, "Yadong, where are you taking Shen Rong to have fun?" Yadong froze. He wasn't stupid, seeing how excited Chang Xia was. It was obvious she wanted to leave the tribe and go into the forest. Today was the day she finished her basic training, and the tribe had promised that as long as she completed it, they wouldn't stop her from going out to hunt or forage. But Yadong didn't have the guts to take Chang Xia into the forest. He'd probably get beaten up. "You said the lion and bear tribes should be arriving soon. Any word from Maple Leaf?" Chang Xia asked, ignoring Yadong's silence. She knew full well he didn't want to take her into the forest. How could she not guess? The Heluo Tribe was ambushed by the Wanderers, so Maple and the others will be staying in the Wangwei Mountains for a while longer. Shan Kuan, standing nearby, helped explain, shooting a glare at Yadong. "Why bring up the one thing we shouldn't?" Tempting Shen Rong to go into the forest, could she really leave Chang Xia behind? Thanks to Book Friend 533 by 514, Baozi, Yuming Xingxi, Mo Feng Dan, France, Lioli 666, and all the others for your monthly ticket support. Thank you and Sha and for your reward. There will be an extra chapter later. End of this chapter. The Wanderers dared to ambush the Heluo Tribe? Are they insane? Nan Feng exclaimed in shock. The Heluo Tribe was one of the most renowned beast tribes in the Twilight Forest. Did the Wanderers really think they could just attack them head-on? Nguyen Chun was also surprised. Where did the Wanderers get that kind of confidence? Clearly, none of them could believe what they were hearing. In previous years, the Wanderers at most would raid some small tribes and kidnap a few females. They rarely ever resorted to outright slaughter, since they knew the beast tribes of the Twilight Forest had their limits. If they went too far, the beast tribes would surely unite to hunt them down. But this year, the Wanderers must have lost their minds, daring to enter the Wangwei Mountains and ambush the Heluo Tribe. Just hearing about it sounded impossible, more like a wild rumor. The shaman confirmed with the Snake Tribe. The Wanderers really are in the Wangwei Mountains and haven't left yet. The Snake Tribe has invited Maple and the others into the Heluo Tribe to help hunt down the Wanderers. I heard the Wanderers are holding beast cubs hostage. This time, the Lion and Bear Tribes also sent people. They too were invited by the Snake Tribe and will be staying at the Heluo Tribe for now, helping to track down the Wanderers in the Wangwei Mountains and rescue the kidnapped cubs. Damn me. The moment they heard the Wanderers had kidnapped Snake Tribe cubs, everyone's anger flared. The Wanderers must be truly insane. Kidnapping cubs is crossing the ultimate line for beast tribes. Things were heading toward the worst possible outcome. The shaman hall at Mount Kana hadn't spread the news, so Siyu was probably contacting other beast tribes, determined to wipe out the Wanderers who had ventured deep into the Twilight Forest. "Does our tribe need to send reinforcements?" Chang Xia asked. She didn't know much about the Wanderers, but the situation sounded dire and she couldn't help but worry. Yadong shook his head. "It's just the Wanderers, no need for extra reinforcements. Not to mention the Heluo Tribe's own strength, just Elder Senda, Maple, and the others, plus the totem warriors from the Lion and Bear Tribes, are more than enough to sweep through several small tribes." The shaman hall at Mount Kana was only being cautious because the Wanderers were holding Snake Tribe cubs hostage, making the Heluo Tribe and Elder Senda's group hesitant to act rashly. Once the Wanderers' whereabouts are confirmed, it'll be resolved quickly. Hearing Yadong's calm analysis, Chang Xia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the tribe hadn't mentioned what happened in the Wangwei Mountains. If word got out, it would probably cause panic. Shan Ke and the others likely wouldn't even be allowed to leave the tribe. Beast cubs are the hope of a tribe's future. If the Wanderers dared kidnap Snake Tribe cubs, that's a blood feud. The Heluo Tribe was worried the Wanderers, if cornered, might do something desperate and harm the cubs. Because of what happened to the Heluo Tribe, even the hot pot at lunch didn't taste as good. Everyone dispersed in low spirits and went home. Chang Xia ladled a bowl of mutton soup for Elder Dalai and had Shen Rong deliver it to the White Lake Wall. Then, feeling listless, she sat at the square table in the corridor with her little tools. "Still worried about the Snake Tribe cubs?" Shen Rong asked gently when he returned. A little, Chang Xia admitted, rubbing her forehead. The cubs are so young, if the wanderers get desperate, it could be really dangerous. Don't worry, Elder Senda will handle it. Besides, the Heluo Tribe won't let the wanderers harm their cubs. You've finished your basic training, are you planning to visit Qingshan tomorrow? Shen Rong asked. He was a bit annoyed at Yadong. This topic never should have come up in the first place. The Wangwei Mountains are too far from the tribe. Forget reinforcements, even getting news is difficult. Knowing about this just makes people anxious for no reason. Qingshan is going well, they don't need me there. I'll wait until pinecone season before heading over, Chang Xia shook her head. Jen had come to her several times, and she was well aware of Qingshan's progress. Harvesting green oil is a long process. Unlike collecting red maple sap, it could take months. Jen had arranged everything at Qingshan well enough that Chang Xia wasn't needed. Tomorrow, let's go to the grasslands upstream of the Little River. The Little River is close to the tribe, so everyone feels safe, and there's plenty of game, perfect for novice hunters. Plus, that python from before came from the Wei River and ended up in the Heluo Tribe's territory by accident. Chang Xia had a feeling that if the wanderers got desperate, the Wei River might be their last escape route. Of course, she kept this suspicion to herself. With the wisdom of the tribe's elders, they'd surely thought of it too. Otherwise, the tribe wouldn't have sent people to dig grass roots by the Little River lately, or allowed Yadong and the others to hunt upstream. It might look like the tribe wasn't doing anything, but in reality, they were already watching the Wei River. If Wei Mountain weren't so mysterious, the tribe would probably want to follow the river into the Wangwei Mountains. Unfortunately, the depths of Wei Mountain remain a mystery. How that python got from the Wei River to the Little River is also still a mystery. You want to go to the grasslands upstream of the Little River for your trial? Shen Rong was a little surprised. He really hadn't expected Chang Xia to choose the Little River. After all, it wasn't the best option right now. Chang Xia narrowed her eyes, staring at Shen Rong. She whispered, Shen Rong, what are you hiding from me? Sure enough, the tribe had talked to Shen Rong. She just casually mentioned wanting to try something new, but Shen Rong had taken Yadong and Shan Kuan straight toward Wei Mountain. There was definitely something fishy going on. You little rascal, Shen Rong laughed, reaching out to pinch Chang Xia's cheek. Her once sallow, skinny face had, after 2 months of good meals, finally grown a bit chubby. Pinched in her hand, it felt wonderful. Chang Xia slapped away Shen Rong's mischievous hand and covered her face. Is the tribe worried that wanderers might come over from the Wei River? Chang Xia asked. Shen Rong rubbed his forehead, regretting not shutting Yadong up earlier. What makes you think that? Shen Rong dodged the question, glancing left and right. The elders had repeatedly warned them not to let this slip, to avoid causing panic or worry among the tribe. So, I was right after all. Chang Xia's expression darkened. Lunch was a somber affair over the hot pot lamb. Nanfeng and Wan Chun probably guessed the truth as well. Only the twin cubs were carefree and oblivious. Anyone with a bit of awareness could piece things together. After all, while the tribe seemed relaxed, everyone was actually keeping a close eye on Mount Wei. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Shen Rong shrugged and slumped into a wooden chair. Don't worry. Elder Pukong has been staying near the Xiahequan wilderness lately. If anything happens at the Wei River, Elder Pukong will know right away. Besides, while an anaconda can slip from the Wei River into Xiahequan, that doesn't mean wanderers could do the same. Anacondas could swim underwater, crossing from the Wei River through Mount Wei to Xiahequan. For wanderers, just surviving the journey would be a challenge. The dangers of the Wei River were no less than those of Mount Wei. The river beasts lurking beneath the surface were just as ferocious. The tribe was watching the Wei River mainly to bolster their defenses. In that case, my novice trial should be on the grasslands upstream of Xiahequan. With Elder Pukong and the others keeping watch, it'll be safer, Chang Xia insisted. If she chose to go elsewhere, the tribe would have to send people to accompany her. Rather than making everyone worry, it was better to do her trial right under their noses. End of this chapter. Shen Rong pondered for a moment. After a while, he relented and nodded, agreeing to Chang Xia's suggestion. As long as there was no good news from the Heluo tribe, their own tribe wouldn't relax their watch over Mount Wei. Chang Xia's choice to hunt on the grasslands upstream of Xiahequan was actually a good one. Chang Xia had completed her basic training. The next step was the trial. The trial meant joining the hunting party. As beast folk, hunting and foraging were essential skills. Living in the forest, if you couldn't hunt or gather, how could you survive? Tomorrow, when you go to the grasslands upstream of Xiahequan for your trial, what weapon will you use? Shen Rong asked. Seeing Chang Xia absent-mindedly carving a stone in her hand, he picked up a stone nearby and started carving as well. With his strength, Shen Rong's stone tools always turned out a bit more refined than Chang Xia's. This often left Chang Xia quietly annoyed. Weapons. How about a bow and arrow? Chang Xia mused aloud. Beastfolk were known for their strength and preferred fighting hand-to-hand. Still, they used bows, spears, swords, and other weapons as support. But spears and axes were the mainstay. Bows and arrows were more the specialty of the birdfolk. In the twilight forest, iron and copper were scarce. Most weapons were made from ironwood or beast bones, materials that were tough and durable. Ironwood, thousands of years old, was even sharper and stronger than metal. And beast bone, especially from fierce beasts, was just as good as iron or copper. Chang Xia had a beast bone knife, honed to a razor edge. It could slice hair, but she rarely used it. She wasn't as strong as the other tribe members, so spears and axes weren't a good fit. A bow and arrow, on the other hand, suited her well. All right. Shen Rong nodded. Have you practiced archery before? I have. My aim's not bad, Chang Xia replied. With her bloodline ability, using a bow and arrow had surprising effects. In her previous life, Chang Xia's power was wood-based, focused on healing. In this life, her bloodline ability was also wood-based, but more about controlling plants, with a slightly different emphasis. It could still nurture her body, but now it had some offensive power too. When Chang Xia used a bow, she could lock on to targets with her arrows, almost like a radar. When she discovered this aspect of her bloodline, she thought the title, God of Archery, sounded awesome, like it was made for her. But she'd also experienced the embarrassment of not being able to draw the bow at all. She was extremely grateful she'd never said that out loud. Otherwise, it would have been a black mark on her history. A few days ago, as she got used to basic training, she quietly tried out the beast tendon bow the former Chief Jen had made for her. She found she could finally draw it. What a relief. That day, she hid in the woods to practice for a while. With her bloodline ability to cheat, her aim was pretty good. Going into the forest to hunt, if she didn't have some skills, she wouldn't dare. She wasn't strong, nor particularly fast. Otherwise, she'd just be delivering herself as food for the beasts. You're sure? Shen Rong asked in surprise. He didn't recall ever seeing Chang Xia practice archery. Where had she learned? Before coming of age, it was even less likely. He'd heard from Nan Feng and the others that Chang Xia had almost been dragged into the river by a fish while fishing in the Bai River. Chang Xia had kept this a secret, and the tribe helped her cover it up. It was too embarrassing. The tribe worried that if she found out they knew, she'd die of shame. So, everyone pretended not to know about this bit of black history. Chang Xia put down her carving tool, acting proud. The chief gave me a beast tendon bow before I came of age. I used to practice all the time. Besides, I've been training with Elder Yami lately, and practicing archery in the little woods nearby. Hearing this, Shen Rong quickly surrendered. He admitted he shouldn't have doubted Chang Xia. Want me to set up a target by the wall so you can practice archery at home anytime? Shen Rong offered. Chang Xia thought for a moment, then smiled. Sure. Go make a target. She gathered up the tools on the table, planning to fetch her beast tendon bow from the cellar. Making a target wasn't hard. As soon as Chang Xia mentioned it, Shen Rong got up to find materials. Afternoon. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Chang Xia stood in the courtyard, holding a sinew bow, practicing her archery shot by shot. Shen Rong stood nearby, occasionally offering a tip or two. Chang Xia had told Shen Rong about her bloodline ability. After hearing it, Shen Rong was left with mixed feelings. As expected, Those favored by the beast god are truly extraordinary. This is basically cheating. Who else's arrows can automatically lock onto their prey? Previously, Changxia had used her bloodline ability to heal her own injuries. At the time, Shen Rong couldn't help but marvel. Changxia's bloodline ability might seem unimpressive at first glance, but if a totem warrior from one of the powerful beast tribes awakens such an ability, they'd be an absolute powerhouse. And now, Changxia told Shen Rong that her bloodline ability also included a special tracking feature. Shen Rong almost wanted to complain out loud. But then he thought about it. This ability was probably tied to the arrows themselves. Changxia's arrows were made from ironwood, and her bloodline ability was plant-related, so manipulating the arrows wasn't too far-fetched. If she used other types of arrows, the ability would probably be weaker. Changxia, take a break, Shen Rong called softly. Changxia put down her sinew bow and looked toward the tribe. Shen Rong, it seems pretty lively over there. Do you think the beast folk from the lion and bear tribes have arrived? If you want to know, let's go take a look, Shen Rong replied. Okay, I'll put away my bow and wash my face first, Changxia answered. She was in a great mood. Tomorrow, she'd get to go hunting on the grasslands upstream of the river. She'd practiced archery for another hour that afternoon, so it was a good time to go have some fun in the tribe. Even if the lion and bear tribes hadn't arrived, she could still play with Shanke and the other kids. So, after putting away her bow, Changxia walked over to the shelf where she kept sweets, grabbed some wild grass root candy and maple sugar, packed them into a clay jar, then wrapped them in leaves in the kitchen and put them in her beast pouch to take to the tribe. When Changxia and Shen Rong entered the tribal square was bustling with excitement, and Changxia's guess was spot on. The lion and bear tribes really had arrived, but this time, the leaders weren't Anbian and Shifeng, but rather the younger generation of beast folk from both tribes. Among them were familiar faces, Milu, Jia, and Lily. As they approached, the group greeted each other warmly. This time, the lion and bear tribes had brought the first batch of chili peppers and seaweed candy, tens of thousands of pounds of chili peppers and thousands of pounds of seaweed candy. Of course, they wouldn't deliver it all to the Heluo Tribe at once. It would come in batches. This also helped strengthen the ties between the three tribes. Changxia, I brought you some chili paste, Mila said happily. She had Jia set aside 2 vine baskets and placed them next to Changxia. The contents of these 2 baskets were special gifts Milu had prepared just for Changxia. Changxia happily accepted Milu's gifts and said, Our tribe recently succeeded in making dried powder. When you go back, I'll send you 2 baskets of it. Really? Changxia, you're the best. Milu was overjoyed. The two chatted for a while, then Mila leaned in with a mischievous grin. Changxia, guess what? This time, the Earth Tribe sent Daya to lead the group. By the way, where's Yadong? End of this chapter. As soon as she said that, those nearby who were in the know all exchanged sly smiles. Changxia looked around but didn't see any sign of Yadong. After lunch, everyone had returned to their caves. In the afternoon, who knew if Yadong had gone out to dig for wild grass roots or was just resting in his cave? I'm not sure where Yadong is. But which one is Daya? Changxia stood on tiptoe, trying to spot Daya in the crowd. Mila patted Changxia's arm and pointed to a tall, short-haired female in the crowd. Over there, the one with short hair and a beast-tooth necklace around her neck. Short hair. Wasn't that a bit too short? Changxia thought to herself, this short hair, it was basically a buzz cut. Her features were striking and bold. Daya, like Maple Leaf, had a more dramatic beauty. Even dressed in a more masculine style, it did nothing to diminish Daya's striking looks. This kind of beauty was dazzling and radiant. She stood out in the crowd at a glance. Changxia. Perhaps sensing Changxia's gaze, Daya walked straight over. Daya, Bear Tribe of the Earth Clan, Daya said with a smile, performing the Bear Tribe's warrior salute, thumb, index, and middle fingers raised, tapping her chest twice. Heluo Tribe, Changxia. Changxia nodded, returning the warrior salute. Each tribe's warrior salute was a little different, but the basics were the same. My father asked me to bring you some gifts. Please accept them, Daya said, clapping her hands. Lily came over carrying a vine basket. From the smell, it was clear the basket was filled with seaweed candy. The bear tribe is so generous. Changxia didn't refuse, accepting all the gifts with the same enthusiasm as she had with Milu's. She said, "Our tribe recently succeeded in making dried powder. I'll send some to Chief Shifeng to try. Could you take it back to the Earth tribe for me?" "Thank you," Dia replied happily. As dusk approached, a bonfire was lit in the tribal square. Dia squinted, still unable to spot Yadong. A hint of worry crept onto her bright face. Did Yadong really not like her? Changxia noticed Dia's expression change. After a moment's thought, she understood what Dia was thinking. "Dia, are you looking for Yadong? He went out hunting this afternoon. Do you want to come with me to the Baihu caves? Yadong's family lives in Baihu." Dia's eyes lit up at that. "Is that okay?" Changxia exchanged a glance with Nan Feng, who was standing not far away, and smiled. "Why not? Yadong built his cave just for getting married. Now that it's finished, it's only natural for him to settle down." Changxia's words were a bit vague. Dia's bright face turned crimson. Her pursuit of Yadong was already well known throughout the Twilight Forest. If it weren't for Yadong being so shy and never saying yes, Dia would have moved from the Earth Tribe to the Heluo Tribe long ago. "I'll go with you to Yadong's place," Dia said bluntly. She had always been straightforward and bold, with a bit of impatience in her nature. Back when that incident happened, she actually liked Yadong too. So, she decided to pursue him. Who would have thought Yadong would be so awkward, dragging things out for so long? This time, Dia was determined it was do or die. If Yadong truly didn't like her, Dia would give up for good. As she spoke, Changxia got up, ready to take Dia to Yadong's cave house. There were others like Muqin at the tribe's plaza, so it wasn't Changxia's job to entertain Milu and the rest. "Shen Rong, you go home and start preparing dinner. I'll take Dia to Yadong's place." When they reached the shore of White Lake, Changxia and Shen Rong parted ways. Yadong's home was on the neighboring hill. Since she wasn't sure if Yadong was back yet, Changxia naturally wanted to walk Dia over. When the tribe's people at the plaza heard that Changxia was taking Dia to Yadong's cave, they all looked on with anticipation and amusement. Clearly, everyone was eager to see how things would turn out between those two. Unfortunately, the tribe elders kept everyone in check. Otherwise, this bunch of nosy tribespeople would have secretly followed to watch the drama unfold. Dia, Yadong's home. Changxia pushed open the courtyard gate and saw the glow of firelight from the kitchen. She paused, guessing that something must have happened between Yadong and Dia before, one chasing, one running. There had to be a story there. Outsiders couldn't interfere. They'd have to work it out themselves. With that thought, Changxia opened the door and invited Dia inside. Then, she closed the courtyard gate behind her. Dia stood in the courtyard, looking toward the kitchen. "Dia." The sound of the door caught Yadong's attention in the kitchen. He opened the kitchen door and looked out into the courtyard. By the faint firelight, he could make out the silhouette of a beautiful woman standing there. Instantly, Yadong was stunned. "It's me," Dia said, striding toward Yadong. Hey," Yadong stared at Dia as she walked closer, about to say something. But before he could, Dia reached him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him, biting his lips. "I'm here to ask if you'll marry me. MMPH. Outside, Changxia peeked through a crack in the door, watching the two embrace. Damn me. Her eyes. She was going blind from this. With things like this between them, Yadong was still hemming and hawing. So frustrating. "I'm still making dinner in the kitchen. I'm not hungry. We'll eat after we're done." Outside in the courtyard, Changxia was exasperated. She couldn't believe she was actually worried about Yadong. What a waste of concern. Annoyed, she stomped off. If she kept eavesdropping, she'd probably hear something she really shouldn't. Inside the cave, things were heating up. Changxia, Shen Rong returned to their own cave, started a fire, and wondered what to make for dinner. Looking up, he saw Changxia come back with an exasperated look on her face. Changxia plopped down on a low stool by the stove and grumbled, "Shen Rong, whoever deals with Yadong from now on can just go die. That jerk, he's such a scumbag. What did he do? And Dia, why didn't she come back with you?" Shen Rong asked cautiously, trying to figure out what had happened. At his words, Changxia's face turned bright red. Those two were busy right now. How could Changxia say it out loud? Forget about them. What are we having for dinner? Forcing down her frustration, Changxia changed the subject. Shen Rong's mind turned, and he quickly guessed that Daya had probably stayed at Yadong's place. As for what happened, he couldn't be sure. It couldn't be anything too serious. After all, if Yadong had really caused trouble, Changxia wouldn't have come back looking so embarrassed and flustered. Thinking of this, Shen Rong suddenly realized what might have happened. Instantly, he felt a surge of respect for Yadong. Ahem. Just thinking about it made Shen Rong's mood fluctuate. He secretly wondered how much longer until he could eat meat himself, so close, yet so far. It was a bittersweet feeling. Besides, he really wanted a soft, cuddly little cub just like Changxia. That day, when the mountain sparrow carried Changxia's beast form back to the cave, Shen Rong had loved it. It looked like a miniature version of himself. That feeling was strange but warm, making him want to pull Changxia into his arms and never let her go. Unfortunately, he was afraid his thoughts would scare her. For now, he could only suppress those tender feelings. Roast anaconda meat, and I'll fry up some fruit pancakes. There's still some lamb soup from lunch. I'll heat it up to go with dinner, Shen Rong said. If he didn't say something, he felt like he might do something wrong. Changxia nodded. Sounds good. I'll bake some pies in the oven, too, so we can take them to the grasslands by the upper river tomorrow. Milu and the others' arrival hadn't changed their plans. After all, Milu and her group would be leaving tomorrow anyway. They wouldn't be staying at the Heluo Tribe. During the warm season, every tribe was busy. No one had time to hang around in someone else's territory. End of this chapter. Night was falling, and darkness gradually blanketed the White Lake Caves. In Changxia's courtyard, the aroma of freshly baked pies lingered in the air. Knock, knock. Someone knocked at the courtyard gate. Changxia paused, tilting her head. Who could be knocking at this hour? Changxia, it's me. Milu's cheerful voice rang out. Changxia put down the pie she was holding and called out, Shen Rong, the pies are done baking. Come take them out before they burn. Okay, Shen Rong replied. At the same time, he felt a bit annoyed at Milu. These people always liked to interrupt his alone time with Changxia. He'd have to find a way to whisk her away someday. Going to the forest would be a good choice. Milu, what brings you here? Changxia unbolted the door and welcomed Milu into the courtyard of the cave dwelling. Lily stood off to the side. This puzzled Changxia even more, since when did Milu get so close to Lily? Milu waved her hand and quickly explained, don't get the wrong idea. Lily wanted to find Daya, so he asked me to bring him here. Someone as clueless as Lily wasn't her type at all. Daya, Changxia was a little embarrassed. How was she supposed to explain this? Daya and Yadong were busy. She couldn't just take Lily and Milu over there and interrupt them. Noticing Changxia's awkward expression, Lily asked anxiously, Changxia, did something happen to Daya? Ahem. Changxia coughed awkwardly. Well, Daya's at Yadong's place. Right now, she's probably, a bit busy. You know what I mean? Lily frowned, looking at Changxia in confusion. Milu pursed her lips, her expression somewhere between a smile and a smirk. Busy? What could she be busy with? Lily asked, still baffled. Milu suddenly stomped hard on Lily's right foot. Did this blockhead not see that Changxia was about to die of embarrassment? A male and a female being busy together. What else was there to explain? She'd said all along that Daya chasing after Yadong was suspicious. One chasing, one running 8 or 9 times out of 10, there was something going on. See? She'd called it. Lily yelped in pain. Mila grabbed Lily's ear and cheerfully said, Changxia, I'll take Lily back to the tribe square. We'll talk later if you need anything. I made some pies, do you two want to try some? Changxia quickly offered. Mila waved her off and headed straight out of the courtyard. No, we won't disturb you and Shen Rong. Milu, what about Daya? Blockhead, shut up. Standing at the gate, Changxia watched Milu and Lily's retreating figures with a strange expression. Those two, are they really okay? Lily, over 2 meters tall, being dragged by the ear by Milu. It looked awkward no matter how you saw it. Yet the two of them seemed completely unaware, and from a distance, there was a kind of harmony between them that no one else could break into. Where'd they go? Shen Rong saw Changxia come in alone and glanced behind her. Changxia shrugged and whispered, Mila brought Lily over to look for Daya. I told them Daya was at Yadong's place, so Mila took Lily away, said they'd go back to the tribe square. Shen Rong understood immediately. Milu was a sharp one. She'd definitely picked up on some unspoken secrets from Changxia's words. Tomorrow, the lion and bear tribes are leaving. Shen Rong, do you think Daya will stay in our tribe? Changxia asked with a mischievous smile, poking Shen Rong and lowering her voice. Daya was decisive. She'd surely sort things out with Yadong tonight. The two of them were from different tribes, so one of them would have to leave home. From what Changxia knew of Yadong, he wouldn't choose to go to the Earth Tribe. Which meant Daya would have to leave the Earth Tribe and come live in the Heluo Tribe. Maybe Yadong will go with Daya to the Earth Tribe tomorrow, Shen Rong guessed. If Daya was willing to stay for Yadong, the Earth Tribe should be prepared. If Yadong was serious about marrying Daya, he'd go live in the Earth Tribe for a while. That was the custom in the Misty Forest. Shen Rong was an exception, of course. After all, he'd grown up in the Tianyuan tribe of the Western Lands. His relationship with the Wolf Tribe was still a bit unclear. Let's hope so, Changxia said. Daya was a great woman. Changxia really hoped Yadong wouldn't let her down. Night fell. After dinner, Changxia and Shen Rong prepared food for tomorrow's trip. Soon, the night passed. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Yadong arrived with Daya. Changxia, I'd like to trade for some cattail root sugar and chili sauce, Yadong said, looking a little embarrassed. Changxia glanced at Yadong, then at Daya. Daya's beautiful face was flushed, and she stood shyly beside Yadong, the two of them holding hands, looking very close. Of course, Changxia smiled and nodded. She'd wanted to tease Yadong a bit, but seeing Daya right there, she decided against it. She didn't want to embarrass Yadong. Since Yadong had come to trade with animal skins, it was almost certain he was preparing to go to the Earth Tribe. After all, he'd taken a Bear Tribe woman. He couldn't skip any of the proper steps. Otherwise, forget the Earth Tribe. Even his own tribe wouldn't let him off easy. Yadong, I'm not sure how much of everything you'll need. Maybe you should ask Aunt Tianluo, Changxia suggested. This was something best handled by elders. When Changxia and Shen Rong got together, she'd simply brought him back from the Normandy market to the Heluo Tribe. No gifts, no preparations, nothing. Her case definitely wasn't suitable as an example for Yadong and Daya. A union between two tribes couldn't be taken lightly. Changxia's words left Yadong dumbfounded. Damn me. He really had oversimplified things. All right, I'll go back to the tribe and ask Aunt about what else I need to prepare, Yadong said, still holding Daya's hand. Yadong, you really don't have to go to all that trouble, Daya said softly. Yadong squeezed her hand and said seriously, Daya, since I've decided to marry you, I can't skip any of the proper steps. Pfft. Changxia burst out laughing. Thinking of how Yadong had refused before and seeing him now, she could only say, how the tables have turned. Changxia, what are you laughing at? Yadong glared at her. Last night, Daya had said that if Yadong really didn't want to marry her, they should just make it clear, so she could go back to her tribe and find someone else. Hearing that. Previous page, next page, last page, top. Let me know if you need any part adjusted for tone or style. Yadong was trembling with anger. This female really had no shame. She'd tricked him into giving her his body, and now she was talking about getting together with other males. So, the two of them spent the whole night bickering and fighting. As the saying goes, couples quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. They managed to talk things through, which led to the scene this morning. Changxia pouted, completely unafraid of Yadong's sour mood, and said, I'm just laughing at someone getting what they deserve. Get lost. Yadong gritted his teeth, only daring to spit out a single word. He took Daya by the hand and headed straight for the tribe. Changxia shook her head. There was nothing more for her to do here. Aunt Tianluo would definitely have all the preparations ready, and more than enough at that. Last night, Daya hadn't gone back to rest at the tribe's plaza. Everyone in the tribe was sharp. They all knew what was going on. Even if Yadong hadn't prepared anything this morning, the tribe would have made sure he was sent off to the Earth Tribe. End of this chapter. Just as expected, Yadong had barely stepped into the tribe when he ran straight into his father Galay and his mother Tianluo. Beside them were bundles of gifts, sugar made from grass roots, maple sugar, several animal pelts, and more. "Father, what's all this?" Yadong was dumbfounded, stammering. Tianluo raised her hand and gave Yadong a smack on the back of the head, then turned to Daya with a warm smile and said happily, "Daya, Yadong is yours to take care of from now on." Okay," Daya replied shyly, nodding. Nearby, the chief Jen, Muqin, and others stood quietly to the side. At dawn, the lion and bear tribes would head back to their own territories. The Heluo Tribe gave them dried flour as a return gift for them to take back to their own people. This also signaled a silent alliance among the three tribes. "Yadong, you'll be staying at the Earth Tribe for 3 months. After 3 months, you'll bring Daya back here. I've packed your things for you. Now, go with the Earth Tribe and set off," Tianluo said briskly. This lucky kid had finally managed to marry a female. Before, when Yadong had rejected Daya's pursuit, Elder Yami had been so angry he'd given Yadong a beating, and when he got home, Tianluo and Galay had given him another round. But Daya was generous and didn't hold a grudge. Yadong's awkwardness just made everyone frustrated with him. So what if a male gets bossed around by a female? It happened all the time in the Twilight Forest. He was the only one who couldn't get over his pride. If a male isn't thick-skinned, how can he find a mate? Of course, Galay and the others only discussed this in private, never out loud. If Yadong knew that his secret was actually common knowledge in the tribe, he'd probably die of embarrassment. By the time Yadong came back to his senses, he'd already left the Heluo Tribe. "Daya, does this count as being kicked out of the tribe?" Yadong said helplessly. Daya giggled, happily stroking the animal pelts and other gifts in the basket, and said, "The Earth Tribe and I are both happy to take care of you. Now that the tribe has seaweed sugar, we'll be able to trade for even more things at the Normandy market next year. I think you should come live with me in the Heluo Tribe." "Here, try this," Yadong said. Before Lily and the others could object, he lifted the leaves covering the basket, revealing the grass root sugar and maple sugar inside. He even spotted a jar of maple syrup. His father had really gone all out for him this time. These sweets and gifts must have come from the tribe's main storage cave, not just their own household stash. The items stored in the tribe's cave were much more refined. "It's so sweet. What kind of sugar is this?" Daya exclaimed. Lily said, "I've had maple sugar before, but this is even sweeter and softer." "Grass root sugar," Yadong explained honestly. "It's a special sugar made by our tribe. The Heluo Tribe never lacks for sweets. If you live with me here, you'll be well taken care of. Besides, don't you want to live in a kiln house?" Yadong had been to the Earth Tribe before. The Bear Tribe lived in mountain caves. The Earth Tribe's mountains were humid and hot, caves were drier, but still couldn't compare to the Heluo Tribe's kiln houses. Unfortunately, the soil in the Earth Tribe's mountains was too loose for building kilns. He wondered if he could drag Changxia over to the Earth Tribe to help the Bear Tribe figure something out, maybe improve their living conditions. But for now, that idea wasn't realistic. He'd have to wait. At this, Lily and the others fell silent. Compared to the Heluo Tribe's kiln houses, their own caves really were lacking. So, Yadong was packed off to the Earth Tribe by his parents and the tribe, and wouldn't be back for a while. Baihu Kiln House. Changxia was packing up various seasonings and putting pies into Shen Rong's basket. In the morning, they ate pies and drank leftover soup from last night. Not fancy, but good enough for a meal. Then, the two of them headed south of Baihu Lake. As soon as they got down the hill, they ran into Nanfeng, Wanchuan, and the others. Clearly, they knew Changxia was planning to go to the grasslands upstream of the Little River for a trial today, and they wanted to come along to check it out. Maybe they'd catch a few lambs or wild sheep to bring back. Hot pot lamb was delicious, but ever since the Wangwei Mountains incident, everyone had lost their appetite. Today, Nanfeng was hoping to hunt another wild sheep, so they could have hot pot again. "Wanchuan, are you going to the Little River too?" Changxia asked in surprise. Wanchuan shook her head and explained, Shankuan and I are just going to the wilds by the little river to dig up grass roots, not to hunt on the grasslands. With twins to look after, Wanchuan didn't have the energy to hunt. She had to keep an eye on them even while foraging, in case they tumbled into a pit. I want hot pot lamb, so I'm going to the grasslands upstream of the little river to hunt wild sheep, Nanfeng said. And also to back Changxia up. Since it was Changxia's first time in the forest, she should have been accompanied by an elder from the tribe. However, with Shen Rong accompanying them, the tribe had no further objections. After all, Shen Rong's strength had been tested by the tribe. Aside from a few elders, no totem warrior could claim they could definitely defeat him. Changxia, you're carrying your sinew bow. Are you planning to stay there for a few days? Wanchuan's gaze swept over and landed on the sinew bow slung over Changxia's right shoulder. Her expression changed slightly, and she looked at Changxia with a hint of nervousness. Hearing this, Shankuan and Nanfeng also turned their eyes to the bow. This bow had been specially crafted for Changxia by the clan leader, Zhen. Back then, Nanfeng had even made a fuss with Zhen about it. I'll probably stay for 2 days, Changxia replied. Don't worry, I won't go into Mount Wei. I'll just be training on the grasslands upstream of the Xiaohequan. I heard Elder Pukong is stationed there, so it should be safe. Mount Wei, there's been something going on there lately, Nanfeng said with a serious face, sharing some news. Recently, Elder Pukong had been stationed at Xiaohequan, and the tribe's totem warriors had increased their patrols around Mount Wei. With all this coming and going, they'd naturally made some discoveries. What's going on at Mount Wei? Changxia asked curiously. Nanfeng replied, at night, there have been lights deep in Mount Wei. At this, even Shen Rong's expression grew serious. The forest at night was pitch dark. It was rare to see any lights. If there really were lights, it almost certainly meant fire was involved. What do the elders say? Changxia asked softly. Nanfeng shook her head. The lights had been discovered by patrolling totem warriors. The elders hadn't come to any conclusions yet, but they had stepped up their guard around Mount Wei. They were worried that some desperate wanderers might have fled from the Wangwei Mountains into Mount Wei and triggered some forbidden danger deep within. Nanfeng guessed the tribe might be planning to send people deeper into Mount Wei to investigate the source of the lights. However, the arrival of the lion and bear tribes had interrupted these plans for now. Today, the lion and bear tribes had already left, so the tribe would probably decide within the next day or 2 whether to proceed with the Mount Wei investigation. We're still waiting to see what happens, Nanfeng said. As they spoke, the group made their way through the dense forest. Lately, many tribe members had been coming and going, so a small path had formed through the woods. Following it, they soon reached the Xiaohequan wilderness. It had been several days since Changxia last came to the wilderness. The lush wild grass had been cut down, and the wilderness had been turned into fields. Unfortunately, the tribe hadn't planned out what to plant yet. Changxia looked at the fertile land with some regret, but said nothing. After all, she hadn't even finished planting the land at Baihu yet. The Xiaohequan wilderness was far away and not convenient for planting at the moment. End of this chapter. Hehehe. Elder Pukong's familiar, ear-piercing laughter rang in the ears of Changxia and the others. Little Changxia, I heard you're planning to go train on the grasslands upstream of Xiaohequan today? Pukong waved at Changxia while gnawing on a grilled fish. Elder Pukong, I brought you some meat pies, python meat pies. Last night, while making pies, Changxia suddenly remembered that Elder Pukong had been staying at the Xiaohequan wilderness lately, so she had Shen Rong help make some extra. In public, Changxia always addressed the elders respectfully. But when there were fewer people around, just like she called the shaman Granny Sui, she would call the elders Grandpa or Grandma to feel closer to them. Hehehe, Pukong was overjoyed, quickly putting down his grilled fish and urging little Changxia, hurry and give me those python meat pies. Food was Elder Pukong's weakness. The Heluo Tribe had done a lot to help him with this weakness. Unfortunately, Elder Pukong's bloodline power was too strong. All these years, he'd barely managed to suppress the negative effects, and sometimes they would still flare up. Seeing this, Shen Rong quickly handed over the basket he was carrying. Then he took out a rattan basket from it. As she spoke, Changxia handed over 2 wooden jars she was holding. Beside them, Nuanchuan, Nanfeng, and the others exchanged glances. No wonder everyone in the tribe adored Changxia, who wouldn't like someone so warm-hearted. After giving the pies and chili sauce to Elder Pukong, Changxia and Shen Rong continued upstream along the Xiaohequan. Nanfeng had originally planned to go with them, but before she could say anything, she met Shen Rong's gaze. Shen Rong smiled so gently that Nanfeng's hair stood on end, and she felt a chill. So, Nanfeng gave up. She looked up and watched as Changxia and Shen Rong gradually disappeared from view. Ginkgo trees. Changxia beamed as she looked at the ginkgo trees growing in the forest. The wilderness and the grasslands weren't connected. A stretch of forest separated them. The forest was full of ginkgo trees. She marveled that ginkgo nuts truly were a treasure bestowed upon the beast race by the beast god. Ginkgo trees seemed to grow everywhere. The ginkgo trees on the forest's edge had already been picked. The traces were still fresh, probably left by tribe members who had come recently. This forest was about half the size of the wilderness, and aside from some shrubs, it was filled with ginkgo trees. From now on, the tribe would have another place to gather ginkgo nuts, here at Xiaohequan. Changxia, Shen Rong. Just as the two of them entered the ginkgo forest, Shen Yan came out from within and greeted them. The tribe hadn't yet decided whether to enter Mount Wei. Recently, Shen Yan and others had been assigned to patrol this area to prevent any accidents. Shen Yan, are you patrolling alone today? Shen Rong nodded and asked. Shen Yan replied, Mutuo went hunting. Patrols were usually done in pairs. Today it was Shen Yan and Mutuo. With Elder Pukong stationed at the Xiaohequan wilderness, Shen Yan and Mutuo were responsible for the ginkgo forest, rotating every 3 days. Today was their 3rd day on patrol. After today, other totem warriors from the tribe would take over. Website promotional text omitted for clarity. Changxia, are you sure you want to go to the grasslands upstream of the Xiaohe River for your trial? Nanfeng should have told you. There have been strange happenings in the deep valleys of Wei Mountain lately. Shen Yan looked at Changxia seriously, hoping she'd give up on the idea. I'm not going to Wei Mountain, and I won't go near the Wei River. I'll just hunt on the grasslands. What could possibly happen? Besides, Shen Rong is coming with me, Changxia explained. Shen Yan thought for a moment and didn't say anything more. Recently, quite a few tribe members had gone hunting on the grasslands upstream of the Xiaohe River. At worst, he and Mutua could keep an eye on the grasslands. Take these signal flares. If anything happens, just light one. Mutua and I will get there quickly, and nearby tribespeople will come too. In the end, Shen Yan stuffed 2 signal flares into Changxia's hands. He then watched as Changxia and Shen Rong made their way through the Baigua ginkgo forest, heading straight for the grasslands ahead. A moment later, Changxia stood at the edge of the Baigua forest, gazing out over the endless grasslands. Shen Rong, do you think our tribespeople ever feel tempted to dig up Kogon grass roots when they see these grasslands? Changxia suddenly blurted out. Shen Rong could only stare at her in disbelief. If there's one thing the grasslands aren't short of, it's grass. Kogon grass, for example, not only is it everywhere, there's a ton of it. But normally, when people step onto the grasslands, shouldn't they be worried about wild animals? What kind of logic was this? Changxia's first thought was about the most unremarkable Kogon grass. She was always teasing Nanfeng, saying foodies were hopeless. But Shen Rong felt that label fit Changxia even better. Shen Rong was speechless. Heh. Seeing Shen Rong's exasperated expression, Changxia laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Following Shen Rong's advice, she hung her basket on a baigua tree, tied the animal hide pouch of seasonings to her waist, slung the quiver she took from the basket onto her back, and carried her sinew bow in her hand. The meat pies and other things were all tied to Shen Rong. They abandoned the basket and other bulky items. Let's go, said Shen Rong. Changxia glanced up at the sun, silently estimating the time, about 10 o'clock. Lately, she and Shen Rong had been spending time on the grasslands. Their first priority was to find a place to rest for the night. Hunting came second. In the wild, impatience and panic are your worst enemies. On open grasslands like these, if you don't find a good spot to camp, you're easy prey for wild animals at night. The tribe hadn't hunted deeply in this area for years, so there were bound to be plenty of beasts. Livestock like cattle and sheep weren't a concern. The real danger was from forest wolves, grassland wolves, jackals, and other predators. Ferocious and bloodthirsty. Once they set their sights on you, it's a fight to the death. "Let's go," said Changxia, following along as the two of them stepped onto the grasslands. Elsewhere, in the Xiaohe River wilderness. "Nanfeng, aren't you going to stick close to Changxia?" Nuan-chan asked in surprise. She'd thought Nanfeng would tag along with Changxia and Shen Rong to the grasslands upstream. After all, it was Changxia's first trial. Nanfeng spread her hands and replied calmly, "Do you think Shen Rong would let me?" The moment she'd mentioned wanting to go hunting there, Shen Rong had quietly warned her off. A classic Shen Rong warning, something you just have to experience. Upon hearing this, Nuan-chan and Shan Kun fell silent. Clearly, they'd had similar experiences. Shen Rong's gentle smile always sent a chill down your spine. Elder Pukong munched on a meat pie and said, "Changxia is under the beast god's protection, she'll be fine." And even if something did happen, wasn't he here too? "Elder Pukong, what's going on with Wei Mountain?" Nanfeng asked seriously. "Hard to say," Pukong replied after a pause. The changes in Wei Mountain, no one could say if they were good or bad. As long as it didn't affect the Heluo Tribe, the elders could accept it. After speaking, everyone gazed solemnly in the direction of Wei Mountain. A moment later, Nanfeng teamed up with some tribespeople and headed toward the grasslands upstream of the Xiaohe River. Upstream grasslands of the Xiaohe River. At noon, Changxia and Shen Rong casually ate a couple of meat pies, washing them down with cool boiled water from their water pouches. "Tired?" Shen Rong asked gently. Changxia brushed the crumbs from her hands. "I'm fine." The Xiaohe River ran through the entire grassland, so there was no risk of getting lost. The two of them kept their distance from the river, watching it wind its way upstream. Along the way, they occasionally spotted wild rabbits or pheasants. Changxia wasn't in a hurry to hunt. "Shen Rong, have you seen any good places to camp?" she asked. Since they planned to spend a few days on the grasslands, they needed to get a feel for the area first and avoid any pitfalls. Along the way, Changxia noticed a few familiar markings, probably left by other tribe members. "Keep going straight, there's a forest due south. We'll camp there." Usually, grasslands are right next to forests, and this one should connect to the foot of Wei Mountain, Shen Rong explained simply. There was a strange scent on the wind, probably drifting over from Wei Mountain. If the grassland connects to the foot of Wei Mountain, then doesn't that mean the Wei River is at the far end? Changxia exclaimed. Looking at the nearby Xiaohe River, she noticed that the deeper into the grassland they went, the wider the river became, and there were more and more tributaries. That explained why the Xiaohe River shrank so much after passing through the Baiwa forest. With so many tributaries, the water from the Wei River was split up and sent in all directions. So, the lower reaches of the Xiaohe River became an ordinary river. "That's right," said Shen Rong. From what they could see, the Wei River's water volume was definitely no less than the Bai River's. But the grassland's loose soil and the many upstream tributaries of the Xiaohe River spread the Wei River's water out, creating all sorts of new streams and branches. End of chapter. Notes: I omitted the meta content, like website links, voting requests, etc., as it's not part of the story. If you need the meta content or the chapter/website navigation translated as well, let me know. Changxia tilted her head, hesitating. There are so many animals living on this grassland. Why did the giant anaconda hide away in the wilderness downstream of the river back then? The anaconda was badly injured and needed to eat a lot to regain its strength. This grassland was definitely a better habitat for it than the barren lands downstream. More food also means more competition. Don't forget, besides herds of grazing animals like cattle and sheep, there are also dangerous predators like wolf packs on the grassland. With its injuries, the anaconda wouldn't be able to fight off the wolves, Shen Rong replied calmly. Predators on the grassland included not only wolves, but also jackals, hyenas, and vultures. In terms of danger, the grassland was no less perilous than the forest. If the anaconda hadn't been injured, it probably wouldn't even be afraid to linger around Weishan, let alone the grassland. No wonder the tribe wouldn't let me enter the forest. Chang Xia stuck out her tongue and sighed. She couldn't imagine what dangers might be lurking in those forests far from the Beast Tribe's territory. Usually, the areas within the Beast Tribe's domain were a bit less dangerous. The Beast Tribe lived on meat and kept wild animal populations in check through hunting. But in forests without Beast Tribes, wild animals survived purely through natural selection. The level of danger there was truly terrifying. "Don't worry, this grassland shouldn't be that dangerous," Shen Rong said reassuringly. He hadn't caught the scent of big predators like lions or tigers, but the smell of wolves and leopards was quite strong. The sun was sinking in the west. Yet the two of them still hadn't reached the forest Shen Rong had mentioned. There's a saying on the plains, you can see the mountain, but your horse will die before you get there. Today, Chang Xia finally understood what that meant. "Shen Rong, I can't walk anymore," Chang Xia said with a wry smile, hands on her hips, panting. They had been walking for hours. She was completely exhausted. "Let's rest for a bit." Shen Rong took out a water pouch and handed it to her. The pouch was made from animal hide. It didn't look big, but it held quite a lot of water. Chang Xia took it and drank deeply. Suddenly, Shen Rong's expression changed slightly. He gripped his long spear and motioned for Chang Xia to come closer. This ironwood spear had been gifted to him by the tribe. When asked what weapon he was best at, Shen Rong had chosen the spear. The spear was over 5 meters long, made with a 1,000-year-old ironwood core. It weighed 1,000 jin, about 500 kilograms. If you weren't a totem warrior, you wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone use it to fight beasts. Chang Xia took small sips of the cool water and whispered, "What's going on?" "We're being watched." "It could be grassland wolves or carrion jackals," Shen Rong said. They were upwind and could only catch a faint scent, so he wasn't sure exactly what kind of beast was stalking them. But that familiar, pungent, gamey smell. Shen Rong guessed it was wolves. He was from the wolf-fighting tribe and had a natural dominance over wolves. However, the moment they set foot on the grassland, Shen Rong had concealed all his aura. And Chang Xia, being from the Chinchilla tribe, a weaker tribe, had an aura that didn't scare off wild wolves. In fact, it would only excite their predatory instincts. These tribes and wild beasts were natural enemies. "You hunt me, I hunt you." Such great luck. Chang Xia sighed. She put down the water pouch and quietly picked up her sinew bow, trying to activate her bloodline power and test her skills. Sensing Chang Xia's eagerness, Shen Rong didn't stop her. To the northwest, in a patch of shrubs, a carrion jackal was lying in wait. Even though she couldn't see it, Chang Xia knew carrion jackals were not only ugly, but also vicious and bloodthirsty. Compared to grassland wolves, carrion jackals were even more troublesome. "Shen Rong, I spotted a carrion jackal to the northwest. Can you shoot it?" "I'll give it a try." Chang Xia nocked an arrow. It was her first time hunting a wild beast, and it was a vicious carrion jackal at that. Her heart was pounding. 1, 2, 3. She counted silently to herself. At the count of 5, the ironwood arrow whistled through the air, flying straight toward the shrubs in the northwest. Whoa. A moment later, the carrion jackal let out a howl of pain. She hit it, but not fatally. Just as the arrow was about to pierce its head, the jackal sensed danger and dodged, avoiding a lethal blow. Chang Xia's arrow struck its left hind leg instead. "What a pity," Chang Xia said regretfully. The wounded jackal leapt out of the bushes, howling to summon its pack. Shen Rong looked at her in admiration. "It's not a pity at all. Your shot was a bit weak, and you hesitated a little. If you were just a bit faster, you could have killed it in one shot." For a first attempt, Chang Xia had done excellently. Earlier, Siu had said Chang Xia was afraid of blood, and Shen Rong had worried she might not dare to shoot. He hadn't expected her to act so decisively. Though she lacked experience, everything else was perfect. "It was my first try, so I was a bit rusty," Chang Xia nodded, humbly accepting his advice. her face flushed with excitement. Shen Rong said with a smile, "The shaman told me you were afraid of blood." Afraid of blood? That was when I was little. Back then, I was weak and would faint at the sight of blood, so the shaman and the tribe misunderstood. Besides, if I was really afraid, how could I have handled chickens and ducks? Chang Xia wasn't the least bit embarrassed by Shen Rong's teasing. Back then, Xiu had told Shen Rong she was afraid of blood, just so Chang Xia wouldn't have to watch him detoxify poison. Afterwards, when Chang Xia saw Bai Qing's pale face, she couldn't even imagine what the detoxification scene must have been like. Seeing Chang Xia's proud little expression, Shen Rong could only shake his head helplessly and drop the subject. In the distance, several more carrion jackals appeared, quietly closing in on them. The faint stench of rotting flesh drifted on the wind. End of this chapter. Wow, there are quite a few guests this time, but they're kind of ugly. And smelly too. Chang Xia gripped her bow, eyeing the approaching rotting flesh hyenas with clear distaste. They really lived up to their name. The closer they got, the stronger the stench of rotting meat became. Shen Rong, I heard that rotting flesh hyenas have a chunk of rotten meat on either side of their spine. Is that true? A living creature, yet it carried its own rotten flesh. It all sounded a bit fantastical. It reminded Chang Xia of a food-themed anime she'd watched in her previous life, where the creatures were all sorts of bizarre, like roast pigs, crab pigs, and even screaming apples. Unfortunately, rotting flesh hyenas were nothing like roast pigs. Forget eating them, the smell alone was unbearable. It's true, Shen Rong replied. Hearing this, Chang Xia grew excited, swallowing hard as she looked at Shen Rong with anticipation. Shen Rong, have you ever seen a wild boar that roasts itself? Or tasted pork that's a mix of crab and pig flavors? Or tried wild fruit that screams when you eat it? Shen Rong's expression turned odd. He looked back at Chang Xia, his face a picture of speechlessness. A wild boar that roasts itself, pork that tastes like crab, and screaming wild fruit. Did such things really exist? Chang Xia, did a shaman tell you these things? No. I just made it up. She couldn't exactly say it was from an anime she'd watched in her past life. The Qinghai Plateau had magical ice crystal grass, and the East Sea had foundation stones. So why couldn't the Twilight Forest have self-roasting wild boars? Too bad, there really weren't any. While the two of them chatted idly, they never let down their guard. Out of the corner of their eyes, they kept watch on the rotting flesh hyenas gathering around them. The closer the beasts got, the stronger and more choking the stench became. Rotting flesh hyenas, along with rotting flesh vultures, were known as the grim reapers of the grasslands, probably thanks to their overwhelming stench of decay. Just the smell alone was enough to make one gag. They must have feasted on plenty of carrion. They eat rotten meat, so why are they attacking living creatures? Chang Xia asked in surprise. They do eat carrion, but rotting flesh hyenas will also go after fresh prey. It's just that, compared to other predators, their attack power is pretty low, so they don't have many options and end up eating mostly carrion, Shen Rong explained. But in terms of being troublesome, they're even worse than grassland wolves. Once a pack of rotting flesh hyenas targets you, they won't give up until one side is wiped out. The only solution is to kill the entire pack. Rotting flesh hyenas hunted in groups, usually 6 to 13 in a pack. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Hiss! The hyenas bared their fangs, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth. Disgusting drool dripped to the ground as their yellow, bloodshot eyes stared hungrily at Chang Xia and Shen Rong. Shen Rong, your kin are ugly and smelly. Chang Xia raised her bow and loosed an arrow at the farthest hyena. Her aim was true. The ironwood arrow pierced the hyena's neck, pinning it to the ground. It twitched, unable to move. Shen Rong hefted his spear, listening to Chang Xia's teasing. He nearly stumbled and fell. Rotting flesh hyenas, how were they his kin? Sure, they were both wolves in name, but he was a sapient beast, a completely different species from these wild, rotting hyenas. Besides, his own beast form was majestic and powerful, nothing like these disgusting creatures. In a flash, Shen Rong moved. When he stopped, 2 hyena corpses were skewered on his ironwood spear. With a flick, He tossed them aside and, moving like a hunter through the wind, swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 hyenas. Chang Xia felt a twinge of regret. But seeing Shen Rong's fluid, effortless movements, her eyes filled with admiration and awe. If only she could hunt as skillfully as Shen Rong, then the tribe would never worry about her venturing into the forest alone. Beautiful. Chang Xia lowered her bow and praised him. On the grasslands, there was never a shortage of prey. Rotting flesh hyenas were vicious, and if you didn't kill them in one blow, they'd become even more dangerous. Chang Xia didn't try to compete with Shen Rong for the kills, she was simply too slow. You did well too, Shen Rong replied. After finishing off the pack, Shen Rong led Chang Xia away quickly. The smell of blood would soon attract other beasts. Besides, the meat of rotting flesh hyenas was inedible, and their hides and bones weren't worth much. Both of them chose to leave the carcasses behind. Of course, if it had been grassland wolves or other beasts, they wouldn't have passed up the chance to harvest them. Shen Rong, are grassland wolves as ugly as these hyenas? Chang Xia asked. The rotting flesh hyenas were the size of newborn calves, over a meter tall, and quite intimidating at least. Chang Xia didn't dare underestimate them. Shen Rong shook his head. Grassland wolves are a size bigger than rotting flesh hyenas, about 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. They're much stronger, in a completely different league. Thankfully, they'd only run into rotting flesh hyenas. Grassland wolves would have been much more troublesome. Chang Xia fell silent. She'd actually hoped the animals of the twilight forest would be like those from her previous life. A 2-meter-tall grassland wolf would tower over her. No wonder there were strong and weak tribes among the beast clans, their beast forms were all massive. Of course, Chang Xia was an exception. Even among the chinchilla tribe, her beast form was on the small side. There was really no comparison. Shen Rong's beast form was even more imposing than a grassland wolf's. Among the wolf clans, the battle wolf tribe was second to none. Ordinary grassland wolves didn't even register as a threat to Shen Rong. But today, the main goal was to help Chang Xia get familiar with the forest, not to hunt. Just before sunset, the two of them finally managed to reach the forested hills they had spotted earlier. From a distance, the woods looked like a lush green button pinned onto the vast grasslands. It wasn't until they got closer that Chang Xia could see the forest's true face. This woodland was several times larger than the previous Baiwa forest. The hills rolled on and on. If you didn't know better, you might mistake them for a mountain range. Most of the trees growing here were ginkgo, though scattered among them were other species that looked familiar to Chang Xia, though she couldn't name them. The undulating forest stretched across a corner of the grassland, and at a glance, its boundaries were nowhere in sight. Shen Rong, do you think this forest connects to Wei Mountain? Chang Xia asked nervously. She had promised the tribe not to enter Wei Mountain. Besides, if the grassland wolves were really as huge as Shen Rong claimed, she was genuinely worried about what kind of terrifying beasts might lurk inside Wei Mountain. You're overthinking it. This is just an ordinary grassland forest. There's still some distance to Wei Mountain. Haven't you noticed we haven't seen the small river yet? That's perfectly normal, Shen Rong reassured her. The tribe had taught them how to distinguish between the Wei River and the smaller streams. The surface of the Wei River had a strange, dark gray color, completely different from other rivers. The beast folk suspected this was due to the influence of Wei Mountain, which caused the river's color to change. Thanks to Book Friend 533 by 514, Superfoodie, Fengwo Wanwu, Book Friend 140810180348276, and others for your monthly votes and recommendations. Thank you all so much. End of this chapter. Oh, right. Chang Xia smacked her forehead. During Elder Yami's training, she had taught them some basic knowledge about the tribe's territory, including the strange phenomenon of the Wei River's surface. The Wei River was different from other rivers and waterways in the twilight forest. Its surface was an eerie dark gray. From a distance, the river looked gray-black, but once the water left the Wei River, it returned to normal. Some beast folk had entered the river to investigate, but found nothing unusual. In the end, the beast folk linked the Wei River's oddity to Wei Mountain. The surface of the Wei River is gray-black, Changxia said. I've heard that when water is deep enough, it looks darker. Is the Wei River very deep? But even if it's deep, it shouldn't be gray-black, it should be green or blue. Other than the strange color, the Wei River is normal, Shen Rong replied. He had brought Changxia to the upper reaches of the small river on the grassland for a trial, and had naturally exchanged all kinds of information with the tribe's totem warriors. Of course, they couldn't avoid talking about the Wei River and Wei Mountain, but after all these years, no beast folk had managed to unravel the mysteries of Wei Mountain or figure out why the Wei River's surface was such a strange color. As they walked, Shen Rong found a sheltered slope. They cleared the ground and built a fire. This would be their campsite for the night. It was hard to find caves to camp in on the grassland, and with night falling, Shen Rong didn't want to waste time searching for one. Instead, he chose a suitable sheltered slope to settle down. Changxia built the hearth while Shen Rong, his hands transformed into beast form, quickly crafted bowls and chopsticks. Since they'd be staying on the grassland for a few days, Shen Rong even made a bucket and a basin. Then he took the bucket to the small river to fetch water and caught 2 fish for dinner while he was at it. While Shen Rong was fetching water, Changxia built the hearth and set the stone pot he'd just made on the stove. With time tight, Shen Rong hadn't polished the pot to perfection, but as long as it was usable, it would do. She poured the remaining water from her water skin into the pot. Then, she untied the medicine pouch at her waist and took out a small packet of white powder, carefully sprinkling it around the perimeter of the sheltered slope. This powder was for repelling insects, ants, and snakes, things that were never in short supply in the forests during the warm season. She couldn't afford to be careless. Soon, Changxia finished spreading the repellent powder. Shen Rong returned with water and fish, and he'd also caught a wild chicken, which was tied to his waist. Nice haul, Shen Rong. Changxia exclaimed in delight. Shen Rong set down the bucket and said regretfully, "It's getting dark so fast, I didn't have time to clean the chicken and fish. Leave them for now, I'll take care of it right away." He didn't feel comfortable leaving Changxia alone in the woods. Fetching water, catching fish, and grabbing a chicken, once he was done, he hurried straight back to their camp in the woods. Even though he'd checked the area for danger before leaving, you could never be too careful. When it came to Changxia's safety, there was no such thing as being overly cautious. "All right, you handle that. I'll wash the stone pot and boil some water for tomorrow. For dinner, let's just have grilled fish and chicken, it'll save time," Changxia suggested. She also planned to wrap the chicken and fish in leaves and wet clay before roasting them. That way, the food's aroma wouldn't be too strong and attract wild animals. The memory of the carrion jackals they'd encountered that afternoon was still fresh in her mind. She didn't want to spend her first night in the forest fighting off beasts. "Like beggar's chicken?" Shen Rong asked, catching on. Changxia nodded. "It's just the 2 of us. I don't want to attract wild animals with the smell of food and end up fighting them all night." "All right, we'll do it your way," Shen Rong agreed. When the tribe's hunting parties went out, they usually brought fruit powder and made porridge to get through the night. Of course, if conditions allowed, they'd light a fire and have hot roasted meat. While Shen Rong cleaned the chicken and fish, Changxia washed the stone pot thoroughly, then started boiling water. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to drink raw water in the wild, boiling it was safer. Once the chicken and fish were wrapped, they moved the fire aside. Changxia had already built the fire next to the stove. After burying the chicken and fish, they moved the fire back and kept adding firewood, letting the food cook slowly. This method made the meat juicier and more tender than direct roasting over flames. When the water boiled, Changxia filled 2 wooden bowls and set them aside to cool. By now, night had fully fallen. Above them, countless stars filled the sky. The entire grassland was silent, with only the occasional chirp of insects breaking the stillness. "Hey friends! Long summer, are you cold?" Shen Rong untied the animal pouch at his waist, took out a small handful of wild grass roots, and handed them to Long Summer for her to chew on. Long Summer happily accepted the grass roots and shook her head. "Not cold at all. The night breeze feels really nice." Stargazing on the grasslands is different from watching the stars in the White Lake Caves. It's a pretty good feeling. The night sky in the twilight forest is truly beautiful, Shen Rong said. The stars twinkled above them like dazzling pearls, mesmerizing to behold. This was a sight he could never see in the Western lands. Perhaps it had something to do with one's state of mind. Every day in the Western lands, Shen Rong had felt restless and impatient. Life in the twilight forest, back when he lived with the Heluo Tribe, was so much more leisurely. Each day was spent hunting and gathering, nothing more. There were no other conflicts or bloodshed. It was almost like living in a paradise. Of course. Long Summer nodded proudly, agreeing with Shen Rong. The two of them chatted idly about anything and everything, saying whatever came to mind, with no purpose or hidden motives, just speaking as they pleased. Shen Rong, put out the fire. The chicken and fish should be done roasting and stewing under the coals. Dig them out and let's eat, Long Summer said, her stomach growling. The two exchanged a glance, then quickly put out the fire and dug up the chicken and fish buried beneath. They broke open the earthen crust, revealing the chicken and fish wrapped in leaves inside. Shen Rong tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Long Summer, who took it and gave him the other leg. Bathed in starlight and firelight, the two enjoyed a simple meal together. Afterwards, they buried the bones on the spot. With the fire and stove extinguished, the night grew deep and silent. The whole grassland was filled only with the chirring of insects. Shen Rong held Long Summer in his arms as they leaned against the hillside and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before they even opened their eyes, the lively chirping of birds filled their ears. Shen Rong. Long Summer called out softly, still half asleep. I'm here. I'm making soup. Once you wake up and rinse your mouth, breakfast will be ready, Shen Rong replied. So early. Long Summer rubbed her eyes and looked around. Shen Rong was crouched by the stove, and the morning breeze carried the faint aroma of meat broth. She asked in confusion, Shen Rong, what kind of soup are you making? Bird and wild vegetable soup, Shen Rong answered. That morning, he hadn't gone out hunting. Using Long Summer's sinew bow, he'd shot 2 green birds. The green birds were smaller than pheasants, but their meat was tender. The beast tribes often caught green birds to feed their young, as they were said to be very nourishing. Long Summer was delighted. Green birds. I used to eat green birds and fruit mash all the time. She'd been frail since childhood, so anything good for her health, Su Yi and the other tribe members would feed her. But since the tribe lacked cooking skills, they only ever used the simplest 2 methods, roasting and stewing. No matter how tasty the food, after eating it over and over, it eventually became bland and unappetizing. Here, try it and see how it tastes. Shen Rong ladled half a bowl of bird and wild vegetable soup for Long Summer. It was too hot, so he didn't fill it too full, worried she might burn her hands. Long Summer took the wooden bowl and sipped the soup. The tenderness of the green bird meat and the sweetness of the wild vegetables had completely blended into the broth. With just one sip, she felt refreshed and invigorated. Shen Rong, this soup is amazing. Long Summer gave him a big thumbs up, full of praise. Shen Rong's cooking was getting better and better. She was starting to feel like she'd been demoted to second in command. She'd promised to take care of food and lodging, but now it seemed Shen Rong didn't need her at all. Long Summer rolled her eyes. She'd heard this line so many times her ears were about to grow calluses. She was born into the Totoro tribe. No matter how much meat she ate, she'd never turn into a Black Panther or Wolf tribe member. The mountain sparrow always called her beast form kitty, but in her previous life, Totoros were rodents, while leopards were actually felines. You don't even believe that yourself. Long Summer teased, giving Shen Rong a playful glare. Shen Rong just smiled, not arguing, and simply encouraged her to eat and drink more. After breakfast, Shen Rong packed up their things in a basket he'd woven that morning, then hung it on a tree. Soon, he'd take Long Summer out hunting again, and they wouldn't return to camp until evening. He grabbed his spear and bow, and the two of them continued deeper into the grasslands along the edge of the forest. Long Summer repeatedly insisted she wouldn't go near Mount Wei, nor approach the Wei River. In reality, both she and Shen Rong were getting closer to Mount Wei. The tribe hadn't said anything yet, but they guessed it was highly likely they'd be sent to investigate the mountain. Wanderers were like ticking time bombs, no one knew when they might explode. Instead of waiting passively, why not take the initiative? They could investigate the changes at Mount Wei while also tracking any wanderers that might appear. Taking care of both at once wasn't a bad thing. On the first day, Long Summer and Shen Rong were incredibly lucky. Aside from running into a herd of wild sheep, they didn't encounter anything else. Not a single prairie wolf or tiger or leopard in sight. The second day was even luckier. They came across a herd of black-horned cattle, and Shen Rong managed to capture a black-horned cow with a calf. During this time, Long Summer successfully shot 2 sheep with her sinew bow. As for black-horned cattle, she still needed to build up her arm strength right now. She wasn't strong enough to take one down. The hide of a black-horned bull is tough enough to make leather armor. Chang Xia's strength alone could never break through its defenses. Still, she could manage to harass it a bit. As for beast transformation, she could attack in her beast form. But Chang Xia had never even considered it. After all, she couldn't exactly use her chinchilla beast form to cuteness the black-horned bull to death. That was just too unrealistic. When they captured the black-horned cow with its calf, Shen Rong had subdued it in his beast form. In that state, he was even more robust than the black-horned cow, his silver-white fur streaming in the wind, with a striking tuft of golden hair between his brows. If Chang Xia hadn't remembered that Shen Rong was in the middle of a hunt, she would have rushed over right then and there, and hugged those long, strong wolf legs of his, giving them a good squeeze. Damn, he was just too handsome. Absolutely captivating. Are we having lamb again tonight? Shen Rong asked. They discussed it together, planning to set out for White Lake Cave tomorrow. Chang Xia's novice trial was now complete. Plus, they'd managed to capture a black-horned cow with a calf, so they'd have fresh milk for half a month to a month after returning home. Chang Xia sighed, let's eat lamb. If they didn't, the lamb would spoil, and she hated wasting food. With 2 sheep, she and Shen Rong had been eating lamb at every meal for days now. Honestly, she was getting a bit sick of it. But with the hot weather, the meat would go bad if they didn't finish it. Even smoked and roasted lamb probably wouldn't last much longer. Shen Rong, you chop the lamb bones for soup and roast some meat. I'll fetch some water from the river and pick some wild greens. Maybe I'll find a few bird eggs. Chang Xia stood up. For this last meal before her trial ended, she suddenly didn't want to just throw something together. Maybe it was time for a real feast? They'd been wandering the grasslands for days now. Strangely, they hadn't run into any other tribe members, which made Chang Xia curious. Could it be that the others had spotted her and Shen Rong first and deliberately avoided them? Hurry back, Shen Rong said. It was still early afternoon and the river wasn't far. Shen Rong could see the river from their camp, so he didn't insist on going with her. Don't worry, I'll stay where you can see me, Chang Xia replied, picking up a wooden bucket. She wasn't reckless. She wouldn't wander the grasslands alone. Granted, she and Shen Rong had cleared the area several times over the past couple of days, so there shouldn't be any danger. Otherwise, Shen Rong would never have agreed to let her fetch water alone. At the river, Chang Xia filled her bucket first. Then she set it down and started searching along the riverbank for wild greens and maybe some bird eggs. Shen Rong had found a dozen or so bird eggs in the grass by the river over the past few days. Chang Xia wanted to try her luck too, maybe boil a few for breakfast tomorrow. As she walked and searched, a strange-looking branch in the grass caught her eye. Shen Rong! Chang Xia shouted loudly, at the same time quickly backing away. In the distance, Shen Rong heard her call. He dropped his ironwood knife without a second thought, not even bothering to grab his spear, and sprinted toward the river. Chang Xia! In a flash, Shen Rong was at her side, shielding her behind him. He scanned the area warily, but saw nothing unusual. Puzzled, he asked, Chang Xia, what happened? A snake, a weird-looking snake, Chang Xia whispered. She pointed to a spot in the grass, signaling for Shen Rong to check if it was venomous. Shen Rong parted the thick grass and looked where she indicated. A baffled expression crossed Shen Rong's face. Chang Xia, do you mean this one? Shen Rong carefully picked up a small snake coiled around a branch. It was about as thick as 2 fingers and 30 or 40 centimeters long. Its eyes were closed, and it looked dead, lying limply in his palm. Chang Xia tilted her head, hesitating. Shen Rong, do you want to eat it? We still have some python meat in the cave. This one's so small, there's barely any meat on it. Chang Xia, Shen Rong looked at her with a complicated expression and explained, Chang Xia, it's a he, not an it. He's a beast cub from the snake tribe, less than a year old, so he can't take human form yet. Look, here's the beast god mark. End of chapter. Bird meat and wild vegetable soup. Chang Xia rolled over and sat up, stretching her waist. She squatted down to rinse her mouth and wash her face, not even bothering to wipe away the water droplets left on her cheeks. She walked over to the stove, eyeing the bubbling breakfast in the stone pot. I used your sinew bow to shoot 2 green birds, Shen Rong said. Green birds, which look like pigeons. They're not very big, but their meat is tender and fresh. The beast tribes often catch green birds to feed their young cubs, as it's said to be very nourishing. Chang Xia exclaimed with delight, green birds. I used to eat green birds and fruit paste all the time. She'd been frail since childhood, so anything good for her health, Su Yi and the other tribe members would make sure she ate plenty of. But since the tribe lacked cooking skills, they always prepared things in the simplest ways. Roast or stew. No matter how delicious the food, eat it too often. And eventually, it just tastes bad. Here, try it. See how it tastes. Shen Rong ladled half a bowl of the bird and wild vegetable soup for Chang Xia. It was too hot, so he didn't fill it too full, afraid she'd burn her hands. Chang Xia took the wooden bowl and sipped the soup. The tenderness of the green bird meat and the sweetness of the wild vegetables had all melted into this one bowl. One sip, and she felt refreshed and invigorated. Shen Rong, this soup is amazing. Chang Xia gave a big thumbs up, full of praise. Shen Rong's cooking was getting better and better. She was almost ready to retire from kitchen duty herself. She'd promised to take care of food and lodging, but now it felt like Shen Rong didn't need her at all. Chang Xia rolled her eyes. She'd heard this line so many times, her ears were about to grow calluses. She was born a chinchilla beast, and no matter how much meat she ate, she'd never turn into a black panther or a wolf. Just like the mountain sparrow always called her cat in beast form, chinchillas were rodents in her previous life, while panthers were actually felines. You don't even believe that yourself. Chang Xia teased, giving Shen Rong a glare. Shen Rong just smiled. He didn't say anything more, only urged her to eat and drink plenty. After breakfast, Shen Rong used a vine basket he'd woven that morning to tidy up their things, then hung the basket from a tree. Soon, he'd be taking Chang Xia out hunting again, and they wouldn't return to camp until evening. He grabbed his spear and took up his bow. The two of them continued deeper into the grasslands along the edge of the forest. Chang Xia had made it clear she wouldn't go near Wei Mountain, much less approach the Wei River. But in reality, both she and Shen Rong were edging closer to Wei Mountain. The tribe hadn't said anything yet, but they guessed it was only a matter of time before someone came to investigate. Wanderers were like ticking time bombs. No one knew when they might explode. Rather than wait for disaster, why not take the initiative? Investigate the changes in Wei Mountain while also tracking any possible wanderers. They could handle both at once, not a bad thing. On the first day, Chang Xia and Shen Rong had incredible luck. Aside from running into a herd of wild goats, they saw nothing else. Not even a single hair from the prairie wolves, tigers, or leopards they'd worried about. The second day was even luckier. They came across a herd of black-horned cattle, and Shen Rong managed to capture a black-horned cow with a calf. During this time, Chang Xia managed to shoot 2 goats with her sinew bow. As for the black-horned cattle, she still needed to work on her arm strength. She just wasn't strong enough yet to bring one down. The hide of a black-horned cow could be used for leather armor. Her strength wasn't enough to pierce its defenses, but she could still harass them. As for beast transformation, using her beast form to attack, Chang Xia hadn't even considered it. After all, she couldn't exactly cute a black-horned cow to death with her chinchilla beast form. That was just too unrealistic. When they caught the black-horned cow with its calf, Shen Rong used his beast form to subdue it. In beast form, he was even more robust than the cow, his silver-white fur streaming in the wind, with a striking tuft of golden hair between his brows. If Changxia hadn't remembered he was hunting, she would have rushed over, grabbed onto Shen Rong's long wolf legs, and given them a good rub. Damn, he was just too handsome. Utterly irresistible. Want mutton again tonight? Shen Rong asked. He discussed with Changxia that they'd head back to the White Lake Cave tomorrow. This rookie trial of hers was basically complete. Plus, they'd managed to catch a black-horned cow with a calf, so they'd have fresh milk for half a month or more. Changxia sighed, let's eat mutton. If they didn't, it would spoil, and she hated wasting food. With 2 goats, she and Shen Rong had been eating mutton every meal for the past 2 days. Honestly, they were getting a little tired of it. But in this heat, if they didn't eat it, it would go bad. Even smoked and roasted mutton probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Shen Rong, you chop up the bones for soup and roast some meat. I'll go fetch water from the river and pick some wild vegetables. Maybe I'll find some bird eggs. Changxia stood up. For this last meal before the end of her trial, she suddenly didn't want to just go through the motions. Maybe it was time for a real feast? These past few days, they'd wandered all over the grasslands and hadn't run into a single tribe member, which made Changxia curious. Could it be that the tribe had spotted her and Shen Rong first and deliberately avoided them? Hurry back, Shen Rong said. It was still early afternoon, plenty of daylight left. Besides, the river wasn't far from camp. Shen Rong could see it from where he stood, so he didn't insist on going with her. Changxia replied, don't worry, I'll stay where you can see me. She picked up a wooden bucket and answered as she walked away. She wasn't reckless, she wouldn't dare wander the grasslands alone. True, she and Shen Rong had swept the area several times these past 2 days, so there shouldn't be any danger. Otherwise, Shen Rong wouldn't have agreed to let her fetch water alone. At the riverbank, Changxia filled her bucket. She set it aside and started searching the grass along the river. Picking wild vegetables as she went, she also kept an eye out for bird eggs. In the past few days, Shen Rong had found a dozen or so bird eggs in the grass by the river. Changxia wanted to try her luck too. Maybe she could find a few to boil for breakfast tomorrow. She wandered along, searching, when suddenly a strange-looking branch in the grass caught her eye. Shen Rong! Changxia shouted loudly. At the same time, she hurriedly stepped back a few paces. In the distance, Shen Rong heard her call. He dropped his ironwood knife at once, not even bothering to grab his spear, and sprinted toward the river where Changxia was. Changxia! In the blink of an eye, Shen Rong was at her side, shielding her behind him. He scanned the area warily, but saw nothing unusual. Puzzled, he asked, Changxia, what happened? A snake, a strange snake, Changxia whispered. She pointed to a spot in the grass ahead, signaling for Shen Rong to check if it was poisonous. Shen Rong parted the thick grass and looked in the direction she indicated. A look of disbelief crossed his face. Changxia, you mean this one? Shen Rong carefully stepped forward, picking up the little snake coiled around a branch. It was about as thick as 2 fingers, maybe 30 or 40 centimeters long, and right now it was lying there with its eyes closed, limp in Shen Rong's hand as if dead. Changxia tilted her head, hesitating. Shen Rong, do you want to eat it? We still have some python meat back at the cave. This one's so small, there's hardly any meat on it. Changxia, Shen Rong looked at her with a complicated expression and explained, Changxia, it's a he, not an it. He's a beast cub of the snake tribe, less than a year old, so he can't transform into human form yet. Look, here's the beast god's mark. The beast god mark. Before a beast cub turns 1, a mark will randomly appear on its beast form. The mark resembles the pictograph for beast. That's why the tribes call it the beast god mark. With the beast god mark, it's easy to tell a beast cub from a wild animal. However, the mark usually fades after the cub successfully takes human form. Changxia was dumbfounded. She stood there, completely stunned. The Heluo Tribe was a Black Panther tribe. Their beast forms were pitch black, even the cubs. Changxia knew about the beast god mark, but she'd rarely seen it in person. So, this time, she'd made a blunder. No wonder Shen Rong had looked at her so speechlessly and helplessly just now. And she'd even said it was too small, not enough meat, not worth eating. Honestly, what was she even saying? Luckily, only she and Shen Rong were at the river. Oh, and the unconscious, not-so-well-off little snake cub. I didn't look closely before. You see, this cub's beast form is so dark, Changxia explained, determined not to admit she hadn't recognized the beast god mark at all. That would be too embarrassing. Really, it was the tribe cub's fault for being so dark. As for the beast god mark, Changxia truly hadn't recognized it. The little snake cub isn't doing well. Should we light a signal flare or just head straight back to the White Lake Cave? Shen Rong asked, carefully cradling the young beast in his arms. Let me take a look at him first, then I'll decide, Changxia said softly, reaching out her hands. She gently took the snake cub from Shen Rong. The cub felt cool to the touch, curled up and just a bit larger than Changxia's palm. She was careful not to squeeze, holding the little one delicately as she used her bloodline ability to check his condition. It wasn't a soft, docile female cub, but a little male troublemaker. There weren't any serious wounds, just a few light scratches. He was unconscious, probably from hunger. Let's head back to camp, Changxia said. He's not seriously hurt, just passed out from hunger. Once he eats, he should wake up. These little scratches are likely from brushing against plants. Shen Rong picked up the water bucket and gave the wild vegetables Changxia had gathered a quick rinse. Back at camp, the mutton bone soup wasn't ready yet. Changxia filled a wooden basin with water and gently cleaned the snake cub, then dabbed some ointment on his wounds. Looking up at the sky, Changxia took out a signal flare and set it off. She thought it over for a while and decided they should stay on the grassland for now. If a snake cub had really appeared near the creek, it meant wanderers might have used the Wei River to sneak from the Wangwei Mountains into the Wei Mountains and then reach the Heluo Tribe. This was no small matter. It had to be reported to the tribe. With the speed of the totem warriors, someone from the tribe should be here within an hour at most. Should we make another pot of mutton? Shen Rong mused aloud. Given how much the Heluo tribe valued Changxia, he figured that since he and Changxia were on a grassland trial, the tribe would definitely increase patrols along the creek. When they'd arrived, Shen Yan and Mutua were patrolling the Baiwa forest. Shen Rong guessed the number of patrols might double, but he wondered who would be sent this time. Let's do it. I'll go pick some more wild greens nearby, Changxia replied. She wondered if Elder Pukong would come as well. The grassland wasn't far from the wilderness, and with Elder Pukong's speed, especially when beast-shaped, he could make it in under an hour. If he was already in Baiwa Forest, it might be even faster. Before heading out to gather wild greens, Changxia carefully wrapped the snake cub in a piece of clothing and placed him beside the stove to keep him warm. Snakefolk tended to have lower body temperatures, and the cub felt chilly. Changxia wasn't sure if he had a fever or not. Her bloodline ability could warm the body, but didn't help with fevers. Worried about the cub, Changxia didn't go far, just picked some common purslane and shepherd's purse near the camp. With the warm season, wild greens were starting to get tough, but the grassland near the creek was rich in water, so there was no shortage of edible plants. Recently, in their spare time, Changxia and Shen Rong had also gathered quite a few herbs, like dandelion and hay. After washing the wild greens, they were lucky enough to find a dozen or so bird eggs. Those could be steamed for the snake cub. Neither Changxia nor Shen Rong had any experience with snake cubs, so they couldn't guess his age or what he could or couldn't eat. They hadn't brought any fruit powder on this trial, so fruit porridge was out of the question. Steamed eggs and minced meat would have to do. Or maybe some meat broth? Shen Rong, is he still not awake? Changxia asked quietly. She reached out and gently poked the cub's tail twice. It was cool to the touch, probably refreshing to hold in the hot season, but in the cold season, cuddling a snake cub would be misery. Shen Rong shook his head. No. He moved a little, but then nothing. Both of them were complete novices when it came to beast cubs. They had no idea what to do. It was all guesswork. Changxia slipped her hand under the cub's little head. Let me check if he's still breathing. He's so still, it's worrying. Shen Rong was silent for a moment, then decided to go along with Changxia and carefully checked the cub as well. Meanwhile, Elder Pukong had indeed led a group from the wilderness to Baiguo Forest. Coincidentally, the totem warrior on patrol this time was Nan Feng from Nanshan. Since Changxia had gone deep into the grassland for her trial, the tribe had also sent Ge Lei and Yundong along. Old, middle-aged, and young, the tribe's perfect combination. Bang, bang. Elder Pukong, a signal flare. Nanfeng suddenly jumped up and looked at Elder Pukong. Nearby, Yundong and Ge Lei stood up as well, eyes sharp as they stared toward the depths of the grassland. When Xin Yan gave Changxia 2 signal flares, he'd naturally told Elder Pukong and the others during the patrol handover. Let's go to the grassland. Elder Pukong shouted, stuffing the roast meat in his hand into his mouth in one bite. He crouched, quickly shifted into beast form, and in the blink of an eye, 5 massive black beasts appeared in Baiguo Forest. Roar, roar. Elder Pukong let out 2 loud roars, then led Yundong and the others as they charged toward the grassland. At the same time, back at the tribe, people also saw the signal flare in the sky and heard Elder Pukong's beastly roar. Elder Yami, I'll head to the creek now, Jen said, springing to his feet. He'd been grinding flour with Elder Yami in the tribe's plaza when the signal flare exploded in the sky. They'd figured Changxia would be back at the tribe by now. But at the last moment, instead of seeing her return, they saw her signal flare. Let's go, no time to lose, Elder Yami said, giving a few quick instructions to the totem warriors in the plaza and sending them with Jen to the creek. The signal flare shattered the peace of the Heluo Tribe. End of chapter. Upstream of the creek, deep in the grassland. Website promo and navigation omitted. Let me know if you need the next chapter or have any other requests. The stone pot was bubbling with the rich aroma of food. The young snake beast, placed by Changxia and Shen Rong beside the stove, was drawn in by the enticing smell and slowly opened its tightly shut eyes. Hiss, hiss. The little snake beast opened its mouth, flicking its tongue. Hungry. So hungry. He's awake, Changxia whispered. Shen Rong held his breath and nodded. Should we pick him up? Why don't you scoop out some lamb soup and let it cool? We can try feeding him in a bit, Changxia hesitated. The bird eggs weren't steamed yet, and the snake cub was different from the tribe's other young ones. She wasn't sure what to do. Carefully, she reached out, intending to pick up the hissing little snake. But as soon as her hand got close, the little snake beast skillfully slithered onto her hand, up her arm, and straight onto her neck. The cold sensation instantly spread through Changxia's whole body. Changxia froze. Shen Rong. Shen Rong turned with the bowl of lamb soup, only to see Changxia standing stiffly, at a complete loss. Hurry, get him off me, Changxia whispered through gritted teeth. The cool, slippery feeling around her neck was unbearable. Changxia had always been helpless with soft-bodied creatures, let alone a snake cub now wrapped around her neck. She felt like she was suffocating. Roar, roar. Shen Rong was just about to help when, suddenly, 5 dark shadows appeared on the horizon. At the same time, earth-shaking beastly roars echoed through the air. Changxia, are you all right? Pukong called out loudly. Shen Rong quickly set down the wooden bowl and rushed forward to stop Elder Pukang and the others from approaching in their beast forms. After a few days of repairs, the camp was much better, though still no match for a proper cave dwelling. Still, it was rare to have such a clean, tidy space. Besides, there was lamb soup cooking on the stove. They couldn't risk getting it dirty. Thump, thump. Shen Rong crouched and transformed, using his beast form to block Elder Pukang and the others. Hee, Elder Pukang stopped and laughed heartily. Nanfeng, the slowest, landed last. She steadied herself and quickly shifted back into human form, the beast pelt around her neck slipping down to cover her body. With practiced ease, she put her clothes back on in the blink of an eye. Shen Rong, where's Changxia? Nanfeng asked anxiously. Shen Rong lifted a paw and replied, over there. As he spoke, Elder Pukang and the others shifted back into human form and followed Nanfeng toward the camp, leaving Shen Rong trailing behind. Changxia, Nanfeng called out. Nanfeng, come save me, Chang Xia shouted. Hearing this, Nanfeng and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They hurried over to Chang Xia. Chang Xia, what's wrong? Arriving at the camp, Nanfeng looked around but didn't see any danger. She gazed at Chang Xia in confusion, not understanding why she was calling for help. The snake cub, Pu Kang, was the first to sense the unfamiliar presence on Chang Xia. His sharp eyes quickly spotted the little snake around her neck. He reached out and deftly scooped the snake cub into his hand. Phew! Chang Xia looked as if she'd just survived a disaster. A snake cub? Nanfeng shrieked in surprise, staring at the little snake in Pu Kang's hand. Yundong, Galei, and the others all looked equally shocked. What kind of magical place was this little river valley? First a giant python, now a snake cub, what next, a whole snake tribe? Chang Xia found him by the river, Shen Rong explained, putting his beast pelt back on as he walked into the camp. We were worried there might be more trouble, so we set off a signal flare to call you over and discuss what to do. Hiss, hiss. The snake cub kept hissing, its soft little voice growing more urgent and hoarse, sounding truly pitiful. Chang Xia, the snake cub is hungry. Feed him something, he's probably been starving for a while, Pu Kang said. Chang Xia replied, Nanfeng, you feed him. The lingering chill from before still made Chang Xia uneasy. She was genuinely scared. Nanfeng took the snake cub, but it kept hissing, its cries growing more desperate and hoarse, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Chang Xia, he wants you to feed him, Nanfeng said, trying not to laugh. Chang Xia, you hold him, I'll feed him, Chang Xia finally said, giving in. She let Nanfeng hold the snake cub while she took the bowl of lamb soup Shen Rong had prepared. Hesitantly, she asked, Elder Pu Kang, can you tell how old he is? Is it safe for him to eat lamb soup? Beast cubs can eat meat and drink soup after 3 days, Elder Pu Kang replied with a hearty laugh. Cubs should eat lots of meat. You were always a picky eater as a child, Chang Xia, that's why you grew up so small and got sick all the time. Yundong and Galei stood silently to the side. Shan Kuan stepped forward, carefully examining the snake cub in Nanfeng's hands. He's a bit bigger than my own cub, probably 2 or 3 months old. He can drink lamb soup and eat roasted meat, Shan Kuan said. These folk were both careful and careless with their young, careful in that they valued every cub, careless in that their methods were rough. Meanwhile, Shen Rong brought over the steamed bird eggs. Chang Xia picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks, grabbed a piece of tender lamb, and held it to the snake cub's mouth, speaking gently, Come on, little one, have some meat. Hiss hiss. The snake cub wrapped its tail around Nanfeng's wrist, opened its mouth, and swallowed the lamb in one gulp. Apparently finding the meat delicious, the snake cub's big round eyes narrowed into happy crescents. He really seems to like it, Nanfeng said. He's actually pretty cute. Yundong whispered, crowding closer with Galei to watch the snake cub in Nanfeng's hands. Unlike the tribe's other young ones, the snake cub was tiny, so small that if he fell into the grass, you'd have a hard time finding him. Website promotional text and navigation omitted for clarity. Gelly said, so small and much quieter and better behaved than the tribe's little ones. You dare call the mad snakes of the Muwatch Mountains quiet and well-behaved, Elder Pu Kang, sitting by the stove and fishing out pieces of mutton to eat, overheard Gelly and Yundong's conversation and immediately chimed in with a mocking tone. Mad snakes, well, their cubs might be quiet. But once grown, who in the Twilight Forest doesn't know the snake clan from Snake Peak is not to be trifled with? At these words, images of those mad snakes from Snake Peak flashed through Gelly Yundong's mind. He looked up at the little snake cub in Nanfeng's hands and couldn't help but show a complicated expression. Sigh. Turns out, his feelings were misplaced after all. The snake cub was very cooperative, letting Changxia feed him a bowl of mutton soup and a bowl of steamed egg. Seeing the cub's belly bulge, Changxia stopped feeding him. At this point, the snake cub's belly was so round it was almost twice as thick as his own body, which looked a bit alarming. Shangkuan, is he okay like this? Changxia reached out and gently rubbed the cub's belly. The snake cub, enjoying the warmth of her fingertips, rolled over to expose his belly and let out a soft, gentle hiss. He unwound his tail from Nanfeng's wrist and lightly patted Changxiao's palm, as if acting cute. Shankuan said, "He's fine." Gelly added, "Snakes can swallow prey twice their own size. The cubs are much the same, so don't worry, Changxia." Relieved that the snake cub was all right, Changxia let out a breath. She was about to put the cub back in his little nest to rest. But before she could move, the snake cub crawled onto her arm, gently coiling around it and staying put. It seemed he knew he'd scared Changxia earlier, so this time he obediently avoided her neck and just wrapped around her arm. End of this chapter. Little one, shall we go to your nest and take a nap? Changxia gently stroked the snake cub, her voice soft as she tried to coax him. After all, with him wrapped around her arm, there was always a risk of bumping or dropping him if she wasn't careful. Soon, she'd need to eat and discuss things with the others, and she worried she might accidentally hurt the cub if she wasn't paying attention. Hiss hiss. The snake cub flicked his tail. It looked like he was refusing. Changxia looked troubled. At this moment, Elder Pukong spoke up. "Little Changxia, you don't need to worry about him. Snake cubs are used to clinging to adult beasts from a young age. If you really put him down, he might start crying. Every tribe has its own customs. Snake cubs, before they can take human form, usually coil around one of their parents, and there's no need to worry about them falling off." Elder Pukong, could it be that this snake cub thinks Changxia is his mother? Yundong stroked his chin, grinning teasingly as he looked at petite Changxia and then at the cub wrapped around her arm. Beast cubs recognize people by scent, and if they're young enough, they can easily mistake someone else for their father or mother. This snake cub was only a few months old. After all he'd been through, it was almost certain he'd mistaken Changxia for his mother. Changxia was dumbfounded and gave a wry smile. "It's possible," Gelly nodded, agreeing with Yundong's guess. Off to the side, Shankuan and Nanfeng stifled their laughter. Ahem, ahem. Shen Rong cleared his throat twice, breaking the awkward silence. "Come on, have some mutton soup." Soon, everyone gathered around the stove, sipping mutton soup and eating roast meat. "Shankuan, you'll need to head back to the lower river wilderness soon. I expect the tribe will send someone to investigate. First it was the anaconda, now this snake cub." Elder Pukong's expression was grave as he looked toward Mount Wei. This had never happened before. The Heluo Tribe couldn't afford to take it lightly. Shankuan nodded seriously, understood. It seemed Elder Pukong and the others wouldn't be returning to the tribe for a while. They'd need to stay here in the lower river area and see how things developed. If the snake cub Changxia found really was the one lost from Snake Peak, it meant that the wanderers were bold enough to try escaping from the Muwatch Mountains via the Wei River, hoping to use Mount Wei as cover. But weren't the wanderers being a bit too bold? Mount Wei was Heluo Tribe territory. The Wei River marked the boundary. The Muwatch Mountains belonged to Snake Peak, while Mount Wei was Heluo land. Did the wanderers not even realize that? Even if they managed to get into Mount Wei, did they really think they could trespass on Heluo territory? With Elder Pukong's huge appetite, the 2 pots of mutton bone soup were quickly finished off, with even the bones gnawed clean. Shankuan set off right away, heading downstream along the lower river. He planned to report what had happened on the grasslands to the tribe, to set everyone's minds at ease. At the same time, the chief and elders would need to decide, should they enter Mount Wei or not? "Changxia, is he asleep?" Nanfeng whispered. Changxia raised a finger to her lips and whispered back, "Don't wake him. He should be asleep." She could hear the softest of snores, gentle and light, and feel a faint warmth spreading over her arm. How did such a tiny cub even make it to the lower river grasslands? Nanfeng stared at the sleeping snake cub, full of amazement. Never mind Mount Wei and the Wei River for now. Just the lower river grasslands alone were full of dangerous wild beasts. Beast folk and wild beasts have different scents. If a wild beast discovered a beast cub, it would kill the cub instantly. That's an instinct burned deep into their genes. They know that once a beast cub grows up, it will hunt them. There's almost no chance for peaceful coexistence between the two. Changxia shrugged lightly and said casually, "I guess only the beast god knows." Contents previous next last page top. There are 2 possibilities. 1. He was brought into the Wei River by the Wanderers and managed to escape. Or 2. He was taken into Wei Mountain by the Wanderers, all of whom died, and he was the sole survivor. In any case, regardless of which scenario it was, the little snake cub is incredibly lucky. I've already checked the spot in Changxia where I found him. Aside from that strange branch, there were no other traces left by any beast folk nearby, Shen Rong said. This means the snake cub was likely washed up onto the banks of the Xiahequan grasslands by the river. He's so young, there's no way he could have ventured into the forest alone. It's increasingly likely that the Wanderers entered Xiahequan from the Wei River. The Wei River is extremely dangerous. Almost no beast folk would willingly take that water route. The Wanderers were probably driven to desperation by the Heluo Tribe, cornered, with no other choice but to escape through the Wei River and flee the Wangwei Mountains. But they underestimated the Wei River. At first, everything was calm when they entered the river. Nothing happened. But as soon as they crossed into the territory of Wei Mountain, the Wanderers may have encountered a terrifying river beast. Ambushed by the river beast, the Wanderers were thrown into chaos and had no time to look after the snake cub. In the chaos, the snake cub fell into the Wei River. After all, if the Wanderers had made it into Wei Mountain, the snake cub couldn't have ended up in Xiahequan. The Wei River flows through Wei Mountain, but that area is crawling with ferocious wild beasts, and it's shrouded in poisonous mists all year round. No matter how foolish the Wanderers were, they wouldn't dare go ashore and travel by land. The river was the fastest way out. No matter whether the Wanderers entered Wei Mountain or not, we need to go there ourselves. You've all spent a few days on the grasslands. You must have noticed the strange lights coming from Wei Mountain at night, Goryai analyzed in a low voice. The tribe had noticed something odd happening in Wei Mountain and had been discussing sending someone to investigate. They just hadn't decided exactly when to go. Fortunately, the rainy season has passed. Even if it rains again, it won't be as frequent or as dangerous as the first round of storms. It's really bright, Changxia nodded, her curiosity about Wei Mountain growing. At night, the depths of Wei Mountain are ablaze with light. From a distance, it looks like a city hidden deep within the mountains, its brilliant lights illuminating even the horizon. The mysterious reputation of Wei Mountain has always lingered in the Murai forest. The tribe can't afford to miss this opportunity. Shen Rong frowned, hesitating. Could there be some kind of glowing mineral hidden deep in Wei Mountain? Something like the lightstones the birdfolk have on the Qinghai Plateau. Wei Mountain is shrouded in mist all year round, and it's always cold. The beastfolk suspect that ice crystal grass might grow deep within the mountain. Now, with these sudden lights, Shen Rong's suspicion matches what the elders of the Heluo tribe have been guessing. Whether it's ice crystal grass or some kind of lightstone, the mystery of Wei Mountain must be solved. Otherwise, if word gets out about the lights at night, it's bound to attract the attention of other beastfolk tribes. That would make things much more complicated and troublesome. The Heluo tribe must act first, find out what's happening in Wei Mountain, and at the same time, keep any news of possible lightstone deposits tightly sealed. End of this chapter. Hee. Elder Pukong laughed heartily, casually clenching his fists. Instantly, two thunderous booms echoed across the grasslands under the night sky. Bang! Bang! It sounded like spring thunder, startling everyone. Changxia felt dizzy and instinctively shielded the snake cub clinging to her arm. She wasn't far from Elder Pukong, and even after several seconds, her head was still buzzing from the noise. Elder Pukong. Nanfeng called out in a low, angry voice, gritting her teeth. Did you forget that Changxia and the snake cub are here? Shen Rong was even quicker to react. Seeing Elder Pukong raise his hand, Shen Rong moved fast, pulling Changxia into his arms to shield her. At the same time, he covered Changxia's ears with both hands. Unfortunately, they were still too close to Elder Pukong. Elder Pukong froze, giving a sheepish grin. This time, he didn't dare make another sound. Changxia, still woozy, leaned against Shen Rong and whispered, "The snake cub." "He's fine," Shen Rong replied, handing the snake cub from Changxia's arm to Nanfeng for safekeeping. Clearly, the little snake cub was just as dazed as Changxia, limp as a piece of string in Nanfeng's hands. Shen Rong, is Changxia alright? Yundong asked anxiously. Gorei came over to help check her carefully, finally breathing a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Changxia, they'd all be in for a beating when they got back to the tribe. She survived the trial unscathed, only to get knocked out by Elder Pukong. No one would escape punishment for that. Shen Rong, is little Changxia hurt? Pukong asked in a low voice. But what Elder Pukong considered low was only a little quieter than his usual booming laugh. Before Shen Rong could answer, Gorei and Yundong quickly grabbed Elder Pukong and dragged him several steps away. Once they were far enough from Changxia, they let go of Elder Pukong. Elder Pukong, please stay quiet for now. I think as long as you do, Changxia will be fine, Nanfeng said, the corners of her mouth twitching. She never thought she'd see friendly fire happen right in front of her. Nanfeng didn't know whether to complain about how fragile Changxia was, or to praise Elder Pukong for being so strong. In the past, she and the others used to tease Shen Rong for being weak. Changxia. Everyone in the Heluo tribe knows she's frail. In the past, everyone was always extra careful with their words and actions around her. Lately, though, since Changxia came of age and got healthier, people have started to relax a bit. They're not as uptight around her as they used to be. Elder Pukong is so carefree that he forgot how delicate Changxia is. In his excitement, he lost control and caused trouble. 2 punches, and Changxia was knocked out. The other elders always used to say someone needed to keep an eye on Elder Pukong. Turns out they knew what they were talking about. If any of them had been here today, they probably could have stopped this disaster. I'm so dizzy, Changxia muttered. She felt as if countless little stars were swirling around her head. Shen Rong gently covered Changxia's eyes with his hand and said softly, Changxia, close your eyes and rest for a bit. The dizziness will pass soon. As he spoke, he untied the medicine pouch at his waist. He took out a small box of ointment, dabbed a little on the pad of his pinky finger, and gently applied it to Changxia's temples, slowly massaging it in so the ointment would spread. A cool, menthol-like scent filled the air, gradually clearing the dizziness from Changxia's mind. Slowly, Changxia began to recover. The little snake cub nearby was actually in better shape than Changxia. After lying limp for a short while, it wriggled back up, poking its little head around as if searching for something. It seemed to be looking for Changxia. But Shen Rong had just applied ointment to Changxia, and the fresh scent masked her own smell. For a moment, the snake cub was confused and couldn't pinpoint Changxia's location. So it ended up rearing its upper body and swaying side to side, looking for all the world like it was dancing. Honestly, it was pretty amusing. Leaning against Shen Rong's chest, Changxia watched the little snake cub with interest and sighed. No wonder snake cubs are so tough. Their constitution is amazing. At the same time, she lamented how weak the chinchilla tribe was. Even a snake cub was stronger than her. The beast tribe's weak ones really weren't joking. They truly were weak. Little Changxia, I'm sorry. Elder Pukong apologized, looking guilty. Changxia waved her hand dismissively. Elder Pukong, it's just that I'm too weak. It's not your fault, don't worry. I'll work hard to train and get stronger as soon as I can. In the past, if she'd been knocked out like this, she wouldn't have woken up so quickly. She'd have had to lie in the beast's nest for at least 7 or 8 days. But this time, she'd only been dizzy for a short while, and Changxia was thrilled. Hee. Even Elder Pukong's laughter was a bit more restrained than usual. Nearby, Yundong, Galei, and the others looked at Changxia with eyes full of affection. They really liked Changxia's spirit, so full of life and vitality. She might be weak, but she was more vibrant than anyone else. That was why the tribe was so fond of Changxia. Every time, they worried she wouldn't make it, but she always managed to create a miracle. Again and again, she fought with death and survived, always greeting them with a bright, lively smile. Just seeing that smile made people want to protect her with all their strength and help her grow strong. As everyone chatted, night deepened. Galei was assigned to keep watch for the night, while the others closed their eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Shan Kuan returned downstream and ran into Chief Jen and the rest of the tribe, who were hurrying upstream, weapons in hand and looking fierce. The two groups met and exchanged information on the spot. Shan Kuan told Chief Jen about how Changxia had found the snake cub upstream. After hearing this, Jen and the others exchanged serious glances. As they'd suspected, the rumors were true. The runaways had really dared to sneak into Wei River. Jen glanced back at his tribesmen and called out a totem warrior, instructing him to hurry to the Kanasha Holy Mountains Shaman Hall and report that Changxia had found a snake cub. The shaman could then contact the Snake Mountain tribe to inquire about the cub. Only the shaman had the ability to communicate with other beast tribes over long distances, something no one else could do. However, this ability had its limits. The shaman had to be in the shaman hall to make contact. At the same time, Jen had the tribesmen patrolling the wild send word back to the tribe about what had happened on the upstream grasslands, so Elder Yami could be prepared and not let the enemy catch them off guard, though the chances were slim. Then, under Shan Kuan's guidance, Jen led a dozen tribesmen straight for the upstream grasslands. Back at the tribe, Elder Yami received word about what had happened upstream. Immediately, she arranged for the totem warriors to patrol the area around the tribe in shifts and instructed the elders to keep a close eye on the tribe's cubs. No one was to leave the tribe, and no cub was to be out of sight. In an instant, the peaceful and harmonious Heluo Tribe was on high alert. The whole tribe was on guard. Hiss, hiss. At dawn, the mist still lingered on the grasslands. A few soft hissing sounds woke everyone from their sleep. Changxia opened her eyes, looked down at the snake cub curled up against her belly, and asked softly, "Little one, are you hungry?" Hiss, hiss. The snake cub tapped Changxia's hand with its tail, as if answering her question and telling her it was hungry. Shen Rong let go of Changxia and got up. "I'll fetch some water from the river and start a fire for breakfast." "Wait, I'll come too." With that, Changxia got up to join him. Nearby, Nanfeng and the others yawned and stood up, stretching and moving around to wake themselves up. Soon, everyone went to the river to wash up. Elder Pukong returned to the spot where Changxia had found the snake cub and carefully checked the area twice. He confirmed that the rotten tree trunk came from Mount Wei. Yundong, walk upstream along the river. Galay, check downstream. Elder Pukong pinched a bit of soil and rubbed it thoughtfully, then suddenly gave instructions to Yundong and Galay. They'd arrived late to the grasslands yesterday and had only asked Changxia and Shen Rong about what happened, without starting a search. Given how much the tribe valued Changxia. End of chapter. Thank you to CC617, Yun Family's Little Pig, Reader 1315, Yen Z, Sui Xin, Mint Blue 1127, Ge Wuhen, and all the others for your monthly votes. Winky face, asterisk. Navigation. Rankings. Infrastructure texts. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. By rights, the reinforcements should have arrived on the grasslands last night. However, no clansmen showed up. It's likely the tribe had other considerations. Now that the tribe's support has arrived today, Elder Pukong wants to confirm whether they should head to Wei Mountain. Elder Pukong, Shan Kuan didn't come last night, Nanfeng frowned, looking a little anxious. The grasslands aren't far from the tribe. Even traveling in beast form, it would take at most 2 hours on foot. Even if Shan Kuan was slow, he should have reached the grasslands by the second half of last night. Hee, Pukong splashed water on his face, grinning as he rinsed his mouth. It was too late to come last night. Maybe they rested in the Baiwa forest and will move out at dawn. He wasn't worried at all that something might have happened. If something could go wrong in the small river valley, it'd be like seeing a ghost. I bet the chief is leading the team. Changxia joked, holding a young beast from the snake tribe and letting it rinse its mouth with river water, teasing Nanfeng as she spoke. The tribe's chief, Jen, was famous for his caution, always prioritizing safety in everything he did. This had helped the tribe avoid many losses. People liked to joke about it, but no one ever went against Jen's decisions. As they chatted and laughed, the group made their way back from the river to the camp. "Little Changxia, I'll go hunt a black-horned cow for you," Elder Pukong said. He knew there were wild cattle herds on the grasslands. After returning to camp, He left to hunt, as a way to make up for last night's events. There wasn't much food left in camp. The wild goat Changxia had hunted was already eaten, leaving only a black-horned cow and a calf. There was plenty of baigua, white fruit. But fresh baigua couldn't be eaten directly. It needed to be dried and ground into flour before it could be used for cooking. Once Elder Pukong left, Nanfeng glanced at the bird eggs in Changxia's hands. She was planning to steam them for the young snake beast, so she said, "I'll take a walk nearby." She didn't want to put all her hopes on Elder Pukong. Not that she doubted his hunting skills, but she worried he might go too far, and who knew when they'd get to eat blackhorn beef if they waited for him. "Go ahead. Bring back a wild chicken or rabbit for breakfast if you can," Changxia replied. There was still half a basket of wild vegetables they'd picked yesterday, but not much meat. There were no signs of wild cattle herds nearby, so Elder Pukong might have to go farther afield. By the time he returned, it could be well past noon. So, they couldn't count on him for breakfast. Nanfeng volunteered to scout nearby, and Changxia didn't stand on ceremony. Soon, only Changxia, Shen Rong, and the young snake beast were left in camp. Changxia let the little beast coil around her arm as she cracked eggs to steam for it, asking Shen Rong to help mince some meat for a bowl of steamed egg with minced meat. The dish was ready, but Nanfeng still hadn't returned. Shen Rong frowned. There was no shortage of game on the grasslands. Was Nanfeng taking too long? Changxia held the wooden bowl, feeding the young snake beast. "Don't worry, Shen Rong. Nanfeng probably just went a bit farther. She should be back soon." "She's too slow," Shen Rong grumbled. If he'd known Nanfeng would take so long, he would have let her stay in camp with Changxia and gone hunting himself. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Changxia and Shen Rong exchanged glances, quickly standing up to look into the distance. When they saw who it was, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Nanfeng was leading a large group of clansmen back. No wonder she'd been gone so long. She must have run into Chief Jen and the others, which delayed her, so they all returned together. "Chief." "Changxia, where's the young snake beast?" "Here, he's coiled around my arm." Changxia stretched out her left arm so Jen could get a closer look. Jen reached out to touch the young snake beast, carefully examining the beast god's mark to confirm its identity. "Yes, this is definitely a snake tribe cub," Jen nodded gravely. "This little one is truly blessed, surviving the Wei River and being found by you. He's got a tough life." The Wei River. Even adult beast folk could lose their lives there, let alone a cub. This young snake beast had only a few minor scratches, not a single serious wound. Jen's praise wasn't exaggerated. "Chief, did you send word to the Kanashan Witch Hall?" Changxia asked. Jen nodded. "Don't worry, I had someone deliver the news to Kanashan Witch Hall. I expect the witch already knows, and has probably informed the Snake Mountain tribe as well." Arriving at the camp, Jen noticed Elder Pukong and the others weren't there. "Shen Rong, where are Elder Pukong and the others?" "Elder Pukong went hunting. Uncle Goriai is searching downstream along the river, and Uncle Yundong is scouting upstream." Shen Rong briefly explained everyone's whereabouts. Jen relaxed. He'd been worried Elder Pukong might have led people into Wei Mountain. Wei Mountain had always been peaceful. Why had it suddenly changed? Then again, Jen suspected the mountain might have changed long ago, but the tribe hadn't paid attention, so they hadn't noticed anything until now. This time, Changxia had wanted to divert fresh water into the cave dwellings, and by accident, they'd run into that giant anaconda, drawing the tribe's attention to the small river valley and revealing the abnormal situation at Wei Mountain. If not for the appearance of the wanderer, Jen wouldn't have been so anxious. Even the Heluo Tribe hadn't noticed the changes at Wei Mountain. Most other beast folk tribes in the Twilight Forest probably wouldn't have noticed either. But at this critical moment, a wanderer had stumbled into the Wei River. Damn, Jen really wanted to curse out loud to vent his frustration. Everyone got busy in the camp, helping Changxia and Nanfeng prepare breakfast. After all, they might have to head to Wei Mountain soon. There was no reason to delay any longer. "Changxia, how's the rookie trial going this time?" Jen asked, collecting his thoughts. Changxia looked up and replied, "Very well. I hunted 2 wild goats. The goat bone soup we had last night was from my hunt. The rest is website navigation and not part of the story. Well done, Jen said with satisfaction. After that, Changxia told Jen about their encounter with the carcass and hyenas when they first entered the grasslands. One by one, she recounted everything that had happened to them on the grassland. The tribe's people listened quietly, and the smiles on their faces grew more genuine with each story. The beast folk live in the forest. If they can't hunt or gather, they might starve to death. The young ones they used to protect can now hunt for themselves. This filled Jen and the others with pride and joy. End of this chapter. Meanwhile, breakfast was being prepared at the camp. Yundong and Gulei returned to camp one after another. Now, the only one who hadn't come back from hunting was Elder Pukong. No one found this surprising. Elder Pukong had always done things his own way. As long as he didn't cause any major trouble, the tribe wouldn't interfere. Good thing we didn't wait for Elder Pukong's catch for breakfast, Changxia said with relief. There were no herds of wild cattle near the camp, so if Elder Pukong wanted to hunt a blackhorn bull, he'd have to track the herd much farther away. If they waited for him, forget about breakfast. They probably wouldn't even get lunch. Better to look forward to dinner. Jen rubbed his forehead and said, "We need to discuss entering Wei Mountain. Elder Pukong isn't here. How should we proceed?" No matter what, they couldn't avoid involving Elder Pukong in entering Wei Mountain, since they needed him to lead the team. Elder Senda had gone to the Muwatch Mountains, and Elder Yami was overseeing the tribe. The other elders were busy with their own duties, so only Elder Pukong had come to the grasslands this time. Entering Wei Mountain required his order. Jen couldn't make the decision alone. The Heluo Tribe had sealed off Wei Mountain for many years. Reopening it meant opportunity, but also possible danger. This decision was important. There was no room for carelessness. At these words, everyone fell silent. Since it concerned Elder Pukong, no one dared to speak out of turn. No one wanted to get scolded. It's a pity the little snake cub is still too young, Changxia sighed. If the snake cub were older and could talk, they could ask it some questions. Then they wouldn't be so passive, feeling tied down and frustrated with everything they did. Gulei, Yundong, did you find anything? Jen asked quietly as he sipped his meat broth. Gulei shook his head. He hadn't found anything. I found a severed arm upstream, Yundong said in a low voice. It looked like it had been gnawed by some river beast. As he spoke, he glanced at the snake cub on Changxia's arm. That little snake sure was lucky. The owner of that arm was almost certainly a wanderer who had entered the Muwatch Mountains. He died in the Wei River, and even his corpse had been devoured by fierce river beasts. Only a bloodless, mangled arm remained. Did you confirm it? Jen asked seriously. I did, Yundong replied. It was an unfamiliar scent. As beast folk from the misty forest, their scents would be somewhat familiar to each other. But Yundong hadn't sensed anything familiar from the severed arm, so its owner was definitely an outsider. It seems we have no choice but to enter Wei Mountain, Jen said gravely. The tribe had been hesitating about whether to go in or not. Going in would be troublesome. Not going in would also be troublesome. Now, there was no choice. They had to go, which at least saved them from further indecision. Yundong, blow the horn and signal Elder Pukong to return to camp as soon as possible. Next, we'll head to Wei Mountain while it's still early. After thinking it over, Jen decided to set out for Wei Mountain immediately. Sooner or later, they'd have to go, so they might as well go early. The sooner they figured out what was happening in Wei Mountain, the sooner the tribe could rest easy. Yundong took the ox horn from his waist and blew it. Weo. Just as the horn sounded, Elder Pukong's familiar laughter came from the distance, growing closer. Hearing this, Yundong stopped blowing the horn, and everyone looked ahead. They saw Elder Pukong striding toward them, carrying a blackhorn bull weighing several thousand pounds, as if it were nothing. Jen, why did you blow the horn? Pukong asked, tossing the bull aside and wiping away non-existent sweat. Yundong found a severed arm upstream, gnawed by a river beast. The scent wasn't from any misty forest beast folk. I want to go straight into Wei Mountain to investigate, Jen said solemnly. Elder Pukong frowned and hesitated. Aren't you going to wait for news from the shamans? We can't wait any longer, Jen replied. I'm worried that the changes in Wei Mountain will attract other beast folk from the misty forest. Last time, rumors about ice crystal grass made Wei Mountain a hotspot for years. If word gets out about the glowing stone or this time. Jen didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. The Heluo Tribe wasn't afraid of trouble, but they didn't like too much of it. Wei Mountain was, after all, their territory. They couldn't allow outsiders to keep coming in to investigate. All right, as long as you're prepared, Pukong nodded. Changxia, help me process this bull. Then we'll head into Wei Mountain. I want to go too. Changxia said excitedly. No. Absolutely not. Changxia, you're not allowed to go. Several voices refused her at once. Wei Mountain was dangerous. Even the tribe's totem warriors had to be extremely cautious there. Someone like Changxia, who was only half-trained, would be in real danger. Everyone couldn't imagine what they'd do if something happened to her. Chief, I've always been lucky. If I go to Wei Mountain, maybe I'll discover something unexpected, Changxia said earnestly. She didn't want to take risks, she genuinely wanted to help if she could. Her words really did move Jen. The tribe had investigated Wei Mountain countless times, but could never find a way into its core. The mists and poison rings were dangerous, but the tribe had ways to deal with them. The real problem was that they couldn't find a way into the mountain's depths, so they couldn't figure out why it was glowing. Shen Rong looked at Changxia's determined expression. Chief, let Changxia come with us. I'll watch over her, and with Elder Pukong and the totem warriors, I think we'll be able to handle any danger Wei Mountain throws at us, Shen Rong said. He was confident he could protect Changxia and keep her from harm. At the same time, he was also aware of Changxia's luck. The tribe had sent people to patrol the grasslands for ages, yet it was Changxia who, on her very first trip to fetch water, stumbled upon a snake cub. If that's not luck, what else could it be? No one could explain it otherwise. In terms of strength, aside from the snake cub, who here wasn't stronger than Changxia. But luck is such an intangible thing, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. It's mysterious like that. Jen fell silent, turning his gaze to Elder Pukong. Pukong was picking his nose, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Jen, have Shen Rong take Changxia and pack up the camp. We'll head straight for Weishan. Yun, Donga, and Lei immediately got to work, butchering the black-horned cattle. However, the black-horned cow with a calf could only be released. When they returned from Weishan, if the cow was still around, they'd bring her back to the tribe. If not, they'd just have to wait for another chance to hunt. For now, getting to Weishan was more important. A short while later, Elder Pukong was munching on roasted meat as the group set off toward Weishan. This time, no one transformed into their beast forms, they traveled in human form. Shen Rong carried Changxia on his back, racing across the grasslands with the others at great speed. Changxia lay on Shen Rong's back, eyes half closed, enjoying the pleasant feeling of the wind brushing past her face. Nearby, Nanfeng looked on, full of envy. As they picked up speed, Weishan gradually came into view. At the same time, the clear waters of the little river began to look as if they'd been tainted with filth. Changxia realized they must have reached the foot of Weishan. The little river ahead was no longer the same, it was now the Wei River. Its gray-black surface shimmered strangely in the sunlight, giving off an eerie, unsettling feeling. No wonder so few beast folk dared approach the Wei River. Just looking at it was enough to make your skin crawl. Who would dare go near it unless they had a death wish? Thanks to one cow and others for your monthly votes. #NervousFace. End of this chapter. Wei River. The group stopped, all eyes fixed on the obstacle ahead. To cross the Wei River is to reach Weishan on the other side. Strictly speaking, this stretch isn't really called the Wei River. The name refers mainly to the section that flows through the Wengwei mountain range and Weishan. In the misty forest, the Wei River is infamous. The beasts in this river are far more dangerous than those in any other waters of the misty forest. Changxia stared in shock at the gray-black water. This river looks so strange, is it really safe? At most, there are carnivorous fish in the river. You won't find crocodiles or giant pythons here. After all, Weishan is tribal territory, and there are no river beasts in the waters within our lands, Jen said confidently. The Heluo Tribe is right next to the sacred mountain of the Kanashman Hall. This is the place closest to the shaman's way of life. The rivers here are absolutely safe and harmless. This water only looks scary. It's really no different from the little river, Nanfeng agreed. The real danger is the Wei River. Just mentioning it makes beast folk turn pale. There's no need to go near it. Almost no beast folk are willing to approach, let alone enter it. That would be suicide. Hiss. Suddenly, the snake cub coiled around Changxiao's arm let out an urgent hiss. Its tiny tail stood straight up, slapping Changxiao's arm repeatedly. What's wrong, little one? Changxia asked softly, lowering her head. Jen glanced at the snake cub on Changxiao's arm and said, Changxia, he's warning you there's danger ahead. This cub's alertness must come from an extraordinary bloodline. I smell a trace of Shiguer, Pukong said offhandedly, his gaze scrutinizing the snake cub. Shiguer, a legendary figure in the misty forest decades ago. Now, like Elder Pukong and the others, she'd retired from the spotlight, no longer stirring up trouble. But any beast folk living in the misty forest would know her name. Chief, who is Shiguer? Changxia asked curiously. Jen sucked in a breath, pressing a hand to his stomach to hide his discomfort. Just hearing the name Shiguer made his stomach hurt. Back then, he'd almost been dragged off to the Heluo Tribe to marry her. Her fierceness and madness were unmatched. Fortunately, Elder Pukong and Elder Yami had intervened and rescued him. Not many in the tribe knew about this. After all, it wasn't exactly a glorious story. Shiguer was the previous chief of the Heluo Tribe, a truly terrifying female. If this snake cub is from her line, then those wanderers who sneaked into the Wangwei Mountains won't leave the misty forest alive, Jen said coldly. In terms of combat, Shiguer might not match Elder Pukong. But in ruthlessness, no one could compare. The wanderers entered the Wangwei Mountains to hunt giant pythons and kidnap snake cubs. Either act alone would have enraged the Heluo Tribe. Surviving would be next to impossible. No wonder the wanderers dared to enter the Wei River. If they didn't, they'd die anyway. Dead sooner or later, so why not take a chance? Changxia, the Heluo Tribe is one of the few in the misty forest where the females are stronger than the males. The tribe is usually led by a female chief, Nanfeng explained. As she finished, she cast a furtive glance at Jen. Jen looked at Nanfeng and said leisurely, Don't even think about it, Nanfeng. You're too weak. Wanting to be chief is just wishful thinking. Among the totem warriors of your age, who could you beat? When it came to serious matters, Jen didn't spare Nanfeng's feelings. The chief's position belongs to the strong. Nanfeng was too weak, not strong enough. She couldn't take on the role of chief. Besides strength, she didn't stand out in any other way either. So, she was even less qualified to take the position from Jen. Southwind, you can do it. Yundong smiled encouragingly. Immediately, Gorei and the others also began to cheer Southwind on. Southwind pouted, grumbling, Are you all doing this on purpose? She wanted to be the clan chief mainly to have an excuse to slack off. Unfortunately, Jen quickly shattered her little fantasy. Among Southwind's generation in the tribe, Maple Leaf's strength ranked in the top 5, on par with the other totem warriors. However, none of them were particularly outstanding. The tribe's elders had high hopes for Luo. If Maple Leaf and the others were unwilling to take on the role of chief, the tribe would probably choose to cultivate Luo for the position. Of course, this wasn't something openly discussed in the tribe. Jen was still young, and he could easily remain chief for several more decades. In that time, not just Luo, but even younger tribe members would have grown up. Southwind, I never knew you had such lofty ambitions. Changxia exclaimed in surprise. Southwind rolled her eyes and retorted, What ambitions? That's nonsense. After some teasing, the group arrived at the bank of the Wei River. Looking at the river, which was over 10 meters wide, they began to discuss how to cross to the other side. This side of the river was next to Mount Wei, with no signs of animal activity. The area was surrounded by dense trees and flowers, so quiet it felt almost eerie. Let's cut down some trees and use them to cross, Jen suggested. Yundong and Gorei led the group into action, using brute strength to ride the felled trees across the river, a method probably only beast folk would think of. Shen Rong shielded Changxia in front of him, nimbly landing atop a large tree. Yundong and Gorei chopped down 3 trees, stripped off the branches, and left only the trunks. 7 people stood on each trunk, pushing the logs across the river with sheer force. The young snake beast cubs were too small, so they weren't counted in. Splash, splash. The trees hit the water with a series of loud splashes. Changxia kept her head down, staring intently at the river's surface, hoping to see what was beneath. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see anything. "Don't move around," Shen Rong said, holding Changxia tight to keep her from swaying and risking a fall into the river. He was just as curious about the Wei River as she was, but much steadier. Now wasn't the time to be curious about the river's mysteries. The blackfish in the Wei River are especially delicious. If you're curious, Changxia, once we reach the other side and find a place to settle, Shen Rong can take you fishing. Don't be fooled by how strange the Wei River is. The fish here taste better than those from any other river, Pukong joked. These folk didn't like eating fish, too many bones, easy to hurt their mouths. But besides its reputation for danger, the Wei River was also famous for its fish. Normally, these folk avoided the river, but occasionally, some would brave it to catch blackfish and other species for a treat. Of course, no one dared venture into Mount Wei itself. In the eyes of the beast folk, Mount Wei was even more dangerous than the river. "Really?" Changxia asked in surprise. Jen smiled and nodded, agreeing, Elder Pukong isn't lying. You were in poor health when you were younger, so the elders would go to the Wei River in the Muwatch Mountains to catch blackfish for you. You liked it a lot. They just told you it was bird meat. Fishy smell, too many bones, that's why beast folk disliked fish. But the fish from the Wei River weren't fishy at all, even eaten raw, which was quite miraculous. Unfortunately, there were too many dangerous river beasts in the Wei River. Otherwise, the beast folk wouldn't mind eating fish, at least, fish from this river. End of this chapter. After listening to Chief Jen's explanation, Changxia's mouth twitched involuntarily. As expected, this fit perfectly with the tribe's mischievous sense of humor. "Father, how come I've never eaten blackfish?" Southwind pouted, grumbling. Yundong and the others burst out laughing at her reaction. "You've eaten it too," Jen said helplessly. "All the beast cubs in the tribe have had blackfish, you just didn't know it." The shaman once said that blackfish from the Wei River had calming and nourishing effects. Whenever a new beast cub was born in the Heluo Tribe, the tribe would go to the Muwatch Mountains to catch blackfish for them. This time, they brought Shan Kuan along specifically to catch a few blackfish for Nguyen Chun's twin cubs to eat. "Oh," Southwind replied vaguely, not really doubting General after all. It would be easy to expose a lie like this, and since Jen said all the cubs had eaten it, there must be something special about the blackfish. Thud, thud. The logs hit the riverbank, and everyone jumped off onto solid ground. Soon, the tribe members hauled the logs ashore. Once their business in Mount Wei was done, they'd need to cross the river again to return, so they couldn't afford to waste the wood. "Let's go, let's hurry and find a place to settle down," Jen urged. Hee, Elder Pukong grinned, got his bearings, pointed in a direction, and said, "No rush. Just head straight this way. There should be a good place to rest over there. Let's go check it out." Hearing this, everyone looked up at Elder Pukong. Mount Wei is part of the tribe's territory. In recent years, we've abandoned it, but in the past, we used to send patrols and even built a beast den as a base. It's nothing unusual. But it's been a long time, so who knows if the den is still livable. Elder Pukong sighed. He didn't mention that although the tribe had officially abandoned Mount Wei, they never truly gave up on it. Every year, the tribe would send an elder to check on Mount Wei to make sure it wouldn't pose a threat to the tribe. After all, Mount Wei was really close to the Heluo Tribe. If the beast folk hurried, they could make a round trip in a single day. Calling Mount Wei the tribe's backyard wasn't an exaggeration. If it weren't so close, the tribe wouldn't have made such a big deal when they heard rumors of wanderers appearing in Mount Wei. Last year, Elder Chuejia was the one who went to check on Mount Wei. This time, Elder Yami had originally planned for Chuejia to join the expedition, but the chief had assigned him to stay behind in Qingshan. Website promotional text omitted. Let me know if you need more chapters or further editing. At this moment, The elder Chueju was still in the Green Mountains, busy harvesting green oil. He probably didn't know what was happening here in Weishan. Elder Pukong, are you hiding something from us? Jen narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Elder Pukong. Earlier, Elder Pukong had pointed out the way without hesitation, which made Jen sense something was off. The tribe hadn't set foot in Weishan for ages. How did Elder Pukong know about this particular resting spot? Decades had passed. That's not a short time. Hee. Elder Pukong laughed nervously, pretending not to hear Jen's question. The other tribespeople quickly caught on too, all staring at Elder Pukong with curiosity. They all knew he couldn't keep a secret for long. If they kept pressing, he'd crack under the pressure and spill everything. Sure enough. Jen asked again. Elder Pukong scratched the back of his head awkwardly and muttered, well, actually, every year the tribe sends an elder to Weishan to check on things, just to make sure it doesn't pose a threat to us. Jen and the others were speechless. How foolish of them. Weishan was so dangerous and so close to the tribe. How could the tribe possibly ignore it? Of everyone, Jen looked the most upset. As the chief of the Heluo Tribe, he hadn't known about this at all. If they hadn't come to Weishan this time, the elders probably would have kept this secret forever. But was Weishan really that terrifying? Sending an elder every year to scout Weishan, this was even more cautious than the regular patrols of their own territory. Usually, the Beast Tribe only patrolled their lands once a year. If something major happened in the Twilight Forest, only then would they increase patrols. And those patrols were always carried out by young totem warriors. The elders never got involved. No one had entered or left Weishan for a long time. The path was overgrown with weeds. Yundong and Galay swung their ironwood knives, hacking out a way forward. Here, take these antidote pills. Jen untied the medicine pouch from his waist and handed out antidote pills to everyone. Setting foot in Weishan meant they could breathe in the poisonous mist at any moment. The mist was toxic. At first, you might not feel anything, but after a while, you'd start to feel dizzy, and then your limbs would gradually go numb and stiff. By the time you realized it, you'd already been poisoned. Changxia swallowed her antidote pill, then took another one to coax the little snake beast cub into taking his. But the pill was made from herbs and had a strong medicinal taste. The snake cub hated it. Every time Changxia brought the pill to his mouth, he'd push it away with his tail, hissing in protest. Little one, you have to take the antidote pill, or you'll get poisoned and die, Changxia explained gently. She was riding on Shen Rong's back, with Nanfeng nearby keeping watch for danger, so she had the leisure to coax the snake cub. Nanfeng rolled her eyes and glanced at the cub. Changxia, why bother reasoning with him? Just pry his mouth open and toss the pill in. If you keep fussing, it'll be dark before we're done. Nanfeng grumbled. The snake cub seemed to understand Nanfeng's complaint. He bared his sharp, white teeth at her. Oh, so the little guy understands and wants to teach me a lesson. Nanfeng burst out laughing. She reached out, grabbed the cub's little head, and with a deft twist, pried open his mouth. Changxia was about to protest, but seeing the opportunity, she quickly popped the antidote pill inside, making sure he swallowed it. Oh, whoa. The snake cub struggled to swallow the bitter pill. Then, in a flash, he bit down on Nanfeng's hand, hanging from it and swinging back and forth. Little one. Changxia was stunned, then burst out laughing. This silly, adorable snake cub was just too cute. Nanfeng was exasperated, staring at the cub dangling from her right hand. So petty. Still holding a grudge. She shook him off and tossed him to Changxia. You'd better keep an eye on him. Don't let him run around. This is Weishan after all. It's dangerous. If the snake cub ran around, he could easily get hurt. The other tribespeople watched the lively little cub and couldn't help but smile fondly. The more energetic a beast cub was, the stronger its survival instincts. So, as Nanfeng and the cub played around, Yundong and Galay came to a halt. In front of them was a steep cliff. At the base of the cliff stood a strange beast den, built entirely of stone. Even the roof was made of thin slabs, not animal hides. Given that this was Weishan, no one found the stone den odd. Yundong opened his medicine pouch and sprinkled beast repellent powder around the den. Galay pushed open the stone door, and a musty smell wafted out. Covering his nose and mouth, Galay motioned for everyone to step back, then sprinkled more powder into every corner of the den. The stone den was spacious, about 60 or 70 square meters. There was only one stone door and no windows. There were 3 small vents in the roof, but they were tiny. It was clear that whoever built this den had been extremely cautious. End of this chapter. Nanfeng, go look around nearby and cut some mugwort to fumigate the stone den, Changxia said, still lying on Shen Rong's back, not yet on the ground. The musty smell from the den was overwhelming. Changxia turned to Nanfeng and asked her to find some mugwort nearby to burn and cleanse the air. The mugwort was old this time of year, so the mugwort cakes would taste a bit bitter, but they were still edible. It was a pity. When the mugwort was still fresh and tender a few days ago, Changxia had been busy building the kiln and collecting red maple sap, and missed the best time for eating mugwort cakes. Still, they were edible now, just not as tasty as they would have been a month ago. Website promo and navigation omitted for clarity. Mugwort grows in thick clumps, and the best time to harvest it is around the Qingming festival. After that, mugwort starts to develop a bitter taste. Nanfeng said, "All right, leave it to me." Mugwort, like thatch, can be found everywhere. Nanfeng didn't have to go far before she came back with a large bundle of mugwort. By now, Galay had finished spreading the beast repellent powder. When he saw Nanfeng come in with an armful of mugwort, he immediately understood her intention. He took the mugwort and headed toward the stone stove in the middle of the stone beast den. Fresh mugwort doesn't catch fire easily, so it can only be burned. Using the firewood already in the den, he struck a firestone to light it. He put the mugwort in as kindling and set it alight. Once it caught fire, Galay and Nanfeng quickly left the stone beast den. As expected, thick smoke billowed out, enveloping the den as soon as the mugwort started burning. The pungent smell of mugwort followed right after. "No matter how many times I smell this, it always stings my nose," Nanfeng complained. Changxia twitched her nose and hesitantly asked, "Is it really that bad?" "I think it's okay. If you don't like the smell, when we get back to the tribe, bring some mugwort to my cave. I can roll it into moxa sticks or twist it into mugwort coils for you." As the warm season arrived, temperatures rose, which also meant more mosquitoes and bugs. Before this, Changxia hadn't thought of making moxa sticks or mugwort coils. But now, watching the thick smoke rolling out of the stone beast den, she remembered that mugwort could be processed into these forms. They repel mosquitoes and insects and save the trouble of burning mugwort every few days. Beast repellent powder was simple to use, but couldn't be scattered in the tribe. In the past, during the warm season, the tribe would often burn mugwort, filling the entire settlement with its scent. The beast folk had sensitive noses, so for those who disliked the smell, the warm season was especially hard to bear. "Sure, that sounds great." Nanfeng nodded eagerly. Nearby, the clan leader Zhen, covering his mouth and nose, asked, "Changxia, do moxa sticks and mugwort coils smell less strong than just burning mugwort?" Zhen also couldn't stand the smell of mugwort. But with so many mosquitoes in the warm season, the tribe had no choice but to burn it. Whenever this happened, Zhen wished he could stay outside and not return to the tribe. But the forest outside was also full of mosquitoes and venomous snakes. It was just as unbearable. Moxa sticks and mugwort coils are both made from mugwort, but the smell is much milder, and they're just as effective at repelling bugs, Changxia explained, then added, "Actually, I don't mind the smell of burning mugwort, I kind of like it. If you'd told me you didn't like it, I could have made some moxa sticks for you." Making mugwort coils was a bit more complicated, but moxa sticks were relatively simple. Changxia wasn't lying. She genuinely liked the scent of burning mugwort. It was comforting to her. What's there to like about the smell of mugwort? Nanfeng pulled a face, looking miserable. For once, clan leader Zhen didn't argue with Nanfeng and agreed, "Ugh, I can't get used to that smell either. It's so overpowering, it makes me dizzy." The other tribe members burst out laughing. In the tribe, Zhen and Nanfeng were the two who hated burning mugwort the most. Others disliked it, but didn't go out of their way to avoid it. The two of them, father and daughter, would flee the tribe every warm season when mugwort was burned, hiding as far away as possible. Once the mugwort in the stone beast den had burned out, Galay went inside to clean up. Jen and Nanfeng stood in a sheltered spot, covering their mouths and noses, not daring to get close. Nanfeng hated the smell of burning mugwort, but when Changxia asked her to go cut some, she hadn't refused. This made Changxia feel a little guilty. Shen Rong said gently, Nanfeng didn't refuse, so she must have been willing. I really didn't know she disliked the smell of mugwort, Changxia said, feeling bad. Changxia, it's not your fault. I just don't like the smell, that's all. Every year, when the tribe harvests mugwort, I'm the one leading the team, Nanfeng explained. The tribe knew she and her father hated mugwort, but still insisted she lead the harvesting team. The tribe's twisted sense of humor was truly exasperating. Elder Yami bluntly said it was a case of fighting poison with poison. Maybe if she was exposed to it enough, she'd start to like it. Nanfeng wanted to argue, but with so many elders above her, she was powerless and could only go along with it. Over time, she stopped gagging at the smell. At most, she just kept her distance when mugwort was being burned. Pfft. Hearing this, Changxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was exactly the kind of thing the tribe elders would do. Thinking of this, Changxia glanced at clan leader Jen. Nanfeng hated the smell of mugwort, yet was forced to harvest it every year. As the clan leader, Jen must have it even worse. Too bad it wasn't the right time. Otherwise, Changxia really wanted to ask Jen how the tribe tormented him. Soon, the stone beast den was tidied up. All the bugs, ants, and venomous snakes hiding inside had been cleared out. Weishan was cold, and even before sunset, the temperature was already dropping. A bonfire was lit in the stone beast den, and Changxia took out a light stone and embedded it in the wall, instantly brightening up the space. This time, they'd come to the Xiaochuan grasslands for a trial. From the start, Changxia had planned to stay here for a few days, so she brought a light stone for nighttime illumination. Shen Rong, wanna go fishing in the Wei River? Pu Kong asked. It wasn't dark yet. The stone beast den wasn't far from the Wei River, so it was safe to go there and back. Shen Rong nodded. Let's go. Changxia wanted to go too, but sensibly kept quiet. You couldn't be too casual in Weishan. She decided to stay in the stone beast den with the young snake beast cubs and help prepare dinner. It was the safer choice. This time, Shan Kuan went along as well. After all, he had 2 cubs. Since the tribe had come all the way to Weishan, how could he miss out? Compared to the distant Wangwei Mountains, Weishan was much closer for fishing. So, they split into 2 groups. One group followed Elder Pu Kong to fish at the Wei River. The other stayed at the stone beast den to prepare dinner and scout the area for any potential dangers. Although Nanfeng also wanted to go to the Wei River to fish, in the end, she chose to stay at the stone beast den to help Changxia prepare dinner. Similarly, clan chief Jen and Yundong Galay also stayed behind. Dinner would be the black-horned ox Elder Pu Kong had hunted. Jen remained at the stone beast den, while Yundong Galay took 2 people and started scouting the area around the den, hoping to find some more game or perhaps gather some wild vegetables. With so many people, 1 black-horned ox wouldn't be enough to feed everyone. Besides, they couldn't put all their hopes on the Wei River. As the sun moved westward, night would fall earlier on Mount Wei than outside. Even though it wasn't fully dark yet, a thin mist had already begun to swirl above the mountain. At the same time, a faint strange odor drifted in with the mist. End of this chapter. Nanfeng, the mugwort on Mount Wei has thick, fluffy leaves, perfect for making moxa sticks. If you have time, gather as much mugwort as you can. When we return to the tribe, we can dry it and use it to make moxa sticks or mugwort mosquito coils, Changxia said, eyeing the pile of mugwort in the corner of the stone beast den. The mugwort on Mount Wei was clearly taller and had thicker leaves than the kind near the tribe. This kind was best for making moxa sticks. Sure, Nanfeng replied. There was plenty of mugwort growing right near the den. It was easy to gather a big bunch without much effort. It's a pity we didn't bring any fruit flour with us. Otherwise, we could make mugwort dumplings. Mugwort dumplings are bitter this time of year, but with a bit of sugar, they don't taste too bad, Changxia said, licking her lips regretfully. There wasn't much entertainment in the tribe, let alone snacks. When Changxia made cracklings while cooking meat, the tribe members were amazed by the taste. Lately, everyone kept thinking about it, often making cracklings to eat on their own or dipping them in egg to make crispy fried meat. Mugwort dumplings. Instantly, everyone in the den turned to look at Changxia. Changxia, tell us about mugwort dumplings, Nanfeng said, swallowing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They're simple to make, not complicated at all. The only tricky part is extracting the mugwort juice. There are quite a few white fruit trees on Mount Wei, but the fruit is all fresh. What a shame. Next time, we should remember to bring some fruit flour. This trip to Mount Wei had been a bit rushed. Aside from antidote pills and weapons, they hadn't brought much else. Fresh white fruit needs at least 2 or 3 days to dry before it can be ground into flour. So, for now, mugwort dumplings were just something to talk about. They couldn't actually eat them. No rush. Once we deal with the wanderers and the situation on Mount Wei, we'll be able to eat mugwort dumplings back at the tribe. By the way, Changxia said the mugwort for dumplings needs to be fresh, so don't cut it all down around here, Jen reminded everyone. Changxia smiled and said, even if we cut it all, we can take it back to the tribe to make moxa sticks or mosquito coils. There's mugwort near the tribe too, so we won't miss out on dumplings. The best time for mugwort dumplings is right after collecting red maple sap. This year, we're a bit late. Hearing this, Jen and the others made a mental note. Next year, when collecting red maple sap, they should also gather mugwort. Changxia, all the meat is marinated. I'll go gather some more mugwort nearby. You stay here with the little snake cub and keep warm by the fire, Nanfeng said, standing up. With that, Jen and the others also got up. Since Changxia suggested they gather more mugwort to take back, they might as well use this free time to harvest all the mugwort near the den. Soon, only Changxia and the little snake cub were left in the den. To be safe, when Nanfeng and the others left, they closed the stone door. The den had a vent in the roof, so there was no need to worry about running out of air inside. Seeing this, Changxia once again felt comforted by how thoughtful her tribe was. She got up and moved the mugwort pile closer to the stove to dry it. At the same time, she cleaned out the stone pot, planning to boil some water to cool off. She discovered another convenience of the stone beast den, easy access to water. The den was built against a cliff and there was a spring in the rock face. Spring water dripped down into a stone vat below. When the vat was full, the excess water would flow out through a small channel in the den floor. This was much more convenient than the old beast dens in the tribe. Except for the White Lake cave dwellings, which now had piped water, the tribe's other caves didn't have running water. They had to fetch water from the White River or the small waterfall near the training grounds. Hiss hiss. The little snake cub gently tapped Changxia's arm with its tail. Changxia looked down and asked softly, "What's wrong, little one?" Hiss hiss. The snake cub raised its upper body, opened its mouth slightly, and flicked out its pink tongue. It kept showing its belly, which was now flat and empty. Clearly, the little snake cub was hungry. He was reminding Changxia that it was time to eat. Seeing this, Changxia quickly understood what he meant. "Hungry?" she murmured. "I'll make you some roasted meat. Eat a little to fill your belly, and when Shen Rong comes back from fishing, we'll have black fish from the Wei River." The black-horned ox meat was tough and even tougher when roasted, not suitable for the cub. But for now, it was all she had. Changxia took a piece of marinated beef from the wooden basin, placed it on a stone slab, and tenderized it repeatedly with an ironwood knife to make it softer and easier to eat. Knocking was done, and Changxia didn't skewer the meat on branches to roast it over the flames. Instead, she chose to grill it on a stone slab. Direct roasting gives the meat a smoky, charred flavor, but it also makes it a bit tougher. This grilled meat was meant for the young snake beast cub, and if it's too tough, it'll be hard for the little one to digest. Snake cubs swallow their food whole, which is different from the Black Panther tribe. By the stone stove, Changxia set up a small fire and placed the stone slab on top. On the slab, she laid out small pieces of beef she had tenderized. Using wooden chopsticks, Changxia carefully turned the pieces over, doing her best not to let them burn, making sure the meat was cooked through. As the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, the little snake cub happily slithered up and down Changxia's arm. Remembering how he'd scared her last time, he made sure not to go near her shoulders or neck. Don't be impatient, little one. It needs to cook just a bit longer. When the beef was ready, Changxia put it in a bowl to cool before feeding it to the snake cub. Meanwhile, the water on the stone stove had come to a boil. Changxia ladled the hot water into a clean wooden bucket and kept the fire going for more. After changing the water, she finally sat down by the stove and began shredding the grilled beef to feed the snake cub. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the stone beast den. Changxia, look what I dug up, Nanfeng's cheerful voice called from outside. The stone door was pushed open, and she came in carrying a woven basket half filled with yellowish roots. Yellow roots. I found yellow roots. I'm telling you, these are delicious both raw and cooked. My father and the others are still digging. The hillside we found is covered in these vines. We'll probably get thousands of pounds of yellow roots. Listening to Nanfeng's excited chatter, Changxia leaned over for a look. These yellow roots were actually kudzu roots, which Changxia recognized at a glance. Kudzu root can be eaten raw or cooked, and can also be made into kudzu starch, which, when mixed with hot water, makes a refreshing drink that cools you down and stimulates the appetite. Thank you to Hibernating Bear, Linglong, Carefree Little Lord, Yaya, the donkey from Shangma, Ming Lily, just changing my name, McDull, Sorrow, Ma Xinglin 3537165444, and others for your monthly votes. Thanks also to and Sha and for your generous reward and support. An extra chapter will be added tonight. Sorry, I couldn't fit 2 of your names in. End of this chapter. Kudzu root, Changxia said. Nanfeng didn't find it strange that Changxia called the yellow root kudzu. In the tribe, roots were usually named by color. For example, yams used to be called yellow roots too, but after Changxia started calling them yams, the tribe naturally adopted the new name. Now, with Changxia calling the yellow root kudzu, Nanfeng quickly followed suit. She nodded. Kudzu is delicious when cooked. Every time I eat it, I can eat a few more pieces of roast meat. Kudzu root quenches thirst and aids digestion, but it shouldn't be eaten in excess. Kudzu starch mixed with hot water and sugar tastes great too, Changxia added. Talking about kudzu reminded Changxia of bracken root. Unlike kudzu, bracken root starch can be used as a staple food. Whether pan-fried or made into bracken root cakes and stir-fried with cured meat, it's all delicious. Changxia, Nanfeng waved her hand in front of Changxia's face. Lost in conversation, Changxia had suddenly zoned out, which made Nanfeng a bit speechless. If this happened in the wild or forest, it could be dangerous. Yeah, Changxia replied. I was just thinking about bracken root. Kudzu and kudzu starch shouldn't be eaten too much, but bracken root is different. Bracken root starch is great pan-fried or made into cakes and stir-fried. What does bracken root look like? Nanfeng asked excitedly. She thought it was a great idea to bring Changxia out to the forest more often. Look, they'd just arrived at Wei Mountain and already discovered new uses for mugwort, plus kudzu starch and bracken root. Nanfeng figured that if Changxia explored the whole tribe's territory, the Heluo Tribe's cave would be overflowing with all sorts of resources. The thought made her even more excited. I can't really describe it. I'll show you tomorrow when we see it. Bracken, some types are edible, either fresh or dried after picking. Bracken root is the rhizome of the bracken, and it looks a bit like the roots of thatch grass. As Changxia spoke, she recalled the taste of fresh bracken, smooth and a bit like okra. Right now was the perfect time to pick fresh bracken, but the best season to dig bracken root for starch was in the cold season. That's when the roots have stored up enough starch, and after repeated pounding, filtering, and settling, you get bracken root starch. Can we dig bracken root for starch now? Nanfeng asked quickly. Changxia shook her head. The best time to dig bracken root is the cold season. For now, we can just harvest and eat the bracken. What a pity. Nanfeng said it was a pity, but she quickly made a mental note to collect bracken root in the coming cold season. Anything related to food was a big deal. What's a pity? The two of them were chatting at the entrance to the stone beast den, so absorbed that they didn't notice Shen Rong returning. When he spoke, both Changxia and Nanfeng snapped out of it. Changxia said bracken root can be made into starch, which is delicious whether pan-fried or made into cakes. I was just sighing that the best time to harvest it is in the cold season. This winter, besides digging thatch grass roots, we'll have another job, digging bracken root. Nanfeng explained, mainly because she saw Elder Pukong and her own father behind Shen Rong. This way, Changxia wouldn't have to explain it again. Sure enough, the tribe members were all smiles when they heard this. As soon as Nanfeng finished, she noticed her father's basket and added, "Father, Changxia says kudzu root can be made into starch, and the starch can be mixed with sugar and hot water to drink, but it shouldn't be drunk too much." Really? Jen was overjoyed. He'd been worried about storing all the kudzu root, but if it could be made into starch, that changed everything. Kudzu starch would definitely keep much longer than fresh root. Certainly. Here's your Chinese text translated into fluent, natural English. This yellow root is actually kudzu root? Elder Pukong picked up a piece of kudzu root as thick as his arm, tore off the skin, and stuffed it straight into his mouth. Kudzu root can be eaten raw or cooked. Of course, if you don't mind, you can even bury it in the stove and roast it before eating. Hehehe. As he ate, Elder Pukong burst out laughing. Clearly, he was very pleased with the taste of the kudzu root. Eating happily, he naturally started to laugh. Meanwhile, Changxia asked Nanfeng to explain about bracken roots and ferns, then walked over to Shen Rong. "How did your harvest go, Shen Rong?" Shen Rong was carrying a new wooden bucket, inside which were several black fish. All the fish in the Wei River were pitch black, regardless of species. So, the beast folk simply called all fish from the Wei River blackfish, not even bothering to give them separate names. After all, if they call all tubers yellow root, can you really expect them to give different names to fish? These fish are much smaller than the ones from Bai Lake or Bai River. Changxia exclaimed in surprise. Shen Rong replied, "You're mistaken. These small ones are for the cubs. The ones for us are over by Manhwa." As he spoke, Shen Rong turned and pointed behind him, where Manhwa was carrying a black fish over 2 meters long. By now, the black fish had already been cleaned. There were 3 such large black fish in total. Tonight's main dish would definitely be black fish, since they were all ready to cook. Changxia stepped aside as Manhwa and the others carried the fish into the house. Soon, Galei, Yundong, and the rest returned to the stone beast den. Their luck hadn't been great. They'd only caught a few wild rabbits and hadn't even managed to catch a single pheasant. Fortunately, Elder Pukong and Shen Rong's group had a good haul. Otherwise, with just the black-horned ox and a few rabbits, there probably wouldn't be enough to go around tonight. The outskirts of Wei Mountain are normal, nothing unusual spotted, Galei reported. Yundong's group had the same result. That was good news. At least, no wanderers had been seen near the outskirts of Wei Mountain. The severed arm found by the river on the grasslands was probably just carried there by the current. After feeding the young snake beast folk, Changxia looked at the 3 2-meter-long blackfish. "Chief, how should we cook these blackfish?" Jen hesitated, glancing at Elder Pukong. "Elder Pukong, do you have any suggestions?" This was his first time tasting blackfish from the Wei River. In the past, the blackfish they caught were only 10 or 20 jin, about 5 to 10 kilograms, and they never ate them themselves. They saved them for the cubs like Changxia. Come to think of it, the last time he ate blackfish, he was just a beast cub back then. Changxia's question left Jen a bit at a loss. "Roast it, boil it, whatever you like," Pukong said. He was used to eating, not cooking, so asking him for recipes was a lost cause. In the end, everyone looked to Changxia. "How about we stew one and see how it tastes?" Changxia suggested hesitantly. When the blackfish was cut open, even the flesh was black. Changxia couldn't imagine what it would taste like. It felt as extreme as the giant anaconda meat from last time. Still, Elder Pukong and the others swore by the Wei River blackfish. So, it probably wouldn't taste bad. Shen Rong got up and chopped one of the blackfish into pieces. It wouldn't all fit in one pot, so they had to stew it in batches. Changxia asked Shen Rong to marinate the rest and try roasting some to see how it would turn out. Just like with the anaconda meat last time, Changxia had Shen Rong simply rub the fish with salt so they could taste the pure flavor of the fish. Looking at the black flesh, to be honest, Changxia was a little nervous. She even hesitated to try it. Soon, a strange aroma wafted out from the stone beast den. It was different from the anaconda meat. This was a light, salty fragrance, with a hint of moisture that made you feel as if you were underwater, the scent of water lingering in the air. Gurgle. Suddenly, someone's stomach rumbled, snapping everyone out of the trance the savory aroma had put them in. End of this chapter. This blackfish is amazing. Changxia was astonished. She exchanged glances with Shen Rong, then looked around at the others in the stone beast den. Except for Elder Pukong and a few others who already knew, everyone had been drawn in by the salty aroma and completely immersed in it. Nanfeng licked her lips and said, "I'm definitely having seconds later. It really is strange." "I've never experienced anything like this before," Shen Rong said, squeezing Changxia's soft hand. Just now, it had felt as if he and Changxia were soaking in a hot spring, surrounded by warm, comforting steam. Hee, Pukong chuckled, explaining, "Blackfish can calm the mind and nourish the body, helping to heal hidden injuries. There are all sorts of benefits. Unfortunately, the Wei River is dangerous and few beast folk dare to venture deep into the Muwatch Mountains to fish. We got lucky this time. The stretch of the Wei River at the foot of Wei Mountain is relatively safe, and the tribe hasn't fished here in years. That's how they gotten so lucky." Of course, it also helped that there weren't any river beasts living in this part of the Wei River at the foot of Wei Mountain. With no natural predators, the fish in the Wei River could grow as big as they liked. Just a casual catch had netted them several fish 1 or 2 meters long. If they were fishing in the Wei River up in the Muwatch Mountains, that would be impossible. There, river beasts outnumbered blackfish, and if you tried to fish, you'd probably catch a river beast instead of a blackfish. Actually, some river beasts tasted pretty good too. But river beasts were too fierce and too hard to hunt. "Blackfish might be just as valuable as anaconda," Changxia said. Shen Rong handed Changxia a piece of roasted fish, then took another for himself. To his surprise, the blackfish was very firm and chewy, completely different from any grilled fish he'd had before. It was springy, but not tough or unpleasant. All in all, it tasted great. After one bite, he felt a warm sensation spread through his body. "This blackfish," Shen Rong suddenly looked up at Changxia. Changxia looked up at the same time, exclaiming, "Elder Pukong, is this blackfish meat medicinal?" "It's not medicine, but it's better than medicine. Blackfish even has another name. The beast folk call it medicine fish. They feed it to the beast cubs, hoping they'll grow up strong and healthy. You ate the most blackfish when you were little, but ironically, you were the weakest of all." Elder Pukong sighed. Website promo and navigation omitted as irrelevant to the story. Here is a natural, fluent English translation of your text. Just counting the times Elder Pukong went to the Wangwei Mountains to catch blackfish, it was 5 trips in total. And it wasn't just him, other elders from the tribe helped as well. For Changxia to survive those long summers, the Heluo Tribe really worried a lot about her. But now, as an adult, Changxia is always grateful to the tribe, always thinking of others and doing her best for everyone. This warms the hearts of the tribe members. It lets everyone know that all the care and effort they put in over the years was not in vain. "Changxia, eat some more." Nanfeng handed her another piece of grilled fish, urging her to eat. Elder Pukong never mentioned these things. Changxia had no idea. Even if Jen knew, he wouldn't say anything either. After all, raising young cubs is simply what a tribe does. It's only right. Whether it's beast folk, burr folk, or fish folk, everyone values their young. Back then, when the shaman found Changxia, she didn't hesitate to raise her instead of abandoning her. In their eyes, every young cub, no matter the tribe, deserves protection. Even if there's deep hatred between two tribes, that hatred never extends to the children. For a wanderer to kidnap a young snake cub, that already crosses the bottom line for any intelligent being. Even if the Snake Mountain tribe didn't issue a kill order, The beast folk tribes of the Twilight Forest would still help hunt down those wanderers. Even if they fled to the Qinghai Plateau or the East Sea, all that would await them is relentless pursuit. There is no reason or excuse that could justify raising a butcher's knife against the young, who represent inheritance and hope. Hiss hiss. At this moment, the little snake cub seemed to catch the scent of grilled fish. Hissing, it kept tapping Changxia's arm with its tail, reminding her not to forget there's a little snake waiting to be fed. The grilled fish is a bit tough. Better give him some fish soup, Nanfeng suggested. Changxia thought about it and agreed. But the fish soup wasn't ready yet. The snake cub looked absolutely famished, lying listlessly on Changxia's arm. It was hard to watch. So Changxia had no choice but to chop up the grilled fish with her ironwood knife and feed the little snake cub with wooden chopsticks. Just as she was about to start, Shen Rong took the chopsticks from her and said, "You eat. I'll feed him." With that, he picked up the snake cub from Changxia's arm and set it on his own knee. He took the chopsticks, picked up a bit of the chopped grilled fish, and brought it to the snake cub's mouth. Shen Rong carried Changxia's scent. The snake cub quickly adapted, its tail tentatively wrapping around Shen Rong's left wrist. Once it was sure Shen Rong wouldn't push it away, the little snake happily opened its mouth, waiting to be fed. The two of them, one big, one small, got along perfectly. Bathed in the glow of the fire and the shining stones, the scene was especially heartwarming. "This little snake sure has an appetite," Shen Rong exclaimed. Tribe leader Jen spoke up. "Snake folk have always had good appetites. They can swallow prey several times their own size. If this cub is really Elder Shigor's child, his appetite will definitely outstrip that of an ordinary snake cub. He's amazing to have escaped from the wanderers," Changxia said. Before they entered Mount Wei, the snake cub kept hissing to warn them. But once he realized their destination was Mount Wei, he quickly quieted down. It showed just how smart he was. He's only a few months old, yet so sensible, truly remarkable. As they chatted, Changxia couldn't help but ask about the Snake Mountain tribe. She'd always heard the tribe elders call the snake folk mad snakes, and she was curious. "Tribe leader, why do you call the snake folk mad snakes?" "Once a snake folk sets its sights on prey, almost nothing escapes. They're like leopards or wolves on the grasslands. Once they're after you, there's no getting away. Plus, snake folk hold grudges. If you offend them, they'll never forget. I hate fighting the snake folk the most. It's such a headache." As soon as Changxia asked, everyone started complaining. The more she listened, the more interesting she found it. But she also noticed something different. Even though they were complaining, there was no real hatred in their words. At most, it was just dislike, mainly for the snake folk's fighting style after they transform. Snake folk like to fight by wrapping around their opponents, which the beast folk really dislike. No wonder the tribe calls them mad snakes. They chatted and ate. Soon, the fish soup in the stone pot was ready. It smelled amazing. Thanks to the grilled fish earlier, Changxia didn't lose her composure this time. Compared to grilled fish, blackfish is even better for soup. The rich, savory blackfish broth warmed her whole body with just one sip. As she drank, Changxia couldn't help tugging at her clothes, feeling the heat. Mount Wei was chilly, but the blackfish from the Wei River had an incredible magic to it. How interesting, truly fascinating. Elder Pukong, there are 3 blackfish. Should we save one to take back to the tribe? 2, plus the blackhorn beef, should be plenty for us, Changxia asked softly. Whatever you like, Pukong replied. As far as he was concerned, as long as there was food, it didn't matter what they ate. Changxia is always so thoughtful. She always remembers the tribe when there's something good, Jen praised, then shot a glare at Nanfeng. This kid really has changed, she's hopeless. Jen started thinking about which tribe he could pick an honest, reliable male from, to bring back and marry off to Nanfeng. This kid is useless now, her only value is to get married and have a few cubs for the tribe. End of this chapter. Father, why are you glaring at me? Nanfeng asked in confusion, looking up at Jen. Jen sneered and didn't answer. In his mind, he was quickly searching through the tribes for a suitable male. He had to get Nanfeng married off as soon as possible, preferably have her bear a few cubs to help the Heluo tribe grow. After all, aside from that, Jen had no more hopes or expectations for her. My eyes twitching, Jen replied offhandedly. At those words, everyone in the stone beast den turned to look at Jen with strange expressions. Jen acted as if he hadn't noticed at all, remaining perfectly calm. Sure enough, once you've made up your mind about something, your attitude changes completely. Even the way Jen looked at Nanfeng was no longer filled with disdain. Sensing this change, Nanfeng quietly edged closer to Changxia. With Jen's fondness for Changxia, he definitely wouldn't scold her. Seeing this, Jen's resolve only grew stronger. Off to the side, Changxia seemed to have guessed something. She glanced at Nanfeng out of the corner of her eye and sighed softly. Where had her calm and composed Nanfeng gone? Now, all that was left was a Nanfeng with the personality of a silly husky. No wonder Chief Jen looked so hopeless. He probably realized Nanfeng was truly a lost cause. Elder Pukong, what are your plans for tomorrow? Jen asked, finally tearing his gaze away from Nanfeng. If he looked any longer, he was afraid he might have a heart attack. I'll go scout around the miasma near here. You all stay in the stone beast den and wait for my news, Pukong replied. For once, when it came to serious matters, he didn't burst out laughing. His eyes, as big as bronze bells, glinted coldly. The stone beast den happened to be at one of the exits of Mount Wei. The other exits from Mount Wei were all extremely treacherous. One side bordered the East Sea, while the other was sheer cliffs. Of the 4 main entrances and exits, the Moonwatch Mountains could be accessed because of the Wei River, which allowed people to enter Mount Wei. The wanderers had entered Mount Wei via the Wei River. Mount Wei was easy to get into, but hard to get out of. Because if you wanted to leave Mount Wei, you'd definitely alert the Heluo Tribe. As one of the most powerful beast tribes in the Twilight Forest, leaving the Heluo Tribe would be nearly impossible for the wanderers. They'd be lucky to survive. The side bordering the East Sea was basically a dead end. To get through, you'd have to cross the depths of Mount Wei, which even the beast tribes hadn't conquered. Let alone the wanderers. If they couldn't even get past the miasma, how could they possibly make it through the mountain's depths? So, even if there were survivors among the wanderers, the direction of the stone beast den was their only way out. Block this path and you've got them trapped. Understood, Jen replied. He wasn't stupid, he understood exactly what Elder Pukong meant. The stone beast den was right at the entrance to Mount Wei. By staying here, they were essentially guarding the gate. If any wanderers tried to escape, this was the only way out. Perfect. Tomorrow we can finish digging up all the kudzu roots and gather some mugwort from nearby to take back to the tribe for making moxa sticks and mosquito repellent, Nanfeng said, rubbing her hands together eagerly. We can also pick some fiddlehead ferns and try them for breakfast tomorrow. At those words, the previously downcast tribespeople perked up. This trip into Mount Wei wasn't just to investigate the mountain's strange changes. More importantly, it was to make sure the wanderers wouldn't pose a threat to the tribe. Now, hearing Nanfeng's words, it felt more like a treasure hunt than a mission. Still, if they could find 1 or 2 treasures like the red maple trees, the Heluo tribe would be set for life. After eating their fill, night fell. There were no beds in the stone beast den, so everyone had to sleep on the ground. The temperature in Mount Wei was low, but fortunately the den was well sealed. Once the stone door was shut, it was warm inside, with a fire burning in the hearth, so no one worried about catching cold. Changxia curled up in Shen Rong's arms, with the little snake beast cub nestled on her belly, fast asleep. No one felt cold, so they didn't need to partially shift into beast form to keep warm. Everyone slept soundly on their first night in Mount Wei. Surprisingly, they all slept straight through until morning. In the early morning, Mount Wei was shrouded in mist, making it hard to tell if it was mountain fog or the miasma that was supposed to be there. The first thing they did upon waking wasn't to wash up, but to swallow a detoxification pill. Birr. It's freezing. Nanfeng stamped her feet and added more firewood to the hearth. She'd actually been woken up by the cold. Even though it was already the warm season, Mount Wei still felt like winter. No wonder the beast tribes suspected there was ice crystal grass growing deep in the mountain. With temperatures like this, Only a fool would believe there was nothing unusual in Mount Wei's depths. Well, it is Mount Wei, of course it's cold, Jen retorted, fetching water to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Nanfeng glanced around and whispered, "Where's Elder Pukong? Did he go to check out the miasma already?" "Yeah, Galay and the others went to dig up kudzu roots. You can use the leftover blackfish from yesterday to make fish soup for breakfast and warm everyone up," Jen instructed. In the corner, Shen Rong had woken up early. But with Chang Xia and the little snake cub sleeping soundly in his arms, he didn't get up. He watched as Elder Pukong and the others woke and left the den one by one. "Is it morning already?" Chang Xia opened her eyes, saw Nanfeng busy at the hearth, and reached around for the snake cub. All night, she'd felt a chill somewhere on her body. Furry cubs were definitely cuter. Snake cubs. It always felt like there was a lump of ice on her. Only the snake tribe could appreciate this kind of happiness. Chang Xia just wasn't used to this heavy, chilly kind of affection. "You're awake," Shen Rong said gently. Chang Xia sat up and turned to see Shen Rong stretching. "Are you feeling numb? Want me to give you a massage?" "I'll just walk around a bit and I'll be fine." Shen Rong shook his head, declining her offer. He got up and paced around the den until the numbness faded, then went to the water jar to wash up and greet the new day. Chang Xia tucked the still-sleeping snake cub into her pocket, and instead of washing up right away, sat down beside the hearth. "Nanfeng, you're up early." "I was woken up by the cold," Nanfeng replied, washing her face with hot water and sighing contentedly. If she'd had someone to cuddle, she wouldn't have wanted to get up either. Sleeping in would be pure bliss. "Chief, why is Mount Wei still so cold in the warm season?" Chang Xia asked curiously. "Mount Wei is always cold. Even during the hottest days in the Twilight Forest, the temperature here never gets high," Jen explained. Translator's note: the last paragraph is a website promo and navigation, which I've omitted as it's not part of the story. During the long summer, Changxia often complained about how cold Weishan was, but he couldn't really explain it. Wu had once mentioned that Weishan's year-round low temperatures were probably due to its geography. After all, Weishan sat right next to the East Sea, and its unique mountain location made it a place that stayed cool and livable all year. Unfortunately, livable was relative. Weishan was crawling with venomous snakes and fierce beasts, and its mysterious depths had kept it unconquered by the beast tribes. Otherwise, the Heluo Tribe wouldn't have abandoned Weishan for so many years, not even daring to come here to hunt or gather. Changxia sighed. "What a pity." "Yeah, it really is. If we could live here, we'd never have to worry about getting through the sweltering warm season again," Nanfeng chimed in. Jen snorted at that. "Didn't you say you were a fish and could soak in the White River for your whole life?" Hearing Jen's jab, Nanfeng pouted, unable to come up with a retort. What was wrong with soaking in the White River when it was hot? Besides, it's not like she brought the tribe's cubs along for a bath. End of this chapter. "Father!" Nanfeng shouted, both embarrassed and angry. Jen ignored Nanfeng's murderous glare and continued, "You're right. You didn't take the tribe's cubs to soak in the White River. You just dug a pit and threw Shanjue and the others in." If this cub wasn't his mate's child, Jen would have loved to toss her into the White River and let the current take her away. She threw the cubs into a pit of water, calling it cooling off and playing. Luckily, the tribe noticed in time and rescued the cubs. Otherwise, the future of the Heluo Tribe. Nanfeng would have single-handedly wiped them out. Even outsiders wouldn't dare claim they could wipe out the Heluo Tribe, but Nanfeng almost did it. She nearly cut off the tribe's future. That time, Jen gave Nanfeng a good beating. She was stuck in the beast den for 7 or 8 days before she could get up and go outside for some air. Changxia had no idea about this incident. After all, when it happened, Changxia was lying in the beast den recuperating. Thankfully, Nanfeng had some sense and didn't drag Changxia into her mischief that time. Otherwise, a beating wouldn't have been enough to settle things. "Nanfeng, you took Shanjue and the others to bathe in the White River?" Changxia looked at her with a complicated expression. It would be a miracle if she didn't get beaten for that. The tribe always valued their cubs. Even Elder Pukong was forced to step down for almost leading Shanjue and the others astray, let alone Nanfeng taking them to the White River. If the river had swept them away or they'd drowned. The consequences were too terrifying to even imagine. Nanfeng gave a sheepish laugh and protested, "No, I wouldn't dare take them to the White River. I just dug a pit by the river." She must have lost her mind back then. Afterward, she got a good beating. Shanjue, along with Wuliu and Luyo, even apologized to her, saying they shouldn't have been so playful and gotten her in trouble. Nanfeng was so touched she almost agreed to find a mate and have a well-behaved cub just like them. A real warrior. Shen Rong muttered under his breath. He used to look down on Nanfeng, but now Shen Rong had to admit she was the strongest. The beast tribes were fiercely protective of their young, no joke. Nanfeng was lucky she survived. Suddenly, Shen Rong seemed to understand why Jen, Muqin, and the others kept urging Nanfeng to find a mate. Maybe they thought she was a lost cause and wanted her to have a cub to make up for it? With that thought, Shen Rong looked at Nanfeng with an even stranger expression. "What are you looking at?" Nanfeng noticed Shen Rong's weird stare and snapped, "Quit standing around and help with breakfast. We still have to cut mugwort and dig for kudzu roots later. No beast tribe has hunted or gathered in Weishan for ages. There must be all kinds of good stuff hidden here. Let's hurry and find as much as we can." Shen Rong and Changxia exchanged a glance and smiled. Off to the side, Jen's resolve to pick out a young male from the tribes only grew stronger. "The snake tribe cub?" Jen asked quietly. Changxia pointed to the pouch at her waist and whispered, "Still asleep." Jen smiled. Cubs should sleep more if they want to grow up strong. As he spoke, Jen's thoughts wandered. Because of him, relations between the Heluo and Shiwe Snake Mountain tribes had gotten a bit tense. With this recent trouble with the Wanderers, the two tribes finally had a chance to meet again. Jen was thinking about how to repair their relationship. There were plenty of good things in the Wangwei Mountains, too. If Changxia wanted to travel through the Twilight Forest, she'd have to go through Wangwei. Suddenly, Jen's gaze landed on Nanfeng. Sacrifice one for the happiness of all. Maybe this idea could work. But he'd have to see what the Shiwe tribe thought. Ugh, so cold, Nanfeng shivered, rubbing the back of her neck and shooting a glare at Shen Rong out of the corner of her eye. She was sure that scheming guy was plotting something against her. She'd felt this chill on her neck before. "Are you cold?" Changxia asked, puzzled. She looked around but didn't see any drafts in the stone den. Was Nanfeng getting sick? But her face looked fine. Shen Rong patted Changxia's head and said softly, "Don't mind her. Come wash your face, I've got warm water ready for you." Last night, Changxia had spread out the mugwort the tribe gathered around the stove. This morning, when Nanfeng started the fire, she packed up the mugwort and stacked it in the corner of the den. There was so much that the whole place smelled of mugwort. Jen and Nanfeng barely slept all night. Even in their dreams, they were gagging. When Galay and the others went out, Jen wanted to go too, but he was too drained and decided to stay behind. "Shen Rong, do you still have any of that ointment you gave Changxia yesterday?" Nanfeng asked. "I do. Do you want some?" Shen Rong nodded. The cooling ointment was refreshing and relieved itching. He figured Nanfeng must have gotten bitten by bugs last night. Nanfeng quickly reached out her hand and said, "Hurry up and give me some. The beast den smells so strongly of mugwort, I'm about to pass out from the fumes." Hearing this, Jen, who was nearby, became interested too. He leaned over and snatched the ointment from Nanfeng's hand. "It feels cool. What kind of ointment is this?" Jen dabbed a bit and rubbed it between his nose and mouth, then smeared some on his temples. Instantly, his groggy head felt much clearer. Nanfeng glared at her father, too angry to speak. "It's a cooling balm. I made it with mint," Shen Rong explained. Jen grinned. "This is good stuff. Do you have more? Give me a box. There's more at home. When we get back to the Baihu cave, I'll bring 2 boxes to the chief," Shen Rong agreed readily. "Dad," Nanfeng called out in a plaintive tone. Had he forgotten that she was the one who'd asked Shen Rong for the bomb in the first place? Now that he'd used it up and was still hugging it, wasn't that a bit much? Once they got back to the tribe, she'd have to tell Mom about this. Jen glanced at Nanfeng and handed the bomb back to her. Compared to Changxia, Nanfeng was like a leaky, black-hearted cotton blanket. She couldn't keep anyone warm and might even freeze herself. After washing her face, Changxia watched as Shen Rong opened the stone door. Outside, several rattan baskets were stacked up, filled with kudzu roots they'd dug up yesterday. Niafeng, let's steam some kudzu root to eat later, Changxia suggested. The kudzu roots from Weishan were as thick as her arm at the smallest, and as thick as her thigh at the largest. Just looking at them was delightful. Unfortunately, kudzu starch couldn't be a staple food. Sounds good, Niafeng replied. She walked over to the baskets, picked out a few kudzu roots about a meter long, planning to wash, chop, and steam them. With little else to eat, kudzu root made a decent snack. Changxia, come see what we've hunted. Suddenly, a commotion broke out outside. Manhwa was carrying a deer toward the stone beast den. Deer were clever and rarely seen in the forest, usually sticking to the grasslands. It was rare to see deer in the Heluo Tribe's territory. No wonder Manhwa was so excited. A deer. Yes, a deer. Manhwa hadn't expected to run into a deer while out digging kudzu and gathering mugwort. He'd never heard of deer herds in the tribe's territory before. Forest deer are rare, Jen said. I remember they're native to the Wangwei Mountains. Could it have crossed the Wei River to get here? Dad, does it matter where it's from? Today, we're in for a treat. Niafeng put down the kudzu she was washing, delighted. End of this chapter. Foolish, Jen scolded. The Wangwei Mountains and Weishan have always kept to themselves, never interfering with each other. Now a forest deer from Wangwei has shown up in Weishan. Don't you think that's a problem? He took a deep breath. All sorts of suspicions flashed through his mind. Had a new connection opened up between the Wangwei Mountains and Weishan? Otherwise, where did this forest deer come from? Did something happen in the Wangwei Mountains or in Weishan? Could this be related to the lights we've seen at night in Weishan? At that, Shen Rong and Changxia's expressions changed. Nanfeng's smile faded as well. Jen had pointed out the seriousness of the situation. The appearance of the forest deer could affect the future of both mountain ranges. In a worst-case scenario, it could even threaten the peace between the Shiwei and Heluo tribes. Let's deal with the deer first. We'll discuss the rest when Elder Pukong returns, Jen said, rubbing his brow, his expression more grave than ever. At least they'd discovered the problem early. If wanderers or the Shiwei tribe had shown up in Weishan first, he'd be losing his mind. As one of the strongest beast tribes in the Twilight Forest, if the Heluo tribe let an enemy sneak into their backyard without noticing, they'd be a laughingstock if word got out. Chief, don't worry. Maybe this deer just wandered in by accident and it has nothing to do with the Wangwei Mountains, Changxia said gently, comforting General even if something had happened, so what? She didn't believe there was any problem the tribe couldn't handle. Right? Let's listen to Changxia, Jen replied with a smile. Soon, the other tribespeople returned, carrying mugwort and kudzu. The moment they saw the deer, they exchanged quick glances. It was obvious. Everyone knew there were no forest deer in Weishan. Even in the Heluo tribe's territory, deer were a rare sight. By contrast, the Wangwei Mountains were full of deer herds. We have to eat plenty of venison later, Goriai said excitedly. Everyone agreed they'd eat more roasted meat. Venison was rare, and with no deer herds in their territory, the tribe seldom got to eat it. This time, they were lucky thanks to Weishan. Outside the stone beast den, Manhwa and the others quickly got to work butchering the deer. Shen Rong, go pick some wild greens nearby, Changxia said softly. Shen Rong nodded. He knew Changxia liked to have some vegetables with every meal, not much, just a little each time. She also liked to make sure he ate them with her. Hiss hiss. With so many people around, the place was lively. The little snake beast cub in Changxia's pouch woke up. It poked out its little head, looking around with bright eyes, and let out a soft hiss to let Changxia know it was awake. The morning mist over Weishan was thick and hazy. As the sun rose, the mist gradually lifted, revealing a glimpse of the real Weishan. Little one, you're awake? Changxia smiled, gently lifting the snake cub from her pouch. Are you hungry? If you are, you can have some fish soup first. Worried the cub would be hungry when it woke, Changxia had already made some fish soup. Hiss hiss. The snake cub nodded eagerly at the mention of fish soup, clearly hungry and wanting some. Its lively expression was much more spirited than the twin cubs at Nwanchuan's house. Of course, it might also have something to do with race and age. The twin babies at Warm Springs home are not even a month old yet, chubby and soft. Every time you hold them, they feel wonderful in your arms. So, Changxia walked into the animal den, carrying a bowl of soup. She fed the snake cubs first. Their breakfast would take a little longer to prepare. He's got such a good appetite. Nanfeng sighed. Wake up and eat, and then sleep. There's really nothing more comfortable or blissful than this kind of life. Changxia glanced at Nanfeng and said, "The chief said he doesn't eat as much as you did. When you were little, you ate even more. Every time you got hungry, you'd cry, and your cries could be heard across half the tribe." Nanfeng's mouth twitched, pretending not to hear what Changxia said. He turned away, scooped out the cooked kudzu root from the stone pot, put it into a clean rattan basket, then popped a small piece into his mouth and started chewing. "Anyone want some kudzu root?" Nanfeng ate 2 pieces and asked if anyone else wanted to try. Soon, Manhwa and the others spoke up. "Yeah, give me a piece." "Me too." Nanfeng helped cut the kudzu into small pieces and stuffed one into everyone's mouth. The kudzu was soft and starchy, filling your mouth with a powdery, slightly sweet flavor. The kudzu from Weishan is really sweet.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
It is sweeter than the ones I dug up last time near the rocky beach. They ate as they worked, chatting about the taste of kudzu root and discussing what the kudzu starch Changxia mentioned might taste like. Before long, a deer had been butchered and prepared. The deer hide was placed in a rattan basket to take back to the tribe, where the elders would help tan it. Deer hide is usually made into animal skin shoes, which are warm to wear in the cold season. However, there aren't many deer herds near the Heluo Tribe. Usually, their animal skin shoes are made from sheepskin. Now, with the rattan shoes Changxia made, the tribe should be able to make new types of animal skin shoes this winter, which will hopefully be even warmer. Wisps of smoke rose from the stone animal den, and the aroma of stewed meat filled the air. Ever since they entered Weishan, they hadn't bothered to hide their presence. The wild animals nearby all kept their distance and didn't show themselves. "Has Elder Pukong not come back yet?" Changxia kept glancing outside the den. The morning mist had cleared, and Weishan welcomed a brand new day. Elder Pukong, who had gone out early to scout, still hadn't returned, making Changxia a bit uneasy. Jen and the others, however, were calm and unhurried. All the mugwort near the den had been harvested, and the kudzu roots had all been dug up and stored in rattan baskets outside the stone den. The mugwort was piled inside to dry. Nanfeng skimmed the foam off the stewing meat and said calmly, "Changxia, you don't need to worry about Elder Pukong. If he hasn't come back, there are only 2 possibilities. Either he got lost or he went hunting." The others listened to Nanfeng's analysis and all agreed. Elder Pukong rarely made mistakes in important matters. But when it came to small things, he was never very reliable. Given his strength, Jen and the others never even considered the possibility that he might be hurt. "Breakfast is ready. Should we wait for Elder Pukong, or just eat first?" Changxia tore off a piece of venison and fed it to the snake cubs. By now, it was around 8 or 9 in the morning. The beast folk usually went out to hunt and gather around 6. So, it was already quite late. "Let's just eat." "No need to wait," Jen said. If they waited for Elder Pukong, they'd all be starving. Better to eat first, then go check the outskirts of Weishan later. As soon as Jen spoke, everyone grabbed their bowls and started eating. With so many people, Changxia didn't bother with anything fancy, just simply stewed the venison, made a dipping sauce, and everyone ate it straight. Simple, convenient, and still delicious. Thanks to UAG01, 3537165544, and others for your monthly votes. And thank you to and for your generous rewards and support. I've been a bit busy lately, so extra chapters will be banked and made up soon. 3. Next time, we should bring more chili sauce. And chili oil too. I'm so used to spicy food. If there's no chili on the grilled meat, it just tastes bland. No wonder the lion tribe likes to gnaw on chilies all the time. As they ate, the tribe members chatted. Changxia ate boiled wild greens with venison. In her mind, she was thinking about soy sauce, dark soy, oyster sauce, and rice vinegar. Clearly, the work of building up the tribe couldn't stop. There was still so much to do. Changxia, have another piece of venison. Shen Rong picked up a piece, dipped it in some chili, and put it in Changxia's bowl. Eat more. Venison keeps you warm. Weishan is cold, so take care not to catch a chill. Okay. Changxia nodded. She thought about how the western lands were more prosperous than the east. Maybe they already had sauces. Shen Rong had mentioned before that people in the West use spices in their cooking, so clearly, they were starting to appreciate good food. Eating the venison dipped in chili, Changxia thought that plain stewed venison would taste even better with a splash of light soy sauce. She really liked the freshness of light soy. In her previous life, she'd always add soy sauce to her greens. Fresh veggies, blanched in boiling water, with just a dash of soy sauce, delicious, no other seasoning needed. Shen Rong, do they have sauce in the western lands? Changxia asked. Sauce can mean a lot of things. Usually, it refers to a condiment made by fermenting beans or wheat with salt, like yellow bean paste or sweet flour sauce. Or it could be meat sauces made with salt and vinegar. There are also paste-like sauces, like if sauce and sesame paste. Navigation. End of chapter. Sauce is woven into every aspect of food culture. It's even a method of cooking. When people hear the word sauce, the first thing that comes to mind is usually soy sauce, along with the pickled vegetables and foods made with it. Sauce? Shen Rong said, I've had meat sauce before. It's a bit like your fried meat, but it doesn't taste as fragrant. In the western lands, meat sauce is made by preserving meat with salt and some spices. This kind of meat sauce is easy to carry, so when going to war, totem warriors would bring it with them. Besides meat sauce, there's also some fruit preserves. However, it probably comes down to the technique. Shen Rong felt that whether it was the meat sauce or the fruit preserves, the flavor was pretty ordinary. But these ordinary meat and fruit sauces were actually out of reach for common folk. They were considered military supplies for the Tianyuan tribe and strictly controlled. Then do you have soy sauce? Changxia asked excitedly. Soy sauce? Shen Rong shook his head and replied, there's no soy sauce in the western lands, but there is a special kind of cheese. It's made from milk and has a rather strong taste. There's also something called fish sauce, but that's reserved for the nobility. Ordinary people never get to taste it. The other tribe members listened quietly to Shen Rong and Changxia's conversation. Changxia kept asking about soy sauce, which got the tribe members excited. Did this mean there was something new and delicious to try? Changxia, what's soy sauce like? Nanfeng asked. Changxia understood. Since the western lands hadn't even developed sauce, of course they didn't have soy sauce. Still, the cheese and fish sauce Shen Rong mentioned surprised her. She wasn't very interested in the cheese. But the fish sauce really caught her off guard. Fish sauce, also called fish soy sauce, is a fairly common condiment. It's a savory liquid made by fermenting and processing small fish and shrimp. However, Changxia found it a bit hard to get used to. Compared to fish sauce, she much preferred soy sauce. Soy sauce is a liquid seasoning made by fermenting beans or wheat with water and salt. It's used in cooking or as a dip, and it's delicious and appetizing. The taste is similar to the fish sauce Shen Rong mentioned, but not exactly the same. Actually, she'd never tasted it herself. Describing it in words alone wasn't very accurate. After all, Nanfeng and the others had never tried fish sauce, only Shen Rong had. So, everyone turned their attention to Shen Rong. Fish sauce is delicious, Shen Rong said. It's reserved for the nobility. In the western lands, there's a saying, a drop of fish sauce is worth an ounce of gold. The recipe for making fish sauce is controlled by the nobles and passed down through their families. Don't look at me, I may be from a noble family, but my clan doesn't have the fish sauce recipe. Hearing this, the tribe members became even more interested in soy sauce. At the same time, they were very curious about this fish sauce that was worth its weight in gold. Shen Rong, do people in the Western lands use gold as currency? Changxia asked in surprise. Gold is only used for transactions between nobles. Ordinary people mostly barter. Shen Rong shook his head. Gold and silver are expensive. Commoners would never have the chance to use them. At that moment, the tribe leader Jen raised an eyebrow and looked at Changxia. Changxia, do you want gold? Chief, do you have gold? Seeing Changxia's greedy expression, the beast den erupted in laughter. Changxia, the shamans have gold. There's a gold mine in Mount Kana, but the beast people don't like using gold for trade. Bartering feels more practical to us, Nan Feng explained. That's right, there's no shortage of gold and silver in the Twilight Forest. But the proud beast people have no interest in using gold and silver as currency. Compared to precious metals, they much prefer tangible things like animal hides and bones. That's impressive, Changxia muttered, managing just 2 words. Gold and silver, these natural forms of money, are probably only dismissed by the straightforward beast people. Still, thinking about how the beast people lived, Changxia could understand their choice. Changxia, what about soy sauce? Feng piped up, giving Changxia a pleading look. He didn't care about gold, but he was very interested in the sauces Changxia had mentioned. Our tribe doesn't have beans or wheat, so how could we have soy sauce? Besides, making sauce is complicated, it's not easy. Changxia sighed. I don't really get what sauce is. But I do know there's a strange wild fruit on Wei Mountain. You can't eat it, but if you break it open, there's a reddish-brown juice inside. It tastes a bit salty and savory. It looks a lot like the fish sauce Shen Rong mentioned. Suddenly, Gorei, who was sitting in the corner, spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. Uncle Gorei, what's that wild fruit called? Changxia asked curiously. There were all sorts of strange plants and animals in the Twilight Forest, and every time Changxia heard about them, she was especially interested. Unfortunately, she'd never had the chance to see them for herself before. Now, she finally had the opportunity. Of course, she didn't want to miss it. Yundong's eyes lit up, and she reached for the beast pouch at Gorei's waist. She reached in, untied the pouch, and took it in her hand. Gorei, are you planning to give that special wild fruit to Tianluo again? Yundong teased. Aren't you too tired of each other yet? Ever since you were kids, you've been giving her things, and she's been making you clothes and cooking meat. Makes me want to beat you up sometimes. Because of how lovey-dovey Gorei and Tianluo were, many of the tribe's males had been on the receiving end of their partners' fists. Honestly, no one had ever seen a pair as sweet as those two. Ahem. Gorei looked a little embarrassed and turned away, ignoring the teasing in the beast den. Heh. Changxia snickered to herself. Gorei and Tianluo's relationship was famous in the tribe. In fact, even some of the other beast tribes in the Twilight Forest had heard about them. End of this chapter. Enough, you guys. Gorei said, a bit embarrassed, trying to stop everyone's teasing. He raised his hand and pointed at the beast pouch Yundong had snatched. I found those wild fruits this morning. I thought they were interesting, so I picked a few. Actually, if Changxia hadn't brought up sauce. Let me know if you need the translation to stop at a certain point or want to skip the website footer. Gelly really hadn't planned to take out the wild fruit. He'd prepared it as a gift for Tianluo. Over the years, whenever he went out hunting or foraging, as long as he left the tribe, Gelly would always bring back a gift for Tianluo, regardless of its value or quantity. Uncle Yundong, let me see those wild fruits, Changxia said excitedly. The wild fruits of the Twilight Forest were full of wonders. Take the white fruit, for example. Changxia liked to call it the miracle fruit. Yundong quickly handed the opened animal hide pouch to Changxia, while the surrounding tribespeople craned their necks, staring intently at the pouch in Changxia's hands. Changxia reached in and pulled out the wild fruits. There were 4 fruits in the pouch, in 2 different colors. One was caramel-colored. The other was reddish-brown. The 2 colors were quite similar, yet still distinct. The skins were wrinkled, and there was no detectable scent. These wild fruits have thick skins, so they're not easy to peel. Also, even though there are 2 colors, They actually grow on the same tree, Gelly explained. They don't seem like wild fruits, Changxia said. Most wild fruits have at least a hint of fruitiness, but she couldn't smell anything from these, not sweet, not foul, no aroma at all. Uncle Gelly said the inside is liquid. Changxia, try opening one up, Nanfeng urged. Wild fruits with liquid inside? Nanfeng had never seen such a thing. Usually, beneath the skin, there'd be pulp or juice. Could it be like the coconuts from the Eastern Sea? Weishan did border the Eastern Sea, but it was cold year-round, not exactly coconut tree territory. Curious, everyone stared at the wild fruit in Changxia's hands. Changxia tried to pry it open, but just as Gelly said, it was really hard, she couldn't manage it. So she handed a caramel-colored fruit to Shen Rong. Shen Rong, you try opening it. I want to see what the juice inside tastes like. Shen Rong took the caramel-colored fruit. With a gentle squeeze, he cracked it open, revealing a reddish-brown liquid inside. Immediately, a faint, savory aroma wafted out. Whoa! Changxia exclaimed in surprise. She knew this smell all too well. It was light soy sauce. She might mistake other scents, but never this one. She dipped her finger in the reddish-brown liquid and touched it to her tongue. It's soy sauce. How is that possible? Changxia stared in shock at the split fruit in Shen Rong's hand. The juice inside was bursting with a salty, savory flavor, exactly like soy sauce. And not just any soy sauce, but the finest kind. Shen Rong, try opening this reddish-brown one, Changxia said, grabbing a clean wooden bowl and taking the caramel-colored fruit from Shen Rong. She gestured for him to open the reddish-brown one so she could taste its juice. Crack. With a crisp sound, the fruit split open. A faint sour aroma drifted out. Changxia was surprised. She'd thought the reddish-brown fruit might be a different kind of soy sauce, but to her astonishment, it was vinegar. Holy crap! Changxia couldn't help but curse inwardly, not out of anger, but excitement. It's vinegar, real vinegar. Changxia was stunned. She looked at the soy sauce in her wooden bowl, then at the vinegar in Shen Rong's hand. What kind of treasure mountain was Weishan exactly? These wild fruits were incredible. She'd thought the white fruit was already amazing, but now there were fruits that produced soy sauce and vinegar. Who said the Twilight Forest was poor and lacking in resources? White fruit in one hand, soy sauce and vinegar in the other. With a few more ingredients, you could practically set a whole table. Shen Rong lowered his head, dipped a wooden chopstick into the light brown liquid, and confirmed, it really is vinegar, better than any I've tasted in the Western lands. Yuck! Nanfeng said, Changxia, the flesh of this soy sauce fruit tastes awful. There's flesh inside the soy sauce fruit? Changxia turned to ask. She'd only tasted a bit of the juice earlier and hadn't looked closely. At Nanfeng's words, she used chopsticks to split open the soy sauce fruit. Sure enough, between the skin and the juice, there was a layer of fruit flesh. It looked a bit like coconut meat. However, the flesh of the soy sauce fruit was dark brown, probably from being soaked in soy sauce for so long. Changxia picked off a piece the size of a fingernail and put it in her mouth. Dark soy sauce. She mimicked Nanfeng's disgusted face and quickly scooped water from a wooden bowl to rinse her mouth. The flesh of the soy sauce fruit can be used to color food, but don't eat it directly, Changxia said happily. This soy sauce fruit was truly magical. The juice was light soy sauce, the flesh was dark soy sauce. She decided to call it soy sauce fruit, the name fit perfectly. If the caramel-colored one is soy sauce fruit, what about the reddish-brown one? Nanfeng asked curiously. The reddish-brown one has vinegar inside, so let's call it vinegar fruit, Changxia decided. She split open the vinegar fruit and saw there was no flesh, just the slightly sour vinegar. Soy sauce fruit, vinegar fruit. The tribe's people repeated the names a couple of times, then suddenly wondered what to call the tree that bore both soy sauce and vinegar fruits. Changxia thought for a moment. Seasoning tree, she said. After breakfast, let's ask Uncle Gelly to lead us to the seasoning tree and see if we can transplant it. If not, we'll just gather more seasoning fruits to bring back to the tribe. With soy sauce and vinegar fruits, I can make some new dishes for everyone. At the mention of food, everyone immediately started eating their meat faster. Changxia asked Shen Rong to open the remaining 2 seasoning fruits. She mixed up 2 bowls of dipping sauces, one with soy sauce, one with vinegar, and had everyone try them with the plain stewed venison. Hiss! This is absolutely amazing. After tasting it, everyone was blown away. The sauce is milder than fish sauce, Shen Rong commented. Changxia replied, fish sauce is made by fermenting small fish and shrimp. Soy sauce fruit is a wild fruit, so it's not surprising they taste different. I'm just curious why no one in the tribe ever discovered the seasoning tree before. Omitted. Website promotional text and navigation links. Let me know if you need the website promo and navigation translated as well. Given the temperament of the tribe, how could they not have discovered the seasoning tree after all these years? The tribal totem warriors aren't very interested in anything besides meat. Wild fruits and vegetables don't appeal to them much. It was only after the shaman of the sacred mountain of Kana suggested it that the tribe slowly started to change their mindset, eating some wild fruits and vegetables alongside their meat. Chief Jen explained, the Beast Tribe values a balanced diet. This only started after Siu became the shaman. Before that, the Beast Tribe survived on roasted meat, rarely touching wild vegetables and only occasionally picking wild fruits to stave off hunger. Chang Xia understood now. The Beast Tribe lived a pretty leisurely life. The prey in the twilight forest was enough for them to thrive and multiply. Wild fruits and vegetables were optional for them. So, naturally, they wouldn't go out of their way to pick or store them. It was only after the shaman spoke up that the tribe gradually developed the habit of eating wild fruits and vegetables. That explanation actually made sense. But Chang Xia still felt indignant. The Qinghai Plateau has the luminous stone and ice crystal grass, the East Sea has its foundation stones, and yet, she really thought the Twilight Forest had nothing special. But reality proved her wrong. The Twilight Forest isn't lacking in treasures, it's lacking in people who can recognize them. The seasoning tree is a true treasure. So are the white nuts. The Beast Tribe has been spoiled by the Beast God. Even when treasures are right under their noses, they fail to notice them. End of this chapter. Hee. Little Chang Xia, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. A familiar laugh came from outside, along with Elder Pukong's voice. Chief Jen quickly stood up to greet him, replying, Manhwa hunted a forest deer on Wei Mountain, and Chang Xia made a pot of venison stew. Just as he finished speaking, Jen noticed the forest deer slung over Elder Pukong's shoulder. But the deer Pukong hunted was even bigger than Manhwa's, with larger and more imposing antlers. Pukong laughed heartily and said, I hunted a forest deer too. It seems a new herd has appeared on Wei Mountain, probably wandered over from the Muwatch Mountains. Elder Pukong, the Muwatch Mountains and Wei Mountain have always kept to themselves. What's going on with the forest deer? Has something really happened between the two places? As he spoke, Jen's expression grew serious. It's nothing. Deer herds have wandered over from the Muwatch Mountains before. It's just that our tribe hunted them so aggressively that we wiped them out. Pukong waved his hand, unconcerned. If it were any other animal, he might worry a bit. But if it's deer, that's really not an issue. Deer are special creatures with incredible leaping ability. The Muwatch Mountains and Wei Mountain are separate ranges. Most animals wouldn't cross between them to live and breed. But deer herds have no trouble with that. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. So that's why there are no deer herds left in the territory. Turns out, the tribe ate them all? This news left not just the younger ones like Chang Xia speechless, even Chief Jen could only stare at Elder Pukong in disbelief. To say something so embarrassing with such a straight face, only Elder Pukong could pull that off. Respect. Thud. Elder Pukong dropped the deer outside and strode into the stone beast den. There's a salty and tangy aroma in the air, little Chang Xia. What new dish have you come up with this time? Pukong said as he walked in. Jen, keep an eye on that deer. I only knocked it out, didn't kill it. If I killed it, the smell of blood might cause trouble. Hearing this, Jen hurried over to check. Yundong, go fetch some vines. Worried the deer might wake up and escape, Jen stayed nearby and told Yundong to cut some vines from around the den to tie the deer up. Inside, Chang Xia fetched water for Elder Pukong to wash his face and hands. She had specially prepared the sauces for him. Shen Rong got up to cut more meat. What they'd eaten earlier wasn't nearly enough for Elder Pukong. Elder Pukong, this seasoning tree was found by Uncle Gore. It bears two kinds of wild fruit. The caramel-colored one is called soy fruit. I call the juice light soy sauce and the pulp dark soy sauce. Both can be used in cooking and they taste great. The reddish-brown one is called vinegar fruit and its juice is edible vinegar. As she spoke, Chang Xia placed the two sauces in front of Elder Pukong, letting him dip the venison in either sauce or vinegar to try. She put the soy fruit pulp in a separate bowl. Dark soy sauce isn't suitable as a dipping sauce, it's best for braising. With soy fruit, she could make all kinds of braised dishes. Just thinking about all the delicious braised dishes she could make, Chang Xia felt this trip was totally worth it. Discovering the seasoning tree was by far the biggest win. If she could transplant it back to the White Lake Cave, that would be even better. But the warm season isn't ideal for transplanting trees. Even if it's possible, it'll have to wait until next spring, when the seasons change. Besides transplanting, Chang Xia also wanted to learn more about the fruiting habits of the seasoning tree. How many times a year do the soy and vinegar fruits ripen? How much can be harvested each time? She needed to figure all this out. And how many seasoning trees grew on Wei Mountain? The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to run over to the place where Gore picked the seasoning fruit and see for herself. Not bad, not bad. Elder Pukong took several bites before praising it. Clearly, he enjoyed both the soy sauce and the vinegar. Elder Pukong, is there anything unusual on Wei Mountain? Jen asked as Yundong returned with vines and tied up the deer's legs. Jen went back into the den to ask about Wei Mountain. Their purpose in coming to Wei Mountain was twofold, to investigate the wanderers and to look into the strange happenings on the mountain. They weren't here just to eat, they couldn't lose sight of their priorities. There is. I found traces of a campfire, Pukong said coldly. The wanderers were more capable than expected. They'd actually made it alive from the Muwatch Mountains to Wei Mountain. The reason they hadn't shown up by the river yet was probably because they didn't know the way and were temporarily trapped on Wei Mountain. If the Heluo Tribe hadn't discovered it in time, the next time the wanderers appeared, it could very well be right near the tribe. Just the thought of that was enough to make Jen and the others fall silent. Shen Rong's hand, halfway to picking up some food, paused for a moment. If the wanderers really are hiding somewhere in Mount Wei, the smoke we sent up last night might have already drawn their attention. Yesterday, they had burned mugwort openly, without trying to hide it. The smoke from mugwort was thick, and wild beasts would stay away because of it. But the wanderers would definitely have seen the smoke curling above the stone beast den. Everyone in the stone beast den exchanged glances. This morning, we checked the area and didn't notice anything unusual. Maybe they're just farther away. The wanderers haven't made it here yet, but if we wait a bit longer, things might change. With that thought, everyone sped up their eating. There were over 20 people in their group, enough that the wanderers wouldn't dare make a move. But if only 3 or 5 people were out and about, desperate wanderers would definitely take the risk. No one said this out loud, but everyone understood. A quarter of an hour passed. Even Elder Pukong didn't linger over his food. Changxia had originally planned to check on the seasoning trees, but with the possibility of wanderers hiding nearby, she decided to stay at the stone beast den with Nan Feng, Elder Pukong, and Shen Rong. She also kept the young snake beast hidden on her person. Chief Jen led the others to quickly hide, spreading out in concealed spots around the stone beast den. Hunting and gathering would have to wait. Right now, catching the wanderers was the top priority. Elder Pukong, how many wanderers do you think survived? Nan Feng asked in a low voice. Elder Pukong's face was serious as he thought for a moment. No more than 5. Some are probably injured. Mount Wei is different from other mountains, danger lurks everywhere. They wouldn't dare go deeper, but they also wouldn't risk leaving the mountain. Burning mugwort yesterday was the right call. Changxia sighed. The wanderers hadn't even bothered to cover their campfire traces, which probably meant things weren't going well for them. Now, seeing signs of beast folk activity in Mount Wei, they could easily guess there was a tribe nearby. For the sake of survival, even knowing the risks, they'd still be willing to take the gamble. Nan Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I take a walk near the beast den? Nan Feng, Don't be reckless, Changxia warned. The Wanderers were a group of vicious thugs. If Nanfeng wanted to risk her life, Changxia definitely wouldn't allow it. Thanks to KV36, Beautiful Wicked Witch, Yuruedeng, Silly Girl, May, Sorrow, and others for your monthly votes. Thank you and Sha and for your generous support. Extra chapter today. End of this chapter. Quiet, Shen Rong said. He exchanged a glance with Elder Pukong, signaling Changxia and Nanfeng to stop bickering. Shen Rong, Changxia called softly, quietly activating her bloodline ability to search the area via the plants near the stone beast den. First, she sensed the familiar auras of her tribe, then she discovered 3 unfamiliar ones. These 3 auras were filled with violence and bloodlust. After living a peaceful life for over a decade since her rebirth, Changxia was suddenly confronted with such savage, bloodthirsty energy. Her body tensed up involuntarily. Changxia. Shen Rong was the first to notice the change in her expression. He stepped forward and gently hugged her, softly calling her name. Nearby, Elder Pukong and Nanfeng looked over. I'm fine, Changxia slowly recovered and explained. I just activated my bloodline ability to check the surroundings through the plants. I found 3 unfamiliar auras near the stone beast den full of violence and killing intent. They don't seem like good people. The Wanderers got here fast, Nanfeng said coldly. At her words, the usually laid-back Elder Pukong grew more solemn. He exchanged a quick glance with Shen Rong. Stay calm. Let's see what these Wanderers intend to do. Tell Jen's group not to act rashly. 3 people. That's fewer than we expected. Elder Pukong had originally estimated 5. 3, 2 less than expected. Either the others died, or only 3 survived. Time ticked by. Mount Wei and the stone beast den were very quiet. Changxia and Shen Rong carried the harvested mugwort out of the den to lay it out to dry. The stone beast den was small, not big enough to spread out more mugwort for drying. It was a rare sunny day in Mount Wei, and they were hoping to lure the Wanderers out. After thinking it over, Changxia decided to move the mugwort outside the den. A female beast folk, especially one as gentle and soft as Changxia, was an irresistible lure for the Wanderers. Sure enough, the Wanderers hiding nearby made a move when they saw Changxia appear outside the stone beast den. Xianbai, should we make a move? Don't rush. Let's wait and see. Clearly, this male named Xianbai was the leader of the 3. A scar ran across his left cheek, ruining half his face and giving him a fierce appearance. Xianbai was a tiger beast folk, formerly of the Heluo Tribe in the Twilight Forest. He was violent by nature, bullied his own kind, and was eventually expelled from the Heluo Tribe, becoming a wandering beast folk. This trip to the Muwatch Mountains to hunt anaconda was all his idea. Wanderers were a group that lived outside the tribes, preying on others. They committed every imaginable crime: arson, murder, robbery. Changxia hadn't exaggerated when she called them thugs. Xianbai had heard from a Western beast folk that the Western nobility were very interested in the delicacy of anaconda. He set his sights on the anaconda of the Muwatch Mountains, planning to hunt a few and make a fortune in the West. But he had underestimated how much the Heluo tribe valued the anaconda. It had taken a lot of effort to finally capture a giant anaconda alive, but before he could escape the Wangwei Mountains, Xianbai was targeted by the Heluo tribe. In desperation, he decided to go all in. He took a young serpent beast from the Heluo tribe hostage, forcing the snake people to back off. That gave him a chance to slip into the Wei River and then escape into Mount Wei. Xianbai knew all too well the fearsome reputation of Mount Wei. But he kept the mountain's dangers hidden from the other wanderers. The reason he hadn't left Mount Wei was simple. He knew that outside the mountain, the Heluo tribe was an even more terrifying force than the Heluo tribe. He planned to stay in Mount Wei for a while, at least until his injuries healed. Then, when the time was right, he'd make his escape. But before he'd even recovered, he saw smoke curling up from Mount Wei last night. Xianbai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that members of the Heluo tribe had entered Mount Wei? As far as he knew, the mountain had been sealed off years ago. No beast folk set foot there anymore, not even the Heluo tribe, who no longer considered it a hunting ground. This female is really fair-skinned. Xianbai, can I have a taste of this female first? The females from these beast folk tribes are so much prettier than the ones we keep in our lairs. TSK. Just looking at her gets my blood pumping. Not far away, Zhen and his companions, hidden nearby, listened to Qianbai and his two companions' conversation, burning with rage. Changxia Nanfeng was a cherished child of their tribe. Now, hearing a group of wanderers talk about her like that, who could possibly keep their anger in check? Yun Dongalai held Zhen back, urging him to stay calm. They had to wait until Qianbai and his group stepped into the ambush before making a move. Qianbai was cunning. He sent one of the wanderers to approach the stone beast den, while he and the other kept their distance. That way, even if the one near the den failed, he and his companion would still have a chance to escape. Zhen's face was dark as he signaled Fenghua and the others hiding farther away to slowly close in, tightening the encirclement. Today, none of Qianbai's group would leave Mount Wei alive, he'd make sure of it. How dare they talk about his precious child like that, and in such a filthy way? Death was the only way to wash away their sins. Little female, just be good and come with me, and I promise you'll enjoy yourself. Changxia and Nanfeng had just finished spreading out the mugwort when a few greasy voices drifted over. Hearing them, Changxia Nanfeng couldn't help but shiver. What kind of talk was that? Just you. Nanfeng curled her lip in surprise. They'd been fishing for trouble all day, and this was all they caught? The wanderer was filthy from head to toe, flashing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Even from a distance, Nanfeng could smell his stench. Inside the stone beast den, Elder Pukong and Shen Rong walked out calmly. Seeing only one wanderer standing there, they looked a bit disappointed. Just one? Pukong asked with a grin. Yeah, just one, Nanfeng nodded. Whatever, one's enough. Changxia, step back a bit, I'll handle this. Shen Rong didn't argue. The wanderer looked dumb and dirty, and, honestly, Shen Rong didn't want to deal with him. He gladly let Nanfeng take over, pulling Changxia back to stand beside Elder Pukong. I bet the chieftain is about to make his move too. He hadn't even finished speaking when the sounds of fighting erupted from the distant forest. Are all wanderers this pathetic? Changxia frowned. Elder Pukong yawned. They're just a bunch of rats who can't show their faces. What do you expect? If the Heluo Tribe hadn't had their own problems, or if some wanderer didn't know the Wangwei Mountains so well. The commotion in the distance was loud, but it ended quickly. Even the dumbest wanderer facing Nanfeng knew things had gone south. Without another word, he transformed into his beast form. A scrawny gray fox appeared before Changxia and the others. Nanfeng sneered, her voice full of disdain. A measly gray fox dares to cause trouble on Heluo Tribe territory? Are you looking for death? She didn't even bother to transform, just raised her foot and kicked at the gray fox. Fighting him in human form, Nanfeng had the gray fox beaten in less than 5 moves. She broke his left leg and ribs, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Hiss hiss. At that moment, the young serpent beast on Changxia's arm slithered out. It let out a sharp, ear-piercing hiss at the gray fox. Looks like the little snake can smell the wanderer's scent. Shen Rong said. End of this chapter. Hiss hiss. The young serpent beast bared its tiny pink gums in anger. It was clear he was furious, and also he was tattling to Changxia. Changxia, he's complaining to you. Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh, tying up the now human wanderer with vines and tossing him aside. Turning back, she saw the little snake glaring with big, indignant eyes, gesturing furiously, well, as much as a snake could, since he had no hands or feet. He kept slapping Changxia's arm with his tail, letting out sharp hisses. It was honestly adorable. Ahem. Changxia cleared her throat and said gently, easy little one. The bad guy's been beaten by Aunt Nanfeng, no one can bully you anymore. She cupped the little snake in her hands. Good boy. Shen Rong reached out and patted the little snake's head. With Changxia and Shen Rong's reassurance, the chattering little snake finally calmed down. Watching him slither around, Shen Rong picked him up and set him on his own shoulder, letting the little snake nuzzle against his neck. Settled on Shen Rong's shoulder, the little snake quieted. He pressed his head against Shen Rong's neck, flicked out his tongue to lick Shen Rong's ear, then happily hissed twice at Changxia. Changxia, is everything all right over here? Jen and the others returned from the dense forest, with Gorei and Yundong each dragging a captive behind them. Xianbai? Pukong glanced at the vagabond in Gorei's grasp, surprised. No wonder the vagabonds managed to sneak into the Wangwei Mountains and hunt an anaconda. It was that tiger cub who led the way. The Yuanhu tribe is in real trouble this time. The Heluo tribe wouldn't let Xianbai off the hook, and the Heluo tribe had similar intentions. Xianbai, now reduced to a vagabond, had nothing left to his name. But the Yuanhu tribe behind him wouldn't escape unscathed either. No matter whether Xianbai had been expelled from the Yuanhu tribe, his origins there were an undeniable fact. In contrast, the other two vagabonds were hardly worth mentioning. Traitor, Jen snorted coldly. If he didn't need Xianbai to confront the Yuanhu tribe, Jen would never have let him live this long. People like him are better off dead. Chief, what should we do with them? Changxia asked. I plan to take them to the shaman hall on Mount Kana and hand them over to the shamans, Jen replied. Judging by the time, the Heluo tribe should have arrived at Mount Kana by now. Sending Xianbai and the other two to the shaman hall at this moment was just right. Even if the Heluo tribe lost their heads, they wouldn't storm Wei Mountain like the vagabonds did. Otherwise, that would be a direct provocation to the Heluo tribe. The best move would be for the Heluo tribe to send someone to the shaman hall on Mount Kana, ask the shamans to intervene, and request permission from the Heluo tribe to enter Wei Mountain. Now, both the snake cub and the vagabonds had been found. There was no need for the Heluo tribe to enter Wei Mountain, and the Heluo tribe could keep the news of the mountain's anomaly under wraps, a win-win situation. MMPH. Xianbai started struggling as soon as he heard Jen say he'd be handed over to the shamans. Clearly, he'd guessed the Heluo tribe's intentions. They didn't plan to deal with him themselves, but instead would use the shamans to contact the Yuanhu tribe. Ever since he'd been expelled from the Yuanhu tribe, Xianbai knew he could never go back. If he returned, he'd be as good as dead. Now, with the Heluo tribe sending him back in this roundabout way, his fate would be worse than death. He looks pretty happy, Nanfeng teased. Changxia turned away, her expression pleased, while Qianbai's face flushed with anger. If his mouth weren't stuffed with vines, he'd probably be cursing up a storm. Anyone with eyes could see, once Qianbai was sent back to the Yuanhu tribe, the tigers would never let him off easy. Leading vagabonds to attack the snake tribe in the Twilight Forest was a capital offense. What's more, Qianbai was already an outcast from the Yuanhu tribe. With all these crimes stacked up, his fate was truly pitiful. Chief, are you taking the snake cub to the shaman hall too? Changxia asked. Jen nodded. Yes. He's a snake cub, he can't stay in the Heluo tribe. When will you leave? Changxia pressed. She understood the snake cub was to be returned to the Heluo tribe. Among beast tribes, offspring were highly valued. No tribe would abandon their own cubs. She might be an exception. Well, maybe an accident. But whatever the reason, Changxia didn't want to dwell on it. She used to be the Heluo tribe's cub, and from now on, she'd only ever be a Heluo female. Now, Jen replied. Right now? Changxia was startled. She hadn't expected Jen to leave immediately. She thought they'd check Wei Mountain one more time before setting out. Gorei explained, we've interrogated Xianbai and confirmed only the three of them survived from the Wei River to Wei Mountain. The details matched their earlier suspicions. They wanted to hurry to the shaman hall on Mount Kana, partly to keep news of the mountain's anomaly from spreading, at least until the Heluo tribe figured out what was going on. They didn't want other beast tribes in the Twilight Forest to notice Wei Mountain. Xianbai and his group had just entered Wei Mountain and didn't know about the anomaly yet. If they'd arrived any later, things might have turned out differently. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Jen decided to set out for the shaman hall immediately, handing Qianbai and the others over to the Heluo tribe and making things difficult for the Yuanhu tribe in the process. Should I pack some food? Changxia asked. Jen shook his head. No need. Shen Rong, give me the snake cub. Gorei stays here. Yundong escorts Qianbai. I'll take 5 people with me. The rest stay in Wei Mountain to investigate. I'll send news of the mountain back to the tribe. Jen reached out and took the snake cub, then turned to leave. Changxia quickly called out, "Chief, wait a moment. Let me prepare some food for the snake cub, he's still young and gets hungry easily." Hearing this, Jen stopped. They weren't hungry, but the snake cub was different. Hiss, hiss. The snake cub kept hissing in Jen's hands. Changxia hurried inside to prepare food for him, not stopping to comfort him. "Be good, little one. The chief will take you home to find your parents. Don't fuss," Shen Rong said gently, soothing the frightened snake cub. Gradually, the snake cub quieted down, lying still in Jen's hands. Changxia returned, packing a few pieces of stewed venison and black rain meat, along with some wild grass roots, into a clean beast pouch. They'd just arrived at Wei Mountain and didn't have much, so she packed whatever she could find for the snake cub. From what Jen said, they'd be traveling as fast as possible to the Shaman Hall on Mount Kana. With their beast forms, it would take at most a day and a half to get there. The food in the pouch would be enough for the snake cub until then. Outside, Jen took the pouch from Changxia. He transformed, and with Goriai and Fenghua's help, tied up Qianbai and the other two with vines and packed them into a basket. Yundong and the others carried them away from Wei Mountain. The once bustling stone den fell quiet. Note: the last paragraph is a website promo and navigation, which you can omit if not needed. If you need further polishing or a more literary style, let me know. The departure of the little snake beast left Changxia feeling momentarily out of sorts. She couldn't help but reach out to touch her left arm, as if sensing something there. End of this chapter. Changxia, let's go. Time to pick some seasoning fruit. We can also take a look around the outskirts of Wei Mountain and see if we can find any other good stuff, Nanfeng said with a playful grin. Changxia put her hand down and replied, "All right." After all, the little snake beast belonged to the Heluo Tribe. Sooner or later, it would have to return to its parents in the tribe. Changxia had just zoned out for a moment, not quite able to adjust, but Nanfeng's call snapped her back to reality. She shouted, "Shen Rong, how many vine baskets have you woven?" Uncle Galay said there are lots of seasoning trees on Wei Mountain, so there should be plenty of fruit. "Don't worry, Fenghua and I are working hard on the baskets," Shen Rong replied. Seeing Changxia back to her usual self, he felt relieved. Her earlier gloomy mood had weighed on everyone. A short while later, Galay led the way and everyone carried either baskets or backpacks. The group closed the stone door of the beast den behind them and set off toward the area where the seasoning trees grew. They headed deeper from the stone beast den, sticking to the dense forest on the left. The sound of the Wei River's flowing water could be heard nearby. After pushing through some shrubs, they stopped near a slope at the entrance to a gorge. It was about 5 or 6 li, roughly 2 miles, from the stone beast den, not far at all. From a distance, the slope looked small, but up close, it was about the size of a small river valley. Dense, tall trees, each about 5 or 6 meters high, grew here. Their thick, leafy branches were heavy with wild fruit. Caramel-colored and reddish-brown fruits hung side by side, each about the size of an adult beastman's fist. If you looked closely, you could even spot some white blossoms among the branches, buds, and fruit growing together, which was a pleasant surprise. "Changxia, these seasoning trees are just like the white fruit trees," Nanfeng exclaimed in delight. Changxia was overjoyed at the news. That meant the seasoning trees could be harvested all year round. No wonder they were called miracle trees. Amazing. "Let's separate the sauce fruit and vinegar fruit. Only pick the caramel and reddish-brown ones, the other colors probably aren't ripe yet, so leave those for now," Changxia said, happily circling one of the seasoning trees. In the twilight forest, trees always grew in clusters. Finding one meant there was likely a whole grove nearby. This slope was a paradise for seasoning trees and for the Heluo Tribe as well. The seasoning fruit had thick, sturdy skins. Even without testing, Changxia could guess they'd keep well in storage. So, she didn't stop Shen Rong and the others from harvesting all the fruit here. After all, Wei Mountain still wasn't entirely safe for the tribe, so it was best to take good things when you found them. Soon, all the baskets they'd brought were full. There were at least 100 seasoning trees on this slope, each bearing thousands of fruits. Altogether, they'd easily harvested tens of thousands of jin, over 10,000 pounds, maybe even more. Nanfeng and Changxia helped cut vines, while Shen Rong and Fenghua wove more baskets. Patriarch Zhen had promised to send word back to the tribe, which meant more people would be coming to Wei Mountain soon. So, Changxia and the others weren't worried about having too much to carry back. Elder Pukang, after we finish picking the seasoning fruit, should we keep going deeper into Wei Mountain? Changxia asked, slicing vines with her ironwood knife and glancing up at Elder Pukang in the trees. They'd already gained a lot from this trip. Who knew what else they might find if they went further? Little Changxia, do you want to go deeper into the mountain? Pukang asked, looking down instead of answering directly. The weather was good, and the mountain mists had thinned a bit. This was the best time to explore deeper into Wei Mountain on rainy days. It would be much more dangerous. Elder Pukang didn't refuse Changxia's suggestion outright. It was clear he was also interested in the mountain. The mysterious light deep within Wei Mountain needed to be investigated. Zhen had left Galei and the others behind and gone to the Kanasha Holy Mountains Shaman Hall to stall the Heluo Tribe and other beast tribes, buying as much time as possible for their own tribe. Naturally, he hoped Elder Pukang could quickly uncover the cause of the mountain's strange changes. Changxia nodded decisively. Yes, I do. If seasoning trees grew on the outskirts, who knew what wonders might be found further in? The mist was manageable, but the poisonous zone ahead was a real headache. Once we finish picking the fruit, we'll head deeper, Pukang agreed readily. Then, after a moment's thought, he explained, on clear days, the mountain mist is thinner. If the weather changes, we'll have to retreat immediately no matter how far we've gone, even if we haven't reached the poison zone. Understood, Elder Pukang. Changxia replied excitedly. With the first rainy season over and temperatures rising, Twilight Forest was entering summer, and clear weather would last for a while. That would give them plenty of time to investigate the secrets of Wei Mountain. The seasoning fruit didn't attract animals, so Changxia and the others could work undisturbed. No wild beasts showed up at all. Occasionally, a venomous snake or two would appear, but they were quickly dealt with. The whole morning passed as they picked fruit. Elder Pukang, it's noon. Should we take some of the fruit back to the stone beast den and prepare lunch? Changxia asked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Even though it was cool on Wei Mountain, she'd worked up quite a sweat. Seeing Changxia's flushed cheeks, Elder Pukang felt a pang of concern. Shen Rong, you and Fenghua take Changxia and Nanfeng back to the beast den. Let them rest there this afternoon. No need for them to come back here. All right, Shen Rong replied. He'd already noticed how red Changxia's face was and had wanted her to take a break. But seeing everyone else busy, Changxia hadn't wanted to rest alone. Instead, she squatted under a tree, helping to sort the vines. Not only was her face red, but her hands were even worse. She developed several blisters. Not wanting Shen Rong and the others to worry, she hid her hands from view. As he spoke, Shen Rong moved quickly to organize the rattan baskets. There were so many baskets that he'd probably have to transform into his beast form to carry them all back to the stone beast den. Zhen had left, taking 5 people with him. That left 15 people on Weishan. Fenghua and the other tribe's people transformed, while Shen Rong and Nanfeng helped tie up the rattan baskets, planning to transport all the harvested seasoning fruits back to the stone beast den. The rest could wait until the afternoon. Seasoning fruits weren't eaten by animals, and even birds couldn't be bothered to peck at them. So they felt safe piling the fruits under the seasoning trees. Changxia, what happened to your hand? Shen Rong's expression changed, his face darkening as he stared at Changxia's hand. It turned out that while Shen Rong was tying up baskets for Fenghua, Changxia had handed him some rattan, which had a few bloodstains on it. Shen Rong caught the scent of blood and naturally traced it to the rattan, then shifted his gaze to Changxia's hand. Changxia quickly hid her hands behind her back, laughing it off. It's nothing, just a blister that broke. Nanfeng came over and grabbed Changxia's hidden hand. Changxia, Nanfeng shouted in exasperation, you've got so many blisters on your hands. Why didn't you say something? Shen Rong frowned and untied the medicine pouch at his waist. Changxia, if you're hurt, just tell us. Hiding it only makes us worry more. Shen Rong's tone was gentle, but his attitude was firm. He let Nanfeng keep tying up Rotan for Fenghua and the others, and explained Changxia's injury so they wouldn't worry. He carefully opened the blisters with his fingernail and methodically applied medicine to Changxia's hand. After applying the medicine, he wrapped her hand with a leaf. He didn't let her hand over any more Rotan, and just had her stand by and wait for Nanfeng to finish tying up the baskets so they could head straight back to the stone beast den. End of this chapter. Shen Rong, I'm really fine, Changxia protested, wanting Shen Rong to put her down. After all, it was her hands that were hurt, not her feet. Nanfeng grinned and said, Don't struggle, Changxia. We'll be at the stone beast den soon. If you walk, we'll only slow down. Changxia was speechless. Nanfeng's words stung, but they were true. With Changxia's current strength and stamina, she really couldn't keep up with the others. With no other choice, Changxia simply lay on Shen Rong's back, closed her eyes, and rested. She started thinking about what to eat for lunch. Plain boiled venison was delicious, and braised venison would probably be just as good. Too bad the Wei River was too dangerous. It wasn't suitable for regular fishing. Changxia licked her lips, thinking she'd have to wait until they returned to Bai Lake for braised fish. 15 minutes later, the group returned to the stone beast den. Shen Rong set Changxia down and, together with Nanfeng, helped Fenghua and the others untie the baskets of seasoning fruit. Sensing something was off, Changxia quickly gathered the mugwort she'd laid out to dry and carried it inside the den. It was only half dry and couldn't be left out overnight, or it would get damp. Did we pick too many seasoning fruits? Changxia hesitated. The area around the stone beast den was piled high with baskets, leaving only narrow paths to walk through. She remembered that there were still plenty of seasoning fruits left under the trees on Weishan that hadn't been brought back yet. Suddenly, her head started to ache. Nanfeng waved her hand, reassuring her, It's not too much. Once we bring them back to the tribe and everyone takes a share, there won't be much left. It was like maple sugar and syrup, looked like a lot, but once everyone got their share, there was barely any left in the cave. In the past, the tribe hadn't discovered the joy of stockpiling. After learning from Changxia how to dig and build a cellar, they gradually came to appreciate the pleasure of storing up supplies. So now, from the elders down to the beast cubs like Shan Ke, everyone started following Changxia's example and moving things into their own cave homes. They all used filling up their cellars as an excuse to stockpile all sorts of things. In the past, the tribe would avoid picking wild vegetables if they could. Now that they had cellars, everyone started gathering wild greens like Changxia, and if they couldn't eat them all, they'd dry or pickle them in clay jars just like she did. In short, there's always a way. Because of this, the tribe discovered that even without going out hunting, the supplies in their cellars were enough for 3 meals a day. Before, if they wanted to fill their bellies, they had to hunt far from the tribe. Now, they could find plenty of food right at their doorstep, and hunting wasn't as important anymore. But the area around the den is packed, Changxia pointed out. There was so much stuff piled up that there wasn't even space to dry mugwort, and it was hard to walk around. Changxia, go inside and start the fire for lunch. Fenghua and I will clear out the area and make some space, Shen Rong said. Previously, there had been several clumps of shrubs growing around the stone beast den. Plus, the towering ancient trees perfectly concealed the den, making it a good resting spot for tribespeople coming to Weishan. But now, with the discovery of the seasoning trees on Weishan, Shen Rong figured that, knowing the Heluo Tribe style, they'd definitely explore every corner of Weishan this time and fully claim it as tribal territory. So there was no need to keep the stone beast den hidden anymore. The nearby shrubs could be cleared, and even some of the ancient trees could be chopped down. Fenghua glanced at the den, then at the shrubs. Let's clear out these shrubs. I think we can cut down some of these big trees too. The den could use a few more tables and chairs. With just a few words, Shen Rong, Fenghua, and the others decided the fate of the shrubs. Clearly, Fenghua and the others were thinking the same as Shen Rong. They'd already claimed Weishan as the tribe's backyard. Fog, poison miasma, whatever, it was nothing to them. Compared to the tribal elders, the younger beast folk were much more energetic and bold. Of course, that was partly because they hadn't personally ventured deep into Weishan. Having never suffered Weishan's dangers, they didn't know how terrifying it could be. Still, their actions just happened to coincide with the Heluo Tribe's plans. Chang Xia tilted her head, deep in thought. In the end, she didn't say anything to stop Shen Rong and the others from acting. Deep down, Chang Xia also wanted to bring Weishan into the tribe's fold. Nifong, boil some water and wash the pot. For lunch, besides the clear stewed venison, let's also make some braised venison, Chang Xia said as she stepped into the beast den, asking Nifong to help start the fire and boil water. Luckily, most of the previous meals had been stews, so Chang Xia still had plenty of seasonings left. Otherwise, even with soy fruit, they wouldn't be able to make proper braised venison. There were 2 stone pots in the stone beast den, which were fine for stewing. But for braised venison, these pots were too big for Chang Xia to handle. They're too big, I can't use them for stir-frying, she said. Shen Rong, can you help me make a smaller stone pot? Sure, about the size of pot number 6? Yes, not too big. With Shen Rong working on the stone pot, Chang Xia began to cut the venison. For the clear stew, the meat could be cut into bigger chunks. The tribe members had hearty appetites and could handle large pieces. But for braised venison, the pieces needed to be smaller so they'd cook through and absorb the flavors better. She washed and cut the venison, prepared the seasonings, and set everything aside. For the clear stew, she put the meat into cold water and skimmed off the scum as it cooked. She also added some ginger or onion to remove any gamey smell, but didn't use anything like cooking wine. If Weishan could find more seasoning fruits, maybe one day in the misty forest they'd even come across wine fruits. Just thinking about it made Chang Xia happy. The mysterious misty forest, you never knew what good or bad surprises awaited you there. Chang Xia, does this pot work? Shen Rong soon came in, carrying a double-handled stone pot. Chang Xia took it and examined it, her face lighting up. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Shen Rong had picked up the rock for the pot near the stone beast den. The quality was decent, though it might not hold up to long-term use, but it would be fine for a few stir-fries. Carrying the pot, Chang Xia went to the water jar to wash it. Shen Rong had deliberately left handles on both sides of the pot so it could be carried with both hands, probably to keep Chang Xia from burning herself. Unfortunately, he'd been a bit rushed. He thought, if only he could wrap the handles with wood, then there'd be no worry about getting burned. With that in mind, Shen Rong decided to redo all the stone pots at the Baihu cave when he got back. This pot looks so strange, Nanfeng said, eyeing the double-handled stone pot curiously as she picked up a wooden spoon. She'd built a small stone stove next to the main hearth, just for Chang Xia to use for stir-frying. Chang Xia held out the pot for Namong to inspect. Does it still look strange now? Chang Xia asked with a smile. Nanfeng's eyes went wide. She gave Chang Xia a thumbs up and exclaimed, not strange at all. Chang Xia, you're a genius. You're praising the wrong person. Shen Rong made this double-handled pot, Chang Xia said, nodding toward Shen Rong outside the den to let Nanfeng know who deserved the credit. If it weren't for you, Shen Rong would never have thought to make a pot with long handles, Nanfeng laughed. Who says you have to pick a mate just for looks? For some reason, Nanfeng found herself influenced by Chang Xia's way of thinking. End of this chapter. Male beast folk all looked more or less the same. Suddenly, Nanfeng thought of the 2 males that Honeydew always talked about, Felix from the bird tribe and Qinglan from the fish tribe. Those 2 were famous for their looks in the western lands. But both the bird and fish tribes rarely married outside their own kind, and the beast folk were much the same. Cross-species marriages rarely produced children, and even when they did, it was mostly down to luck. Sigh. Nanfeng let out a quiet sigh. If she didn't consider the bird or fish tribes, the fox, snake, and cat beast folk were all fairly good-looking. But cat and rabbit beast folk were too weak, considered the weakest among the beast folk. Nanfeng couldn't accept a mate weaker than herself. After all, admiring strength was in the beast folk's nature. Nanfeng, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and skim the scum from the pot, or the venison will taste too gamey, Chang Xia said, placing the cleaned double-handled pot on the small stove Nanfeng had built. She heated the pot, added oil, and once it was hot, tossed in the venison to stir-fry. When the meat turned a fiery red, she scooped it out. Next, she stir-fried the seasonings. Once the aroma came out, she added soy fruit pulp and juice, shrimp powder, Sichuan pepper water, a bit of grass root sugar, and finally put the venison back in. She simmered it over a low flame until the meat was tender and flavorful. If only there was some cilantro, a pinch would make the braised venison even more fragrant. Actually, Chang Xia preferred braised meat cooked slowly over low heat. This was called red braised meat, which was different from regular braised meat. Slow-cooked, the meat became incredibly tender and silky, practically melting in your mouth. This smells amazing. I feel like I could eat a whole deer by myself. Shen Rong, the pot you made is way too small. Outside, Manhwa and the others, who were clearing the brush, couldn't help but comment as the aroma wafted out. They'd had clear stewed venison before and were familiar with its smell, but this was obviously different, much more enticing. It had to be the braised venison Chang Xia mentioned. They thought about the double-handled pot Shen Rong had just made, wondering how much braised venison they'd actually get. The more they calculated, the less confident they felt. Soon, they started to grumble at Shen Rong. Why did he make the pot so small? How much meat could it possibly hold? They worried that there'd barely be enough for a single mouthful each. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became, secretly hoping that Elder Pukong and the others wouldn't come back to the den for lunch. Or at least, that they'd come back after everyone else had eaten. Unfortunately, they didn't get a chance to say any of this out loud. Website promotional content and navigation omitted for clarity. The familiar laughter of Elder Pukong grew louder as he approached. Manhwa and the others exchanged glances, each clearly seeing the regret in the other's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Elder Pukong and Gorei had already returned to the beast den. He didn't even bother to set down his vine basket, but hurried straight to the stone den to peek inside. "Xiao Changxia, is the braised venison ready?" Elder Pukong called out loudly. Changxia replied, "It's done. Go wash your hands and faces, then you can come in and eat." Hearing this, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and dashed toward the stone den as fast as they could, afraid that if they were even a step slower, they'd miss out on a few bites of braised venison. Their wild speed was almost as if they were racing to be reborn. "Are you all that hungry?" Changxia felt a few gusts of wind brush past her face, catching only fleeting shadows as everyone rushed by. The next moment, she saw them all sitting around the stove, just waiting for her to say the word so they could start eating. But had any of them actually washed their hands and faces? Shen Rong glanced at the group crowded around the stove. Leisurely, he fetched some water and began to wash his face and hands, saying, "Changxia said to wash up before eating. Look at how filthy you all are, aren't you worried you'll dirty the food?" That last line hit home the hardest. Elder Pukong had been about to burst out laughing, but at Shen Rong's words, he silently got up and went to the water jar to wash his face and hands. He couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Rong's words were aimed at him, but he couldn't quite prove it. That slippery wolf cub, so infuriating. With Elder Pukong taking the lead, the others quietly followed suit. They fetched water, washed their faces and hands. This time, no one dared to cut corners. Everyone carefully washed up. Once they were all seated around the stove again, Changxia Nanfeng handed out bowls and chopsticks, each bowl containing a small portion of braised venison. Just the smell alone was mouth-watering. To avoid any fighting over the food, Changxia had already divided the braised venison into separate servings. No one was going to get full from this. But at least everyone could have a taste. She really wasn't being stingy, there just weren't enough spices. There was only a small bowl of braised venison each, but there was plenty of boiled venison to go around. She had made a dipping sauce and put it in a wooden bowl so everyone could dip the boiled venison. Honestly, she thought the boiled venison tasted great. Especially with the sauce, it was delicious. After 2 meals of venison, Changxia felt warm all over. She kept touching her nose, worried she might get a nosebleed from eating too much. "Let's hurry and finish picking the seasoning fruits." When the mist clears tomorrow, we'll head deeper into Weishan, Pukong suggested. They had underestimated the number of seasoning fruits and would need to spend an extra day gathering them. Still, the seasoning fruits were worth the delay. Besides, the longer the weather stayed clear, the thinner the mist in Weishan became, which would make their journey easier. Without the mist to slow them down, a trip that would normally take 3 to 5 days could be cut down to less than 2, at least if they traveled nonstop. Elder Pukong had been to Weishan before and knew the way. For anyone else, forget 3 to 5 days. It might take them 10 days or even half a month just to get from the outskirts of Weishan to the poison ring. Most of their time would be spent wandering lost in the mist. This time, let's focus on traveling as quickly as possible. Hunting and gathering can wait. We need to reach the poison ring in the shortest time possible. Our goal is to find a way into the depths of Weishan and figure out the cause of its strange changes. That said, even Elder Pukong knew. If there really was a way through the poison ring into the heart of Weishan, why would the Heluo Tribe have left Weishan untouched for so many years? But even knowing there was no way in, Elder Pukong was still determined to check the poison ring one more time. Staying here an extra day would also buy some time for the tribe. Once Chief Jen reported the situation in Weishan, Elder Yami would surely send more people to investigate. Elder Pukong, if there's no way through the poison ring, is there really no waterway from the misty area into the heart of Weishan? Changxia asked, puzzled. The Wei River flowed from the Wengwei Mountains through Weishan, but didn't reach its depths. Changxia thought that was understandable. But didn't Weishan have any other rivers or waterways flowing out from its depths? After all, one side of Weishan bordered the Eastern Sea. Unless it was all sheer cliffs, there should be some river connecting to the sea, right? Or was it that the area where Weishan met the Eastern Sea was just like the Heluo side, blocked by mist and poison? If so, wouldn't the heart of Weishan be a completely sealed-off ring, truly isolated from the world? End of this chapter. At these words, everyone fell silent, dumbfounded. The waterfall, Elder Pukong said, spitting out 2 words, his tiger eyes flashing sharply. There's a waterfall in the mist and poison ring, 100 meters high. Its source should be deep within Weishan, but the tribe has never confirmed it. Come to think of it, if not for Changxia's question, Elder Pukong would never have thought to connect the waterfall to the heart of Weishan. So many years had passed. The Heluo tribe had searched the mist and poison ring countless times, but they had never found a way into the depths of Weishan. Some among the beast folk had even suggested inviting the Burr folk to scout the heart of Weishan if they couldn't get in by land. What about by air? Unfortunately, as soon as the suggestion was made, the Heluo tribe rejected it. Invite the bird folk into Weishan? Wasn't that humiliating enough for the beast folk? Besides, the shamans wouldn't allow it. So the proposal to invite the Burr folk was shelved. Chief Jen was eager to uncover the cause of Weishan's changes, but also worried that someone would bring up the idea again. If there really were lightstone mines in Weishan, it would be a huge deal for the beast folk. At that point, Weishan wouldn't just be a matter for the Heluo tribe, it would concern the entire Twilight Forest. How could the Heluo tribe allow outsiders to spy on their territory? Changxia, impressive. Elder Pukong, this time let's not go into the poisonous mists. Let's just explore near the waterfall. Immediately, Goriai and Fenghua gave Changxia a thumbs up. The Heluo tribe had been investigating Mount Wei for years, but had never found a way into its depths. Today, Changxia's suggestion was like opening a new door for the tribe. Who knows, maybe they really would find a way into the heart of Mount Wei. At the thought, everyone felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Let's hurry and bring the seasoning fruits back to the den. As for entering Mount Wei, we'll wait until tomorrow, Pukong said. Truthfully, he was just as restless inside. If the waterfall really did lead deeper into Mount Wei, whatever secrets lay within could change the future of both the Heluo tribe and the mountain itself. Unfortunately, they were too far from the tribe to share this news with Yami and the others for now. Everyone sped up their meal, eager to get things done. No one even bothered with a midday nap. Nanfeng, don't you think Fenghua and the others are a bit too excited? Changxia lounged in front of the den, lazily basking in the sun. That afternoon, Elder Pukong and Shen Rong had told her and Nanfeng to rest at the den instead of joining the others to pick seasoning fruits. After tidying up the stone den, the two of them sat outside to enjoy the sunshine. Honestly, the chilly climate of Mount Wei was perfect for sunbathing. Not too hot, not too cold, the temperature was just right, and it felt wonderful. Nanfeng squinted and said, "They're actually holding back. If the waterfall really does connect to the depths of Mount Wei, just wait until the news gets back to the tribe. Elder Yami and the others will be even more excited. We don't know much about Mount Wei, but the elders do." Just looking at Elder Pukong, you could tell the Heluo Tribe had never given up on Mount Wei. Mount Wei was like a fishbone stuck in the tribe's throat. Until it was removed, the Heluo Tribe would never be at peace. Really? Chang Xia was surprised. Nanfeng nodded seriously. Really? Why did the tribe react so quickly? Wasn't it because the Xiaohequan River was so close to Mount Wei? Mount Wei was far more important to the Heluo Tribe than Chang Xia realized. Of course, this was just Nanfeng's guess. She couldn't say exactly why. She just sensed that whenever the tribe or her father mentioned Mount Wei, their expressions were different. They spread out the mugwort to dry and laid out a basket of seasoning fruits. Chang Xia planned to dry the fruits for a day to see if it made any difference. She'd wanted to make some kudzu starch, but without a filter cloth, she had to give up on the idea. With nothing else to do, Chang Xia simply went back into the den to nap for a bit. Nanfeng wasn't sleepy, so she sat in the shade, basking in the sun and gnawing on kudzu root, wondering how many people the tribe would send over. There were a lot of seasoning fruits. If there weren't enough people, they'd have to make 2 trips. Lost in thought, she eventually dozed off as well. When Shen Rong and the others returned, Chang Xia and Nanfeng were startled awake. Yawning, Chang Xia rubbed her eyes and walked out of the den, mumbling, "Shen Rong, you're back." "Yeah, we finished picking all the seasoning fruits." Shen Rong smiled, gathering up the fruits Chang Xia had left out to dry and putting them in a rattan basket. Manhwa and the others started collecting the mugwort. Night fell quickly on Mount Wei. If they didn't gather everything soon, the herbs and fruits would get damp. Even though it was the warm season, Mount Wei felt like it was always in the rainy season. "Shen Rong, where did these grass roots come from?" After washing her face, Chang Xia felt much more awake. Looking up, she saw a small half-basket of grass roots at the den entrance. She picked one up and tasted it. It was sweet, even sweeter and juicier than the ones from the wilds near Xiaohequan. Honestly, it didn't taste like grass root at all. It was more like yacon, crisp, sweet, and juicy. "I dug them up in the wasteland near the seasoning trees," Shen Rong said. He'd noticed Chang Xia hadn't had much of an appetite lately, and since there weren't any wild fruits in season, he dug up a small basket of grass roots for her. "They're sweet, really tasty," Chang Xia said with a grin. Nearby, Nanfeng, Manhwa, and the others quickly stepped back, dodging this wave of dog food, public displays of affection. They'd managed to avoid Uncle Goriai's dog food, only to be stuffed by Shen Rong and Chang Xia's. These days, single people really had no rights. They were bullied everywhere. Hee, Elder Pukong laughed, munching on kudzu root. "How about we go to the Wei River tonight? Elder Pukong, we're running low on antidote pills. Let's hold off on the river for now. Once we've investigated the changes in Mount Wei and are on our way back to the tribe, we can go fishing then," Goriai reminded him. The antidote pills they'd brought would only last them 5 days in the miasma of Mount Wei. If they went fishing at dusk, they'd have to take more pills. But if they just stayed in the stone den, they could save some. Hearing this, Elder Pukong dropped the idea, though he was disappointed about missing out on blackfish for dinner. Since they didn't go fishing, they made do with wild rabbit they'd caught while picking seasoning fruits, along with leftover venison. That night, Chang Xia boiled water with grass roots for everyone to eat and drink their fill. That night, the temperature in Mount Wei dropped again. The fire in the stone den burned brightly. Everyone chatted idly. Suddenly, Elder Pukong opened his eyes and got up to walk toward the stone door. Seeing this, Goriai and the others stood up as well. "Shh." Chang Xia was about to ask what was going on when Shen Rong covered her mouth and shook his head, signaling her to keep quiet. "Pukong, it's me." The footsteps outside stopped, and then Elder Shimu's voice sounded. Hearing it was Elder Shimu, everyone in the den breathed a sigh of relief. "Shimu, what are you doing here?" Pukong asked in surprise. He opened the stone door and looked at Shimu and the group standing outside. Elder Shimu gave Pukong a disdainful look and said, "Pukong, you're getting careless." Translator's note: the last paragraph is metatext from the website and not part of the story, so I've omitted it. If you want that included, let me know. End of this chapter. You all got here way too fast. Pukong protested stubbornly. He'd expected the tribe to arrive in the second half of the night. Who could have guessed Elder Shimu and his group would show up so soon? He'd just eaten and was hoping to take a nap. Inside the beast den, Shen Rong, Galay, and the others were all speechless. If there really had been a beast attack, they might have been trapped inside the stone den. Everything had been going so smoothly lately that everyone had almost forgotten they were in the middle of a forest, not back at the tribe. Elder Shimu's sarcasm left them with nothing to say. "Elder Shimu, come inside. You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Changxia asked, suddenly remembering that they hadn't gone hunting that afternoon. There was only one black fish left in the den, which she'd planned to take back to the tribe. "Changxia, is there anything to eat in the den?" Shen Yan licked his lips, swallowing as he caught the lingering aroma in the air. Mudo and the others nearby all looked at her expectantly. Changxia spread her hands apologetically. "We were busy picking seasoning fruits this afternoon and didn't go hunting. There's just one black fish left, which I was planning to bring back to the tribe." "How many of you came?" "I'm afraid it won't be enough." 8, Shen Yan replied. "Looks like Elder Yami really does value Shan." Besides Elder Shimu, there were 7 totem warriors with them. 2 elders plus over a dozen totem warriors. This was a significant force. "It's not enough to eat. Did you bring anything with you?" Changxia tiptoed to peek, noticing that Shen Yan and the others seemed to be carrying something, and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Fruit flour, dried flour, chili peppers, and python meat," Mudo whispered. Aside from antidote pills and other medicines, they'd also brought extra food this time. Clearly, this was a reminder from the chief, thinking they might have to stay in Weishan for several days. So, when sending people to deliver news back to the tribe, the chief also told them to bring more food. After all, the purpose of entering Weishan was to investigate the strange changes there, not to hunt or forage. "The chief is amazing," Changxia said happily. Everyone in the den looked delighted. After days of eating nothing but roasted meat, they'd started to miss their usual fruit flour pancakes and noodles. As soon as Mudo mentioned fruit flour, they realized that was exactly what they'd been missing. "Mudo, you brought dried noodles?" Nanfeng exclaimed in delight. "Changxia, I want noodle soup. Can you make some sautéed topping for it?" "Elder Shimu, is noodle soup okay for you?" "That's fine," Elder Shimu replied. Elder Shimu was always gentle with obedient youngsters. Of course, if anyone annoyed him, he could instantly turn into a nagging machine and talk your ears off, yet still remain calm and composed. They welcomed Elder Shimu and the others inside. Changxia and Nanfeng found the dried noodles and, pressed for time, Changxia soaked them in hot water. She took out the python meat and had Shen Rong mince it for the topping. The already cramped stone den felt even smaller with 8 more people squeezed in. But no one minded. Some helped with the meal, while others chatted with Elder Pukong to catch up on things. Meanwhile, people were asking about the contents of the vine baskets stacked outside the den. Before long, Changxia heard excited voices. Clearly, Fenghua was telling Shen Yan and the others about the mugwort, kudzu, and seasoning fruits. Soon, the aroma of stir-fried python meat filled the air. Nearby, the leftover venison bone soup was bubbling away. Nanfeng fished out the bones and started cooking the soaked rice noodles in the broth. The tempting aroma made everyone forget about chatting. One by one, they drifted over to the stove. Unfortunately, there wasn't much space, and before they could get close, Nanfeng shooed them away, telling everyone to get their own bowls and start serving noodles. Once they had their noodles, they went to Changxia for the meat topping. "So this is what soy sauce tastes like?" "It's really special. The noodles taste even better." This time, Chang Xia stir-fried the python meat with soy sauce. The spicy chili mixed with the salty, fragrant soy sauce made the dish irresistible, not just for the tribe members, but even Chang Xia herself was amazed. Even though she'd already eaten dinner, she couldn't help but have another bowl of noodle soup. Nanfeng and the others had even bigger appetites. If Xin Yan and the rest hadn't stopped them, they probably wouldn't have put down their bowls until they'd eaten 3 or 4 helpings each. I'm stuffed. Chang Xia sat down, holding her belly, unwilling to move. Shen Rong smiled and reached out. Let me give you a massage. Chang Xia, you're hopeless. Nanfeng shook her head and teased. You barely ate anything and you're already full? That won't do. Listen to me, you need to eat more meat, lots of meat, to stay healthy. The others all chimed in, agreeing with Nanfeng. Clearly, they all thought Chang Xia ate too little. Chang Xia held her forehead, feeling wronged. She hadn't eaten that little, it was the others who ate too much. With these bottomless pits for stomachs, it was a good thing the Twilight Forest was so abundant, or else there'd be no way to feed this group of beastfolk with such huge appetites. After eating, they cleaned up the den. The night passed quietly. The next morning, after eating fruit flour pancakes, they packed up their things and took their antidote pills. The group set off for the waterfall in the misty miasma zone of Weishan. Last night, Elder Pukong had told Elder Shimu about Chang Xia's plan. After discussing it, Elder Shimu agreed to head for the waterfall in the miasma zone. The tribes had searched Weishan inside and out countless times, but never found anything. This time, they decided to follow Chang Xia's lead. With a clear goal, they moved quickly. Chang Xia rode on Shen Rong's back, and with Elder Pukong leading the way, the group headed straight for their destination. As they entered the misty miasma area of Weishan, the drop in temperature was obvious. At the same time, their breathing became slightly uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Chang Xia suddenly took a deep breath and immediately choked. Lying on Shen Rong's back, she started coughing uncontrollably. Upon hearing the sound, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks. Xiao Changxia, Pukong called out anxiously. Changxia waved her hand and replied, Elder Pukong, I'm fine, I just choked a little. A few coughs and I'll be okay. Let's keep moving. Changxia, are you sure you're all right? Shimu looked at her seriously. If Changxia said she felt unwell, he was ready to have Shen Rong take her back to the stone beast den to wait for them. I'm really fine, Changxia insisted. As she spoke, she covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve. Now that they'd made it to the miasma region, Changxia had no intention of turning back. Changxia, put some cooling balm under your nose and smell it more often, Shen Rong suggested. Changxia took the cooling balm and inhaled its scent. Sure enough, her coughing stopped, and she felt much more refreshed. Seeing that Changxia had recovered a bit, Elder Pukong didn't linger and continued heading deeper into the misty miasma. The grayish miasma made Mount Wei look mysterious. The plants within the miasma region of the forest looked especially unusual in color. There were all sorts of shallow water pits everywhere on the ground, not quite swamps, but even more treacherous. Usually, swampy areas are shrouded in mist, easily forming miasma. Although the miasma region of Mount Wei wasn't exactly a swamp, there were so many water pits, and yet the vegetation was still lush and thriving. It really didn't make sense. But then again, even beast folk lived here. If you tried to talk science, you'd have to be out of your mind. Changxia lay on Shen Rong's back, her eyes constantly taking in the scenery around her. The more she looked, the more amazed she felt inside. End of this chapter. Mist was everywhere. As they ventured deeper, visibility began to drop. No wonder the outer ring of Mount Wei was called the miasma region. Ordinary fog would eventually dissipate, but the miasma here, even on sunny days, would only settle lower without ever disappearing. It was hazy and dreamlike, reminiscent of the misty rain in Jiangnan. The forest, the trees, the flowers, the grass, everything was wrapped in a layer of mist. If you ignored the faint toxins in the miasma, Mount Wei's miasma was breathtakingly beautiful and mysterious. Even the water droplets rolling off the leaves were shrouded in a thin veil of mist, sparkling with rainbow colors under the sunlight. Changxia couldn't help but reach up toward the wisps of mist above her head. Between her fingers, she could faintly feel the dampness as the mist brushed past, a truly magical sensation. Changxia, you have a wound on your hand. Don't touch the miasma in Mount Wei, Shen Rong reminded her. The more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it tends to be. That saying couldn't be more true. Hearing this, Changxia regretfully pulled her hand back. Through her bloodline ability, she could sense a faint burning sensation where her hand was scraped, though it wasn't too obvious. She used her bloodline ability to sense the plants around her. Water. Water. Nothing but water. It was as if the whole world had been invaded by water. This was a world unlike any other. Splash, splash. The sound of water echoed in her ears. Elder Pukong, are we almost there? Nan Feng called out loudly. At dawn, they'd set out from the stone beast den and headed straight for the inner region of Mount Wei. They'd been traveling all morning. Such a strenuous journey, especially in the damp, heavy air of Mount Wei, was exhausting. By now, Nan Feng was breathing heavily. The others' breathing had also changed. Almost, Pukong replied. Glancing up at the blazing sun overhead, he seemed quite relaxed. Pointing in the direction of the water sounds, he said, once the splashing turns into a thunderous roar, we'll be just about there. The Mount Wei waterfall is a wonder. If it truly comes from deep within Mount Wei, our mission this time might still fail, Shimu said gravely. The twilight forest was full of mountains and rivers, some dangerous, some strange. Yet among them, Mount Wei still stood out. Its treacherous terrain was well known time and again. The Heluo Tribe had tried and failed to conquer it. Any hope they had was worn away by repeated disappointment. This time, Changxia had found mugwort, kudzu root, and flavor fruits. For the Heluo Tribe, this was a surprising and joyful harvest. These finds proved that, aside from danger, Mount Wei also held resources that could be used. It was no longer just a useless wasteland. Mount Wei River, for example, was certainly dangerous. But the existence of the blackfish proved that, however perilous, Mount Wei River still had value. Mount Wei itself had once sparked fierce competition among the beast folk, but now no one even mentioned it. In the end, it became a forgotten wasteland. Some beast folk tribes even mocked the Heluo Tribe for treasuring a worthless mountain, unable to tell gold from dross. Back when rumors spread that ice crystal grass might grow on Mount Wei. For a while, countless beast folk tribes from the Twilight Forest flocked to the Heluo Tribe. They offered all sorts of goods, hoping to trade for a stalk or two of ice crystal grass. Some even offered their own tribal lands in exchange, but the Heluo Tribe refused them all. At that time, the Heluo Tribe nearly became the public enemy of the Twilight Forest. But when word got out that the depths of Mount Wei were inaccessible, countless beast folk ridiculed the Heluo Tribe. If only the Heluo Tribe had relented back then, they could have gotten rich overnight. Elder Shimu, what do you mean by that? At this point, Changxia wasn't the only one confused. Nan Feng, Manhwa, and the others all looked at Elder Shimu in surprise. The younger generation of the tribe wasn't qualified to enter Mount Wei. Even the chief didn't know everything about it. Pukong moved quickly, his voice carried by the wind. The Mount Wei waterfall is 100 meters high. It's not like the little waterfalls at the training grounds. Just looking at it is intimidating, let alone getting close. Hearing this, Changxia was a little shocked. In her mind, Elder Pukong was fearless. Yet now, both elders looked grave at the mention of the Mount Wei waterfall, which only made Changxia more curious about it. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water vanished. In its place was a thunderous roar that shook the earth. The sound was like thunder or an explosion. Damn, was that thunder? Everyone running came to a sudden halt, staring in shock in the direction the sound had come from. Haha, Elder Pukong burst out laughing. Even Elder Shimu, whose face was usually stern and expressionless, allowed himself a rare, faint smile. He said, "We've arrived at the Weishan waterfall you all wanted to see. Be careful, everyone. There are no river beasts at Weishan waterfall, but there is a special kind of creature living here, the Weishan apes." Weishan apes? Are they monkeys? Changxia asked curiously. The roar was so loud that Changxia and the others unconsciously raised their voices. Weishan apes are just that, Weishan apes. They're not the same as monkeys. And they only live around Weishan Waterfall. In the entire Twilight Forest, only here can you find them. There aren't many, maybe about 10 in the whole group, Elder Shimu explained seriously. The name Weishan ape was given by the shaman. The shaman had said there was treasure in Weishan, and that was actually because of these apes. Weishan apes are different from ordinary animals. They can't take on human form, but they possess considerable intelligence. The shaman instructed the Heluo tribe not to harm them and asked the Black Panther clan to treat them kindly. Every year, the Heluo tribe comes to Weishan, not just to check on the mountain, but also to visit the Weishan apes, sometimes bringing wild fruits, roots, and vegetables to the waterfall. The tribe has never connected the depths of Weishan with the waterfall, precisely because the apes live here. Now that Changxia had pierced that veil, Elder Pukong and the others felt more and more that there was something strange about the waterfall. But it was the territory of the Weishan apes. If the apes didn't allow them near, there was nothing the elders could do. After all, they couldn't hurt the apes over an uncertain guess. The tribe and the apes had coexisted for years, and their relationship was decent. Both sides, however, deliberately avoided direct contact. Two different species maintaining this unspoken understanding. Earlier, Elder Shimu had said that if the path really did lead through the waterfall, they might have to give up. Clearly, they had decided not to disturb the apes' lives. They had only come to take a look. Are the Weishan apes really that special? Nanfeng asked in surprise. She noticed that the elders looked especially serious whenever the apes were mentioned. Pukong explained, the name was given by the shaman. The Weishan apes aren't beast folk, but they do have some intelligence. Still, they can't take on human form and can only live as apes. That's why we can't refer to them as he or she. The shaman asked the Heluo tribe to protect them and avoid disturbing their lives as much as possible. When a creature possesses intelligence, it's no longer just a beast. The shaman pitied them and hoped our tribe could shelter them on her behalf. That's also why we refuse the other beastfolk tribes of the Twilight Forest, Elder Shimu added. Now that everything was out in the open, there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, knowing the young ones' personalities, if they weren't told the truth, they'd definitely sneak into Weishan on their own. End of this chapter. Only then did Changxia and the others understand the tribe's actions over the years. At the same time, they realized why the chief was so anxious to go to the sacred mountain of Kana and the shaman's hall. It was all to prevent Weishan from being exposed again. Weishan Waterfall is the home of the apes. Should we keep going? Changxia asked softly. The waterfall was right in front of them. If they didn't go, they'd regret it. But if they did, they might disturb the apes. Let's go, Pukong said firmly. Our tribe needs an answer. If only the Weishan apes can provide it, then we have to go to the waterfall this time. They had to get to the bottom of the strange events at Weishan. Otherwise, history might repeat itself. Last time, the tribe had managed to keep the apes' existence a secret. This time, it might not be so easy. The allure of lightstone ore was even greater than ice crystal grass. If word got out that Weishan might have lightstone, every beastfolk tribe in the Twilight Forest would go mad. Sigh. Elder Shimu let out a long sigh. He recalled what Elder Yami had said before they left the tribe. The shaman had asked the Heluo tribe to protect the apes out of pity. But if the apes might bring trouble to the tribe, the shaman would understand their choice. This trip to Weishan was inevitable. Even if there wasn't a path through the waterfall, the Heluo tribe would have to face the apes directly. Just as Elder Pukong had said, the tribe needed an answer. Good or bad, the Black Panther clan had to know. The thunderous roar of the waterfall filled their ears. Listening to the story of the apes, Changxia and the others felt their hearts race. The closer they got, the slower Elder Pukong walked. Clearly, he didn't want the apes to misunderstand, to think they were here to seize their territory. Even though Weishan technically belonged to the Heluo tribe. But the apes were just too unique. Wah wah. Hush. Changxia suddenly raised her hand, signaling everyone to stop. She whispered, crying, I hear a beast cub crying. Did you hear it? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Clearly, no one else had heard what Changxia did. Changxia, Elder Shimu asked, looking at her seriously. It's faint, but I'm sure it's a beast cub crying, Changxia insisted. Elder Shimu, since we're already here, you don't mind if I take a little time, do you? Seeing her earnest expression, Elder Shimu stepped aside to let her pass. Shen Rong, to the left, Changxia said, listening carefully and directing Shen Rong to move left. She continued to guide Shen Rong as they turned again and again. The others followed quietly, staying alert, but not making a sound. Wah wah. Suddenly, they rounded an ancient tree. Everyone heard the sound of what seemed like a beast cub crying. They exchanged glances, looking toward the source of the sound. It was coming from a hollow beneath the roots of the old tree. Shen Rong didn't put down Changxia, but instead took 2 steps back. Elder Pukong and Elder Shimu stepped forward, their eyes fixed on the hollow under the tree roots. Galay, go take a look, said Pukong. The others spread out, weapons at the ready, alert for any unexpected danger. Galay crouched down and slowly approached the hollow. Step by step. Suddenly, as if he'd seen something clearly, Galay sped up. Seeing Galay quicken his pace, the tense tribespeople breathed a sigh of relief. If there were danger, Galay would have told them to fall back. Since he chose to approach, it was clear whatever was inside the hollow was harmless. Changxia, it's not a beast cub. It's a monkey baby. Galay bent down and gently lifted out the little creature from the hollow. It was a monkey cub covered in white fur, its left leg limp and dangling, likely twisted or broken. The monkey cub was covered in mud, clearly injured while being chased by some wild animal. Hurry, let's help it, Elder Pukong urged. Elder Shimu was surprised. A Weishan ape cub? Weishan apes are fiercely protective of their young. How could one get separated from the group? As he spoke, he carefully took the cub from Galay's hands. Weishan apes are apes, not monkeys. You can't call their young monkey babies. If the old Weishan ape heard that, he'd be furious. Let's find a clean spot. We'll check the cub's injuries, bandage them, and then head to the Weishan waterfall, Shimu said, carefully examining the cub. Fortunately, the left leg wasn't broken, just fractured. With a practiced motion, he set the bone. But a few of the wounds looked troublesome. They needed to be cleaned and bandaged, or in Weishan's humid climate, infection would be likely. Oh. The cub, who had been wailing just moments ago, quickly quieted down, making soft noises, its swollen, tearful eyes studying Changxia and the others. It has such big eyes, so cute, Changxia whispered. Elder Pukong was about to laugh, but when he glanced at the cub in Elder Shimu's hands, the laughter caught in his throat. He said, Little Changxia, I hope you'll still say that when you see an adult Weishan ape. Changxia's curiosity was piqued. Are adult Weishan apes that different? Nanfeng, Fenghua, and the others seemed to recall something and couldn't help but shiver. But they exchanged glances, hiding their smiles. Shen Rong caught their little gestures out of the corner of his eye, thought for a moment, and quickly understood why. He smiled, but chose to keep quiet as well. Soon, they found a clean spot. Elder Shimu carefully cleaned the cub's wounds and bandaged them. Don't be fooled by Elder Shimu's stern face. When it comes to attention to detail, he's as good as any female. Plus, he's skilled in herbal medicine. He'd studied with the shaman for a while and knew how to treat simple injuries. Sensing no malice from Changxia and the others, the cub let Elder Shimu clean its wounds, its eyes darting about mischievously, just like the playful sparrow chicks back in the tribe. It's really well behaved, didn't even squirm while I cleaned and dressed its wounds, Changxia whispered. Nanfeng nodded. Much better behaved than the sparrow chicks. Uo, Elder Shimu finished bandaging the cub's wounds with soft leaves, and the cub suddenly cried out, pointing at its belly. Everyone looked at each other. Changxia hesitated. Is it hungry? Nanfeng quickly pulled out a fruitcake from her pocket. She'd saved it from breakfast for the journey. Little one, do you want some? Nanfeng offered the fruitcake, breaking off a small piece and popping it in her own mouth. Seeing this, the cub immediately understood. It took the fruitcake and stuffed it in its mouth. So clever. Now I understand why the shaman feels compassion for the Weishan apes, Changxia sighed. With such intelligence, you could almost call them beastfolk cubs rather than animals. Shen Rong, Manhwa, and the others stayed silent. Clearly, they understood the shaman's feelings too. With such wisdom, they're no longer just wild beasts, yet they can't take human form. For the greedy, the Weishan apes are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Thank you to Hua Man, UX01, XIN. Book friend 130731210516243, Dian Dian Shuing, Yun Yun, W, Mo Fengdan, Swallow is here, Morning Glow Shadow, Li Duo Do, Just Be Happy. Violet and Sha and Sui Xin, Book friend 1315, Yo-Yo, Wang Chenu, Guanjia, Xiao Mingqing, Book friend Yao Ji, Sunny, Mavis, and everyone else for your monthly votes. Thank you. End of this chapter. What should we do now? Suddenly finding a Weishan ape cub made things complicated. Every species treasures its young, and with the Weishan ape's small numbers, losing a cub would surely send the whole group into a panic. Elder Pukong turned and exchanged a glance with Elder Shimu. Cover your ears and step back, Pukong said. He strode forward, leaped up into the crown of an ancient tree, and let out a deafening beastly roar. Roar. The roar pierced through the Weishan clouds, echoing up into the sky. For a moment, even the Weishan waterfall seemed to freeze. Changxia, lying in Shen Rong's arms, clamped her hands over her ears. But this time, Elder Pukong unleashed his full power, and even though she was prepared, Changxia still felt dizzy from the shock. Nanfeng, Fenghua, and the others fared no better. Clearly, they were all affected by Elder Pukong's roar. Let me know if you need further polishing or have specific stylistic requests. The little cub of the Weishan ape, protected by Elder Shimu, hadn't been knocked out by the shock. Instead, it was happily gnawing on a fruit powder cake. The cake had gone cold and was a bit hard, but the cub was chewing away with gusto. Clearly, its teeth were in great shape. Roar, roar. A short while later, from the direction of the Weishan waterfall came the thunderous roar of a beast, echoing powerfully. This old ape is really tough. Elder Pukong exclaimed in admiration. Even at such an age, his presence hasn't diminished at all. Truly enviable. Elder Shimu rolled his eyes and said, if the Weishan ape weren't so formidable, how could he keep all the monsters and spirits inside Weishan in check? Along the way, the two elders, Pukong and Shimu, made no effort to conceal their auras. As a result, Changxia and her group made it safely to the Weishan waterfall without incident. If it weren't for the intimidating presence of the two elders, the journey wouldn't have been so peaceful. The creatures inhabiting the misty, miasma-filled region were no less dangerous than those in the poison circle. There were terrifying beings like man-eating lizards and carnivorous vines. These kinds of creatures could be found throughout the miasma region. For Qianbai and the other two to have survived unscathed was truly the luck of a lifetime. There are dangerous beasts in the miasma region? Changxia blinked, trying her best to look alert. Shen Rong applied some cooling balm to her, but it was quickly borrowed by Nanfeng and the others. Yes, plenty, Shen Rong replied gently. They're wary of the elders' presence and haven't dared come close. But they've been secretly following us from the shadows. Once we entered the territory of the Weishan waterfall, those beasts finally retreated. Changxia opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she could only mutter a few curses under her breath. She'd thought the miasma region was safe. After all, they hadn't even seen a single wild chicken or rabbit along the way. Who would have guessed it was because Elder Pukong and Elder Shimu had driven all the beasts away? The forest truly couldn't be underestimated. Thinking of this, Changxia reined in her wandering thoughts. She'd been using her bloodline ability to sense her surroundings the whole time. Yet, she'd sensed nothing but emptiness. Hee. Shen Rong chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch Changxia's puffed-up cheeks in comfort. Don't be upset. The miasma region is full of hidden dangers. There's no way the elders would take risks lightly. Little Changxia, come hold the cub, Elder Shimu suddenly said. With that, he handed the little ape cub to Changxia. The rest of the tribe members formed a loose circle around Changxia and Shen Rong, with Elder Shimu at the center. Shen Rong, Changxia, holding the cub, looked nervously at Shen Rong beside her. "Don't worry," Shen Rong said gently. "It should just be the Weishan ape coming over." No sooner had he spoken than Chang Xia heard a series of thudding sounds in her ears. Ripples appeared in the puddles on the ground all around them. Was this an earthquake? Chang Xia wondered if this commotion was a bit much. The ground was shaking so much that she would have believed it if someone said an elephant was coming. Suddenly, Chang Xia remembered that this was the twilight forest and thought of the size of the giant anaconda. She couldn't help but look up ahead, feeling as if the sky above had darkened a little. "Looks like something huge is coming," Nan Feng whispered. Shen Yan blinked, exchanging glances with Mu Tua and Feng Hua, excitement written all over their faces. The Weishan ape. Its size seemed to exceed all expectations. Roar! Elder Pukong let out a bellow, his fists pounding the air with a thunderous sound. Roar! A roar echoed back from the other side, as if in greeting or perhaps in response to Elder Pukong's challenge. "Old ape, I am Pukong of the Heluo Tribe," Pukong called out from high atop a branch of an ancient tree, looking down at the Weishan ape across from him. The old ape, the chieftain of the Weishan apes. A Weishan ape over 100 years old. No one knew its exact age, perhaps only the Wu shaman did. Even the elders of the Heluo tribe weren't sure. Weishan only officially became part of the Heluo tribe's territory 100 years ago. In a way, the old ape was more like the true master of Weishan than the tribe itself. The territories of beast tribes were never fixed. The strong would constantly expand their territory, while the weak would lose ground. All beast tribes chose to live and thrive near the Wu's dwelling place. Currently, the Wu had chosen Mount Kana as their home. The Black Panther tribe, recognized by the Wu as a powerful tribe, had first pick of territory. The same privilege was given to the lion, tiger, wolf, snake, and bear tribes. These 7 tribes divided up the mountains and rivers closest to Mount Kana. Other, slightly weaker beast tribes would select the next best mountains and rivers as their territories, in order of their noble rank. "That's the Weishan ape." Chang Xia stared wide-eyed at the enormous creature before her. Even from a distance, she could see the ape's face covered in white fur. By rough estimate, this Weishan ape stood nearly 10 meters tall. If it weren't for the ancient trees around the waterfall being 40 or 50 meters high, the Weishan ape would have looked even more intimidating. Even the bear tribe's beast form isn't as terrifying as this, Nan Feng muttered. Shen Yan, Mu Tua, and the others all gazed at the Weishan ape with awe and amazement. Compared to the old ape's towering height, the other Weishan apes beside it looked much smaller. Of course, that smaller was only relative to the old ape. To Chang Xia, aside from the cub in her arms, every Weishan ape was a giant. Roar, roar, the old ape let out 2 bellows. It possessed a certain intelligence, but couldn't speak. However, it could communicate with Elder Pukong. Pukong asked, "You're busy and want us to leave?" Roar, roar, the old ape nodded. The newborn cubs in the tribe were too mischievous. If you weren't careful, they'd go missing. Don't be fooled by the adult Weishan ape's massive size. As infants, they were actually smaller than ordinary beast cubs. The old ape was worried about losing one of its little ones, so it had the tribe searching everywhere. Who could have guessed that before they found the missing cub, dozens of unfamiliar scents would appear around the waterfall? Let me know if you need further translation or have other passages. "I came to Weishan Waterfall today because I have something to discuss with you," Pukong said seriously. "Retreat? That's simply impossible." Roar, roar, the old ape shook its head. No matter how big the matter, nothing was more important than finding its little one. If it weren't for Pukong's formidable strength, the old ape would have already tried to drive him off with its fists instead of just growling nonstop. The weather in Weishan was harsh. If it didn't hurry and find its little one soon, the old ape was truly worried the little one might not survive. End of this chapter. Ooh oh oh. The old ape suddenly became agitated. Was there something wrong with its ears? Just now, it seemed to hear the cry of its own little one. "You heard that?" Pukong grinned, shaking his fist at the old ape. "We just found a Weishan ape cub in a tree hollow. It was injured, looked pretty pitiful." "Old ape, can we have a chat now?" The old ape stared at Pukong, speechless. Are all beast folk this shameless? Heh. Elder Pukang laughed heartily, ignoring the old ape's aggrieved expression. He waved to Changxia and Shen Rong, saying, "Little Changxia, bring the cub over to the old ape." "Okay," Changxia replied loudly. Elder Shimu signaled to Shen Rong and Nanfeng to follow along. He and Finghua, Shen Yan, and the others stayed back at a distance, not approaching. Too many people might scare the Weishan apes. The old ape was the ancestor of the Weishan apes. A true old monster, Elder Shimu didn't want to tangle with it. At the same time, he had to keep Elder Pukang from getting too excited. If these two started fighting, the entire Weishan mist-shrouded region could be destroyed, and things would get out of hand. Ooh, oh yeah. The little cub stared curiously at Changxia. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of something sweet and tried to get up to find it. Changxia carefully cradled the cub and whispered, "Little one, what's wrong?" "Ooh, oh. The cub patted its belly, making a gesture that it wanted to eat. Nanfeng glanced at the cub and teased, "You just ate one of my fruitcakes and you're hungry again? You eat even faster than me." Of course, the fruitcakes were all gone. Changxia remembered she still had a few pieces of reed root candy in her beast pouch. "Shen Rong, I think there are a few pieces of reed root candy in my pouch. Can you get them out for the little one?" Changxia said. Although they seemed close to the Weishan apes, in reality, they were still 2 or 3 kilometers apart. Plus, the area around Weishan Waterfall was damp and full of puddles. Every step had to be taken with care, lest they accidentally step into a pit. Calling them puddles was an understatement. Some were practically small ponds. If you fell in, who knew what strange creatures might be lurking inside? Don't spoil it too much. No matter how clever a Weishan ape is, it's still a wild animal. "Are you sure it can eat reed root candy?" Shen Rong gently refused, taking off the beast pouch but hesitating to open it for the cub. They'd left the tribe in a hurry for the initial days of the trial. With the journey dragging on, there were only a few pieces of reed root candy left. Shen Rong knew Changxia had saved them for herself. "Shen Rong, I'll have plenty of reed root candy when I get back to the tribe," Changxia explained, her eyes smiling as she looked at him. The tribe wanted to build a relationship with the Weishan apes, and the cub was definitely the best way to do it. A few pieces of candy were nothing. Besides, she was an adult now. She didn't care that much about treats anymore. "You." Shen Rong looked at Changxia fondly, opened the pouch, and fed a piece of reed root candy to the little cub. "Ooh, oh. The little one tasted sweetness for the first time, its eyes going wide with disbelief. Clearly, it had never imagined anything could taste better than wild fruit. Seeing the cub's amazed expression, Changxia and the others couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah. Ooh, oh yeah." The little one cried out, switching from oh to yeah and back again. If Changxia hadn't been holding it tight, it would have rolled on the ground in joy. Roar, roar. As Changxia and her companions approached, a Weishan ape about 6 meters tall near the old ape let out an excited roar. Judging by its appearance, it was likely a female, slimmer than the others, with fewer wrinkles on its face. It was probably young, just recently a mother. Not yet skilled at caring for its cub, the little one had wandered off. "Old ape, is this your cub?" Pukong jumped down from an ancient tree, landing beside Changxia and the others, and accompanied them toward the Weishan ape group. Changxia lifted the cub up, curiously sizing up the old ape and the other Weishan apes. Including the cub, there were 13 in total. The old ape was by far the largest, nearly 10 meters tall, a true giant. The others were a bit smaller, the males around 7 or 8 meters, the females 5 or 6. Of course, some might have grown hunched with age, making them look shorter. The old ape reached out and took the cub, then handed it to the female Weishan ape beside it. Roar, roar, the old ape roared twice at Changxia, its gaze full of wisdom, just like the way the beast folk elders looked at her. Even though Changxia couldn't understand the meaning behind the old ape's roars, it didn't stop her from liking it. It felt more like a wise elder, transcending its species. "Hello, old ape. My name is Changxia, from the Heluo Tribe. This is reed root candy, would you like to try some?" Changxia lifted her head with a bright smile, pouring the remaining candies from her pouch into her palm and holding them out to the old ape. Since the cub liked the candy, the Weishan apes probably wouldn't dislike it either. With this thought, Changxia smiled and greeted the old ape. Meanwhile, Elder Pukong, Shen Rong, and Nanfeng were all dumbfounded, wondering if their own cub, mate, and sister were being a bit too bold. To be honest, even someone as tough as Shen Rong felt an immense pressure standing before the old ape. Nanfeng. She stayed silent for now. As long as she didn't speak, no one would know she was afraid. Roar. The old ape let out a deep growl, lowered its head, and sniffed at the sugar made from kogong grass roots in Changxia's hand. When it had grabbed its little one earlier, it had already caught a whiff of the sweet, tempting scent. The old ape had thought the little one had just picked up the smell somewhere and didn't think much of it. But now, seeing the sugar in Changxia's hand, the old ape was clearly very interested. It carefully pinched a few pieces of the sugar, so tiny to it, like grains of sand, and tossed them into its mouth. In an instant, the old ape's eyes widened, just like the little one's had. Roar, roar. This time, the old ape's roar was much more urgent. It was obvious it really liked the taste of the kogong grass root sugar. Changxia withdrew her hand. The old ape had been very careful not to touch her palm when taking the sugar. What a gentle elder. Old ape, do you like it? This is kogong grass root sugar, a kind of candy made by the Heluo Tribe from kogong grass roots. Besides this, we also have maple sugar and maple syrup, and even seaweed candy we trade with the Bear Tribe. I'm telling you, all of these are delicious. Changxia smiled, speaking calmly and steadily to the old ape. The old ape kept its head lowered, quietly listening to Changxia. When she finished, it nodded seriously and let out another roar in her direction. At the same time, it reached out and gently tapped her on the head. Then, with a big but gentle hand, it scooped Changxia up and placed her on its shoulder. It roared at Elder Pukong and the others, then headed toward Weishan Waterfall. End of this chapter. Calm down, Pukong whispered, reaching out to firmly hold Shen Rong back. It turned out that while Changxia was talking with the old ape, Shen Rong had tried several times to get closer. Especially when he saw the old ape put its hand on Changxia's head, Shen Rong nearly lost it. Fortunately, Elder Pukong was quick and managed to restrain him in time. He could sense that the old ape was very close to Changxia, treating her much like it did the little Weishan ape. At this moment, Elder Pukong just wanted to say, Changxia is amazing. Nanfeng, aside from swallowing nervously, couldn't think of anything to say. Suddenly, a phrase Changxia had once said popped into her mind. Some people are born with a natural gift for socializing, able to make friends and connect with anyone effortlessly. Don't just stand there, keep up. Pukong called out. The old ape's roar before leaving was a reminder for Elder Pukong to bring the Heluo Tribe people along. It was heading back to the Weishan ape's habitat. Before Elder Pukong could say anything, Shen Rong darted after them, quickly catching up with the Weishan apes. Roar, roar. A Weishan ape, curious about Shen Rong, turned and roared at him twice. Shen Rong smiled at the ape, pointed to Changxia sitting on the old ape's shoulder, and said, "She's my mate." Hearing this, the Weishan ape grinned widely. Seeing the ape smile, Shen Rong's mouth twitched. Shameless. That was definitely a shameless grin. Don't ask how Shen Rong could see such an expression on a Weishan ape's face. It was just that obvious. Eh? Changxia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She had thought that the closer they got to Weishan Waterfall, the heavier the humidity would be. But to her surprise, it was the exact opposite. This was completely beyond Changxia's expectations. The mist and humidity are gone. Changxia murmured. The sticky feeling in the air had disappeared, replaced by pure water vapor. The moisture came from the waterfall itself, not from the heavy, damp mist of Weishan. Amazing! This is unbelievable. Soon, Shen Rong, Nanfeng, and the others crossed the invisible barrier and immediately noticed the difference, all expressing their astonishment. Elder Pukong and the other elder managed to stay calm. They had always known there was something unusual about Weishan Waterfall. But since it was the Weishan apes' territory, even they couldn't just come and go as they pleased under the old ape's watchful eye. This was the first time they had truly set foot inside the waterfall's domain. Before, they could only hide in the shadows, observe quietly, and then leave. Rumble. Just as they were marveling at the difference inside and outside the waterfall, Chang Xia looked up at Weishan Waterfall and was left speechless. The sight before her reminded her of the Huangguashu Waterfall from her previous life, except Weishan Waterfall was twice as large. Su Xiaka had once described Huangguashu Waterfall like this. Looking south through the mountain gap, a stream plunges down on the left, 10,000 strands flying through the air. Stones above the stream are like lotus leaves, with 3 arches carved out, water pouring over the top like countless silk veils, draping over the entrances. So magnificent. After a long silence, Chang Xia felt her mind go blank. For a moment, she couldn't find a single word to describe the Weishan waterfall before her. Slowly, she managed to utter 3 words, hiding her inner shock. Along the waterfall, the Weishan apes had paved a road with stone slabs. At the end of the path was a pool where the waterfall plunged down. The area around the pool was very flat, with some simple stone tools that looked like implements. The more Chang Xia looked, the more amazed she felt. Aside from their shape and ability to speak, the Weishan apes were no different from the beast tribes. Suddenly, Chang Xia's gaze fell on the area above the pool, cracks, caves, or perhaps underground rivers. There seemed to be more than a dozen, and the cliffs bore clear traces of being traversed. Chang Xia turned to look at the old ape. Were those cave-like hollows really what she imagined homes for the Weishan apes? Among them, the crevice closest to the ground was the largest, over 10 meters high, more than spacious enough for even the oldest ape. In that moment, Chang Xia understood why the Weishan apes chose the Weishan waterfall as their home. Not only did the waterfall naturally block out the poisonous mists, but more importantly, the cliffs around the falls were riddled with cracks and caves of various sizes. They provided the Weishan apes with perfect natural shelters. A home, the Weishan ape's home. Suddenly, the old ape opened its mouth and spoke, each word emerging slowly and deliberately. The moment she heard the word home, Chang Xia was so startled she nearly tumbled off the old ape's shoulder. Of course, she wasn't the only one shocked by the old ape's speech. Behind her, Elder Pukong and Elder Shimu also staggered, nearly losing their balance. What the old ape just spoke. It felt as if a spirit beast had suddenly gained the power of speech. Old ape, was that you talking just now? Chang Xia pressed her hand to the old ape's cheek, her eyes fixed on him, full of astonishment. I can speak, the old ape nodded, very slightly, afraid of startling Chang Xia or accidentally knocking her off. He tilted his head to look at her and added, "You have the scent of a shaman." The old ape spoke slowly, each word clear and forceful. In the distance, Elder Pukong and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Everyone stood there in a daze, staring at the old ape and the other Weishan apes as if they'd seen a ghost. Old ape, you know Granny Sei. I was raised by Granny Sei and the Heluo Tribe, so it's normal that I carry her scent. Chang Xia studied the old ape, then glanced at the other Weishan apes. Old ape, can they talk too? Now that the old ape had spoken, Chang Xia felt it was no longer appropriate to refer to him as it, so she switched to he. No, the old ape shook his head. He had been blessed by the beast god, and even so, it had taken him 100 years to barely learn to speak. For the rest of the Weishan apes, there was no hope in this lifetime. But the little one might have a chance. Thinking this, the old ape turned his gaze to Chang Xia. The Weishan apes had been the first to sense the changes in Weishan, and he knew they couldn't hold onto the mountain forever. In fact, if the Heluo tribe hadn't entered Weishan, the old ape would have sought them out himself this time. So, the appearance of the Heluo tribe didn't surprise him. But when he saw Chang Xia, the old ape had a vague, inexplicable feeling, perhaps she was the one he and the beast god had been waiting for. So, without hesitation, he brought Chang Xia into the Weishan waterfall. Finghua, I think there's something wrong with my eyes and ears. Nanfeng reached out and pinched Fenghua's arm. Ouch! Finghua yelped in pain. Nanfeng, if your eyes and ears are acting up, why are you pinching me? Fenghua glared at her, baring his teeth. Nanfeng had pinched so hard that Fenghua's arm was turning blue. Did it hurt? Nanfeng asked. Fenghua rolled his eyes. I'm alive, of course it hurt. EW. So my eyes and ears are fine, but did I really just hear the old ape talk? Nanfeng muttered to herself, not realizing her words had reached the ears of the nearby tribespeople, all of whom wore the same bewildered expression. Thank you, Luoxia Feiyu, Mei, Bin Bayer, Maybes, Dayu Tong, Zero, DXS, Little Cat Eats Salmon, Rong Yuan, Xiaozheng the Fairy, Black Spade Z9, W, Alma Cash, Xian, Mo Feng Dan, Shui Mi, Ji Wuhen, Xiao Shuexingchenyu. Light Memory, Bin Bayer, Fong Mingxin L.X, and to everyone who voted for this chapter, when the monthly votes reach 200, there'll be an extra update. End of this chapter. Pukong. You heard right, Shimu. The old ape really did speak. Elder Pukong silently finished the thought in his mind. Could the Weishan apes be descended from the ape tribe? But there were no ape tribes in the Twilight Forest. So, what exactly were the Weishan apes, and what were the shamans hiding? For a moment, Nanfeng and the others exchanged glances, speechless. They didn't know what to say or do, so they just stood there, dumbfounded, quietly admiring the scenery around the Weishan waterfall. Thanks to the Weishan apes' efforts, the area was not only clean and tidy, but even the embankments were beautiful. The more they looked, the more an idea took root in their minds. Shouldn't their own Baiha/Bailu rivers get a makeover too? Surely the Heluo Tribe couldn't let Weishan apes outdo them. Soon, the old ape gently set Changxia down, then sat cross-legged on the ground. The other Weishan apes dispersed and brought over fresh wild fruits. Old ape, these fresh wild fruits? Changxia exclaimed in surprise. At this time of year, there shouldn't be any fresh wild fruits at all. Yet the Weishan apes had produced them. There really was a secret to Weishan. Come, sit, the old ape said, grinning slightly as he invited Elder Pukong and the others to join them. Speak. Though his words were simple, Elder Pukong understood his meaning. Without hesitation, he sat on a stone stool across from the old ape and picked up a wild fruit to eat. It was a flat apple, a favorite among the beast tribes, usually ripening at the end of the warm season. Elder Pukong hadn't expected to be eating fruit that shouldn't be ripe yet. Something was definitely off. Weishan has changed. My tribe wants to know what's happening deep inside the mountain. Also, do the Weishan apes know a way into the depths? For years, we've been searching for a path in, but found nothing. Pukong was straightforward and honest. He didn't try to use the Heluo tribe's protection of the Weishan apes as leverage. He simply stated the facts. The changes in Weishan could easily attract the attention of other beast tribes in the Twilight Forest. Navigation. Rankings. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. Let me know if you need a more concise version or further editing. If the Weishan apes want to avoid the outside world, they must reveal what's really happening deep inside Weishan to the Heluo tribe. Otherwise, the Black Panther clan might not be able to protect the Weishan apes this time. A secret is only a secret if no one knows it. Once it's leaked, it's no longer a secret. Outsiders accidentally entered Weishan and broke something, which caused the light trees inside Weishan to be exposed. The old ape spoke slowly, and some of his words were rather odd. But after Elder Pukong and the others repeatedly explained, they finally understood the old ape's meaning. Qianbai had fled into Weishan and accidentally damaged some things that had originally concealed the mystical secrets deep within the mountain. Compared to Elder Pukong, Changxia's attention was elsewhere. She heard the old ape mention light trees and immediately became excited. Light trees, trees that glow. Could they really be what she imagined? Old ape, when you say light trees, do you mean trees that actually glow? Changxia asked eagerly. That's basically a streetlight. The Twilight Forest doesn't have light stones, so moving around at night is extremely inconvenient. Even though beast folk have good night vision, the instinct to seek out light is universal among all creatures. The reason light stones are so valuable is because they emit light. Yes, Have you seen them? The old ape nodded, snorting in surprise. Changxia grinned. I haven't, but old ape, why don't you take me to see them? Pfft. In the distance, Nan Feng, hearing Changxia's shameless request, immediately spat out the apple she was eating. All right, the old ape agreed. At this point, it wasn't just Nan Feng who wanted to spit something out. Elder Pukong, Elder Shen Rong, and the others all stared at the old ape and Changxia as if they'd seen a ghost. Agreeing to take Changxia to see the light trees basically meant the Weishan apes were willing to reveal the path into the depths of Weishan to the Heluo Tribe. What the heck? Who knew things could turn out like this? Help the Weishan apes. After a moment, the old ape said 4 words to Changxia. At the same time, he reached out his right hand to her. Seeing this, Changxia seemed to understand his intention and also extended her right hand, wrapping her hand around the old ape's little finger. The Heluo tribe will continue to protect the Weishan apes and won't let outsiders disturb your lives. I'll also suggest to the tribe that we send you some food, white nuts, sugar, stone tools, and so on. Changxia had noticed that while the Weishan apes could make stone tools, their craftsmanship was very rough. So she wanted to help improve their living conditions. She didn't know what else was hidden deep within Weishan, but just the light trees alone would be enough to keep the Heluo tribe well fed. Not to mention the fresh wild fruits laid out before them now. There were no fruit trees around the Weishan waterfall, and even if there were, most would be poisonous and inedible. So, it was obvious where these fresh wild fruits had come from. You take care of it. The old ape reached out, grabbed the little one, and handed it to Changxia. He pointed at the little one, then at himself, and said, me the same. You mean the little one is like you? Changxia asked in surprise. From their time together, Changxia had already noticed that the cub was very smart. Its ability to communicate was on par with beast cubs from the tribe. Still, she hadn't dared to think too deeply about it. It will follow you. The old ape nodded seriously. Changxia took the cub, glanced at the old ape, then at the female Weishan ape behind him. The female looked reluctant, but didn't try to take the cub back. Clearly, they all knew this cub was special. All right, I'll take care of it for you, Changxia promised, carefully cradling the cub in her arms. Shen Rong was speechless. They'd just sent away a snake cub, and now here was a Weishan ape cub. What was going on? He and Changxia didn't even have their own child yet, so why did they have to take on the hard work of raising someone else's? And this was a cub they couldn't refuse. The Weishan apes probably wanted to strengthen their ties with the Heluo tribe by entrusting the cub to Changxia. Revealing the path into the depths of Weishan to the Black Panther clan meant that the Weishan apes, once the mountain's masters, would truly become a thing of the past. Elder Pukong, does this mean everything's resolved? Nan Feng asked in a daze. She'd thought the trip to Weishan would be dangerous and troublesome. Looking back on the past few days, eating, drinking, harvesting mugwort, digging yams, and picking seasoning fruits, it didn't seem dangerous or troublesome at all. Why had hunting and gathering been so hard before? Was it really just because Changxia hadn't come along? A string of questions flashed through Nan Feng's mind, and she looked at Changxia with growing warmth. Changxia felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up, a chill running down her spine. Pukong hesitated. I think so. As he spoke, he looked uncertainly at Elder Shimu beside him. Elder Shimu's face was dark as he yanked out a handful of hair. Clearly, he was just as conflicted as Nan Feng and the others. He had a million curses on the tip of his tongue, but didn't even have the strength to complain. End of this chapter. Before entering Weishan, they'd thought of all sorts of things, almost all of them pessimistic. Elder Shimu had even stepped into the Weishan waterfall expecting failure. Who could have guessed that after just a few words with the Weishan apes, Changxia would resolve everything? Everyone felt a weight in their chest, unable to let it out or swallow it down, at a complete loss for words to express their complicated feelings. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, a few stomachs rumbled with hunger. Old ape, what's for dinner? Elder Pukong asked boisterously. After a long, tiring day, everyone was hungry. Since the Weishan waterfall was the ape's territory, it was only natural for Pukong to ask the old ape to prepare food. Roar, roar. The old ape called out to the Weishan apes behind him. The two Weishan apes headed toward the back of the waterfall pool in Weishan. Over there, it looked like a dense forest, but unlike the other forests on Weishan, this one seemed much cleaner, with far less mist and humidity. Even though it was right by the waterfall, it was drier than places farther away from the falls. How strange. Old ape, these fresh flat apples must have been picked deep within Weishan, right? At this time of year, you can't find fresh wild fruit in ordinary places, especially in a mountain range like Weishan, which is shrouded in mist and miasma. Wild fruit is even rarer here. Shimu spoke methodically, looking up and meeting the old ape's gaze. The old ape glanced at Elder Shimu. He was strong. Just like Elder Pukong, his aura was deep and unfathomable. He had chosen to befriend the Heluo Tribe, and now he was even planning to share the last secret guarded by the Weishan apes with the Black Panther clan. Aside from Changxia being a tempting factor, the main reason was that he valued the strength of the Heluo Tribe. Survival of the fittest, the old ape understood this well. Back then, if the shaman hadn't given the Weishan apes a way out, they wouldn't have survived to this day. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the old ape had to accept this fact. Could it be that the dense forest leads into the depths of Weishan? Nanfeng stared intently at the forest beside the pool, her tone suggesting she was eager to try. Hearing this, Fenghua and the others all looked over. Changxia glanced at Nanfeng, then turned her gaze to Shen Rong. What do you think, Shen Rong? Changxia asked softly. Shen Rong shook his head. I don't think it's likely. No matter how big the forest is, it can't be bigger than the poison circle. Nanfeng had made an assumption. You had to know, to get from the Weishan miasma into the depths of Weishan, you still had to pass through the poison circle. Even Elder Pukong and the others hadn't fully explored the poison circle, so you could imagine how vast it must be. No matter how large this patch of forest looked, it couldn't possibly be bigger than the poison circle. With that, Nanfeng immediately sobered up. The Weishan apes guard the waterfall. Surely the path to the heart of Weishan can't be the waterfall itself? The falls are over 100 meters high. No matter how big the apes are, they couldn't possibly climb such a steep waterfall to reach the inner mountains. If not the waterfall, could it be the pool beneath it? Sure enough, once you start thinking outside the box, every race has an impressive imagination. Cracks in the cliff and karst caves, Changxia spoke softly, slowly voicing her thoughts. As soon as she finished, the old ape looked over. Noticing his gaze, Changxia looked up to meet it. While gently smoothing the baby ape's fur, she said, Old ape, it seems I guessed right. The inner part of Weishan is very mysterious. For some special reason, it's formed a closed ring, completely isolated from the outside world. But nothing is absolute. The only connection to the inner Weishan is this waterfall. Cracks and caves at Changxia. Are you saying the caves where the Weishan apes live? That's really surprising. Exactly. Who would have thought the most ordinary place would be the best place to hide a secret? In an instant, everyone started discussing excitedly. Roar, roar. Nearby, the other Weishan apes stared at Changxia in shock. They couldn't speak, but they could more or less understand the language of the beast tribes. Changxia's analysis had truly startled them. Old ape, what do you say? Pukong covered his mouth, grinning mischievously. Hee hee ha ha. This time, Elder Pukong grinned so wide his mouth was crooked, and even his laughter changed. Elder Shimu didn't say anything, but with his head slightly bowed, it was clear he was in a great mood as well. Tianming, I'll take you there. The old ape said calmly, not denying it. Unlike before, this time no one minded how slowly he spoke. If they weren't worried about being in Weishan, Nanfeng and the others would have loved to fire a signal flare to let the tribe know and share this great news with everyone. As they chatted, the male Weishan ape who had left earlier returned, carrying prey. Is that a forest deer? Changxia exclaimed. Elder Pukong, didn't you say forest deer live in the Wangwei Mountains? Why would there be a forest deer in the woods by the Weishan waterfall? Little Changxia, did you forget what the Weishan apes are? They're practically the masters of Weishan. If a forest deer fled here from the Wangwei Mountains and got caught by the apes, isn't that perfectly normal? Pukong replied calmly. There weren't many prey animals in Weishan, mostly poisonous creatures. The Weishan apes weren't afraid of poison and could tell good from bad. Compared to the poisonous creatures in Weishan, forest deer were far tastier. Changxia tapped her head inside. I think the Weishan apes are smarter than our tribe. They must be keeping these forest deer in the woods. This one is bigger and taller than the ones we've hunted before. That does seem to be the case, Pukong said. With that, he and Elder Shimu exchanged a glance. Changxia had suggested raising some small animals, but the tribe hadn't clearly supported or opposed the idea. The fences around Baihu Lake had been built spontaneously by the tribe members, though it was also because they doted on Changxia. But to find out that the Weishan apes actually knew how to keep forest deer penned, the two elders were genuinely shocked. In contrast, Nan Feng and the others were much more accepting. If it weren't for the fact that only the old ape could speak, Nan Feng would have wanted to ask the apes for tips on raising forest deer. Seeing the baby ape's mother go over to help, Changxia said, Nan Feng, take Fenghua and go help out. Old ape, do you eat cooked food? Red flour, very dangerous. The old ape shook his head and explained. Red flour. After thinking for a moment, Changxia realized he meant fire. Old ape, red flour is dangerous, but if you use it properly, it makes meat taste even better. This is flint, it can make red flour. In our tribe, we call red flour fire. Fire not only cooks meat, but also keeps you warm. Note, the last paragraph is a website note and navigation links, which are not part of the story and can be omitted in a narrative translation. During the long summer, Changxia tried to use the simplest words possible to express herself. Shen Yan and a few others were quite clever. Before Changxia could say anything, they took the initiative to gather stones and build a stove, then started a fire. As for grinding the stone pot, that task naturally fell to Shen Rong. Shen Rong didn't refuse. He got up and went to look for suitable rocks near the pond. The old ape had tasted roasted meat before, and the flavor lingered in his memory. However, no matter how intelligent the Wei Mountain apes were, they had no knowledge of making fire. The same was true for the old ape. Changxia explained that flint could create red flowers, sparks, and the old ape watched the flint in her hand with great interest. Red flowers, when there was thunder, sometimes the forest would catch fire, and the blazing red flowers would engulf countless plants and animals. Wei Mountain was humid, so red flowers appeared only occasionally. They were quickly extinguished, so even in his long life, the old ape had only tasted roasted meat a few times. End of this chapter. That red flower? The old ape bent down, his eyes fixed on the flint in Changxia's hand. His wrinkled face showed a hint of seriousness and surprise. In his eyes, the flint in Changxia's hand was just two ordinary stones. Despite his long life, the old ape couldn't tell the difference between flint and regular rocks, let alone understand how to control the fire Changxia spoke of to cook meat. This is flint. If you strike it lightly, it will spark. Those are the little red flowers you mentioned. When the sparks land on dry leaves or grass, they catch fire, Changxia explained, demonstrating by striking the flint together. A few sparks flew out, landing on the ground nearby. The old ape watched the flint warily and hesitated. It burns the forest? If you use it carefully, it won't set the forest on fire, Changxia reassured him. Only those who live in the forest can truly understand this concern. They saw the forest as their mother. Any potential threat to the forest was something they took very seriously. Can you teach me? The old ape asked eagerly. Despite his lingering fear of the red flower, his desire for cooked food helped him overcome it. He had a vague feeling that eating cooked food would be good for both himself and the Wei Mountain apes. Of course, Changxia replied. Once the stove is built, I'll show you. But the Wei Mountain apes are too big. The flint I have isn't suitable for you. When I return to the tribe, I'll ask someone to go to the Canner Sacred Mountains Shaman Hall and have the shaman find you a couple of larger pieces of flint. The flint shield wouldn't work for the Wei Mountain apes. Even if they struck it for a year, they might not be able to light a campfire. To use it effectively, they'd need specially made flint. The Wei Mountain apes gathered around Shen Rong and the others, watching how they handled the forest deer and built the stove. Their bright eyes showed they were paying close attention and learning seriously. Changxia, how are you planning to cook the venison? Nan Feng called out. She couldn't stop thinking about braised venison, and this time, they'd brought plenty of cooking utensils. I'll make a clear stew, and also some braised venison, Changxia replied. She knew exactly what Nan Feng was getting at. She was clearly hinting at her preferences. Sure enough, as soon as Nan Feng heard there would be braised venison, she grinned from ear to ear. Wupu ah. The little cub in Changxia's arms, perhaps understanding their conversation, opened its big eyes and waved its little hands excitedly. Clearly, it had the makings of a real foodie. Are you out of wild grass root candy? Don't worry, we'll have some delicious meat soon, Changxia comforted the cub. Then she looked up at the old ape and asked, Old ape, are there any fish in the pond beneath the waterfall? Fish. Fish balls, braised fish, pickled fish stew. In an instant, images of all sorts of fish dishes flashed through the minds of Nan Feng and the others. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Fish. The old ape looked puzzled and shook his head. Pukong laughed and said, Changxia, the old ape doesn't understand what you mean by fish. Old ape, are there any river beasts in this pond? The old ape had lived in Wei Mountain all his life. His world was Wei Mountain. Animals in the forest were wild beasts, and those in the water were river beasts. Yes, but they taste bad, the old ape replied, nodding. When it came to the fish in the pond, the old ape looked disgusted. Not only did the Wei Mountain apes dislike the pond fish, they didn't like the black fish in the Wei River either. The Wei Mountain waterfall was grand and powerful, but the pond below was different. After passing through several layers of diversion, the pond below the waterfall was calm, safer even than the White River or White Lake. Standing by the pond, you could see fish swimming leisurely in the water. These fish were different from those in the White River or White Lake, and also unlike those in the Wei River. They looked somewhat translucent. Changxia thought they resembled small silverfish, though they were much bigger. Each white fish was at least 10 or 20 pounds. Seeing this, Changxia gave up on the idea of fishing. Fishing? Ahem. She'd wait until she was stronger. There are fish in the pond? Nan Feng exclaimed in delight. Changxia, I want braised fish for dinner. Let's hurry and catch some before it gets dark. As they chatted, Wei Mountain began to darken. In about half an hour, it would be completely dark. Wei Mountain was different from the outside world. When night fell here, it happened all at once, without warning. Shen Yan, you and a few others go down to the pond and catch some fish. Make sure to catch enough. There are a lot of people tonight, so don't let us run short, Shimu said. With 20 or 30 people, just 2 forest deer wouldn't be enough. Luckily, they'd brought plenty of fruit flour from the tribe. Each person carried a beast pouch with about 100 pounds, so together they had several hundred pounds. They'd eaten some back at the stone beast's den, but more than half remained. Speaking of beast pouches, they had to thank that giant anaconda. This time, all their beast pouches were sewn from anaconda skin. Though they didn't look big, they could hold a surprising amount. With the orcs' powerful physiques, carrying 100 pounds of fruit powder on their backs was no problem at all. There wasn't the slightest bit of pressure. Instead, their hearts were full of excitement and joy. In the past, if someone was seen carrying 100 pounds of fruit powder, they'd probably be laughed at. But now everyone in the tribe wished they could carry all the treasures from their cave cellars on their backs. This way, whether they were hunting or gathering, they could enjoy delicious food anytime, anywhere. Before, the tribe didn't have many ambitions. Their days revolved around hunting and gathering. If not, they'd find a suitable mate, settle down, and spend their free time in their dens raising children. Life was leisurely, even a bit boring. It was nothing like now, when everyone was busy all day long. Even the time to have children had to be squeezed in. But the tribe didn't mind at all. Especially when they returned to their caves, opened the cellar, and saw it packed to the brim, the sense of accomplishment was indescribable. Now, everyone finally understood why, during the long summer, people would sneak into others' dens to scavenge for wild vegetables and fruits. No matter what kind, they'd stockpile everything. Fish tastes bad, Old Ape said seriously. Changxia smiled and replied, Trust me, Old Ape. I'll make the fish delicious for you. I guarantee you'll all come to love eating fish. It's just a pity the fish in this pond aren't the blackfish from the Wei River. Little Changxia, the white fish in this pond might not be any worse than the Wei River blackfish. Pukong said mysteriously, pointing at the Weishan waterfall. Did you forget where the waterfall comes from? Who knows, these white fish might be even tastier. As soon as he said that, Xin Yan and the others immediately stripped off their animal skins and jumped into the pond with a splash. Except for the pool right under the Weishan waterfall, the second, third, and fourth pools below weren't very deep. Xin Yan and the others shivered as they hit the water. This water is freezing. It's the warm season, why is the river so cold? Listening to their conversation, Chang Xia suddenly understood. No wonder the pond looked so clear, it was actually a cold spring. No wonder the fish here were almost transparent. Usually, fish living in colder water are lighter in color, and their flesh is more tender. But she still wondered, what would the fish from the pond below the Weishan waterfall taste like? End of this chapter. Old Ape, is this pond a cold spring? Chang Xia asked. Old Ape blinked, thinking about what cold spring meant, and said, the water is cold. The Weishan waterfall is different from the Wei River, just like any other river outside. If Xin Yan and the others hadn't gone in today, I wouldn't have realized how cold the water was, Shimu said in surprise. He exchanged a glance with Elder Pukong, both understanding what Pukong meant earlier. At the same time, they were looking forward to tasting the white fish from the pond. Is something wrong? Old Ape asked, confused, looking at the two elders. Elder Pukong shook his head, laughing cheerfully. It's a good thing. It means the fish in the Weishan waterfall pond will taste even better. Unfortunately, the Normandy Grand Market only happened once a year. Old Ape didn't comment. He'd eaten river beasts before, what Changxia called fish. They were fishy and full of bones, and the Weishan apes didn't like them much. Compared to fish, the Weishan apes much preferred forest deer and wild fruits. There was no dusk on Weishan. Night fell all at once. Xin Yan and the others came ashore, their baskets full of white fish. Shivering, they crowded around the fire to warm up, hurriedly drying themselves and putting on clothes. It felt like the cold season. It was freezing. So cold. This water is really chilly. Back in the tribe, I'd still bathe in the White River at night. They chatted as they warmed themselves by the fire, finally starting to feel better. Chang Xia rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "You're cold now, but when I told you to come out, you wouldn't listen. Now you know, huh?" Since the water was so cold, Chang Xia asked them to catch a few fish to make fish soup. She'd save braised fish for next time. But Xin Yan and the others refused. They insisted on staying in the pond, saying they had to eat braised fish tonight. "It's fine, we'll warm up soon," Xin Yan said. Suddenly, everyone looked up toward the Weishan waterfall. They saw a halo of light slowly rising from the direction of the waterfall. Soon, the light enveloped the entire waterfall, and the area where Changxia and the others were instantly brightened. "Old Ape, is that the light of the light tree?" Changxia asked in shock. It was as if a bright moon had been set above the waterfall, illuminating everything and making the scene look even more sacred and extraordinary. Old Ape nodded. "Yes, a tree that can glow is as valuable as a light stone," Shimu murmured, taking a deep breath to calm his excitement. He exchanged a glance with Elder Pukong, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. "This is trouble," Pukong said, rubbing his forehead in distress. Changxia frowned and looked at Old Ape seriously. "Old Ape, you said outsiders destroyed something, causing the light tree's glow to be exposed. What was it? Is there any way we can restore Weishan to how it was before?" Changxia knew the tribe didn't want any trouble. If word got out about the light tree on Weishan, it would definitely attract the attention of other beast tribes in the Twilight Forest. Not all of that attention would be bad, but whether good or bad, the Heluo Tribe didn't want to get involved. No, Old Ape shook his head regretfully. He had tried, but failed every time. The light tree on Weishan could no longer be concealed. The only good news was that not just anyone could enter the depths of Weishan. To get in, you needed the Weishan ape's permission. Otherwise, even from the sky, you couldn't get in. The sky and the poisonous miasma were the same. Anyone who got close to the depths of Weishan would get lost. The Heluo Tribe didn't know about this. Navigation. Rankings. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. The old ape, however, knew the truth. Back then, some beast clans were unwilling to give up and secretly contacted the bird tribe, hoping to enter the depths of Mount Wei from the sky. In the end, they only got lost and failed. After that, fewer and fewer people dared to scheme against Mount Wei. It wasn't until this year, when Xianbai accidentally led the wanderers into Mount Wei, that the mountain's peace and tranquility was once again disturbed. Shimu, you need to return to the tribe and bring Yami here, Pukong said gravely. After a moment's thought, he added, if Jen is back in the tribe, bring him along too. We need to quickly come up with a plan to deal with the changes in Mount Wei. Whether it was the Wei Mountain apes or the luminous tree of Mount Wei, both required a reasonable explanation. I'll set out for the tribe tomorrow, said Shimu. Although curious about the secrets deep within Mount Wei, the elder Shimu decided it was more important to hurry back and bring Elder Yami to Mount Wei. Major tribal decisions were always made by Elder Yami, and General the others were responsible for carrying them out and overseeing things. The light from the luminous tree of Mount Wei couldn't be hidden forever. It was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Elder Pukong, are you asking Elder Yami to come so you can discuss the changes in Mount Wei? Changxia asked nervously. At the same time, the old ape's expression shifted. Yes. The light from the luminous tree can't be concealed, and what's happening here will soon attract the curiosity of other beast tribes. We must quickly decide how to handle this, Pukong said seriously. This side of Elder Pukong was a little unfamiliar to Changxia. She felt that the usual, more easygoing Pukong was more approachable. Danger? The old ape asked, his tone serious. Shimu replied, Mount Wei is the territory of the Heluo Tribe. As long as our tribe is here, we will protect your Wei Mountain Ape clan. However, there are some things that need to be discussed. Don't worry, there won't be any danger, Pukong said calmly. As long as our tribe announces that we've found a way into the depths of Mount Wei, no other beast tribe will have the right to set foot here. Unless we give permission, any outsiders who approach Mount Wei will be seen as provoking the Black Panther tribe. As he spoke, Elder Pukong unabashedly released a terrifying killing intent, which startled the little cub playing in Changxia's arms. The cub jumped up, clinging tightly to Changxia's arm, burying its head under her armpit and pretending to be dead to escape. This scene naturally fell into the old ape's eyes. He felt a pang in his heart. How could a Wei Mountain ape be so timid? Such talent wasted. Still, alongside his frustration, he also felt a bit comforted. Being afraid of death meant the cub wouldn't go looking for trouble and might live longer. It's okay, Elder Pukong was just joking with you. Changxia smiled, gently patting the cub and soothing it. After chatting, Changxia returned the cub to the old ape and got up to help Shen Rong. The white fish had been cleaned and was being salted and marinated. The venison was cut into large chunks and put into a stone pot to stew, while the sliced pieces were marinated in a wooden basin, ready to be braised later. Nanfeng washed the blood from her hands and watched as Changxia poured fruit powder, planning to make venison meat pies, with the rest to be used for fruit powder cakes. Kneading the dough was tiring, so Changxia called Shen Rong for help. Shen Rong handed the polished stone pot to Fenghua, then helped Changxia knead the dough. The stewing venison was left for Shenian and the others to watch over. Skimming off the scum was simple enough. At the same time, they were tasked with teaching the Wei Mountain apes. With nothing else to do, they chatted with the apes. In the future, the tribe would surely visit the Wei Mountain waterfall often. Building a good relationship with the apes was necessary. If it hadn't been for Changxia's cheat and the old ape's favor, they probably wouldn't have found the way into the depths of Mount Wei, even after 10 or 20 days. After all, who would have thought the entrance was hidden behind the waterfall? Thanks to *353716544 533*514 _101115232747609 20200831135056624% and everyone else for your monthly votes. Special thanks to and for your rewards and support. There will be extra chapters tomorrow. The Beast Tribe can control the red flower. The old ape gazed longingly at the fire and stove. The crackling of the burning would making him excited with every sound. If only the way mountain apes could control fire, they could eat cooked food all the time. Pukong glanced at the fire and said calmly, "Fire seems dangerous, but as long as you're careful, there's no need to worry about it getting out of control. The firestones come from the sacred mountain of Kana. Changxia has agreed to help you ask the shaman for some firestones, so just wait patiently." "Is it troublesome?" the old ape asked. Elders Pukong and Shimu narrowed their eyes. They understood that the old ape wasn't asking about the firestones, but about the trouble brewing around Mount Wei. The memory of the Misty Forest siege of Mount Wei was still fresh in his mind. Who would have thought, after so many years, that disaster might strike again? How could the old ape not be anxious? "It's hard to say," Pukong replied in a low voice. Shimu thought for a moment and said, "We can't be sure if news of the changes in Mount Wei has leaked out, but it shouldn't be a big problem. The tribe can handle it. The only issue is that the existence of the Wei mountain apes might be exposed." Elder Shimu was giving the old ape a heads up. The luminous tree of Mount Wei couldn't be hidden for long. Sooner or later, the beast tribes of the Misty Forest would find out. With the strength of the Heluo Tribe, protecting the Wei mountain apes wouldn't be a problem. The only trouble was that, from now on, all the beast tribes of the Misty Forest would be watching the Black Panther tribe closely. "It's fine," the old ape said breezily. "If it couldn't be hidden, then so be it." The shaman had already bought the Wei mountain apes enough time. Besides, with himself and the Heluo tribe, the old ape believed the apes could live peacefully by the waterfall, undisturbed by the outside world. Let me know if you need further editing or a more literary/condensed version. After all, if things really don't work out, the Weishan apes can always choose to leave the Weishan waterfall. Thinking of this, the old ape's gaze toward Changxia grew even deeper and more gentle. Gurgle, gurgle. As they chatted, the delicious aroma of food began to spread. Ho ho. The Weishan apes couldn't hold back and let out excited cries, their eyes fixed on the stone pot in the distance. Unfortunately, they were too tall to get close. Nanfeng wouldn't let them approach the pot, worried they might knock it over. Changxia picked out a few pieces of stewed meat and bones, put them in a wooden bowl, and brought them over to the old ape so he and the little one could try it out and see if they could get used to cooked food. Meanwhile, Manhwa and the others helped take care of the other Weishan apes. "Old ape, come have a taste." Changxia handed the wooden bowl to the old ape, then turned to Elder Pukong and Elder Shimu with an apologetic smile. "Elder Pukong, Elder Shimu, please wait a bit longer. The bone stew cooks faster, but the rest of the venison still needs more time." There were more than a dozen Weishan apes, and the amount of bone stew in the stone pot was limited. Divided up, there wouldn't be enough left for Elder Pukong and the others. Elder Shimu waved his hand with a smile. "No rush for us." "It's fine, we can wait," Pukong said, turning away as if he hadn't seen the bowl of meat Changxia brought over. It wasn't that Changxia was being stingy. With the old ape's size, a few pieces of bone meat were really just enough for a taste. Despite their imposing size, the Weishan apes didn't actually eat that much, about the same as a tribal chief. Otherwise, if you really went by size, a dozen Weishan apes would consume a staggering amount of food in one meal. The old ape tried using the wooden chopsticks that Shen Rong had specially made for him. First, he picked up a piece and gave it to the little one in his arms. Then he picked up a piece of bone meat for himself and put it in his mouth. It was tender and fresh, completely different from the raw meat he used to eat, and not quite the same as roasted meat either. The old ape couldn't find the words to describe the taste in his mouth. But it was truly amazing. It's a very special flavor. After a long while, the old ape finally managed to say 6 words. The satisfied look on his face said it all. The clear stewed bone meat really surprised the old ape. He didn't reject this way of eating at all. Ooh oh oh. The little one in his arms was clutching a piece of bone meat bigger than its own hand, gnawing at it with effort, its whole face soon covered in grease. But judging by the little one's excited expression, it was clearly just as taken with the taste of the stewed venison. "Old ape, do you like it?" Changxia asked with a smile. The forest deer's meat was very tender, and even a simple stew made it soft and flavorful. The old ape savored the taste in his mouth and exclaimed, "Delicious." He didn't know many words, so he used the simplest answer. "Wait a bit, I'll go make some fish," Changxia said happily. There weren't enough stone pots, and Shen Rong was busy making more. One of the Weishan apes even started imitating Shen Rong's movements, grinding a stone pot with surprising skill and focus. The white fish from the pond looked very tender. Changxia tried making a pot of fish soup first and had Nanfeng watch over it. She then started preparing braised venison and braised fish. There were a lot of people tonight, and the stone pot Shen Rong made was huge, so every time Changxia stirred it, it took a lot of effort. So she called Shen Yan and the others over to help stir the food, while she stood by to add seasonings and control the heat. Once Shen Rong finished the new stone pot, he built a stove and started stewing more meat and fish. Meanwhile, Changxia had Elder Pukong and Elder Shimu help make 2 long tables, for Changxia and her group, of course. The Weishan apes used stone stools, but the height difference was too great for them to sit at the same table. As night fell, Changxia brought the braised fish to the table. Everyone else was already eagerly seated. The Weishan apes sat on the ground, with their usual stone stools in front of them. Changxia put the food in bowls, and Nanfeng and the others brought it over to them. "Smells amazing." Nanfeng swallowed hard and urged, "Changxia, hurry up." After a long day, sitting at the table now, Nanfeng could hardly wait to shovel the food straight into his mouth. "Let's eat." Shen Rong took the braised fish from Changxia and set it on the table. Changxia sat down beside him, picked up her chopsticks, and called everyone to eat. Everyone grabbed their chopsticks and dug in, while the Weishan apes looked at each other, struggling to get the hang of using chopsticks. The old ape learned quickly, but that didn't mean the others could. Of course, this led to some funny moments. The little one, holding its tiny chopsticks, just couldn't pick up the meat in front of it. Anxious, it tossed the chopsticks aside, grabbed its bowl, and buried its head right in. Everyone burst out laughing. "Shen Rong, make them a few forks," Changxia said with a laugh. She pulled the little one out of the bowl, but couldn't find anything to wipe its face, so she decided to just let it eat as it was. Before the meal, Changxia had Nanfeng help the little one wash its hands, so she just let it eat with its hands. Except for the old ape, the other Weishan apes, while somewhat intelligent, had the mental age of 6 or 7-year-old children at most. They couldn't grasp anything too complicated. Learning to use bowls and chopsticks would have to be a gradual process. Otherwise, they might get frustrated, and it would be even harder to teach them later. Shen Rong quickly made a dozen or so forks out of animal claws after asking what they should look like. Changxia took the forks and patiently taught the Weishan apes how to use them. Soon, all the Weishan apes were enjoying the delicious meat. And then, everyone happily lost themselves in the feast. End of this chapter. Old ape, where are we staying tonight? Changxia asked as she sipped her soup, leaning back in her chair to rest. She had just finished eating and was yawning nonstop, clearly exhausted. At her question, Old Ape hesitated. The Weishan apes lived in caves on the cliffs by the waterfall. However, there were only so many caves, and they were all occupied by the apes. The ones that weren't occupied either had entrances too narrow to squeeze through, or were too close to the waterfall and far too damp. "There aren't any," Old Ape replied quietly. Of course, with Old Ape's size, even a quiet voice sounded loud. Changxia was stunned when she heard this. She stared blankly at the cracks and hollows in the cliff by the pool. Nanfeng rolled her eyes and said, "Those caves over there belong to the Weishan apes." "Changxia, do you really want to squeeze in with them? Tonight, we'll just sleep on the ground here." Sleeping on the ground was something Changxia used to complain about. Back in the Heluo Tribe, everyone used to sleep directly on the den floor. Of course, they'd lay down dry grass and animal hides for comfort. Since Changxia was frail, the shaman had the tribe weave a rattan mat for her to insulate her from the damp earth. Eventually, rattan mats became popular as mattresses in the tribe, topped with animal hides. "All right, fine," Changxia said helplessly. Traveling really meant you couldn't expect too much. By her count, it had been several days since she'd left her cozy cave home by White Lake. She was starting to feel homesick, missing her warm, comfortable heated bed. "I'll shift to my beast form tonight, and you can sleep on me," Shen Rong offered gently. The Weishan waterfall was drier than other parts of the mountain, but only relatively so. Finding dry grass here was difficult, and it was too late to cut vines and weave a mat. "Great," Changxia replied excitedly. Shen Rong's beast form was huge and, most importantly, handsome. Compared to the pitch-black panther beast forms, Shen Rong's wolf form was much more attractive. Last time at the Salt Lake, Changxia had been too focused on collecting salt to appreciate it, but this time, she was determined to cuddle the big, beautiful white wolf. "Changxia, I used to offer to carry you in my beast form, but you always refused," Nanfeng said, giving Changxia a sidelong look. She'd always wanted to snuggle Changxia's soft beast form, but Changxia never agreed. So Nanfeng tried offering to carry Changxia herself in her beast form, but Changxia refused that too. "Isn't it normal for beast folk to carry their mates in beast form? I was worried your future mate would get upset with me, so I had to refuse," Changxia replied seriously. Nanfeng snorted, "TCH. Don't make excuses. You just think my beast form is ugly and all black, don't you?" She'd been hurt by this before. What was so bad about a Black Panther's beast form? When they were cubs, Changxia had liked them just fine. Hee, Pukong burst out laughing. "I know why little Changxia doesn't like your beast form." "What's the reason?" Immediately, Shen Yan, Manhwa, and the others crowded around, curious. Even the Weishan apes in the distance shuffled closer to listen in. Normally, there were only a dozen or so Weishan apes, but tonight, with over 20 Heluo Tribe members, the place was lively and the apes were delighted. "Elder Pukong." Changxia pouted. Little Changxia was once scared by Elder Chuejiao's beast form. She was sick for a whole month, and even the shaman stayed in the Heluo tribe for half a month before leaving. After that, no one in the tribe was allowed to shift into beast form in the settlement, except for cubs under 10. All the others were forbidden, Pukong said, grinning as he revealed Changxia's embarrassing story. Changxia pouted, protesting, "Elder Pukong, I've explained before. I wasn't scared by Elder Chuejiao's beast form. It was just an accident. Just an accident." Back then, Changxia was still weak and had been cooped up in the den, feeling bored and gloomy. One day, when Muqin and the others weren't paying attention, she snuck out for a walk nearby. She didn't plan to go far, just stretch her legs a bit. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped out, she'd bump right into Elder Chuejiao in his beast form? Changxia thought a wild animal had broken into the tribe and screamed, turning to run. Even though she knew she was beast folk herself, because her beast form was a fluffy chinchilla, she'd never imagined how terrifying a Black Panther beast form could be. She panicked, couldn't catch her breath, and fainted on the spot. By the time Muqin and the others rushed over, Elder Chuejiao was standing there helplessly, holding the unconscious Changxia. He had just returned from hunting, dropped his prey in the square, and was heading to the waterfall to wash off the blood. He never expected to run into Changxia outside the den. That night, Changxia developed a fever. She was bedridden for days, and even the shaman from Sacred Mountain Kana was called in. Elder Chuejiao felt so guilty, he avoided Changxia from then on, and over the years, he'd dodge her whenever possible, afraid of scaring her again. Changxia had tried several times to apologize, but could never find him. In the end, she had to ask Muqin and the others to pass on her apologies, and whenever she had tasty food, she'd make sure to send some his way. Ha ha. As Elder Pukong finished his story, laughter echoed above the Weishan waterfall. Nanfeng finally felt relieved. No wonder the tribe suddenly had such a strict rule about beast forms. Many beast folk preferred to move around in their beast forms, and the dens were built large for that reason. Of course, most didn't use their beast forms in the settlement, since they ate more and digested faster that way, while in human form they ate less and digested slower. Listening to everyone's laughter, Changxia wanted to cry. Yet another weird and embarrassing story added to her collection. Was I ever that weak before? Still, Anyone who saw a 2 or 3 meter tall black panther walking toward them, its face smeared with fresh blood, would probably react just like Changxia. They cleaned up the dishes and moved the tables and chairs aside. Everyone gathered around the fire. As night deepened, the old ape and the others returned to their respective caves, leaving the space to Changxia's group. One little cub didn't want to leave, but its mother forcefully scooped it up and carried it away, not giving it a chance to resist. Tomorrow, Shimu will return to the tribe to report the latest situation here at Weishan. He'll also ask Elder Yami to come to the Weishan waterfall. Let's get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow we'll be heading deep into Weishan with the old ape, Elder Pukong said, gnawing on a flat apple as he spoke. The sooner the Weishan anomaly is resolved, the sooner everyone can feel at ease. If the snake cub Changxia, once saved, really is a descendant of the Shiguara line, then the Heluo tribe has probably already learned of the Weishan anomaly. Thinking about it gave Elder Pukong a headache. He was never suited for these kinds of brainy matters. He had agreed to lead the team into Weishan for the sake of fighting, not for thinking. Truth be told, Elder Pukong would have preferred to return to the tribe himself. But the old ape was strong and needed to stay as a stabilizing force. Nanfeng and the others wanted to say something more, but seeing Elder Pukong's unfriendly expression, they all wisely kept their mouths shut and decided to turn in early. End of this chapter. Xinyan, go catch some more white fish from the pond. Do you want fish soup or braised fish? Catch a few more, let Changxia cook them all. The next morning, Changxia was still half asleep, vaguely hearing people talking nearby. She rubbed her eyes as she woke, feeling the warmth beneath her and the soft, furry sensation. Shen Rong, Changxia called softly, rolling lazily on top of Shen Rong's beast form. The smooth fur, the strong, flexible muscles, no matter how much she touched, it felt amazing. Shen Rong turned to look at Changxia, amused by her rolling around on his beast body. You're awake, Shen Rong said gently. In his beast form, Shen Rong's voice was low and husky, with a rough edge that was especially attractive. Too bad there were too many people around. Otherwise, Changxia would have loved to roll around on Shen Rong a few more times. It's so noisy, what are Nanfeng and the others up to? Changxia grumbled, getting up. Shen Rong glanced toward the distant pond and explained. Nanfeng asked Xinyan to catch some fish. They want fish soup and braised fish. White fish had tender meat. Not inferior to black fish, just different. Pond white fish could relieve fatigue, though its other properties were still unclear. But one thing was certain, the pond's white fish was special. White fish really is delicious, Changxia said, licking her lips at the memory. Shen Rong got up and disappeared into the forest. A short while later, he returned in human form, fully dressed. Today, the old ape would take them deep into Weishan, and everyone was looking forward to it. Elder Pukong, did Elder Shimu already leave? Changxia looked around and, not seeing Elder Shimu, asked Elder Pukong. Elder Pukong was stretching his limbs. He left at dawn. After leaving the Weishan waterfall, Elder Shimu transformed into his beast form and raced back to the Heluo tribe as fast as he could. He planned to return quickly and bring Elder Yami to the waterfall to discuss what to do about Weishan's future. Oh no, Changxia said guiltily. I should have prepared some food for Elder Shimu last night. Knowing him, he'll probably go hungry all the way back to the tribe. Elder Pukong smiled at that. With Shimu's meticulous nature, Changxia's guess was probably spot on. Don't worry, Changxia. I gave Elder Shimu some flat apples, Nanfeng chimed in. The Weishan apes had brought a lot of wild fruit, with flat apples being the most abundant. Nanfeng had packed some for Elder Shimu and even wanted to make a few fruit pancakes for him to take on the road. But Elder Shimu was in a hurry and refused. Hearing this, Changxia praised Nanfeng a bit and felt relieved. Nanfeng's personality had changed a lot lately, but he was still as thoughtful as ever. Is the old ape up yet? Changxia looked toward the waterfall, not seeing the Weishan ape and feeling curious. Could it be that the old ape was sleeping in? He's up, Nanfeng replied. The Weishan ape went out on patrol. Uncle Galay was curious and tagged along. Elder Pukong wanted to go too, but the old ape turned him down. Why did the old ape refuse? Chang Xia asked, puzzled. Nanfeng glanced at Elder Pukong and explained. The old ape said Elder Pukong is too hot-tempered. The Weishan apes are just patrolling, but if Elder Pukong went along, it might turn into a battlefield. The old ape also said he'd bring back some game for us, so we should just wait. Chang Xia couldn't help but make a strange face. So that's why Elder Pukong was sitting so quietly. He'd been put in his place by the old ape. Chang Xia, Chang Xia. Suddenly, Finghua called out loudly. Chang Xia finished washing her face and answered, Finghua, what is it? Come over here, quick. Finghua waved her over. Hearing this, Chang Xia shook the water from her hands and walked over to Finghua with Shen Rong. Nanfeng, sensing something interesting, hurried after them. Chang Xia, is this a river crab? Finghua held up a crab for Chang Xia to see. It looked different from the ones they'd caught in Baihu and Baiha. It was about half the size of a palm and very pale in color. If it didn't look so much like a river crab, Finghua wouldn't have recognized it at all. You're right, it is a river crab. These are delicious. Just remove the shell and fry them in oil. They're amazing, Chang Xia explained. Actually, this one was pretty big. The river crabs she remembered were much smaller, only about the size of a finger. With those, you didn't even need to remove the shell. Just toss them straight into the pan. Navigation. Rankings. Previous page. Next page. Last page. Top. However, this kind of small river crab is extremely sensitive to water quality. You'd never find them in ordinary rivers or streams. Finghua, catch a few more. Nanfeng said excitedly. Chang Xia shook her head. Catching more is pointless. We don't have any oil. Elder Pukong, are there wild boars on Wei Mountain? Nanfeng's mind always worked fast when it came to food. The moment Chang Xia mentioned they had no oil and couldn't fry the little crabs, Nanfeng immediately thought of wild boar, since most animals don't have much fat, but wild boars are an exception. There should be, Pukong replied hesitantly. Wild boars eat almost anything, and you can spot them all over the mountains and forests. Shen Rong, why don't you take Shen Yan and the others to hunt a wild boar? Chang Xia suggested after thinking for a moment. Without oil, even fish soup would taste bland. All right, Shen Rong nodded. Shen Yan and Finghua climbed out of the pool, leaving the others to keep fishing. They followed Shen Rong to hunt wild boar, though it was a pity old ape and the others hadn't returned yet. If old ape were here to guide them, hunting would be much easier. After all, this was the territory of the Wei Mountain apes, and old ape would know exactly what prey was nearby. Looks like breakfast will be delayed today, Nanfeng sighed. At that moment, an idea flashed through Nanfeng's mind. Wouldn't it be great if there were wild fruits, like those seasoning fruits, but with juice that was actually oil? Then, whenever they went hunting or foraging, they could just bring some of those fruits along and solve most of their problems. The more he thought about it, the more a sly grin crept across Nanfeng's face. Nanfeng, what are you thinking? Chang Xia asked, exasperated, giving Nanfeng a light smack. What kind of thoughts were running through his head to make him smile like that? Chang Xia, do you think there might be wild fruits on Wei Mountain with oily juice inside? Nanfeng whispered, leaning close. Chang Xia stared at him wide-eyed and replied softly, the bright moonlight before my bed. Huh? What moonlight? Nanfeng was baffled, looking at Chang Xia in confusion. Is Chang Xia acting weird again? Why is she spouting nonsense? Oh, nothing, Chang Xia waved her hand, smiling. But if there really were wild fruits with oily juice, that would be amazing. Since there are seasoning fruits, maybe there really are oil fruits. After all, in her past life, there was tea oil. When we go fruit picking this warm season, I'll remind everyone to pick more fruit, whether we recognize it or not. Just bring as much back to the tribe as possible. Who knows, we might get lucky, Nanfeng said hopefully. You're right, Chang Xia replied happily. The two of them squatted by the pool, chatting idly as they watched the others fish. Their spirits were high. They even gossiped a bit about what might be deeper in Wei Mountain, and the more they talked, the more excited they became for the journey ahead. Nanfeng said that if oil fruits really existed, they'd probably be found deep within Wei Mountain. End of this chapter. Elder Pukong exclaimed in surprise. Little Chang Xia, old ape is back. Looks like he's had a good haul. Old Ape is back. At those words, Changxia and Nanfeng jumped up. Changxia was curious about the way mountain apes patrols. Why did they even bring the little ones along so early in the morning? And now, hearing Elder Pukong say Old Ape had a good haul, she was even more intrigued. Soon, the ground began to tremble. Moments later, Old Ape's massive figure came into view. At the same time, Shen Rong and the others were with him. Changxia looked over in surprise. Shen Rong had gone out to hunt wild boar, so why was he returning with Old Ape? Wild boars? Nanfeng exclaimed. Sure enough, every way mountain ape except Old Ape was carrying a wild boar. These boars weighed thousands of pounds, but in the ape's hands, they looked like mere toys. It was a little intimidating. Talk about luck. Changxia sighed. Just a moment ago, they were lamenting the lack of oil for fried crab, and now Old Ape had brought back a whole family of wild boars. When Changxia said a whole family, she meant it. There were 2 big ones and 6 little ones, clearly all related. Thanks to Wei Mountain's unique geography, the wild boars here grew especially large and fat. Looking at their massive size, Changxia thought that if she ever ran into one in the wild, her only option would be to run. There'd be no second choice. We'd just left the Wei Mountain waterfall when we ran into Old Ape. And as luck would have it, the apes had just hunted some wild boar, so we came back together, Shen Rong explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he looked at Changxia. He'd always heard the tribe say Changxia was blessed, but he thought they were exaggerating. After all, there probably weren't many tribes in the whole misty forest who spoiled their beast cubs as much as the Heluo tribe did. Hurry up and get those wild boars cleaned. I'll make braised pork for everyone. Let me tell you, braised pork is even tastier than braised venison or braised fish. As she spoke, Changxia couldn't help but swallow. When it comes to braising, nothing beats pork. Especially when it's slow-cooked until tender, the flavor is unbeatable. Compared to other meats, Changxia definitely preferred pork. There's just so much you can do with it, and you never get tired of eating it. Everyone got excited at her words. Even the Wei Mountain apes started hooting at the mention of braised. I'll help, Old Ape said happily. Everyone froze, looking at Old Ape in silence. Old Ape, you just sit and relax, Pukong said. Didn't he see that even Pukong himself wasn't getting up to help? With Shen Rong and the others around, there was no need for anyone else to step in. Besides, with Old Ape's size, his help might just make things harder. Chastened by Elder Pukong, Old Ape settled down and didn't insist on helping. But the other Wei Mountain apes crowded over. After tasting cooked food last night, none of them wanted to go back to eating raw meat. Raw meat? Who would want that anymore? The Weishan monkeys were even more curious about the campfire. One of them actually reached its hand straight into the flames. Luckily, Changxia and the others were nearby and managed to stop the foolish monkey in time. Afterwards, the mischievous Weishan monkey was given a stern scolding by the elder monkey, who grabbed it by the scruff and taught it a harsh lesson. Fire is terrifying. It can destroy the entire forest. Doesn't that monkey care about its own life? Did it want to roast itself and become someone's dinner? Ho ho. The little monkey, AMU, approached Changxia and handed her a woven vine basket. The basket was even bigger than the carrying basket in Changxia's cave, so she didn't dare take it directly. Instead, she asked AMU to set it down beside her. Standing on tiptoe, Changxia peeked inside and saw that it was half filled with bird eggs of various sizes and colors. For me, Changxia pointed at herself and asked. AMU grinned widely, nodding enthusiastically while chattering and gesturing. Yuanqing, that's the little one's AMU, the elder monkey interjected. She wants to thank you for saving her child. Yuanqing, is that her name? Changxia asked in surprise. Yes, the elder monkey nodded. Having gained intelligence, he naturally chose to give names to his tribe members. Not knowing any complicated words, he named the Weishan monkeys after colors. The little one's AMU is called Yuanqing, and her father is Yuanbai. And that one is Yuanhe, the elder monkey added, pointing at the playful little monkey in his arms. He pronounced the name Yuanhe slowly and deliberately. For a moment, Chang Xia and the others were speechless. The Weishan monkeys are covered in white fur, yet they named the little one Yuanhei Black Monkey. That's so typical of the Weishan monkeys. Pfft. Chang Xia stifled a laugh, covering her mouth and whispering, "I'll make a steamed egg custard for Little Black, and add some minced meat." Even though Nan Feng and the others thought the name Yuanhei didn't suit the little monkey, they didn't dwell on it. After all, her father was called Yuanbai, White Monkey, which was just as odd. "Chang Xia, make an extra bowl of steamed egg with mincemeat for me too, I want to try it." Nan Feng quickly chimed in. There were plenty of bird eggs from Yuanqing, so Nan Feng shamelessly made her request. Steamed egg custard is silky and unique. Nan Feng had wanted to try it for a while, but never had the chance. "Sure. Anyone else want some?" Chang Xia nodded, asking the others nearby if they wanted to try as well. There were enough eggs, and if not for limited utensils, she wouldn't mind making more. "Me. Chang Xia, I want some too." In an instant, more than a dozen voices chimed in. Chang Xia felt a headache coming on. With so many people wanting to try, what could she use to steam that much? She didn't have a big enough steamer, just small wooden bowls. How much could each one hold? After thinking it over, Chang Xia decided to just steam several small bowls at once, rather than trying to make a big batch in a large wooden basin. Without experience, she was worried it wouldn't cook through, especially since wooden bowls don't conduct heat as well as ceramic ones. "Shen Rong, cut me a piece of lean meat and mince it. I'll use it for the steamed eggs." "Nan Feng, come crack the bird eggs. I'll go get the wooden bowls." As she called out, Chang Xia quickly organized everyone to work together. It was getting late. By the time they finished, breakfast would probably turn into lunch. While Chang Xia and the others were busy, Elder Pukong and the Elder Monkey discussed venturing deeper into Weishan. If not for the food, Elder Pukong would have dragged the Elder Monkey off to explore already. This was a mystery that had plagued the Heluo Tribe for years. Finally, it was time to uncover the truth. Even with his easygoing personality, Elder Pukong couldn't help but feel anxious. "The Weishan monkeys call it the sacred land," the Elder Monkey said softly. As he spoke those words, he fell into deep thought, then began to explain, word by word, the origin of the sacred land and the Weishan monkeys. The Weishan monkeys have lived in Weishan for generations. The Elder Monkey gained wisdom and surpassed the normal lifespan of his kind, all because of the sacred land. If he hadn't accidentally entered the sacred land back then, the Weishan monkeys would probably be just another ordinary tribe, like the monkeys in the misty forest. They would never have received the favor of the shaman, nor would the Heluo tribe have protected them for 100 years. Sacred land. Pukong was shocked, staring at the Elder Monkey in disbelief. That's not a name you give lightly. The Elder Monkey should know the weight of such words. If he called it that, it meant the depths of Weishan were far from ordinary. "Yes, the sacred land," the Elder Monkey said solemnly. Whoosh! Elder Pukong took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. The news was too shocking, even he couldn't help but lose his composure. Only a place where the gods reside can be called a sacred land. Even shamans are no exception. Where shamans live is called the shaman's hall. Where gods dwell is the sacred land. Among the beast tribes, there are legends of the beast god, but no one has ever seen the beast god, not even the shamans. Now the Elder Monkey suddenly claimed there was a sacred land deep in Weishan. If Elder Pukong were less steady, he might have fainted on the spot. This was no joke, lives could be at stake. I was enlightened by the beast god, awakened, and gained the power of speech. At this point, the Elder Monkey no longer hid the truth. He explained the origin of the Weishan monkeys. They were originally just ordinary white monkeys living in Weishan, no different from those in the misty forest. Their tribe was called the White Monkeys. Weishan monkeys was a new name given to them by the shaman. The white monkeys stood about 3 meters tall and ate wild fruits and roots. One day, the Elder Monkey accidentally entered the sacred land, and thus began a new path for their kind. "Wait," Pukong interrupted, his voice serious. "Let me think about this. We'll talk more later." In the distance, Chang Xia and the others were busy, but also eavesdropping. When they heard the elder monkey mention the sacred land, everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing. Then, when he said he'd been enlightened by the beast god and gained wisdom and speech. Oh wow. End of chapter. Website navigation, rankings, and other non-story content omitted. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place, quietly watching the old ape. Normally, creatures as large and powerful as the Weishan apes in the Twilight Forest are solitary by nature. With their strength, they can easily get all the food they need, and because of their huge appetites, they rarely live in groups. Of course, some herbivores are different. But the Weishan apes are an exception, and that's because they possess intelligence. A single tree doesn't make a forest. The beast clans are strong, but to thrive and multiply, they choose to live in groups, and the Weishan apes are no different. Unfortunately, awakening spiritual wisdom is extremely difficult. The Weishan white apes were once a large tribe, but after 100 years, the white apes have almost died out, leaving only 13 Weishan apes. The fact that there are still 13 left is thanks to the old ape holding down the fort on Weishan Mountain. Otherwise, their numbers would have been at least halved. What's a sacred land? Chang Xia tugged on Shen Rong's hand and whispered. Shen Rong replied softly, a sacred land is where the gods reside. Gods. Chang Xia wouldn't have believed in such things before. But now she herself had reincarnated from Earth to the Twilight Forest of the Gangwa continent. The existence of gods didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. Thinking of this, Chang Xia looked at the old ape with even more curiosity. How lucky to be a creature favored by the beast god. No wonder Weishan Mountain is such a special place in the Twilight Forest. Even gods once lingered here. If this news got out, the Heluo Tribe would probably be swarmed by beast clans from all over. The roaring Weishan waterfall suddenly fell silent. Chang Xia quietly prepared breakfast. Learning the secrets hidden deep within Weishan Mountain only made them more excited for the journey ahead. Oh! Little Hei's childish cry broke the stillness. Chang Xia was rendering lard. Without oil, she couldn't cook. She cut the pork fat into small pieces, put them in a stone pot with a bit of water, and soon, a mouth-watering aroma began to waft from the pot. Nanfeng and the others were familiar with this smell. It was the scent of cracklings recently. Many in the tribe had been rendering lard. But for the Weishan apes, this was a new experience. Drawn by the aroma, they couldn't help but come closer. Unfortunately, before they could get too close, Nanfeng shooed them away. The oil was extremely hot. If it splashed on them, it would instantly blister their skin. Chang Xia, are the cracklings ready? Later, bring me a bowl with some salt. And coat some in bird egg and fry them into crispy crackling bites, Pu Kong called out. He couldn't figure out the whole sacred land business, so he simply stopped thinking about it. If anything happened, the shamans and the tribe would handle it, no need for him to worry. Besides, even if he did worry, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. After thinking it over, Elder Pu Kong decided to just let it go. Got it, Chang Xia replied. At the same time, she had Nanfeng grab Hei the young ape, who had darted away from the old ape and scampered over. If Chang Xia hadn't reacted quickly, the little guy would have fallen right into the pot of hot oil. Such a glutton. If it had fallen in, even if they pulled it out right away, it would have lost half its life. There was a lot of pork fat, so Chang Xia rendered 3 pots worth. Xin Yan and the others finished cleaning the wild boar and came over to help with the lard. Once the oil was ready, Chang Xia could finally make braised pork. Meanwhile, the fish soup was already simmering, its milky white broth giving off a delicious aroma. Chang Xia set aside a few fish to steam later. The white fish from the pool had tender flesh, perfect for steaming. She hadn't made steamed fish before because there was no soy sauce. Steamed fish without soy sauce just doesn't taste right. Pouring the sauce over the fish at the end is crucial. Without it, steamed fish has no soul, and Chang Xia just couldn't accept that. She cut the streaky pork into palm-sized chunks, seasoned and marinated them. While Shen Rong was grinding stone pots, Chang Xia had him make a few small, deep pots for stewing soup. Now, Chang Xia squatted by the pond, washing the small stone pots. She planned to use them to slow-cook the braised pork. She'd been waiting for this meal for ages, and today, she was determined to have it. She also planned to make braised pork knuckle. One of the pots was set aside just for that. While Changxia was preparing the braised pork, Nanfeng stood by the stove, making crispy crackling bites. The rendered cracklings were served in 2 big bowls to Elder Pukang and the old ape, and the other Weishan apes got a bowl as well. The rest were coated in bird egg and fruit flour, ready to be fried into crispy snacks. There weren't many snacks in the tribe, so these crispy crackling bites were a favorite treat for Nanfeng and the others. Things like fried fish or pork cutlets just couldn't compare to the popularity of these crackling bites, especially the ones made from rendered pork fat, which tasted the most authentic and delicious. Some had tried using other meats to make them, but nothing beat the flavor of cracklings made from pork fat. Crispy and chewy, paired with the unique aroma of bird egg and the soft stickiness of fruit flour, each bite was simply divine. Roar, roar! Yuan Bai and the other Weishan apes crowded around the stove again. Qin Yan and the others gathered around too, munching on cracklings while staring at the crispy crackling bites floating in the pot, their necks practically glued to the edge of the stone pot. "Don't get too close or you'll get burned by the hot oil," Changxia reminded them. With the small stone pot set up, she started making the braised pork and pork knuckle. If she didn't hurry, it would be lunchtime before they knew it. End of this chapter. It smells amazing. Even if I get burned, it'd be worth it. Hearing Shen Yan and the others chatting, Changxia just rolled her eyes in exasperation and didn't bother reminding them again. With their thick skin, there was nothing to worry about. "Shen Rong, come help me," Changxia called. Shen Rong picked up a piece of pork crackling sprinkled with a little salt and brought it to Changxia's lips, speaking gently, "Here, have something to eat first." Changxia opened her mouth and took the crackling. Honestly, these wild boars were really fat this time. They'd be able to render hundreds of pounds of lard. If they rationed it, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of oil for cooking while they were in Weishan. So tasty. Changxia chewed the crackling, beaming with delight. Shen Rong took the wooden spoon and scooped out the cooked chunks of meat from the pot, cutting them into palm-sized pieces before tossing them back in to stir-fry. Once the fat was rendered, he added the various seasonings. This step was crucial, as it determined the flavor and texture of the braised pork. Elder Shimu and the others had brought plenty of the tribe's different sugars. For the braised pork, Changxia used thatch root sugar. Compared to purple seaweed sugar or maple sugar, thatch root sugar made the dish even more delicious. Once the sugar was caramelized, she poured in the stir-fried pork belly and turned the heat up high, tossing everything together until it was aromatic and flavorful. Next, she scooped out the pork belly and put it into a small stone pot, adding enough water to just cover the meat. She added a bit more thatch root sugar, some shrimp powder, and the pulp and juice of oil fruit, then set it to simmer over a low flame. She repeated the same process with the pork knuckle, stir-frying it until fragrant, then transferring it to a stone pot with seasonings to braise slowly. By the time all this was done, the pork stew in the big stone pot beside them was giving off a mouth-watering aroma. This meal was even more extravagant than their last hot pot feast. Nanfeng, munching on a piece of hot, crispy pork crackling, walked over to Changxia and Shen Rong. She let the two of them rest for a bit and have some crackling. Meanwhile, Manhwa and the others were frying up fruit flour pancakes. As soon as the braised pork and knuckle were ready, they could start eating. Everyone had already had a bowl of fish soup. Little Yuanhei hadn't even started on the main meal, but he was already full and dozing off on old Ape's belly. He was still young. Eating and sleeping a lot would help him grow up strong. Nanfeng, put the marinated fish in a wooden bowl and steam it in the stone pot, just like steaming minced meat or eggs. "It should take about 10 minutes, Changxia said, nibbling on her crackling and asking Nanfeng to help steam the fish. Yuanhei fell asleep so quickly, probably thanks to the steamed egg and minced meat. He'd eaten 2 bowls of it, plus some crackling and crispy pork and half a bowl of fish soup. He'd snacked on all sorts of things, and before the main meal even started, the little guy was already stuffed and fast asleep. Changxia, with such a feast, you make me feel like there'll never be another meal after this, Shen Rong said with a gentle smile. The way he looked at Changxia was so tender it could melt anyone. Changxia couldn't help but laugh. Oh, stop talking nonsense. I was just excited after the hunt and couldn't help but cook a bit of everything. Besides, this meal is also to celebrate the tribe overcoming years of hardship. She fed the piece of crackling in her hand to Shen Rong. Though she liked fried food, Changxia never ate too much of it, otherwise, it was easy to get overheated. She'd always been careful about that. I don't want you to tire yourself out, Shen Rong said softly. He reached out and gently squeezed Changxia's small hand. Life in the Twilight Forest was completely different from the Western Lands Tianyuan tribe, but to his surprise, Shen Rong found himself loving it here. He hoped to spend a long, happy life with Changxia, but he couldn't bear to see her worn out. It's fine, I have all of you helping me, don't I? Changxia smiled. Bringing Shen Rong back from the Normandy market to the Heluo tribe was the best decision she'd ever made. Shen Rong, when do you think Elder Yami will arrive? She'll reach Weishan tomorrow. Given the Heluo tribe's cautious nature, they'd surely hurry to Weishan as soon as possible. The sacred land. This was the sacred land. No wonder he'd never heard of Weishan apes before. It turned out there had never been such a thing as Weishan apes. They were simply white apes blessed by the gods, who had evolved into their current form. Still, Old Ape was quite a character. After all, the world was full of those who became arrogant with power. But Old Ape had lived quietly in Weishan, guarding it all these years. Clearly, the beast god hadn't misjudged him. This blessing was well-deserved. Tomorrow. Changxia frowned, hesitating. But Elder Shimu only returned from Weishan today. How could Elder Yami possibly arrive at Weishan by tomorrow? The two places were close, but only relatively speaking. In reality, the distance between them wasn't all that short. Otherwise, why would she have chosen to train on the Little River grasslands? You're underestimating the elder's abilities, Shen Rong chuckled. Of all the elders he'd met in the Heluo tribe, each was more formidable than the last. In a life-or-death fight, he couldn't guarantee victory, let alone in a normal battle. They were all like gods of slaughter. Their murderous aura was so intense that the tribe had them teach the young beasts, not just for their experience, but to temper that aura so it wouldn't harm others or themselves. Changxia nodded. She could sense the elder's intimidating presence. But she herself hadn't fought much, and her body was still young and inexperienced. She knew that presence was one thing, actual strength was another. They couldn't be confused. Changxia, is the braised pork and pork knuckle ready yet? Nanfeng asked. The aroma was getting so strong that no one could sit still anymore. Everyone kept getting up and wandering over to the stove, just waiting for Changxia to give the word. Almost, Changxia replied. She was just waiting for the sauce to reduce, then they could serve it up and eat. She'd timed the steamed fish for Nanfeng to handle. Changxia asked Shen Rong to turn the pork knuckle, then told Nanfeng to bring the steamed white fish to the table. She started turning the braised pork herself, waiting for the sauce to finish thickening. Shen Yan filled a wooden basin with pork stew, and the long table was already set. One dish after another was brought to the table. In Old Ape's arms, Yuan He opened his eyes, wanting to eat, but his belly was already too full. He whimpered, eyes full of sorrow. But everyone else was already sitting down to eat. No matter how much he whimpered, no one paid him any mind. The poor little guy lay on Old Ape's belly, so sad he could almost cry. Woo-woo. He regretted eating so much earlier. Even though the steamed egg with minced meat, pork cracklings, and crispy pork cracklings were all truly delicious. We really indulged ourselves. Braised pork is definitely tastier than braised venison. I think they're all delicious. The flavors are different, but equally good. As they ate, they chatted. Everyone wished they had another mouth and an extra pair of hands. In this moment, things like the sacred land were completely forgotten. Nothing was more important than the food in front of them. Changxia, why aren't you eating? Shen Rong turned his head and suddenly noticed that Changxia wasn't eating much and immediately got anxious. Changxia waved her hand, sipping her fish soup in small sips. Don't worry about me. I smelled too much oil this morning, so I'm feeling a bit greasy. I'll just have some fish soup. You eat, don't mind me. When rendering lard, the smell of oil is strong. Just now, she'd also had some pork cracklings and crispy pork. At this point, Changxia really didn't feel hungry. She tasted a bit of every dish and already felt stuffed. So she sipped her fish soup, watching everyone else wolf down their food, feeling quite happy. End of this chapter. Changxia, are you feeling okay? Did you catch a chill and get a fever last night? Nanfeng asked nervously. As she spoke, she stood up and reached out to touch Changxia's forehead. This move. She'd learned it from Changxia and Wu. They said that if someone has a fever, their forehead will feel especially hot. Just a touch, and you'll know if they have a fever. When Nanfeng stood up, Elder Pukong and the others all put down their chopsticks. They looked at Changxia with worried faces, waiting until they were sure she was really okay. Then the long table returned to its lively atmosphere, and everyone happily dug in. As always, any food placed on the long table would never be left over. Not a scrap was left. Even the soup was mopped up with fruit flour pancakes by Shen Yan and the others. Changxia looked at her clanmates sprawled beside the long table with a strange expression, then glanced at the Weishan apes by Old Ape. They didn't look much better than her own group. Could they really head into the depths of Weishan like this? Don't worry, we'll rest a bit before setting out again. Changxia's gaze was so direct that Elder Pukong felt a little embarrassed and spoke up. Of everyone present, he was probably the only one not full. With Elder Pukong's appetite, it wasn't easy to get full. And if he used his bloodline ability, his appetite would multiply several times over. Let's sit for a while, Old Ape agreed after thinking for a moment. To be honest, last night's meal and today's were the happiest Old Ape had ever eaten. For his entire life as an ape, today finally felt truly complete. Cooked food really is different from raw meat. Firestones, Weishan apes must have 2 firestones. With firestones, the Weishan apes could finally break the habit of eating raw meat and truly become like the beast folk. After a while, Nanfeng led Manhwa and the others to clean up the mess. They didn't let Changxia help, telling her to keep resting. Changxia didn't argue, just sat and petted Xiaohei. Xiaohei lay on her lap, belly up, wanting more pets. The Weishan apes saw how close Changxia was to Yuanhei and were also very happy. 5 people, Old Ape said. Soon, Elder Pukong spoke up, asking Old Ape to take them into the depths of Weishan. He wanted to see the sacred land, the place said to be the dwelling of the gods. However, Old Ape made a request. He could only take 5 people into the sacred land. As the gatekeepers of the sacred land, the Weishan apes, under Old Ape's orders, rarely entered or left the sacred land themselves. Even when picking wild fruits, only the female Weishan apes were allowed inside. This was all to best preserve the sacred land's original state. 5 people, that's fine, Pukong agreed. This trip into the depths of Weishan was just to see what was inside. Things like ice crystal grass and light stones were on their list to check for. Other than that, they didn't have any other intentions. After all, even if they did, it would depend on the Weishan ape's willingness. Trying to snatch things by force could be deadly. Grandpa Pukong, I want to go, Changxia said slyly, stepping forward and tugging at Elder Pukong's sleeve, sweetly calling him Grandpa. Elder Pukong froze, then immediately nodded in agreement. Oh wow! Changxia actually called him Grandpa just now. And this time, it wasn't because he reminded her, and it was right in front of Nanfeng and the others. When they got back to the tribe, he'd have to brag about this to everyone. Nearby, Shen Yan and the others looked at Elder Pukong with envy. Honestly, they also wanted to hear Changxia sweetly call them Big Brother or something. Compared to the other clan members, Changxia was much smaller and slimmer. Her skin was fair, and she was absolutely adorable. To be honest, her looks were part of why the clan liked her so much. After all, who could resist a little cutie? All right, little Changxia will come too, Pukong said. Nanfeng pouted and said, Elder Pukong, I want to go too. Elder Pukong fell silent. If Changxia went, Shen Rong would definitely go with her. Goryeo had to go as well. That made the spots a bit tight. Shen Yan, what do you think? If Nanfeng wants to go, let her. We'll wait for Elder Yami at the Weishan waterfall and check out the area around it. Since Nanfeng was female, Shen Yan and the others discussed it and decided to let her go. There weren't many spots, and with Old Ape leading the way, there wouldn't be any danger, so it didn't matter if Shen Yan and the others went or not. All right, Pukong said. In a bit, me, Gorei, Changxia, Shen Rong, and Nanfeng will go with Old Ape into the depths of Weishan. The rest of you wait at the Weishan waterfall. Previous page, next page, last page, top. The Heluo Tribe quickly selected 5 people, which made the Old Ape very happy. At the very least, the Heluo Tribe was just as he had imagined. Its members were united and caring, and there was no infighting over the chance to enter the sacred land. At the same time, the Old Ape was glad he had decided in advance to entrust the little one to Changxia's care. As for the Weishan apes, aside from having Changxia take the little one, none of the other Weishan apes followed them deeper into the mountain. Instead, they stayed by the Weishan waterfall. Seeing this, Elder Pukong was very satisfied. This showed that the Old Ape treated them and the Weishan apes equally. Let's go, the Old Ape said, getting up and leading Changxia, the 5 others, and the little one toward the Weishan waterfall. Before long, the group arrived at the foot of the waterfall. The majestic waterfall cascaded down from the heights, crashing into the pool below and sending up a thunderous roar and spray. The Old Ape led them along the cliff face beside the waterfall, passing through several cracks and caves. Old Ape, is the path to the sacred land behind the waterfall? Changxia asked. The Old Ape kept moving closer to the waterfall, which reminded Changxia of a place from a myth in her previous life. The Old Ape was surprised. You're quite something. If he hadn't sensed that Changxia didn't possess any divine aura, he might have suspected she was a deity herself. In fact, it wasn't just the Old Ape who was shocked this time. Elder Pukong and the others were equally amazed. Who would ever guess that the path was behind the waterfall? After all, the Heluo Tribe had searched Weishan for decades and still hadn't found a way into its depths. Yet Changxia, before even entering Weishan, had already guessed that the entrance might be at the waterfall. The more they thought about it, the more they felt there was something special about her. Luckily, Changxia had no idea what they were thinking. If she did, she'd probably say it was just common sense. After all, she'd lived through the information explosion era and had seen countless movies and TV shows. Making this kind of deduction was a piece of cake. Jump in. Soon, the Old Ape stopped at a stone step closest to the waterfall. He spoke just those 3 words. Then, with his massive body, he leapt into the waterfall like a bomb. In an instant, Changxia and the others were stunned. Should we jump? Nanfeng whispered. Shen Rong tucked Yuan He into his arms, wrapped an arm around Changxia's waist, nodded to Elder Pukong, and said, I'll go first. Shen Rong, wait. Galei, you go first, Pukong said cautiously. Galei stepped forward, took Shen Rong's spot, and, following the Old Ape's path, quickly jumped into the waterfall. A moment later, Galei's voice came from the other side, Shen Rong, you all come over. Thank you too. Book friend 20201204056122852, book friend 121115232747609, Li Duo Do, Dudu, Xiao Shui Xingchenyu, Xiao Nu Ren, Xia Bu Diao De Su Zhuang, Jonazj, JRY Yang Yang, Kai Lu as Shi Li, Happy Angel, Floating World, Dancing Matchstick, as always, Guanjia, Foam, KV36, Jonazj, and others for your monthly votes. Thanks to Inshao CI, Sha, Burying Stars, and Sweet Sweet for your generous rewards. Greater than over equal to, less than over equal to. End of this chapter. As Galei finished speaking, Shen Rong, still holding Changxia, passed through the waterfall and landed in the cave on the other side. Wow! Changxia exclaimed, looking around the cave in awe. It was big enough for the Old Ape to walk through, so it went without saying how tall and wide it was. What amazed Changxia most was how clean and tidy it was. Even though it was behind a waterfall, it wasn't damp at all. Inside the cave, faint glimmers of light sparkled here and there. It didn't feel dark or cramped. Shen Rong set Changxia down and shook the water from his body. Soon, Elder Pukong and Nan Feng also came through the waterfall, equally awestruck by the cave. Although they'd never been to the old ape's home before, Changxia was sure this was the cleanest and tidiest of all the caves behind the Weishan waterfall. No wonder it was the only path leading to the sacred land. This cave was expanded over many years by the Weishan apes, the old ape said warmly. Back then, it was just a crack 3 or 4 meters wide. You could say the cave as it is today was entirely the old ape's handiwork, the result of decades of effort. When the old ape first awakened his spirit, he was just a few years old, practically a child. He didn't know much then, and relied on his own hands to widen the crack and shape it into what Changxia saw now. You've worked hard, Changxia said. Ha ha. Hearing Changxia's words, the old ape burst out laughing, pounding his chest with his fists. Years of hard work finally recognized he was truly happy. Suddenly, the old ape's booming laughter echoed through the cave. Changxia's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but glance at Elder Pukong out of the corner of her eye. Did all the big shots in the Twilight Forest laugh like this? That laugh was as loud as thunder. After being around Elder Pukong for a while, Changxia had finally built up some resistance and didn't faint from the noise. Still, her head was spinning and it didn't feel good at all. Are you okay? Shen Rong asked worriedly. He'd been shaking water off himself and hadn't managed to shield Changxia in time. Elder Pukong was considerate enough to restrain himself when laughing, but who would have thought the old ape would suddenly let loose? These guys had such powerful lungs that a simple laugh nearby was scarier than thunder. I need a moment, Changxia said, holding her head in both hands, swaying dizzily like someone who'd had too much to drink. Seeing this, the old ape looked a bit embarrassed and turned away, pretending he hadn't caused the problem. Elder Pukong had sensed trouble the moment the old ape started laughing. Sure enough, little Changxia was down again. Looks like, next time he saw the shaman, he'd have to mention that Changxia's body still needed more nourishment. She couldn't even handle a laugh. That wouldn't do. Old ape, let's go, Pukong said. Shen Rong, carry Changxia. So, the old ape led the way. Shen Rong carried Changxia and followed behind. Nan Feng walked beside him holding Yuan He, and Elder Pukong and Gulei brought up the rear. Let me know if you need more chapters or further polishing. The deeper they went, the cave didn't grow darker. Instead, the rocks lining both sides of the cave emitted a glowing green light, illuminating the entire passage brightly. Nan Feng, holding the little black ape in his arms, moved closer to the cave wall to take a look. Excitedly, he said, "Old ape, are these glowing rocks lightstones?" No, the old ape shook his head. He had tried taking these rocks out of the cave before, but unfortunately, once removed, they would lose their glow, let alone shine. They would even become quite ugly. That's a real shame, Nan Feng said regretfully. Changxia, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. She had seen plenty of glowing rocks like these in her previous life, especially in caves and underground rivers. Still, they weren't true lightstones. Of course, if you cut these rocks into blocks and embed them in a basement, for example, they could still emit some light, just not as bright as real lightstones and much dimmer. In that sense, you could say these are also lightstones after all. They are stones that glow. They kept walking. Changxia felt as if they had been walking for ages. Yet, the old ape showed no sign of stopping. How much farther do we have to go? Changxia couldn't help but ask. Spending so long in a confined space would make anyone feel stifled and uncomfortable. Halfway, the old ape replied. Halfway? Only halfway? Changxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this cave really that long? Given the old ape's pace, they weren't moving slowly at all. Old ape, let's pick up the pace, Pukong said impatiently, unable to hold back. At this rate, who knew when they'd finish? He had no desire to return to the Weishan waterfall, especially since Elder Yami had already arrived. The old ape nodded. All right. With that, he stretched his legs and sped forward. Shen Rong, not to be outdone, carried Changxia and followed closely behind. Nan Feng and the others kept up at the same brisk pace. They walked on. Another half-hour passed. Suddenly, the fluorescent green glow in the cave began to fade. However, the cave itself didn't grow any dimmer. Chang Xia grew excited. They must be nearing their destination. The light. We must be there, Nan Feng murmured. The little black ape in his arms, who had been listless before, suddenly perked up and let out an excited cry, eager to walk on its own. Nan Feng didn't indulge it and held on tightly. We're here, the old ape announced, stopping and growing very serious. Up ahead is the exit and the sacred ground. Hearing this, Chang Xia and the others were a little surprised. They followed the old ape's lead and stepped out of the cave. A dazzling sun greeted them, completely different from the gray, overcast sky above Weishan. Here, the sky was a clear, brilliant blue, not a single cloud in sight. Before them lay a vast open plaza, the ground paved with blue stone. At the center of the plaza stood a stone statue. Even from a distance, they could feel the statue's heavy, ancient aura, as if it had absorbed the passage of countless years. It was strange, so close, yet it felt as if it was separated from them by mountains and rivers. In that instant, Chang Xia and the others understood why the old ape called this place a sacred ground. The true totem of the beast god, carved from Qiming stone. Pukong exclaimed in shock. The beast folk worshipped the beast god, who served as the totem of their race. However, no beast folk tribe dared to carve a full totem of the beast god. They believed it would be disrespectful, so usually, each tribe would carve only a part of the beast god, like a facial feature or a limb, as their tribal totem. The Heluo Tribe, for example, worshipped the beast god's hand, the forelimb. Among the beast folk, the Black Panther tribe was the fastest, and the Heluo tribe believed their speed was a gift from the beast god's hand. This is incredible. This is truly a sacred ground. Elder Pukong was overwhelmed with excitement and saluted the beast god totem with a warrior's gesture. Then he turned and instructed, Chang Xia, all of you come and pay your respects to the beast god totem. Remember to be sincere. With this true totem of the beast god standing here, Elder Pukong no longer doubted a word the old ape had said. The old ape might not understand the significance of the true totem, but Elder Pukong did. No matter who had placed this statue deep within Weishan, it was not something the Heluo tribe could ignore. Now, he wasn't the least bit worried that the changes in Weishan would stir up trouble among the beast folk of the Twilight Forest. As long as this true totem of the beast god stood here, no beast folk would dare challenge the Heluo tribe. Not even the bird or fish tribes would dare disrespect Weishan. End of chapter. Upon hearing this, Chang Xia and the others saluted the true totem of the beast god from afar with a warrior's gesture. Then, led by the old ape and Elder Pukong, they slowly approached the totem at the center of the plaza. The Heluo tribe's totem was carved from thousand-year ironwood. It stood in the center of the tribal plaza, and during festivals, the chief and elders would lead ceremonies to worship it. Chang Xia could feel that their tribal totem wasn't even a fraction as awe-inspiring as the true totem here in the sacred ground. The closer they got, the more extraordinary the totem felt. A beast's body with a human face. The facial features were indistinct, and the beast's body was strange and unfamiliar. Along its spine was a tail covered in fine, dense scales, scales that covered every inch of the totem's body. Standing before it, Chang Xia felt utterly insignificant. A sense of reverence welled up from deep within, leaving no room for stray thoughts. The totem reminded Chang Xia of a dragon. The beast god had a name, Shou. This was the Shou totem. Unlike the totems in the beast folk tribes of the Twilight Forest, this was the true form of the Shou totem. In the forest, each tribe would carve a part of the Shou totem as their own and worship it during festivals. Suddenly, Chang Xia opened her eyes, staring in shock at the towering, majestic beast totem before her. To her surprise, a ball of light emerged from the beast totem. The light ball then shot straight into the center of Chang Xia's forehead, not dissipating immediately. Instead, it left behind a beast god's mark, about the size of a fingernail, on her brow. Among the beast race, the beast god's mark disappears from their bodies once they reach adulthood. For hundreds, even thousands of years, there has never been an exception. let alone having the beast god's mark directly engraved on someone in human form. No beastman would ever dare to do such a rebellious thing. The beast god's mark. This is a blessing from the beast god. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone stared in disbelief at the beast god's mark on Changxia's forehead. Hee. Elder Pukong burst out laughing. If Changxia weren't so frail, he would have slapped her on the shoulder to express his deep joy. Changxia stood quietly, silently sensing the changes in her body. As the ball of light entered her brow, Changxia felt a strange power transforming her body. The weakness she'd always felt vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of strength. Right now, she felt like she could slaughter a cow or butcher a pig with her bare hands. Even her bloodline energy seemed to be subtly enhanced. Elder Pukong, what was that ball of light? Shen Rong asked nervously. Nanfeng and Gulei both watched Changxia anxiously, their eyes fixed on the beast god's mark between her brows, their tension mixed with excitement. Pukong replied, something good. Something that will make little Changxia stronger. Hearing this, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no jealousy or resentment, only happiness and envy. Changxia's frail body had always been a sore spot in the hearts of the tribe. Now, that thorn could finally be removed. How could they not be happy? That's wonderful! Nanfeng exclaimed with delight. Gulei didn't say anything, but the excitement in his eyes was plain to see. Seeing this, Old Ape felt even more at ease about entrusting Yuanhei to Changxia and the Heluo Tribe to raise. Who knows, in a few decades, once Yuanhei grew up, he might be able to take over the gatekeeper's duties. Changxia, how do you feel? Shen Rong asked softly. Great, I feel amazing, Changxia said, clenching her fists. I feel like I could kill a wild boar with one punch. As she spoke, she reached up to touch her forehead, as if she could feel the presence of the beast god's mark. Touching the mark, Changxia looked again at the beast totem. Now, the imposing totem felt strangely familiar and close to her. Changxia reached out and slowly walked toward the beast totem. Standing on tiptoe, she touched the paw of the totem, which was crouched on the ground. It was cold, that was the chill of the Qiming stone. Qiming stone was also known as cold stone. Mount Wei was cold year-round, and it was likely connected to this beast totem. Ordinary people could easily get frostbite from touching Qiming stone. But thanks to the beast god's mark, Changxia only felt a cool sensation when she touched the totem, nothing more. She didn't realize that this scene, witnessed by Old Ape and the others, was utterly shocking to them. In fact, when Changxia started approaching the beast totem, Old Ape had been about to stop her. But although she seemed to move slowly, by the time Old Ape opened his mouth, Changxia had already reached out and touched the totem. Old Ape, what were you about to say? Pukong asked. Old Ape opened his mouth slowly and said, Don't touch it, you'll get hurt. Oh, right. Pukong slapped his forehead in frustration. Little Changxia, is your hand okay? Qiming stone, also called cold stone, shouldn't be touched casually. Its chill can easily cause frostbite. Even standing 20 meters away, they could feel the biting cold. After observing, Elder Pukong realized that the flagstones paving the square were also special, seemingly able to absorb the chill from the Qingming stone. That was why the sacred ground maintained a constant temperature, not too hot, not too cold. But outside, on Mount Wei, without the stone's suppression, the year-round cold was indeed due to the beast totem. After all, just a fingernail-sized piece of Qiming stone could freeze a beast in. This totem, several dozen meters tall and lying deep within Mount Wei, could easily affect the climate of the entire mountain range. Clearly, there must be a water vein running beneath the square. The cold pool at the base of Mount Wei's waterfall was probably also connected to the beast totem. The mists and fog around the mountain's perimeter were likely caused by the same thing. It's a bit cool, but not too cold, Changxia said in surprise, withdrawing her hand. She saw no signs of frostbite on her fingers, though she did notice the sacred ground was a little chilly. But then, Mount Wei was always cold. Changxia really didn't notice anything unusual about the sacred ground. Let me try, Nanfeng said excitedly, looking eager to give it a go. She lifted her leg, ready to walk over to Changxia. Shen Rong gave Nanfeng a sidelong glance and said, "If you want to die, go right ahead." Qiming Stone was no stranger to Shen Rong. When Old Ape tried to stop Changxia, Shen Rong had also reached out to grab her. But as soon as his hand got close, the bone-chilling cold forced him to pull back. After speaking, Shen Rong showed everyone his right hand, which he'd just stretched toward Changxia. "Shen Rong, your hand?" Nanfeng gasped, seeing his hand had turned ghostly white from the cold. She wasn't stupid, she could guess the reason. Elder Pukong and Old Ape were secretly relieved they hadn't reached out earlier. "It's fine, I pulled back quickly," Shen Rong replied. Seeing this, Changxia hurried back, grabbed Shen Rong's right hand, and activated her bloodline ability to help restore his meridians. Before their eyes, Shen Rong's pale hand quickly regained its color. "Changxia, your bloodline ability has gotten stronger?" Pukong asked excitedly. Many in the tribe knew about Changxia's awakened bloodline ability. After all, her frail body had worried the tribe for years. As she grew older, her health improved, and anyone with sense could guess the reason. End of this chapter. "I've gotten a bit stronger," Changxia nodded, explaining, "Now it seems like I can sense whether a plant is good or bad, and my ability to control plants has also improved a lot. Before, she could only make blades of grass wave their leaves. Now, Changxia could make vines lash out at people. Unfortunately, her strength still couldn't keep up, so she couldn't control them for long, but she had definitely become much more powerful." "What do you mean by sensing whether a plant is good or bad?" Pukong asked seriously. "It's kind of like being able to tell if a plant is poisonous or not," Changxia replied uncertainly. After confirming that Shen Rong's right hand had returned to normal, she breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, "Don't do that again next time." "I'm fine," Shen Rong smiled, but didn't promise anything. Changxia pouted and glared at Shen Rong, but didn't say anything more. "Changxia, this ability is perfect for exploring the forest," Nanfeng said with a laugh, praising her. There were so many kinds of plants and animals in the forest that even the most experienced beast folk couldn't possibly recognize them all. Even the shamans couldn't do it. In the shaman hall, the shamans recorded all the plants and animals they discovered on white paper, but even so, many beast folk still died unexpectedly every year. Changxia said happily, "Exactly. Now I can find even more delicious things to eat." Having been given a second chance at life, Changxia didn't ask for much. She just hoped to live this life smoothly and peacefully, and, within her abilities, make her tribe stronger and her people happier. Silently. Halala. Not far away, Elder Pukong and the Old Ape listened to Changxia's determined words. They threw their heads back and laughed, their laughter echoing across the entire square and startling countless birds into flight. With such a pure and sincere heart, it was no wonder she had received the beast god's blessing. "Changxia, the light tree is on the east side of the square. The sacred land is a treasure trove, and there are good things in the other 3 directions as well. I'm responsible for guarding them, but I don't interfere too much with what happens here in the sacred land. I think you might be interested in exploring these places." The Old Ape finished laughing and gazed slowly into the distance of the sacred land. He told Changxia where the light tree was, but left the rest for her to discover on her own. Only Changxia was given this privilege, anyone else, and the Old Ape would never allow them to set foot in the sacred land. Having lived for 100 years, the Old Ape was wise and shrewd. Elder Pukong's attitude toward the beast totem made the Old Ape realize that the crisis facing Mount Wei had been resolved. From now on, the Wei Mountain apes would become new friends to the other beast tribes of the Misty Forest. Even if their status couldn't match that of the shamans of the Kana Sacred Mountain, no other beast folk would dare to harm them again. They were now the guardians of the sacred land, the lucky ones blessed by the beast god. Unless someone had a death wish, no one would dare disrespect the Wei Mountain apes anymore. Thinking of this, the Old Ape was overjoyed. The heavy burden in his heart was lifted, his nerves finally relaxed, and even his personality changed a little. "Old Ape, is it really okay?" Changxia was surprised, then looked at the Old Ape with delight. He valued the sacred land so much that even the Wei Mountain apes didn't dare enter it lightly. And now he was telling Changxia she could explore it. How could she not be overjoyed? It's fine, the old ape said. I know you won't harm the sacred land. This deep trust moved Changxia greatly. She clenched her fists and said seriously, old ape, don't worry. I just want to see the light tree and the places where the flat apples and other fruit trees grow. Who knows, I might find even more wild fruits. The source of the low temperatures on Mount Wei was related to the beast totem. This solved the big mystery in Changxia's heart. Next, the light tree was her top priority. But aside from the light tree, she was also very curious about the fruit trees. The light tree could solve the tribe's problem of lighting at night. It would help lay the foundation for the Heluo Tribe's infrastructure. The fruit trees would solve the problem of fruit, which was just as important. After all, fruit was rich in vitamins, and eating more was good for your health. The sacred land was vast, and besides the light tree and fruit trees, Changxia also wanted to see if she could find any other treasures. The old ape valued the sacred land highly. Normally, except for picking some wild fruit, he didn't explore it much. Even after guarding it for decades, he hadn't explored every corner. Like most beast folk, the old ape was easygoing. As long as there was food and drink, he had no other desires. Elder Pukong, do you want to come with me? Changxia invited. Elder Pukong waved his hand and refused, complaining to Changxia, sigh. When someone needs something, I'm Grandpa Pukong. When they don't, I'm just Elder Pukong. It really breaks my heart. Changxia froze, then gave an awkward laugh. She quickly apologized to Elder Pukong, promising not to get it wrong next time. Only then did Elder Pukong let her go. Galay went with her, not only for protection, but also to help carry things if needed. Why aren't you going with them? The old ape asked lazily. Elder Pukong imitated the old ape, sitting down on the ground and replying, It doesn't matter if I go or not. I'm too lazy to run around. I'd rather sit here in the square with you and bask in the sun for a while. The light tree, a towering ancient tree over 100 meters tall, stood right next to the beast totem. Even though Elder Pukong had never seen the light tree before, he recognized it at a glance. Unlike other trees, the light tree was entirely black-purple, even its leaves, looking very much like the color of Qiming stone. The mist and miasma of Mount Wei were probably caused by the light tree. But Elder Pukong didn't pay much attention to that. Since the old ape brought them to the sacred land, it was definitely safe. The mist and miasma of Mount Wei might have other causes. The light tree itself was definitely not poisonous. If it were, they would have noticed by now. Do you want the light tree? The old ape asked. Elder Pukong shrugged and said, Changxia is very interested in the light tree. She's always talking about building a better Heluo tribe. We used to live in beast dens, which could collapse during the cold season. When the wind and snow were too strong, even with bonfires burning, the dens were still freezing. Now she's taught the tribe to build cave dwellings, so the Black Panther tribe no longer has to fear the cold season. During the rainy season, the tribe no longer had to worry about heavy rain outside the beast dens and light rain inside. Changxia wanted the light trees simply because she felt the tribe was too dark at night. For thousands of years, the nights in the twilight forest had always been pitch black. Even with torches, the darkness could never be truly dispelled. Now, the appearance of the light trees might just change habits that had lasted for millennia. Even Elder Pukong couldn't predict whether this would be a good thing or not. But this was what Changxia wanted. Neither Elder Pukong nor the Heluo tribe wanted to stop her. They, too, were curious to see if the tranquil twilight forest would change because of Changxia. The Heluo tribe looked forward to it, and so did the witches of the sacred mountain of Kana. Together, they waited for the transformation of the twilight forest. She's very special, said the old ape. Elder Pukong laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the old ape's praise. In the distance, Changxia, holding Yuanhei, was the first to head east toward the light trees. Strangely, a path of bluestone slabs wound its way east from the plaza. End of this chapter. Those are the light trees. Changxia blinked, gazing curiously at the woods ahead. Ancient trees with dark purple-black bark and leaves grew in tangled profusion. In Changxia's mind, she'd imagined light trees would be white or pale in color. But upon entering the sacred land, what she saw was quite the opposite. The bark was purple-black, and even the leaves were the same color, utterly bizarre. Changxia, look at the color of this little grass. I've never seen grass that's purple-black before. Isn't grass supposed to be green? Nanfeng squatted down, pointing at a blade of grass growing at the base of a light tree. Aside from the color, this weed looked no different from any other they knew. Maybe it's not ordinary grass, but light grass, Shen Rong said in a low voice. Galay nodded in agreement. Shen Rong makes sense. The light tree grove was truly unique. Once he recognized a light tree, it was easy to distinguish them from other plants. After all, only the light trees were purple-black. Every other plant in the sacred land was a normal color, only the light trees were different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the light trees stood out like cranes among chickens. In the forest, you could spot them at a glance. Shen Rong, dig up 2 clumps of light grass, Changxia said. The light trees couldn't be moved for now, but they could try digging up some light grass. There was plenty of it here, so taking a couple wouldn't hurt. Besides, Changxia wanted to know if light grass could glow like the light trees. And could it be taken out of the sacred land? If so, would it still glow outside? Curious and excited, Changxia decisively asked Shen Rong to help dig up the grass. Following the bluestone path, Changxia walked for quite a while. She noticed the light tree grove was vast, with trees of all sizes, much like the red maples on Red Leaf Ridge. Once she'd confirmed the situation with the light grass, Changxia planned to try digging up a light tree sapling. Changxia, aren't we going any further? Nanfeng asked. Changxia had suddenly stopped. No need to go on. The light trees are so dominant here, aside from light grass, there isn't even a single fallen leaf in this grove. If we keep going, I doubt we'll see anything different. With that, she turned to head back. Just then, Shen Rong finished digging up 2 clumps of light grass. The light grass had strong roots. Shen Rong wrapped the roots in a ball of mud. He wanted to use leaves to wrap the mud, but found there wasn't a single leaf on the ground. So he had to cross the bluestone path to the neighboring, normal woods to gather leaves to wrap the mud balls around the light grass roots. All done? Changxia asked. Shen Rong held up the 2 clumps. All done. This light grass is really something. Both the roots and leaves are incredibly tough. I've never seen a tree that doesn't shed its leaves. The light trees really are special. And if light grass can grow here, it's probably not ordinary grass either, Changxia joked, pointing to the mountain forest on the other side of the bluestone path. We've seen the light trees, let's go check out the woods over there and see if we can find any tasty wild fruit. The apples picked by the Weishan apes were crisp and sweet, delicious. The old ape had said there were many fruit trees in the sacred land, and Changxia couldn't wait to see for herself. This is the season for fruit, no wonder this place is called sacred. Galay stopped and pointed ahead. The cold season had just ended, and as warmth returned to the twilight forest, the trees were budding and putting out new branches and leaves. Peach fruit. It's peach fruit. Nanfeng exclaimed excitedly. Her favorite wild fruit was peach fruit, so of course she was thrilled to see it. She immediately dashed toward the peach fruit grove. The layout of the sacred land was interesting. The light trees formed their own area, and so did the fruit trees. The light trees and fruit trees were right next to each other. Standing among the peach trees, Changxia looked out in the other 2 directions. One led toward the East Sea, the other toward sheer cliffs. Neither was a good place to go. The light trees faced the Heluo Tribe, while the fruit trees faced the Wei River in the Wangwei Mountains. The Heluo Tribe had been able to sense the changes in Weishan thanks to the light from the light trees. Otherwise, they might not have noticed if wanderers had approached the tribe. Shen Rong, hurry and gather some vines to weave baskets. I want to pick lots of peach fruit to take back to the tribe and enjoy slowly. Being able to eat peach fruit at this time of year is just wonderful. Nanfeng was so excited that she picked a fruit, wiped it on her clothes, and bit right in. It was obvious she really loved peach fruit. Changxia washed her peach fruit with water from her beast pouch before eating it slowly, thinking about visiting the other 2 areas later. But it would be too slow to go from the light trees. After all, those 2 directions were quite far from here. To get there, it was fastest to return to the plaza and set out from there, the shortest route. Whoever designed the sacred land was truly a genius. Such a vast sanctuary, yet after this strange layout, it had become truly incredible. The sanctuary was like a solitary mountain, isolated in a certain area. Aside from the passage through the cave, there was no other way in or out. If they didn't take the cave route, it was basically impossible to enter the sanctuary. At the same time, only the cave passage allowed one to quickly traverse the entire sanctuary. Woo-woo. Yuan He hopped about. The Weishan apes loved eating flat apples, but weren't so fond of peach fruit. Yuan He tugged at Chang Xia's sleeve, gesturing animatedly. Chang Xia tilted her head, looking at Yuan He. She stared at the peach fruit in its hand, uneaten, and asked, "You don't like peach fruit?" Woo-woo ah. Yuan He pointed deeper into the peach fruit grove, miming an eating motion. "What's in there?" Chang Xia slid down from the peach fruit tree and called out, "Nan Feng, should we go take a look inside?" "Oh? There's something good deeper in." Nan Feng paused her picking, delighted. Weishan apes don't just pick flat apples and peach fruit. "Let's go further in and see if we can find any other wild fruits," Chang Xia explained, scooping up Yuan He and heading into the depths of the peach fruit grove. "Chang Xia, wait up," Shen Rong called. Galei chimed in, "Let's all go together. After all, this is the sanctuary, who knows if there might be dangerous wild beasts." Hearing this, Chang Xia stopped in her tracks. This wasn't the Heluo Tribe. No matter if it was the sanctuary, they still had to be careful. While they waited, Nan Feng picked 2 baskets full of peach fruit before stopping. Guided by Yuan He, the 4 of them headed deeper into the grove. After about 15 minutes, Yuan He, cradled in Chang Xia's arms, suddenly started calling out excitedly. It wriggled free and darted into the forest ahead. "Flat apples," Chang Xia sighed, realizing Yuan He wanted to come here for the flat apples. This fruit grove was quite remarkable. Different fruit trees grew in separate areas, and if the fruit wasn't picked, it wouldn't fall or rot. It was the same with the white fruit. Come to think of it, the wild fruits in the Twilight Forest all seemed to be like this. Except outside, if the wild fruit wasn't picked, it wouldn't fall, but it would eventually rot. "Shen Rong, come help weave more vine baskets," Galei said with a smile. He and Tian Luo both loved flat apples, and the sanctuary's flat apples were the best wild fruit he'd ever tasted. How could they pass them up? End of this chapter. Next, the 4 of them and 1 little ape lingered in the fruit grove, reluctant to leave. Forget about going back to the plaza to check the other 2 directions. They were even discussing spending the night in the grove. Why? The wild fruits here were just too abundant. Every fruit they'd ever tasted outside could be found here, and they were sweeter and more delicious than those in the Twilight Forest. It was simply a wild fruit paradise. "It's time to head back to Weishan Waterfall," the old ape said. Back at the plaza, the 2 old apes had slept soundly. When they woke and saw the sun already heading west, with no sign of Chang Xia and the others, the old ape reminded Elder Pukong. This was the dwelling place of the gods. They couldn't spend the night in the sanctuary. They had to leave before sunset. Elder Pukong stood up and let out a loud roar, calling his group of playful youngsters back to the plaza. Roar. Elder Pukong's voice was thunderous. Immersed in the world of wild fruit picking, Chang Xia and the others were jolted awake. They looked around at the mountain of baskets piled high with fruit, exchanging glances in disbelief. Did we really pick this much fruit? A rough count of the vine baskets. There had to be dozens of them. They'd been picking and eating as they went, so how did they end up with so much? "How are we going to get all this back to Weishan Waterfall?" Chang Xia said, a bit embarrassed. If the fruit wasn't picked, it wouldn't rot. But once picked, it had to be eaten. Wasting it was not an option. "Call for help." Nan Feng pointed toward the plaza. "Let Elder Pukong and the old ape help. There's no way we can carry all this ourselves." "You all wait here, I'll run back to the plaza," Galei said. He grabbed 2 baskets of flat apples and hurried off. Yuan He loved flat apples, so the old ape would probably like them too. Yesterday, most of the wild fruit the Weishan apes brought out were flat apples. "Nan Feng, stop picking," Chang Xia called. They'd already picked enough fruit, any more, and she was afraid the old ape would scold them. Have it, Nanfeng laughed, stopping her picking. Before long, the old ape's massive figure appeared in the distance. This much, the old ape said in surprise. Sorry, old ape. We got a bit carried away picking fruit and ended up with a lot. Don't worry, we won't waste any, we'll eat it all, Chang Xia explained. They'd originally planned to explore the other 2 areas, but the further they walked, the more fruit varieties they found. Before they knew it, they'd picked dozens of baskets. Luckily, the grove was big enough, otherwise, they might have stripped it bare. Don't waste it, the rest is up to you, the old ape said. He reached out, and Shen Rong and Nanfeng started loading up fruit. The old ape's hands were so big, he could carry 10 baskets in each. He alone took 20 baskets. The rest were split between Gelei and Nanfeng, who each carried 6 baskets in beast form, and Elder Pukong and Shen Rong divided the remainder. In the end, Chang Xia carried Yuanhei and 2 stalks of glow grass. It's getting colder, Chang Xia remarked. The old ape said, it's getting dark. It's not suitable to linger in the sanctuary. At night, the sanctuary was much colder than outside. That was why the old ape never stayed overnight. It might look the same, but at night, the sanctuary was truly cold. Even now, before sunset, the temperature was already dropping. A faint mist began to spread out from the center of the plaza. However, the Holy Land's mist was quickly dispersed by the light tree, so it overflowed from the sanctuary and drifted in all directions across Wei Shan. This is a bit spooky, Pukong remarked. With that, the group returned to the plaza. But they didn't linger there, quickly heading toward the cave. After a short while, Changxia could feel the temperature in the sanctuary dropping rapidly. Yuanhei squeezed into Changxia's arms, shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Changxia hurried her pace toward the cave. As soon as they stepped inside, the temperature rose a little. The farther they got from the sanctuary, the warmer it became. She hadn't noticed this when they first entered the sanctuary. Who would have thought that upon leaving, the sanctuary would give them such a gift? Yikes! I almost froze stiff, Nanfeng exclaimed, stretching her beast body to get her frozen limbs moving again. The old ape said, we stayed a bit too long this time. Good thing we left in time. No wonder you didn't suggest coming to the sanctuary last night, Pukong said with a sigh. If we'd wandered in at night, we might have turned into ice blocks. With it this cold, it's hard to imagine anything surviving in Wei Shan. Coming here at night would be dangerous, the old ape said. After a pause, he added, there's hot water on the west side of the plaza, just like the cold pool under the Wei Shan waterfall. There are some pools, and the water's hot. Hot springs, Changxia said in surprise. Hot springs, in a place as freezing as the sanctuary? My goodness, that's just incredible. They're nice and warm, feels great to soak in them, the old ape nodded. He didn't know much about hot springs, but there were a few shallow pools on the west side with warm water. Every time he lay in one, he could only soak his feet, which was a bit of a shame. I'll have to check them out next time, Changxia said happily. Soaking in a hot spring would be even better during the cold season. Changxia, look, they're glowing, Shen Rong suddenly said. Glowing? What's glowing? Changxia asked, then quickly looked down at the 2 light grasses in her vine basket. Sure enough, they were glowing. The once dark purple leaves now shone brightly in the dim cave, their light mingling with the fluorescent green rocks. It looked as if the leaves were strung with colored lights. Even the roots, wrapped in clumps of soil, glowed faintly. Wow! The grass from under the light tree can glow too, the old ape exclaimed in surprise. If he'd known, he would have dug up a few to plant in his own cave, and maybe near the Wei Shan waterfall too, to make things brighter. I call it light grass, Changxia said with a smile. There's nothing but light grass under the light tree, no fallen leaves at all. I was curious and asked Shen Rong to help me dig up a couple to try. I didn't expect them to actually glow. Amazing, Nanfeng said. Oh. Yuanhei lowered his head and reached out a little paw, wanting to touch the light grass. Clearly, he was fascinated by this glowing plant. Unfortunately, Changxia moved the vine basket out of reach. She didn't want Yuan Hei's clumsy curiosity to accidentally tear the light grass apart. She wasn't worried about other tribes, but Yuan Hei was a Weishan ape. Small as he looked, he was surprisingly strong. He could move wild fruits weighing over 100 pounds, something Changxia herself might not have managed before. Let's pick up the pace. We need to get out of the cave before dark. The sanctuary's cold will seep in through the cave, and only by leaving it can we escape, the old ape said, breaking into a sprint toward the Weishan waterfall. Old ape, let Changxia ride on your shoulders, Shen Rong suggested. Hearing this, the old ape reached out his hand for Changxia to climb up onto his shoulder. Then he dashed toward the waterfall, with Shen Rong and the others close behind, as if something was chasing them. An invisible chill burst out from the sanctuary, rapidly spreading in all directions. Some of it seeped into the cave, raging outward. Thanks to Chin, Dudu, Angelia, asterisk, 102105271445194996, Wo, 260, XX Aaron, 20180323122345000, and everyone else for your monthly votes. Special thanks to and XX Aaron for your generous tips. There will be extra updates tonight. Whoosh! Changxia gripped the fur on the old ape's shoulder. She turned to look back at the wave of cold air rolling out of the cave. Her hair stood on end. The chill was so intense, it could easily freeze someone solid. The beast totems carved from Qiming stone were truly terrifying. Even the blue stone paving the plaza was probably extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh. The old ape led the way, leaping out of the cave first. Shen Rong and the others followed close behind. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded in their ears. The cold air collided with the waterfall and quickly melted away, plunging into the cold pool below. That was intense. Changxia slumped on the old ape's shoulder, panting heavily. She'd nearly had a heart attack. Old ape, why didn't you warn us to leave the sanctuary sooner? That was way too dangerous. I almost died of fright. Ha ha ha, the old ape laughed heartily. Could he admit that he'd been so comfortable napping in the plaza that he lost track of time? Ahem. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. Too embarrassing for an ape. Elder Pukong laughed heartily too, showing no fear after their brush with death. Beast folk loved a good fight, especially one that danced on the edge of life and death. That escape had been thrilling for him. If it weren't so dangerous to go back right now, Elder Pukong would have loved to try it again. Elder Pukong, Changxia, you're finally back. End of chapter. Just as they stepped out from the cracks and caves of the cliff, Fenghua and the others hurried over to greet them. At this moment, in the clearing before the Weishan waterfall, Fenghua and his group had already prepared the barbecue, just waiting for Changxia and the others to return. Don't just stand there, come help out. Nanfeng called. The old ape squatted down, placing both hands flat on the ground. Fenghua, Shen and the others quickly stepped forward to carry the vine baskets. At the same time, they untied Goriai, Shen Rong and the others. When they saw the baskets full of wild fruits, Fenghua and his group widened their eyes in surprise. Dazed, they didn't ask much and quickly helped move things. Changxia set down Yuan Hei and picked up a vine basket. Xiaxin slid carefully down from the old ape's arm and took out the glowing grass from the basket. The glowing grass emitted tiny white lights that sprinkled down. The darker the place, the more noticeable the glow. It looked a bit like a 5-watt light bulb, not bad at all. After all, a single glowing grass was so small, yet it could give off so much light. It was already impressive. The light was a bit dimmer than a light stone, but Changxia found it perfectly acceptable. Light. Just then, Fenghua had finished moving the wild fruits. He turned and saw the glowing grass in Changxia's hand and was instantly shocked. Hearing Fenghua mention light, Shen Yan, Mutua, and the other tribe members all looked over. When their eyes landed on the glowing grass in Changxia's hand, they immediately became excited. Changxia, what is that? Shen Yan asked. Changxia handed the glowing grass to Shen Yan, letting the tribe members pass it around to take a look, and replied, glowing grass. I had Shen Rong dig it up from the glowing tree forest. Glowing trees? There really are glowing trees deep in Weishan. Are glowing trees the same as light stones? If there are glowing trees and glowing grass deep in Weishan, does that mean our tribe could be as bright as day at night in the future? In an instant, the tribe members were beside themselves with excitement. On the other hand, the Weishan apes looked completely baffled. What's so exciting about a glowing plant? The Weishan apes didn't get it, nor did they care. There are many glowing trees growing in the sacred land. Glowing trees are different from light stones. We're not sure if the trees will still emit light after being cut down. Plus, the trees are really tall. It's not easy to dig them up, Changxia explained. I dug up the glowing grass to see if it would still glow outside and if it could be cultivated here. At this, Shen Yan and the others fell silent. This wasn't something they were good at. So, they all quietly stepped away from Changxia. Changxia looked speechlessly at the dispersing Shen Yan and the others. Couldn't these guys put in a little effort and use their brains for once? Every time something required thinking, they just washed their hands of it enough already. Nanfeng shrugged and added, Changxia, did you really think they'd be interested in planting glowing grass? At most, they're just curious about the glowing plant, and, maybe a little curious about the sacred land. She'd grown up with Shen Yan and the others. She knew exactly what these guys were thinking. She couldn't be bothered to find a mate in the tribe, precisely because she knew these idiots too well. They all looked big and strong, but none of them acted like real people. When trouble came, they inherited Elder Pukong's approach. Charge ahead. Thinking? What's that? TCH. Changxia pouted and muttered, how come Aji hasn't come over at a time like this? Bai Qing's situation is just like yours. Do you think the tribe would let him go into the forest? Nanfeng said, exasperated. If it weren't for the tribe expanding, he wouldn't even be allowed to go to White Lake. Every day, except for wandering around the beast den and the tribe watches him even more closely than the beast cubs. Bai Qing was once the most outstanding totem warrior of the Heluo Tribe. 5 years ago, during a hunting trip, he was accidentally bitten by a strange insect. After returning to the tribe, Bai Qing started coughing up blood. It was a lot like when Shen Rong was detoxifying. Coughing up blood was terrifying. The shaman examined Bai Qing but couldn't find the strange insect, so she had no way to cure him. All she could do was prescribe some herbs to help him recuperate quietly in the tribe. Bai Qing and Fingya used to be the most outstanding males and females in the Heluo tribe. But all that was ruined 5 years ago. The tribe still hasn't found the strange insect that bit Aji? Changxia asked softly, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Bai Qing, in terms of looks, was the most outstanding in the Heluo tribe. But his appeal wasn't about being handsome, it was about his spirit and presence. Unlike Shen Rong, Bai Qing had thick brows, big eyes, a high nose, and a broad mouth, a square, heroic face that exuded authority and inspired trust at a glance. To Changxia, Bai Qing was like Xiaofeng from demigods and semi-devils, righteous and awe-inspiring. As a child, Changxia loved following Bai Qing around. She never called Fingya or Nanfeng big sister, but she loved calling Bai Qing Aji big brother. So when Changxia said Aji, Nanfeng naturally knew who she meant. For 5 years, the tribe has searched every corner of Misty Ridge, but they've never found the strange insect that bit Bai Qing, Nanfeng said angrily. Changxia set down her basket and said firmly, once things are settled in Weishan, I'm going to Misty Ridge. Are you looking to die? Nanfeng snapped. Isn't Bai Qing's accident enough? Now you want to go to Misty Ridge too? Aren't you afraid my father will spank you? Misty Ridge was a famous dangerous place for the Heluo tribe. 5 years ago, Bai Qing went to Misty Ridge to rescue a tribe member who'd wandered in by mistake. Who would have thought he'd be bitten by a strange insect? For 5 years, the tribe elders never gave up searching Misty Ridge for that insect, but found nothing. This made the Heluo tribe wonder if the insect had died or left Misty Ridge. The twilight forest was so vast, and a single insect so small, it was nearly impossible to find. Aji can't last another 5 years. Changxia's face darkened, and she gave a bitter smile. If Bai Qing weren't so strong, he wouldn't have survived this long. If they couldn't find the strange insect, Bai Qing would die. End of this chapter. If you want to go to Misty Ridge, I'll go with you, Nanfeng said in a low voice. Bai Qing's story is a deep scar in the heart of the Heluo tribe. 5 years have passed, but instead of healing, the wound has only festered, the pain seeping into the very bones of the clan's people. Those few tribe members who once wandered into Misty Ridge have been returning there again and again over the years, hoping to find the strange insect that bit Bai Qing back then. Unfortunately, every attempt has ended in failure. Misty Ridge, Bai Qing. Shen Rong repeated, puzzled and surprised. He'd been in the Heluo Tribe for several months, but it seemed he'd never met this Bai Qing. Nor had Chang Xia ever mentioned him before. But now, at the mention of the name, Chang Xia's expression turned especially grim. He even heard Chang Xia call him, AG, Big Brother. That shocked Shen Rong even more. Chang Xia didn't even call Maple Leaf or Nan Feng Big Sister, who could make her willingly call them Big Brother. Instantly, Shen Rong's curiosity about Bai Qing was piqued. Bai Qing is the most outstanding totem warrior of the younger generation in the Heluo Tribe. 5 years ago, he was bitten by a strange insect in Misty Ridge, and he's been recuperating in the tribe ever since, rarely leaving his den. Actually, since I returned from the Normandy market, I haven't seen him at all, Chang Xia said, her voice full of grievance. She suspected Bai Qing's condition was getting worse. Even during the hot pot feast, Bai Qing hadn't shown up. Several times, Chang Xia wanted to ask the chief or Mu Qin about Bai Qing's situation, but every time the words were on her lips, she swallowed them back. When she cooked for Mu Qin and the other tribe members, she always made extra on purpose. In truth, she just wanted the others to bring some food to Bai Qing and Elder Chuejiao. The shaman couldn't heal him? Shen Rong asked in surprise. Nan Feng shook her head and explained, the insect was too strange. The shaman couldn't cure Bai Qing unless we found the exact insect that bit him. Over the years, the tribe has never stopped searching Misty Ridge, but we just can't find it. It really was a bizarre situation. Did you invite shamans from the bird and fish tribes to take a look at Bai Qing? We did. Both said they couldn't find the cause of his illness. In terms of power, Siyu is stronger than the other 2 tribes' shamans. The Heluo tribe had invited both to examine Bai Qing, but the results were the same. AG isn't just strong, he knows so much. He's nothing like Manhwa and the others. If AG were here, he'd definitely be thinking about how to bring the light grass and light trees back to the tribe, Chang Xia muttered, pouting in frustration. Chang Xia really likes Bai Qing. Every time he went out hunting or foraging, he'd bring her gifts. More than half the things she's hoarded in her den were found by Bai Qing, Nan Feng said, glancing at Shen Rong. When it came to spoiling Chang Xia, Bai Qing was definitely at the top of the tribe. So when Chang Xia said she wanted to go to Misty Ridge, Nan Feng didn't try to talk her out of it. She knew that once Chang Xia said it out loud, she was determined to go. Trying to stop her would only be futile. Besides, Bai Qing's condition truly was dire. The shaman had already warned the tribe, if they couldn't find that insect within 6 months, Bai Qing would die. These past few months, the tribe had been busy building kills and rarely went out hunting or foraging. After all, they had enough food, so there was no need to risk going outside. But Nan Feng knew. The tribe had still been sending out hunting parties. It was obvious. Those hunting trips must have been to Misty Ridge. Don't ask how Nan Feng knew, since when did hunters ever come back empty-handed? The Heluo tribe wasn't some weak little clan. When had a totem warrior ever gone hunting and failed to even catch a rabbit? Let's go back to the tribe. Chang Xia, take me to see Bai Qing, Shen Rong said. He'd lived in the Western Lands Tianyuan tribe for over 10 years and had traveled widely. Maybe he could help. Hearing this, Chang Xia nodded eagerly. Okay. I've wanted to visit AG so many times, but I was afraid he wouldn't want to see me. In the distance, Elder Pukong and the others heard Chang Xia and Nan Feng mention Bai Qing, and their moods instantly grew heavy. Oh. Little Black, Yuan He, slid down from the old ape and made a beeline for the table. His cries snapped everyone out of their daze. Little Black, stop. Chang Xia looked up just in time to see Yuan He jump onto the long table, reaching for the roast meat. She quickly called out, loudly stopping him. Yuan He had been rolling around the sacred grounds and was filthy. He hadn't washed his hands or face and was about to eat at the table. Absolutely not. The old ape had entrusted Yuan He to her care, so of course Chang Xia wanted to teach him good habits. Hearing her scold, Yuan He blinked and looked at Chang Xia in confusion. Chang Xia stepped forward and scooped him up. Little Black, you have to wash your hands before eating. You were rolling in the orchard and picking fruit just now, your hands are dirty. You need to wash them before you can eat, understand? Meanwhile, Elder Pukong and the others stopped heading toward the table. They gave awkward laughs and headed toward the pond instead. Well, looks like they'd been given a lesson by Chang Xia, using Yuan He as an example. After washing their hands, everyone sat down to eat. Feng Hua and the others hadn't made anything too complicated: roast meat, bone broth, and fruit flour cakes. Not much variety, but plenty of food. They hadn't felt tired leaving the sacred grounds, but now, sitting down, Chang Xia felt her limbs go limp with exhaustion. She'd planned to heat some water and take a bath, but now all she wanted was to lie down and sleep. Chang Xia, Chang Xia. Shen Rong called softly. Chang Xia was eating and dozing off at the same time. More than once, she nearly shoved a piece of roast meat up her nose. Shen Rong, what is it? Chang Xia mumbled, her eyes half open. Shen Rong gently took the chopsticks from her hand and said softly, Chang Xia, you must be tired. Why not sleep a bit first and eat when you wake up? Chang Xia replied, and her head immediately drooped toward her bowl. Shen Rong reacted quickly, pulling out a chair and catching her in his arms. Nan Feng and the others were startled. It's okay, she's just sleepy. I'll hold her while she naps, she'll be fine when she wakes up, Shen Rong said. After everything that happened at the sacred grounds today, it's probably just catching up with her now. At that, Elder Pukong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Website promotional content and navigation omitted. Actually, as soon as Chang Xia returned, Feng Hua and the others noticed a new beast god mark on her forehead. They wanted to ask about it, but before they could, Chang Xia suddenly started talking about Bai Qing. So, everyone tactfully avoided bringing up the beast god mark. Now, seeing Chang Xia doze off while eating, everyone immediately grew anxious. Elder Pukong, what's with the beast god mark on Chang Xia's forehead? Shen Yan asked. Even though Shen Rong had said Chang Xia was fine, they were still worried. Nan Feng, you explain it to them, Pukong said. He was busy eating roasted meat and didn't have the time to talk, so he decisively pushed the task onto Nan Feng, asking her to explain what had happened today at the sacred land. There's a beast totem in the sacred land. The beast god mark on Chang Xia's forehead is a blessing from the beast god. It's transformed her body and also strengthened her bloodline abilities. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, Nan Feng said, getting straight to the point since she wasn't sure how else to explain it. Beast totem. Nan Feng, is it what we think it is? Yep. Exactly what you're thinking. From now on, no beast tribe will dare set their sights on Wei Mountain. The sacred land is full of glowing trees and fruit trees, plus there are hot springs and other things. Nan Feng spoke as she ate, and Feng Hua and the others grew more and more curious about the sacred land. Shen Rong carried Chang Xia away from the long table, not wanting to leave her lying on the ground by herself. He simply sat beside the stove, holding her in his arms. End of this chapter. That night, on the clearing beside the pool at Wei Mountain Waterfall, two glowing grasses emitted faint white light, echoing the distant campfire. Shen Rong wrapped his wolf tail around Chang Xia. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At the same time, Elder Pukong quietly stood up. From the largest crack in the cliff wall by the waterfall, a massive black shadow slowly emerged. Who's there? The old ape called out. Elder Pukong remained calm and said, Don't worry, it's probably someone from our tribe. Wei Mountain Waterfall had a special barrier. Even Elder Pukong couldn't sense what was happening outside the barrier. But with the prestige of the Wei Mountain apes, anyone daring to approach the waterfall had to be an acquaintance. Elder Pukong guessed it might be Elder Yami as the footsteps grew closer. There weren't many people, probably just 3 or 5. Even through the barrier, Pukong couldn't sense things clearly. Gradually, the sleeping beast folk began to wake up. Seeing the old ape and Elder Pukong quietly standing to the side, everyone else remained silent, not breaking the midnight stillness, and waited. "Galay, go greet them," Pukong suddenly said, sending Galay to meet the newcomers. It was also a way to test if they were really from their own tribe. The old ape agreed with Pukong's decision. At this point, aside from Chang Xia and Yuan He, who were still sound asleep, everyone else at Wei Mountain Waterfall was awake, but all kept quiet. Galay slipped into the darkness, leaving the waterfall behind. Tick-tick. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Galay's figure returned. The moment they saw Galay, the tense atmosphere at the waterfall instantly relaxed. "Galay, who's here?" Pukong asked. Galay replied, "Elder Yami, the chieftain, He Ming, and Bai Qing." "Bai Qing? Why did he come?" Pukong was shocked. Given Bai Qing's current health, what was he doing coming to Wei Mountain? Did he not care about his life? And why did Yami agree to let Bai Qing leave the tribe? What was Jen thinking, not stopping him? Cough, cough. Before the person arrived, the sound of coughing reached them. "Elder Pukong, I'm fine," Bai Qing's clear voice came, though broken by coughs. Then, the four figures, Elder Yami and the others, appeared behind Galay. Bai Qing was being carried on He Ming's back, bundled in a thick fur coat. His once upright face was now gaunt, almost skeletal. Nianfeng and the others looked on with sympathy, but no one said anything reproachful. He wanted to come, and I couldn't stop him. Besides, the blackfish from the Wei River is good for his health, so I let him come along, Yami explained. Bai Qing's injuries were a sore spot for the entire Heluo Tribe. Every time they thought of Bai Qing, everyone felt a pang of pain. Who's here?" Chang Xia, still half asleep, heard voices and couldn't help but ask before even opening her eyes. "Chang Xia, you're awake." Shen Rong gently patted her with his wolf tail and whispered, "Bai Qing, he's come with Elder Yami." "Bai Qing? Brother's here." Chang Xia's eyes flew open in shock. She stared at Bai Qing on He Ming's back in disbelief and joy. "Brother, what are you doing at Wei Mountain?" Cough, cough. Bai Qing covered his mouth, and the blue cloth in his hand was instantly stained red. He smiled and tucked the cloth away, saying warmly, "I wanted to see you, so I came." He Ming carefully set Bai Qing down by the campfire. The temperature at Wei Mountain was low, and Bai Qing had been coughing more and more along the way, shivering constantly, clearly chilled to the bone. Ever since he was bitten by that strange bug, Bai Qing's body had grown weaker and weaker. Now, even in the warm season, he couldn't take off his thick fur coat. This coat wasn't just for rain, it was a real, fur-lined garment for warmth. "Brother," Chang Xia called, her eyes welling up with tears. Who would have thought that this once robust man, now skin and bones, had once been a mighty totem warrior who could kill a wild boar with a single punch? "Don't cry, I'm fine," Bai Qing said with a smile, as bright and bold as ever. 5 years of suffering seemed to have left no trace on him. He was still the same heroic totem warrior of the Heluo Tribe. Chang Xia turned away, wiped the tears from her eyes, and went to fetch some glowing grass to hand to Bai Qing. Navigation links and site info omitted for translation. "Brother, look, what do you think this is?" As she spoke, she reached out and took hold of Bai Qing's wrist. Activating her bloodline ability, she tried to examine Bai Qing's body. The more she saw, the more misty Long Xia's eyes became. At this moment, Bai Qing's body was already like a lamp running out of oil. Even with Bai Qing's abilities, he could last at most another 3 months. If anything unexpected happened, he might die in as little as a month. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Bai Qing paused as he looked at Guangzhou. He raised his left hand and gently patted Long Xia's head. His gaze passed over her and landed on Shen Rong, and he smiled. "Hello, Shen Rong. I'm Bai Qing. I've wanted to meet you for a while, but never found the right opportunity." Bai Qing knew about the rumors of clan members privately seeking out Shen Rong for sparring. In fact, he himself had wanted to spar with Shen Rong. Unfortunately, his body was too frail. He couldn't even leave his den, let alone challenge Shen Rong. "Hello, Brother Bai." Shen Rong replied warmly, giving Bai Qing a gentle smile. A male who could inspire such loyalty in Long Xia, truly enviable. But when Shen Rong actually met Bai Qing, he found he couldn't feel jealous at all. This man called Bai Qing, it was hard to harbor any ill will toward him. Take good care of Long Xia. Bai Qing didn't say much, but spoke directly and simply. Long Xia deserved the best protector, a true treasure of the Heluo Tribe. In the past, the shaman and the chief had always urged Long Xia to find a mate. Bai Qing had said bluntly that he could take care of Long Xia for a lifetime, but things rarely go as one wishes. With his frail body, he wouldn't last much longer. Shen Rong's eyes were clear and sincere, a good man. Don't worry, Brother Bai. I will take good care of Long Xia, Shen Rong promised solemnly. Bai Qing said no more. He patted Long Xia's head and said, Long Xia, it's no use. This is a sickness, even the shaman is powerless. Don't waste your bloodline ability. Sickness was how the beast folk of the Twilight Forest referred to serious illness. Even the shaman was helpless, showing just how dangerous the strange parasite was. Don't say that. My ability can at least ease your pain, Long Xia retorted. She knew Bai Qing didn't want her to overexert herself, so he claimed it was useless. After all, she had nursed Shen Rong back to health before. Now, with the blessing of the beast god's mark, her bloodline ability had surely grown even stronger. Meanwhile, Elder Yami and Chief Jen had finished chatting with Elder Pukong. Though they enjoyed talking with the old ape, he spoke so slowly it could drive anyone mad. So Elder Pukong had to step in himself. Long Xia, what's that on your forehead? Elder Yami approached, squinting and staring intently at Long Xia's forehead. At her words, Chief Jen and Bai Qing both looked over. This chapter ends. The beast god's mark, Long Xia replied. In an instant, Elder Yami and Chief Jen were both shocked. The beast god's mark? How's that possible? The beast folk mark was a unique symbol on the Manhwa continent. When a beast cub was born, a mark would appear on its body, but after the cub transformed at age 1, the mark would gradually fade away until it disappeared. Yesterday, we entered the sacred land. The sacred land's beast totem personally bestowed a blessing on Long Xia, enhancing some of her bloodline abilities, Elder Pukong explained. After hearing this, Elder Yami and Chief Jen were both elated. Wonderful, wonderful. Elder Yami exclaimed repeatedly. Chief Jen didn't speak, but his excitement was obvious. But my bloodline ability still can't do much for Brother Bai, Long Xia said guiltily. Then she suddenly looked up at Elder Yami and Chief Jen, her eyes full of determination. Chief, when we return from Wei Mountain, I want to go to Misty Ridge. No. Before Elder Yami and Chief Jen could respond, Bai Qing spoke up first. Misty Ridge was known as one of the most dangerous places in the tribe's territory. In recent years, because of him, the tribe had sent people there again and again to search for the strange parasite, and many had been injured. Bai Qing tried to dissuade them each time, but the tribe always ignored him. Brother Bai, is Misty Ridge any more dangerous than Wei Mountain? I made it through Wei Mountain. Why would I be afraid of Misty Ridge? Long Xia met Bai Qing's gaze, unafraid and resolute. I have to go to Misty Ridge. Long Xia was a child of the tribe. And so was Bai Qing. If Long Xia had dared to make such a request before, Elder Yami and the others would have locked her up for at least 10 days. But now Long Xia was healthy again. More importantly, she seemed to have extraordinary luck. She always managed to turn danger into safety. Take Wei Mountain, for example. Who would have thought things would go so smoothly? They hadn't even encountered the slightest danger. If Elder Pukong and the others hadn't been there to witness it, even the Heluo Tribe would have found it hard to believe. Was there really someone with such luck in the world? Fine. Let Elder Pukong take you to Misty Ridge, Elder Yami said decisively, agreeing before Bai Qing could protest. She also instructed Elder Pukong to go along, showing that the tribe wasn't willing to give up on Bai Qing either. Great! Long Xia jumped up in excitement. With Elder Yami's support, her trip to Misty Ridge was now set in stone. Elder Yami, father, have some wild fruit first. I'll roast some meat for you, Nanfeng said, carrying a basin of freshly washed wild fruit over to everyone, just in time to interrupt the Misty Ridge discussion. She set down the basin and handed a peach-like fruit to Bai Qing. Bai Qing, this peach fruit is super sweet. There are also flat apples and persimmon fruits. The sacred land is amazing. There's a whole orchard there, with all kinds of wild fruit. It's so much fun. In an instant, Nanfeng's clear voice echoed above the Wei Mountain waterfall. Fresh wild fruit. Immediately, Elder Yami and the others were all drawn to the fresh fruit. Bai Qing rarely showed any curiosity. He took the peach fruit Nanfeng handed him and ate 2 in one go. Immediately, Elder Yami was overjoyed. Bai Qing's health had been deteriorating, not only because of his illness, but also because he couldn't keep any food down. Even if he hadn't been injured, anyone who doesn't eat would see their health decline. Bai Qing, do you want more? Yami asked nervously, holding out a persimmon fruit. Bai Qing's appetite had been getting worse lately. He could barely manage a bit of soup. For someone over 2 meters tall to survive on just soup all day, how could his body possibly cope? I'll have 2 more, Bai Qing replied. Of course, you can have as many as you want, Yami said cheerfully. Without waiting for Nanfeng and the others, she brought over several baskets of wild fruit for Bai Qing. These were picked by Chang Xia and the others from the sacred land. There's plenty. In the distance, Jen went to find the old ape. He promised the Weishan apes that when they returned to their tribe, they'd bring fruit powder and sugar as gifts. Wild fruit was especially precious at this time of year, and the Heluo tribe never took advantage of others. After hearing this, the old ape assured them that there was more than enough wild fruit in the sacred land. He also agreed to let the Heluo tribe dig up and harvest light trees and light grass from the sacred land. The Weishan apes didn't need those things anyway. The old ape was happy to trade these for the Heluo tribe. No matter how clever the Weishan apes were, they weren't beast folk. In the future, they'd still need the protection of the Black Panther tribe, so the old ape was glad to see the 2 groups getting along. Late at night, the Weishan waterfall was unusually lively. Tomorrow, take him to the sacred land, the old ape said, pointing at Bai Qing. He didn't know how to cure illnesses, but he had a keen eye. Bai Qing was frail and tormented by disease. The hot springs on the west side of the sacred land would be good for Bai Qing. At these words, everyone eating roasted meat, Elder Yami and the others paused. Old ape, you mean the hot springs? Chang Xia hesitated for a moment, then quickly understood. Given Bai Qing's condition, the only thing in the sacred land that might help was the hot springs. The old ape nodded. The hot water on the west side of the sacred land is good for the body. He had taken Yuan He there before. The little one used to be sickly, but after soaking a few times, his health improved. Seeing how much the Heluo tribe cared about Bai Qing, the old ape decided to remind Chang Xia. Chang Xia, what are hot springs? Yami asked. Chang Xia explained, there are a few pools of hot water on the west side of the sacred land. I call them hot springs. They're similar to the cold pool under the Weishan waterfall, except the water is hot and soaking in it is very comfortable. We were busy picking wild fruit today and haven't had a chance to go to the hot springs yet. Old ape, we'll have to trouble you to take us there tomorrow, Yami said. No problem, the old ape agreed readily. By telling the Heluo tribe about the sacred land, he had already tied the Weishan apes and the Black Panther tribe together. Besides, compared to the Weishan apes, the Heluo tribe could figure out the sacred land's secrets much faster. The old ape used to be too lazy to bother, but now that Chang Xia and the others could do the work, he was more than happy to lounge in the sacred land's plaza, basking in the sun and napping. Chang Xia, another bowl of fish soup, please. Suddenly, Bai Qing grew excited and called out loudly for Chang Xia to ladle him some soup. Everyone stopped talking and turned to look at Bai Qing, who was staring eagerly at the basin of fish soup in Chang Xia's hands. Shen Rong reacted quickly, moving the basin of fish soup closer and using a wooden ladle to serve Bai Qing. Bai Qing, is this fish soup good for your health? This fish soup has the same effect as Chang Xia's bloodline ability, Bai Qing replied. He had previously refused Chang Xia's offer to use her ability to nourish his body, mainly because he was worried it would harm her. After all, Bai Qing knew his own frail body best. He didn't have much time left, death was only a matter of time. Rather than dragging Chang Xia down with him, he'd rather refuse her help. Who would have thought that after just one bowl of fish soup, he'd feel so much better? This fish soup could suppress his illness. If he could drink it regularly, it might not cure him, but it could save his life. End of this chapter. With a bang, everyone sitting at the long table stood up. Elder Yami's hands trembled as she tightly grasped Bai Qing's thin, bony hands. Bai Qing, you're not lying to Grandma, are you? She asked seriously. Bai Qing was Elder Yami's grandson. His parents had passed away long ago, and Yami had raised him herself. Bai Qing had always made her and the tribal chief proud, never letting them down. At this moment, learning that the white fish from the pool was good for Bai Qing's health, Elder Yami couldn't care about losing face. She stared intently into Bai Qing's eyes, wanting to make sure he wasn't lying. Over the years, Bai Qing had kept his pain to himself, not wanting to worry Yami or the tribe, no matter how much he suffered. Grandma, this fish soup works wonders for my illness. It can even suppress its spread. After one bowl, I feel warmth in my limbs. For years, Bai Qing's illness meant that even in the hottest season, he had to wear a fur coat, his limbs always cold. His lips were pale, with no trace of color. This fish in the soup comes from the white fish in the pool under the Weishan waterfall. That pool is different from ordinary ones, it's an icy pool. The white fish only live in the cold pool beneath the waterfall. We suspected before that the white fish might have special effects, just like the black fish in the Wei River, Chang Xia explained happily. Hearing this, Elder Yami solemnly thanked the old ape again. The fish was prepared by Chang Xia, the old ape said, not daring to take credit. The Weishan apes didn't like eating fish, but Chang Xia's fish soup and grilled fish had changed that. The apes hadn't tried other fish, so they didn't have much to compare it to. But seeing how excited Elder Yami and the others were, the old ape realized the white fish from the pool must be extraordinary. Brother, if the fish soup helps, have a few more bowls, Chang Xia said excitedly. The fact that the white fish could ease Bai Qing's illness was fantastic news for the Heluo tribe. Now, they could focus on searching for the strange insects in the misty ridge. Bai Qing didn't stand on ceremony and started eating heartily straight from the wooden basin. As he ate the tender, stewed fish and drank the fresh, sweet fish soup, a rare flush of color appeared on his gaunt, skeletal face. This scene moved Elder Yami deeply. Nanfeng, are there many white fish in the pond? Jen asked. Nanfeng patted his chest and said, Don't worry, father. When Fenghua and the others go down to the pond to catch fish, they can easily fill a big basket. But since the white fish in the pond have healing properties, we shouldn't catch them casually from now on. As soon as Nanfeng finished speaking, Fenghua and the others all nodded in agreement. For eating, the fish from the Bai River and Bai Lake are more than enough for them. The pond's white fish are delicious, but eating them occasionally is enough. More importantly, leaving the white fish for Bai Qing's treatment is far more important than satisfying their appetites. That's right, we need to protect the white fish in the pond. We can just catch fish from the Bai River and Bai Lake when we want to eat. Old Ape grinned widely and burst out laughing. The Heluo tribe made him feel a happiness he hadn't felt in a long time. Thinking back, avoiding the Heluo tribe before was really making a mountain out of a molehill. If we don't eat the pond's white fish, we can eat shrimp and crabs. Changxia joked, feeling that the roasted meat in her mouth tasted especially delicious at that moment. With the pond's white fish and the sacred hot spring, Bai Qing was sure to live longer. Once they found the strange worm, they could save him. Changxia ate roasted meat while watching Bai Qing eat with gusto, drinking fish soup and even having a piece of roasted meat. Elder Yami said this was the most Bai Qing had eaten in the past year. At this moment, the night sky above Weishan Waterfall was bright and beautiful. The gentle moonlight spilled over the night sky, like a shy maiden wrapped in a thin veil, enchanting. Perhaps influenced by Bai Qing, Changxia also ate several pieces of roasted meat, stuffing herself so much she had to ask Shen Rong to help massage her stomach. That night, Old Ape led the Weishan apes back to the crevice and caves to rest, while the Heluo tribe gathered around the campfire to prepare for sleep. For once, Bai Qing didn't need He Meng's support and sat by the stove, warming himself by the fire, listening to Changxia and Nanfeng's cheerful chatter. With Changxia's earlier care and the effects of the fish soup, Bai Qing finally slept soundly through the night, not waking up once from pain or groaning until dawn. This brought immense joy to Elder Yami and Heimeng, who hadn't slept all night. At dawn, as soon as the sky lightened, Heimeng jumped into the pond to catch white fish, planning to make fish soup for Bai Qing in the morning. Elder Yami, for once, didn't stop him. In fact, he was very supportive. Elder Yami, is Aga still asleep? Changxia, hugging Shen Rong's wolf tail, rolled over twice and looked carefully at Bai Qing, who was lying not far from her. Last night, after Shen Rong transformed into his beast form, Elder Yami had Bai Qing rest next to him. Among them, Bai Qing and Changxia were the weakest, and Elder Yami worried they couldn't withstand the chill by Weishan waterfall. Although it was drier and a bit warmer than the misty area of Weishan, the cold pond was still close by. Even with the campfire, Elder Yami was still uneasy about Bai Qing. Originally, Heimeng wanted to transform as well, but Bai Qing refused. He even wanted to refuse Shen Rong, since, as a totem warrior and a male, it was embarrassing to sleep so close to another male. Wasn't that making things difficult for the beastmen? But Changxia didn't give him a chance to refuse, making him lie on Shen Rong's right side while she slept on the left. The long, soft wolf fur was incredibly comfortable. As soon as Bai Qing lay down, he started snoring, making Changxia and the others chuckle. Clearly exhausted, he still stubbornly tried to refuse. He's still asleep, he didn't wake up at all last night, Yami said excitedly. For the past 6 months, Bai Qing hadn't slept through a single night. Not even the special herbal decoctions made by the shaman could help. The strange worm's poison was too strong, eating away at Bai Qing's body and tormenting him to the brink of death. Bai Qing hasn't slept this well in a long time, Jen said softly. To let Bai Qing sleep a bit longer, everyone was careful not to make any noise when they woke up. Jen even sent Manhwa to ask Old Ape and the Weishan apes to be quiet in the morning. Old Ape and the other apes understood completely. At dawn, Old Ape still led the Weishan apes out to patrol. As gatekeepers, this was their duty, rain or shine. They never slacked off. It's a pity we've finished all the anaconda meat we brought. Otherwise, I'd like to try making a soup with pond whitefish and anaconda meat, Changxia whispered. Heimeng squatted by the pond, cleaning the white fish. Soon, he'd have Changxia cook fish soup for Bai Qing. Since Bai Qing was still asleep, Shen Rong naturally couldn't get up, so he lay stiffly, watching Changxia get up and leave. Cough, cough. It was his first time lying so close to another male. Shen Rong felt a bit nervous, especially since this male was his brother-in-law. But he could sense Bai Qing's thoughts. Shen Rong himself had once been poisoned by a blood parasite and nearly died. Compared to his own experience, Bai Qing was much luckier. He had the care of the entire Heluo Tribe. Back then, Shen Rong had been abandoned by the Yuan family. If not for concerns about his father's fate, they might have treated him even worse. Lost in thought, Shen Rong's gaze followed Changxia, his eyes full of tenderness and joy. End of this chapter. Bai Qing opened his eyes and murmured, "It smells so good." Lately, his health had been deteriorating by the day. Even bone broth had become hard to swallow. But last night, the wild fruits, fish soup, and roasted meat had truly filled him up. His stomach, which had been cramping from hunger, felt warm and comfortable all night. "Aga, you're awake." Shen Rong called Bai Qing Aga along with Changxia. At first, he felt a bit awkward, but after saying it a few times, he realized there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It felt quite natural. Besides, Bai Qing gave off an upright and dependable vibe, someone you could trust. Note: the promotional and navigation text at the end is omitted for clarity, as it's not part of the story. Shen Rong. Bai Qing stood up, feeling a rare surge of strength in his usually weak body, enough to make him overjoyed. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow. I didn't wake up at all last night. That white fish from the pool is really something." Bai Qing was well aware of his own condition, and it was rare for him to get such a good night's sleep. At this moment, Bai Qing was in high spirits. "Granny Chief." Hearing Bai Qing's greeting, Elder Yami and Chief Jen both looked delighted. "Bai Qing, how are you feeling?" "Great, really great." "That's good, that's very good." Elder Yami turned away, quietly wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Jen lifted his hand and gently patted Bai Qing's shoulder twice. Bai Qing, kid, get well soon. You still owe me a few sparring matches, don't forget. Elder Pukong laughed heartily, and as his laughter rang out, the Weishan waterfall became lively and bustling. The tribespeople, who had been speaking in hushed tones, all raised their voices. It was obvious. Bai Qing's recovery had lifted everyone's spirits. Ever since Changxia came of age, the tribe had been blessed with one good thing after another. It was wonderful. Chief, how are things at the Kanisheng Mountain Witch Hall? Changxia asked as she took the white fish from Haimong, preparing to make soup for Bai Qing. Galay had taken some people to patrol the Weishan mists with the old ape, and to hunt along the way. Nianfeng was happily munching on a flat apple. Last night, Changxia had been so worried about Bai Qing's health that she hadn't asked about the witch hall at Kanisheng Mountain, or about the little snake cub. After all, she was the one who found it, so she couldn't help but be concerned. The witch asked me to tell you that everything went smoothly. Also, the Heluo Tribe has taken in the snake cub, and they said that in a while, the snake tribe will personally come to the Heluo Tribe to give you a big gift. Of course, they've also agreed to let you hunt and gather in the Heluo Tribe's territory, just as you wanted. Jen looked at Changxia with undisguised envy. TSK. With the witch looking out for her, Changxia really was lucky. In the misty forest, beast folk rarely left their own tribal territories to hunt or gather. Crossing borders was seen as shameful and looked down upon. For someone like Changxia to be invited by another tribe to hunt in their land was practically unheard of. It could be said that, in the thousands of years of the misty forest's history, aside from the witch, Changxia was likely the only one ever invited to enter another beastfolk tribe's territory to hunt and gather. This is amazing! Changxia was so happy she could almost fly. Elder Yami looked at Changxia with relief and said gently, "You were willing to share your method for eating white fruit with the misty forest for free, and now the beastfolk are opening their lands to you. That's a fair exchange. Besides, it's just you and Shen Rong hunting and gathering. No tribe will be affected by that." That's right, Siyu was worried about Changxia's safety if she went out alone. So, she made sure Shen Rong would go with her. As Changxia's partner, Shen Rong was qualified to enter other beastfolk territories with her. Just as Elder Yami said, even the smallest beastfolk tribe's territory in the misty forest was vast. 2 more people hunting and gathering wouldn't make a difference. What's more, with Changxia's cleverness, she might even discover more edible things for the beastfolk, which could only be beneficial. Weighing the pros and cons, even the most foolish beastfolk knew what choice to make. Previously, Siyu hadn't contacted the other beastfolk tribes because she didn't have any concrete results to show. But now, with the lion tribe's chili peppers and the bear tribe's seaweed making a splash, Siyu had no more worries and decisively pushed Changxia forward. "Next time the witch comes to the tribe, I'll treat her to something delicious," Changxia said happily. Otherwise, if it weren't the witch making the request, the beastfolk wouldn't have agreed so easily. "Chief, has the Weishan anomaly been exposed?" Shen Rong asked. At this question, all the tribe's people at the Weishan waterfall turned to look. Jen grinned confidently and said, "Even if it has, it doesn't matter. The sacred land has the beast totem. Who would dare set foot in Weishan lightly? Besides, Weishan is Heluo Tribe's territory. Without our approval, no other beastfolk tribe would dare make a move." Clearly, the Heluo Tribe had noticed the changes in Weishan. However, the moment Jen handed the snake cub over to the Heluo Tribe, the snakefolk immediately backed off. Even though there had been friction between the 2 tribes over the years, the Heluo Tribe couldn't possibly repay kindness with enmity. They just gave Jen a reminder. They also promised that the news about the Weishan anomaly would never come from the snakefolk. But the Tiger Tribe was another matter. The Heluo Tribe had chosen to hand Xian Bai and the others over to the Yuanhu Tribe, so no one could be sure whether the news about Weishan would leak. Once Jen learned that the sacred land had the beast totem, he stopped worrying. With the beast totem, not just the beast folk, but even the bird folk and fish folk would have to show the Heluo Tribe some respect in the future. The beast totem, a complete beast totem. It was the spiritual pillar of faith for all living beings on the Ganghwa continent. Other than the gods, who would dare to carve a beast totem? The existence of the beast totem needs to be reported to the witch. Once the witch confirms it, our tribe will announce the existence of the sacred land and the Weishan apes. From then on, no tribe will dare covet Weishan. Elder Yami's cool voice was solemn and dignified. The witch probably knew something about the beast totem. After all, when she chose to build the witch hall on Kanashing Mountain, all the beast folk tribes were puzzled. There were many mountains far richer than Kanashing. Yet the witch chose Kanashing Mountain, which was strange in itself. But over the years, the witch had proven her foresight. Will the old ape agree? Jen asked cautiously. Pukong said, "Don't worry," the old ape agreed. As long as the beast folk don't disturb the Weishan apes' lives, he doesn't mind. In fact, he even entrusted Yuanhei to Changxia, asking her and the tribe to help raise him. Yuanhei. Yuanhei is a young Weishan ape, just recently born. At this, Elder Yami and Chief Jen looked at Changxia as if they'd seen a ghost. Amazing, my Changxia. Is there anything she can't do? We have to go to Misty Ridge, no excuses. No one is allowed to stop me. As soon as the business at Weishan is settled, I'm going. I heard Changxia even met a little snake cub before, is that true? Bai Qing asked curiously, munching on some peach fruit with a surprisingly good appetite. He was eating so well now, nothing like how he couldn't stomach anything before. And after drinking the fish soup, Bai Qing's coughing up blood had lessened since last night. This morning, he only coughed up blood once. That was unheard of just a day ago. The tribe members noticed, but no one said anything. Still, everyone's mood improved, and some even couldn't help but start humming songs. Thanks to Tuan Tuan the Cutest, Iwang Ye, Ning Dash, Reader 2021066072348322692, Reader 645, April Hanqing, Fong 1972, Tue Fei, Super Snack God, Oben Feng O. Xiao Xiao Wu Nai, Reader 161121195510696, Reader 2020001230813112225, Glass Heart, Mingwan Lian Yu, Pei Pei, Kaisei * Tengua, Ichi Ran. Crying Girl, Nan Jin, Shibei Xiao Ego, Wings of Rosemary, Yu Xiaozhu 5, Ding Dang Xiangde Miao Miao, Ping Lai Jiang Shui, Ling Yixi, Phoenix Terrace Feng Yang Tai, Gung Xiaowei, Fish, Mifing 55, and many others for your monthly votes. Special thanks to Lui Yai, Sha, and Mifing 55 for your tips. More chapters tomorrow. End of this chapter. It's true. I found him by the riverbank, Changxia replied, taking the flat apple Nan Feng handed her. That little snake cub was really lucky. He was taken all the way from Snake Peak Tribe to Weishan by some wanderers. Only 3 of the wanderers survived, but the snake cub not only made it out unharmed, he even escaped from Weishan. Wow, that's incredible! Bai Qing exclaimed in shock. Even for adult beast folk like them, making it from the Muwatch Mountains, across the Wei River, and into Weishan was no guarantee of survival. Changxia wasn't exaggerating when she said the snake cub was lucky. No wonder the snake tribe is called the Mad Snakes. Pu Kang praised, glancing at General back then. Snake Guar had kidnapped Jen, trying to force him to marry into the snake tribe. Jen fought back desperately, and in the end, Pu Kang led people to rescue him. Since then, there had been tension between the 2 tribes. It never escalated into anything major, but minor conflicts were constant. Now that Changxia had saved the snake cub, the Snake Peak Tribe owed the Heluo Tribe a huge favor. The years of stalemate between the 2 tribes were finally broken. That was a good thing. Constant conflict only made things harder for the shamans caught in the middle. Brother, want some rice noodles and soup? Changxia asked. Bai Qing turned to her with interest, hesitating, can I? He hadn't even been able to drink bone broth before, so he'd missed out on all the delicious food Changxia made. Now, with Changxia suddenly offering him soup noodles, of course he wanted some. He didn't know if it was because Changxia had nursed his body, or if it was the white fish soup from the pond, but his appetite had returned. And after drinking it, he didn't even feel nauseous. Wait. Bai Qing suddenly remembered something. Hey Meng, did I cough up blood this morning? Bai Qing's face was skin and bones, his eyes unusually large, looking even more pitiful than Shen Rong had back then. He Ming replied in a muffled voice, "Bai Qing, you only coughed once this morning. Here, have some more wild fruit. Changxia's simmering fish soup, you'll be able to drink it soon." He Ming was one of the tribe members Bai Qing had rescued from Misty Ridge years ago. Ever since, unless he was out hunting or gathering, He Ming had stayed by Bai Qing's side for 10 years, caring for him. No matter how many times Bai Qing tried to send him away, he wouldn't leave. The same was true for several other tribe members. Basically, Bai Qing was never left alone. The tribe watched over Bai Qing even more closely than they had watched over Changxia before. Changxia was frail but not reckless. Bai Qing was different. The tribe worried he might one day lose the will to live. Even though they knew how much pain he was in, they couldn't bear to let him go. The tribe firmly believed that as long as he was alive, there was always hope. And now that hope had arrived. Once, just once, Bai Qing said in disbelief, then burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he started coughing again, spitting up several mouthfuls of blood. His face paled, but his spirit actually seemed better. Changxia quickly brought over some warm water, urging, "Brother, drink some warm water and rinse your mouth. Coughing less is a good sign, but don't get too excited." Bai Qing took the bowl and drank deeply, rinsing out the taste of blood from his mouth. "Bai Qing, are you all right?" Seeing this, Elder Yami and the others hurried over, watching Bai Qing anxiously as he rinsed his mouth. Only when he stopped coughing did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. After coughing up that blood, I feel like I can breathe easier," Bai Qing said. "Later, brother, have more fish soup and some roasted meat," Changxia said. "I'll make some rice noodle sheets with fruit paste for your soup noodles." Compared to dried noodles, noodle sheets made this way were softer and easier to digest. Changxia was worried Bai Qing's stomach might not handle the dried noodles, so she planned to make some fresh noodle sheets with fruit paste for him. "Great. I'm a bit hungry. Can you make me some fruit paste porridge to fill my stomach?" Bai Qing rubbed his belly. It was the first time in over half a year that he'd woken up feeling hungry instead of nauseous. So, he didn't feel embarrassed at all, and directly asked Changxia to make him some fruit paste porridge to fill his stomach first. When Bai Qing said he was hungry, Elder Yami, Chief Zhen, and the others were overjoyed. Feeling hungry meant Bai Qing was really recovering. Being able to eat was a huge blessing. "Changxia, let me do it. I'll make Bai Qing some fruit paste porridge. Bai Qing, do you want some sugar? Granny will add some for you." Elder Yami was so excited she shamelessly snatched the job from Changxia, insisting on making the porridge herself. Bai Qing shrugged and replied, "Sure, I'll try the tribe's sugar." Hee. Changxia grinned, her face lit up with a smile. Beside her, Nan Feng and He Ming were also overjoyed. This trip to Wei Mountain had truly been worth it. They waited for Old Ape, Gory Eye, and the others to return from patrol and hunting. Laughter echoed around the Wei Mountain waterfall. The noise piqued the curiosity of the returning hunters, who couldn't help but ask what had happened. When they heard the news that Bai Qing's health had improved, they too broke into smiles. Today's luck wasn't quite as good as yesterday's. They caught 2 wild boars, and the rest were just small animals like pheasants and rabbits. Fortunately, the dense forest around the Wei Mountain waterfall was rich in wild vegetables. Thanks to the influence of the sacred land, some wild greens that should have been old and tough were still fresh and tender in the forest. Shepherd's purse, dandelion, and the like, Changxia and Nan Feng gathered plenty. These tender wild greens, when blanched in a pot of simmering bone broth, became incredibly delicious, especially with a dash of light soy sauce. In fact, Changxia was tempted to make dumplings with the shepherd's purse, but there just wasn't enough time. After breakfast, it was already getting late. Old Ape led Changxia and the others into the sacred land again, this time with a few more people. Now that the Heluo Tribe had earned the trust of Old Ape and the Wei Mountain apes, everyone except a few left behind at the waterfall was allowed into the sacred land. Stepping out of the cave, they gazed at the towering beast totem standing in the plaza. It was sacred, imposing, and almost impossible to look at directly. All the beast folk saluted with the warrior's greeting. Only after the ceremony did everyone begin to look around the plaza. No one dared to stare at the beast totem for long, but the towering, 100-meter-tall light tree beside it naturally drew everyone's attention. The light tree. Thanks to Chang Xia and Nanfeng's explanations, everyone recognized what it was. Old Ape and Elder Pukong headed straight for a sunny spot in the plaza and lay down to bask in the sun. They weren't interested in exploring. So Chang Xia and the others took Elder Yami and Bai Qing to look for hot springs by the stream, while Chief Zhen led Goriai, Fenghua, and a few others to the light tree grove. They planned to dig up some light grass and maybe even try to transplant a young light tree back to the tribe. It's warmer here than elsewhere, Shen Rong observed. As they walked along the stone path to the west, a faint smell of sulfur hung in the air, not exactly pleasant. Still, the scent made Chang Xia more confident that there really were hot springs nearby. It stinks. Nan Feng wrinkled her nose. He Ming was carrying Bai Qing on his back. Although Bai Qing was recovering, he still couldn't walk far. After a few dozen steps, he'd need to rest. After years of illness, how could a couple of meals of fish soup make up for it? End of this chapter. That's the smell of sulfur. It means there's a hot spring here, said Chang Xia. Nanfeng covered her mouth and nose, complaining, isn't this a bit much? The smell is so strong, it's hard to breathe. You'll get used to it if you stay here long enough, Chang Xia replied, walking lightly. Just thinking about soaking in a hot spring made her happy. Today, she'd even brought an extra set of clothes, planning to really enjoy herself. She'd always heard people talk about hot spring eggs and hot spring buns. Chang Xia wanted to try making them, but hot spring eggs required water hot enough to cook them through, and if the temperature wasn't high enough, the bird eggs just wouldn't cook. Oh right, Chang Xia, why did you ask me to bring all these bird eggs? Nanfeng shook the vine basket in her hand, which was filled to the brim with eggs. Chang Xia gave her a mysterious smile. She'd wanted to try making hot spring buns too, but it was too much trouble. So she just asked Nanfeng to bring a basket of eggs. As for buns, she'd try them back at the tribe when she had more time. She'd already made rice noodles, stuffed pancakes, and crepes with fruit flour, but she'd never tried making steamed buns or dumplings. Fruit flour was really versatile. Aside from not being able to cook it into rice, there seemed to be nothing it couldn't make. No wonder the beast folk, even before they knew how to use fruit flour in cooking, still regarded white fruit as a gift from the beast god. It was just so useful and could be harvested all year round. If the beast folk still went hungry, it would really be their own fault. You'll see soon enough, Chang Xia said, leading the way along the stone path for about 15 minutes. There were fewer trees here and more weeds and shrubs. Every now and then, a shadow darted across the path, probably a pheasant or some other small animal. Yesterday, she hadn't seen any animals in the light tree or fruit tree groves, so she'd thought the sacred land was empty. But today, here by the hot springs, she was surprised to find some wildlife. The temperature here is almost the same as outside, Shen Rong exclaimed in surprise. After days on Wei Mountain, this was the first time he'd felt hot, except for when they'd sat by the fire at the waterfall at night, but that didn't count. Looks like the hot springs here are pretty warm, Chang Xia said happily. A higher temperature meant a better chance of making hot spring eggs. Ever since she'd gotten the beast god's mark on her forehead, Chang Xia's appetite had noticeably increased. She'd eaten plenty for breakfast, but now, just thinking about hot spring eggs, she suddenly felt hungry again. It was a strange feeling. She rubbed her little belly, deciding she'd eat a couple extra eggs later. Bai Qing, are you feeling okay? Elder Yami asked, her eyes full of concern as she watched Bai Qing on He Ming's back. With Chang Xia's health improving, she was hoping Bai Qing would recover too. Bai Qing tugged at his thick coat, feeling a gentle warmth in his body, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. Grandma, I feel pretty good. I can even feel a bit of heat. I think these hot springs are good for me. If I could live here, maybe it would even slow the spread of my illness. Really? Yami's eyes filled with joyful tears. She knew Bai Qing wouldn't lie to her. As a totem warrior, especially one as strong as Bai Qing, he could definitely sense the state of his own body. Brother, The sacred land at night is terrifying. If you want to stay overnight, forget it. Remember that beast totem in the plaza? It's carved from blue stone, and once night falls, it gives off a bone-chilling cold. It's super scary, Chang Xia said, her tone tinged with fear, describing how frightening the sacred land was at night. Site note and navigation links omitted. Last night, they were almost accidentally harmed by the cold energy. Fortunately, at the critical moment, everyone managed to escape from the cave. Qiming Stone. Yami exclaimed in shock. She knew how terrifying Qiming Stone, also known as Cold Stone, could be. It was far rarer than Light Stone. Even a piece the size of a fingernail could cause frostbite to a beastman. Let alone the towering, imposing beast totem in the plaza. If that thing really unleashed its cold energy, it would be catastrophic. No wonder Weishan was cold all year round. 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was because of this. Yami quickly figured it out. Similarly, Bai Qing was full of regret and said, "That's such a pity. Maybe the reason the sacred land is so special is because the beast totem carved from Qiming Stone is guarding it. Otherwise, in a normal mountain range, how could there be fresh wild fruits at this time of year? Not to mention, the sacred land even nurtures strange plants like the light tree and light grass," Shen Rong said gently, pointing to the wisps of steam rising in the distance. "And the hot springs within the sacred land might also have unique effects. Just now, you said you felt very comfortable after soaking. Maybe the hot springs here can counteract the poison of the strange insects from Misty Ridge." After hearing this, everyone stared at Shen Rong in shock. Clearly, what he said made perfect sense. Not only was Elder Yami excited, even Bai Qing was almost convinced and started to feel more confident. "Bai Qing, let's go. Let's try the hot springs in the sacred land." Elder Yami patted Heimeng, urging him to speed up. She wanted to get to the hot springs as soon as possible so Bai Qing could soak in them. Oh, that sound was, of course, made by Yuan He. Once again, he was being carried by Chang Xia. Originally, Chang Xia had planned to leave him in the plaza to bask in the sun with Elder Pukong and the old ape. But the little guy was way too clever. Before Chang Xia could say anything, he nimbly climbed onto her shoulder and sat down obediently. So, Chang Xiao's group ended up with an extra little companion. "You want to soak in the hot springs too?" Chang Xia teased. The old ape had said he'd brought Yuan He to the western hot springs before, so Yuan He was no stranger to them. Oh, Yuan He called out, as if he understood Chang Xiao's question. He kept waving his little hands, chattering in a language no beastman could understand. Chang Xia would reply now and then, and that would keep him happy for half a day. Even though it was like a chicken talking to a duck, the big and the little ones seemed to be having a great time. Wow! After walking along the stone path for nearly an hour, a hot spring canyon with pools at different heights appeared before the group. Looking at it, Nanfeng couldn't help but exclaim loudly. From high to low, there were about a dozen hot spring pools. The pools were separated but also connected, making for a stunning sight. The clear spring water had a pale blue tint, likely from the rocks at the bottom of the pools. It was beautiful, with not a hint of dirt or mess. "This is even cleaner than the tribe's waterfall," Nanfeng marveled. The clansmen who came along were all amazed by the hot spring canyon. The area was flat, with no fallen leaves, and even the scattered stones had been neatly cleared away. It was probably the old ape's handiwork. Xiaohei. While everyone was admiring the hot spring canyon, Yuan He slipped off Chang Xiao's shoulder and ran straight to the lowest hot spring pool. Before anyone could react, the little guy leapt right in. Then he waved at Chang Xia, calling out to her. It was obvious he was inviting her to join him. End of this chapter. "Come on, let's go too," Chang Xia said with a laugh, beckoning everyone over. They crossed the stone path and entered the hot spring canyon. The pools crisscrossed and varied in size, with water overflowing from one to another, covering the whole canyon in a thin layer of spring water. Before stepping into the canyon, everyone carefully took off their vine sandals. Barefoot, they cautiously walked into the hot spring canyon. "Hey Ming, let's go to the pool where Xiaohei is soaking," Chang Xia said. "The pools here must have different temperatures, so everyone should test the water before getting in. Don't burn yourselves." She was worried the clansmen would be too eager and just jump right in. If any of the pools were too hot, someone could get scalded. Changxia, you brought bird eggs. Are you planning to cook them in the hot spring? Shen Rong asked hesitantly. He noticed that Changxia hadn't let Nanfeng put down the basket, but had brought it into the canyon, so he couldn't help but guess. At this, everyone looked over. All eyes on the basket in Nanfeng's hands. Soaking in the hot springs while eating hot spring eggs. Now that's the life. That's right. Changxia nodded. But to cook bird eggs in the hot spring, the water needs to be really hot. Changxia, leave it to me, Nanfeng said excitedly. Once she realized the eggs were for cooking, Nanfeng was all in. She'd had boiled eggs before, but never hot spring eggs. Judging by Changxia's eager expression, they must be delicious. With that, Nanfeng picked up the basket, flitting around the canyon like a butterfly, checking out each pool. She was careful, not rushing to the pools, but testing them slowly. Finally, she stopped at a small pool at the very back of the canyon. This was the smallest pool in the canyon, about 2 square meters in size. Unlike the other pale blue pools, this one was a reddish color, and the pools nearby were also slightly different in hue. Changxia, come over here. I've found the hottest hot spring pool, it's this one. Even the color is different from the others, Nanfeng called out loudly. She was standing about a meter away from a reddish hot spring pool, not daring to get any closer. The nearer you got to this red pool, the higher the temperature. Even the ground was hot enough that stepping on it carelessly could burn your feet. Soon, the rest of the tribe gathered around. Don't get too close, the temperature near this red hot spring is extremely high. Nanfeng reached out to stop anyone from getting closer, reminding everyone not to crowd forward and risk getting burned. I'd guess this red hot spring is at least 80 or 90 degrees Celsius. Changxia pressed her hand to the ground to get a sense of the temperature. Without a thermometer, she could only estimate. Honestly, she wasn't sure if it was hot enough to cook bird eggs. But since they were already here, she patted Nanfeng's arm. Nanfeng, let's try putting a few bird eggs in and see what happens. Sure. Nanfeng used a stick to test the depth of the red hot spring. Aside from the spring's mouth, the rest was pretty shallow. But instead of putting the eggs directly into the red pool, Nanfeng chose the spot where the spring water flowed out and carefully rolled 5 bird eggs over. How long will it take to cook them? Someone from the tribe couldn't help but ask. Changxia shook her head. I have no idea. How about we go find another hot spring to soak in for a bit and come back later to check if the eggs are done? You guys go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. Nanfeng waved them off seriously. Soaking in a hot spring was nice, but nothing beat the importance of hot spring eggs. Nanfeng gave a sly grin. She was going to guard these eggs with her life. Today, every single one had to be cooked to perfection, not a single one left uncooked. The more she thought about it, the more mischievous her smile became. Changxia and the others could only roll their eyes and step back, leaving the space to Nanfeng. After all, if the eggs really were cooked, Nanfeng would definitely let them know. She wasn't the type to keep them all to herself. Come on, let's go soak in the hot springs. Changxia called out, leading the tribe back to the first pool that Yuanhe had jumped into earlier. After entering the hot spring canyon, Bai Qing had already taken off his heavy coat. The canyon and Wei Mountain felt like 2 completely different worlds, one cold, one hot. It was a strange contrast. Shen Rong, don't worry about me. Go find the most comfortable hot spring for yourself. Xiaohei and I will just soak in the outermost pool. The hot spring pools in this canyon were quite interesting. It seemed like you could tell the strength of a beast tribe just by which pool they chose. That was why Changxia told Shen Rong to find the most comfortable pool for himself. Besides, the canyon was wide open and flat. If there was any danger, you could spot it at a glance. Nearby, Elder Yami and Heimeng accompanied Bai Qing and stopped at a hot spring not far from Changxia. Grandma, you and Heimeng go find a pool that suits you. Bai Qing waved them off. After being sick for 5 years, his strength had dropped by 80 or 90%. Even with just a fraction of his former power, Bai Qing was still stronger than Changxia. He found a pool with a comfortable temperature, took off his extra clothes, and, wearing only a blue short shirt and shorts, slowly stepped in. As soon as he lay back, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Ever since he'd been bitten by that strange bug, Bai Qing's body had been stuck in a low-temperature state. Just like on Wei Mountain, his limbs were always icy cold. At night, Elder Yami would constantly check if he was still breathing, afraid he might not wake up. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Yami asked nervously. Bai Qing lay back with his eyes half closed. "Grandma, I feel like I'm back to how I was 5 years ago. Don't worry about me, go soak with Heimeng. Time is short, don't waste it." They couldn't stay in the sacred land overnight, so their time was limited. Bai Qing didn't want Grandma or Heimeng to miss out. Grandma was an elder of the tribe. Who knew when she'd get another chance to come here? Bai Qing couldn't bear for her to miss this rare opportunity. "Elder Yami, let's go," Heimeng said. He knew Bai Qing wasn't the type to pretend. If he said he felt good, he meant it. Seeing Bai Qing so relaxed, Heimeng was tempted to try the hot spring himself. In no time, the tall, strong tribesmen were all wearing little beast hide shorts, jumping into the various hot spring pools with a splash. Like Shen Rong, they all kept their distance from Changxia. "Xiaohei, we have to work hard." Changxia sighed. Only by becoming stronger could they reach greater heights. To be continued.